Chapter 13. All Hail the Queen. The tolling of the bells at Canterlot Castle signalled both the end of the day and the changing of the guard. As the sun began to sink below the western horizon, the soldiers who had stood ever vigilant on the castle walls retreated from the battlements like a wave from the shore. At the same time, soaring on her pearly wings, Princess Celestia approached the castle. She glided through an opening in Canterlot's shield spell, banked, and looked down on the castle with a small, relieved smile. She circled for a few minutes, ensuring all of the castle was safe, before she allowed herself to land on a balcony. On that balcony, Celestia found her sister, Luna, waiting for her. The pair greeted one another with tired but grateful smiles before Princess Luna asked the same question she had asked for the previous 7 sunsets. "Were you successful?" Celestia shook her head. No, there were no traces of Nightmare Moon or her cult to be found in Las Pegasus. "What about here?" "Nothing, sister." Celestia nodded, though even that small action revealed her exhaustion. "That's good. Has there been any news from Cadence?" "Yes," Luna said. Despite her reluctance to leave Canterlot and shining armor, she arrived at her fiefdom earlier today. She sent a letter assuring that she would begin a search of her county immediately. If Nightmare Moon is hiding there, she will be found. "I'm thankful for all her help. She is doing so much more than some of the other minor princes and princesses," Celestia said as she mentally cursed the royal line. The royal family of Equestria was actually the royal lines of the earth ponies, Pegasi, and unicorns from the old country combined into one. When Celestia and Luna saved Equestria from discord and took over the duties of raising and lowering the sun and moon, the populace of the kingdom was overjoyed. The 2 sisters were seen as saviors, and ponies across Equestria called out for them to rule. This, of course, horrified the old royal families, but with the kingdom recovering from Discord's reign, they couldn't and didn't want to fight a civil war. So an agreement was made. The royal lines merged and adopted Luna and Celestia, who then became the high princesses of Equestria and rulers of the kingdom. The members of the new, singular royal family became minor princes and princesses, in effect, lords and ladies. They handled the day-to-day ruling of different counties in Equestria, and despite their often overinflated egos, it was a system that had successfully governed the country for centuries. Right now, however, the royal family was proving to be difficult. While some, like Cadence, aided in the search for Nightmare Moon, others barricaded themselves in their homes like children hiding under their bed covers. The rest, who neither helped nor hid, didn't take the threat seriously, and believed that the princesses were simply trying to scare them into subordination. "You can't worry about them right now, sister," Luna advised Celestia before she spread her wings. "Go inside, try to get some sleep. I'll meet up with my half of the royal army in Manhattan and continue our search there." "All right," Celestia said as she began to walk inside the castle. Right before she entered, however, she paused and looked back. "Just be careful. If you find Nightmare Moon, call for me. Do not face her alone." "I will take the utmost care, sister." With that, Luna fluttered her wings and rose into the sky, just as her moon began to rise from the eastern horizon. Celestia watched her sister fly off to continue to search, and couldn't help but worry about her. She wished to be at her sister's side, but she was already at the brink of exhaustion. Long days and sleepless nights had worn her down. She wished for nothing more than the sweet embrace of her bed and dreams. "Soldiers, attention!" The ranks of fresh recruits snapped to attention under Shining Armor's firm voice. Though he wished to be with his wife, Shining Armor's duties as captain of the Royal Guard had not disappeared with his marriage to Cadence. He was needed in the capital, needed to maintain the shimmering barrier that currently surrounded Canterlot. His kingdom needed him, just as it needed the new recruits that were standing before him. "They look scared," Shining Armor whispered to a nearby lieutenant. "They are, sir, but they're all we have," the lieutenant whispered back. "If you want, I can call back some of the veteran guards. I'm sure they would be willing." Shining Armor shook his head. "No, I told them to go home and rest for a reason. The guard is made up of the toughest ponies in Equestria, but they are still ponies. They need time to sleep, they need time to eat, and they deserve to have some time with their families. We will just have to make do with these recruits for tonight." "What about you, sir? Shouldn't you be getting some rest as well?" "I'll be fine," Shining Armor assured his lieutenant, ignoring the bags that existed under his own eyes. "But, sir—" Shining Armor ignored his lieutenant's protest. Stepping towards the new recruits, he raised his voice and shouted, "At ease, soldiers, but keep your ears open." The recruits fell to a parade rest, but kept their eyes focused on Shining Armor as he spoke. "I won't sugarcoat the truth. Equestria is in crisis. With Nightmare Moon threatening our princesses, we need every pony to do their part. Now I know you haven't had much training. From what your drill sergeant has told me, you've barely gotten through the basics. That's going to have to be good enough. You need to stand watch tonight so that the rest of the guard can get the sleep they need, and you will be relieved when Princess Luna returns at daybreak. Is that understood?" "Sir, yes, sir," the lines of soldiers responded in unison. "During this watch, you will each be paired with a seasoned member of the Royal Guard. You will do what they tell you to do, when they tell you to do it. You will not question their orders. You will not talk back. You must treat their orders as if they were coming straight from one of the princesses. Is that clear?" "Sir, yes, sir," the lines of soldiers responded in unison. "Good," Shining Armor said with a nod. "Now get to your posts and stay alert. Raise the alarm if you see anything suspicious, and should Nightmare Moon or her minions seek to take Canterlot, show them the Royal Guard is not to be underestimated. Dismissed." "Sir, yes, sir," the recruits replied once more before quickly dispersing. Each moved to their post, where the veteran guards they were to be paired with were already waiting. Shining Armor watched as some took up watch on the walls, while others left to begin patrolling the castle's interior. He then turned, and with his lieutenant retreated into the castle. It would be a long night for both the new recruits and seasoned guards, and the sunrise could not come fast enough. The night wore on slowly as the moon rose up into the heavens. All was still and quiet around Canterlot Castle, yet the peace was not greeted as warmly as it usually was. The smallest sounds became reason for panic, and the young recruits were jumping at shadows. A small clatter of armor caused one of the veteran guards to pause and look back at the recruit he had been paired with. She had stumbled at the sight of a painting of Princess Luna, and had fallen forward onto her nose. She was now picking herself up off the ground and rubbing her sore snout as he watched. "Keep it together," he advised her. The recruit quickly stumbled up beside him and gave a brief salute. "Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. It won't happen again, sir." The veteran guard rolled his eyes and resumed leading the patrol route as the recruit kept close to his side. She was still shaking in her armor and glancing nervously at shadows. "You're going to have a nervous breakdown if you don't relax," he told the recruit when she jumped in fear at a statue of Princess Celestia. "I'm sorry, sir," the recruit apologized as she tried to keep herself calm. "It's just, what have you heard about Nightmare Moon?" "Nothing good," the veteran answered as he continued to lead them through the castle. He knew the patrol route by heart. He had walked it more times than he cared to admit. I heard that Nightmare Moon is actually more powerful than Princess Celestia, that she was able to... Kid, take a breath and stop thinking about it, the veteran guard lectured, keeping his tone flat and professional. You'll never make it through the shift if you psych yourself out. Sorry, the recruit apologized. I'm worried. Well, you'd be a fool not to be, but you can't let that get to you. Just try to think about something else. The recruit nodded her head. Oh, okay. So where is Princess Luna and the rest of the regular army? In the Manhattan area, the veteran guard replied as he and the recruit rounded a corner. They're doing aerial and magical sweeps to try and find Nightmare Moon and the ponies helping her. Yeah, the recruit agreed, trying to calm herself and failing. So, what do we do if Nightmare Moon attacks the castle, besides pray? You and me are to go and protect the library. That's where Shining Armor and the unicorns from Princess Celestia's school are holed up, the veteran guard answered. The recruit took a few quick steps so she was in line with the veteran guard. Why are they in the library? Spells, the veteran said. He and the recruit rounded another corner, moving deeper into the castle. The unicorns from the princess's school are going through the library to try and find spells we can use against Nightmare Moon. Spells to protect the castle and find where Nightmare Moon is hiding. Personally, I hope they find a spell that will let us get rid of her for good. What about Shining Armor? He's in there to protect those other unicorns, and they're helping him too, the veteran answered as the pair continued their patrol. They're making sure he doesn't burn himself out, magically trying to maintain his barrier spell. That's how he's been able to go without sleep the past week. From what I've heard, those unicorns have been taking turns sleeping for Shining Armor. They sleep for him, and he gets the energy he needs to keep going. But what if Nightmare Moon gets through Shining Armor's barrier? She wouldn't just get through, the veteran said firmly. Shining Armor's barrier is smart. He can tell it what to keep out and what to let in. Right now, that barrier's been magicked so it will keep out any one thing that's as strong or stronger than Princess Luna. The only way Nightmare Moon could get in is if she broke the barrier, and that's why we're here, to hold her and her minions back, should that happen. The recruit swallowed nervously and shook in her armor once more. Just hold her back. What, do you think you can beat her? No, the recruit shouted as if she was about to be thrown into a pack of lions. Then yes, we're just to hold our ground. We keep Nightmare Moon back until word of the attack can reach the armies out in the field. Then whichever princess is out with the army will fly back here. A confident smile spread onto the veteran's face. No matter how strong Nightmare Moon is, she can't take on both princesses at the same time. Well then, I guess I need to be very careful no pony raises the alarm, the younger guard said, her voice shifting in tone. The strange answer, in combination with the change in the recruit's voice, was enough to make the veteran guard turn. He was about to ask the recruit what was wrong. The words, however, never left his mouth. Before he could react, before he could scream, the veteran guard found himself engulfed in a dark cloud. When the cloud released him, he slumped over onto the floor, lost in a deep sleep. The cloud itself stemmed from the recruit, who was smiling devilishly as it receded back into her body. She used her magic to levitate the sleeping veteran guard and tossed him into an empty room before turning herself into a cloud and zipping through the castle hallways. That cloud was joined by others. Each cloud had once been one of the recruits, and each had performed a similar action. They had taken out the veteran guards they were once paired with, and now flowed throughout the castle to deal with any guards that remained. Then, when the castle's armored defenders all lay asleep, the clouds began to converge on the library. Outside the library's main entrance, the clouds began to merge together into a single mass. It grew larger and larger with each cloud that joined it, and as it grew larger, it became a swirling field of stars. It twisted and turned as it waited for a few trailing clouds to reach it, and once it was whole, the cloud floated towards the door. A single tendril extended from the cloud. It sank into the darkness of the keyhole and began to fiddle with the tumblers inside. It twisted and turned, and with a resounding click, it made the lock slide into place, sealing the door from the outside. The cloud, as a whole, then sank, slipped beneath the door seam, and entered the library. At first, the silence of the castle persisted, but then a few muffled shouts began to escape the library. Those shouts were followed by the sounds of spells being unleashed and screams of terror. There was a commotion as furniture was thrown, and a thumping of hooves filled the castle hallways as ponies tried to get through the library's locked doors. The commotion persisted for a few minutes before ending as quickly as it began. The library and castle fell silent once more, a silence broken only by the sound of the library door unlocking. The doors then swung open, revealing what had happened inside. All of the unicorns that had been in the library, including Shining Armor, lay on the floor sound asleep, while Nightmare Moon strode into the hallway with a confident smile. Nexus was right, and that really was too easy, Nightmare Moon mused, with a small chuckle as her voice returned to its normal tone. The plan had worked, much like the time she became the Shadow Bolts to tempt Rainbow Dash. Nightmare Moon had divided herself into multiple clones that then took the shapes of other ponies. In this case, she had taken the place of a few dozen guards in training who had been kept from reaching boot camp by Spell Nexus and the Children of Nightmare. It had been interesting being a small army of ponies for several days. Nightmare Moon had never before divided herself up into so many copies, but it had served its purpose. She had been able to pass through Canterlot's defensive barrier and infiltrate the castle. Each of her smaller clones had been able to ascertain a portion of information from the veteran castle guard, and in the end she had been given everything she needed to take the castle in a single swoop. It was a grand gambit of a plan, one Nexus hadn't entirely approved of, since it meant sparing the castle guard. Still, it was how Nightmare Moon wanted it done, and it was a plan that had worked. The castle was undefended, no alarm had been raised, and Luna would not be returning to the castle until dawn. That gave Nightmare Moon all the time she could want to find and deal with Celestia. She'd then lie in wait for Luna to return, for her to walk straight into her own demise. Then, once she had spilt the blood of both princesses, the rest of Equestria would be left to cower in fear as she took her place as queen. The first room Nightmare Moon had checked was Celestia's bedchamber, where the princess should have been resting. However, Celestia was not there, and Nightmare Moon was forced to begin searching the rest of the castle. She worked her way through the halls, checking every room as she went. Each empty room caused Nightmare Moon's concerns to grow. She feared Celestia may have sensed something was wrong and fled, or called for Luna to return. That was one thing the royal guard had correct. She did not dare to face them both at once. She had to pick each of the royal sisters off one at a time if she was to be successful in her coup. Nearing the ground floor of the castle, Nightmare Moon almost rounded a corner in the hallway when a noise began to reach her ears. Hoofsteps. Almost instantly she turned into a cloud of smoke and disguised herself as a rookie Pegasus guard. She then waited a few moments for the hoofsteps to get closer before she jumped around the corner to confront the unknown pony. "Halt! Who goes there?" The pony in question flinched, fumbling with his magic. He stumbled and swayed in an effort to keep the covered tray he was carrying from hitting the floor. It was a frantic few seconds of juggling, but eventually the unicorn got hold of the tray and breathed a sigh of relief before looking up at the disguised Nightmare Moon. My apologies. I am Silver Platter. I work in the royal kitchens," the unicorn stallion replied hurriedly, thankful that it was only a guard that had startled him. "Only guards are supposed to be out at this hour," Nightmare Moon snipped, disguising her voice so she sounded like one of the young recruits. "What are you doing?" "Delivering a meal to Princess Celestia." Nightmare Moon let her fake anger cool. She relaxed her body and folded her wings. "Isn't it rather late for the princess to be eating?" "Yes, it is," Silver Platter agreed, "but her pet Phoenix delivered the order to the kitchen, and I'm not exactly in a place to question the princess's eating habits." "I suppose not," Nightmare Moon remarked with a chuckle as an idea formed in her head. "I, however, cannot allow any pony to wander the halls. I will escort you to the princess, though I do not know where she is presently." "Princess Celestia has requested the meal be brought to the throne room," Silver Platter replied, as he walked up beside the guard. Nightmare Moon nodded. "Then we shall head to the throne room. Please lead the way." "Of course," Silver Platter said as the pair began to make their way through the castle. They strode without speaking for a few moments, but then Silver Platter broke the silence to ease his obviously strained nerves. "So, I thought the royal guards were supposed to patrol in pairs." "I'm just a reserve brought in so that the normal royal guard can rest, and there aren't enough of us to keep paired patrols," Nightmare Moon answered flatly. "I guess that makes sense. The royal guard has probably been getting less sleep than the princesses. If what I've heard is true, they've been pulling double and triple shifts. Princess Celestia tried to tell them that this wasn't necessary, but the generals wouldn't hear of it." "So all the guards and precautions are being done against the princess's wishes?" the disguised Nightmare Moon asked. Silver Platter nodded. "Yes, ma'am, but what else are we supposed to do? The princesses are in danger, and if we don't try to protect them, no pony will." "So you would face Nightmare Moon, despite being horribly outmatched, just to protect the princesses?" "Me? Oh, heavens, no," Silver Platter replied, laughing nervously. "I'm just a unicorn that loves bringing good food to good ponies. I wouldn't stand a chance against Nightmare Moon. She'd squash me like a bug, or gobble me up. No, defending the princesses is what you and the other guards are doing, and I can respect that." "Thank you," Nightmare Moon said, though the words tasted rotten in her mouth. She shouldn't have been accepting thanks when she was the one that the guards and princesses feared. Still, she kept her composure and let that conversation die before bringing up another. "What are you bringing the princess?" "Nothing much. It's just a lot of comfort food, though I can certainly understand why she wants it. Stressful times, after all." Silver Platter levitated the plate he was carrying lower and lifted up the lid so the disguised Nightmare Moon could see the food. "We've got a bowl of maroon carrot soup, a few freshly picked apples from the princess's golden apple tree, and a very large slice of cloud cake with a frosting flower." Nightmare Moon arched an eyebrow. "That soup is purple." Silver Platter chuckled and put the lid back on the tray of food. "Of course, maroon carrots are purple, so it would make sense that soup made from them would be purple. They are actually sweeter than most common carrots." "I prefer celery soup," Nightmare Moon commented before the pair rounded the corner and a large set of doors came into view. I'm a fan of tomato soup myself. Anyways, we're here now. If you wouldn't mind, could you wait out here? It will just take me a couple of minutes to give the princess her meal, and then you can escort me back to the kitchen." "I don't believe that will be necessary," Nightmare Moon answered Silver Platter. "After all, you're about to go to sleep." Before Silver Platter could turn around, Nightmare Moon had transformed into a cloud and engulfed him. In but a few moments the deed was done. She laid the sleeping Silver Platter out on the floor before disguising herself in his image. She then drew the covered serving tray close and ensured the food inside had not been spilled before moving towards the throne room. Celestia sat back in her throne, staring mindlessly at the ceiling. She was tired, and would have rather been asleep, but sleep did not come easily. She dreaded Nightmare Moon's coming attack, feared for Luna's safety, and to top it all off, no pony had seen or heard from Twilight Sparkle in days. There was simply too much weighing on her mind to get any sleep. Knock, knock. Celestia perked her ears up and moved her gaze from the ceiling to the throne-room doors as a figure poked his head inside. "My apologies if I disturbed you, Your Highness, but I have the meal you requested." "Thank you, Silver Platter," Celestia greeted, "and I do apologize for making a request like this so late in the evening." "No apologies necessary, Your Highness," Silver Platter replied. He crossed the room and presented the serving tray to the princess. "Though I hope you do not mind if I linger. That way I can take the dishes back to the kitchen once you've finished." Celestia smiled and took the tray in her own magic. "I do not mind in the slightest." She then removed the lid from the tray and sniffed at the warm soup. The aromas offered her some comfort, but not as much as the food itself would bring. It was no secret, especially after that Gabby Gums article, that she had a tendency to eat, when she was anxious, to seek comfort in sweet and savory foods. It was a habit that, thankfully, didn't cause Celestia too much trouble, though it was still a source of frustration on occasion. She didn't know what cruel hoof of fate put that photographer near Canterlot Castle on a day when she did go a little overboard, but that was a minor and distant concern of the past. The present weighed far more heavily on Celestia's mind. Still, once Nightmare Moon was found and dealt with, she would need to put herself on a diet. She needed to get her eating habits back in order. She had indulged in cloud cake a few too many times over the past week. The Pegasus-made dessert was her greatest weakness, at least when it came to food. The dessert, however, she would save for last. With the help of a spoon, Celestia began to enjoy the soup, which danced across her tongue and warmed her insides. Then came the golden apples, which offered a crisp freshness that was unmatched by any other fruit in the kingdom. Finally, she allowed herself to eat the cloud cake. Each bite of it melted in her mouth, coating her tongue in its light, rich flavor. The last thing to enter Celestia's mouth was the large frosting flour that had been on top of the slice of cloud cake. She chomped down on the carefully formed mass of frosting and licked her lips to gather every last trace of its sweet flavor. A smile then slipped onto her face, and she leaned back in her throne. Silver Platter, seeing his princess had finished her meal, took the plate and set it off to one side before he began to walk around to the back of the throne. "Was the meal to your liking?" Celestia nodded. "It was delicious. Be sure to extend my thanks to the kitchen staff. I may just be able to get sleep tonight, thanks to that meal." "Good," Silver Platter said from behind the throne, as his voice began to shift. "Every pony deserves a good last meal." Celestia snapped her head to the side, watching as a figure stepped out from behind her throne. While Silver Platter had been the pony that disappeared behind her regal seat, the pony that stepped into her vision was decidedly not the unicorn waiter. Celestia bristled, furrowed her brow, and glared at Nightmare Moon. "How did you get in here?" She glanced out a window and saw Shining Armor's barrier was still in place. "How did you get into Canterlot?" I would think, Celestia, that after being betrayed by Spell Nexus, you would be a little more cautious, Nightmare Moon mused, with a taunting smile on her lips. She walked out from behind the throne. Each step she took exuded her confidence at the moment, like she was a cat that had outwitted and cornered a mouse. "Are you saying Shining Armor let you in?" Celestia asked, only to shake her head firmly. "No, that is impossible. He would not side with you." "And true, but I didn't need him to," Nightmare Moon commented before she broke into a cloud. That cloud divided itself into multiple pieces, each piece floating to a clear section of the throne room before manifesting into a doppelganger of a royal guard. Each clone looked uniquely different, but they were all looking at Celestia with Nightmare Moon's turquoise eyes. "Night Wind, one of your loyal guards, has been an ally to Spell Nexus since the beginning of the Children of Nightmare," the many parts of Nightmare Moon said in unison. "She told me of Shining Armor's barrier, how it would keep out any single pony that was of sufficient magical power." Celestia showed no sign of panic. She just furrowed her eyebrows and looked over the clones that stood before her. "It did not, however, stop you from entering in pieces. Yes, I recognize you now, Nightmare Moon. You were the recruits I saw in the courtyard when I arrived. Like a wolf in sheep's clothing, you snuck in under the guise of ponies we could trust." The many clones laughed as they turned back into clouds, and their laughter combined into a single voice as Nightmare Moon reformed herself into a single alicorn mare. "Yes, it was a brilliant disguise, wasn't it?" "Yes," Celestia begrudgingly admitted. "And it would seem that you are just as powerful as you were 1,000 years ago, even though you lack the strength Luna currently possesses. You can thank Spell Nexus for that. Whatever power Luna retained after the elements of harmony purified her was replaced by power drawn from the Everfree Forest. He really is very talented at crafting spells." "And what of my guards and servants?" Celestia pressed. "I can only imagine you went through them to get to me." "Don't worry your pretty little head, Celestia. Your guards are now catching up on the sleep they deprived themselves of by protecting you. As to your servants, they are unaware of what occurs except for Silver Platter. He sleeps in the hallway just outside this room." Celestia's stern exterior cracked, and confusion filled her eyes. "You didn't hurt any pony?" "I had no need to, so why would I waste my time?" Nightmare Moon asked, with a short, confident chuckle. "You had no need to bring lightning down on the ponies at the Summer Sun celebration, and yet you had no qualms doing so then," Celestia said. She rose from her throne and started to walk towards Nightmare Moon. "Now you are showing mercy and restraint. Perhaps, despite your appearance, you are not quite the same mare I once knew." A chilling laugh escaped Nightmare Moon's lips. "You are just as delusional as Twilight Sparkle." "And where is my student, Nightmare Moon?" Celestia asked. "I can only imagine you're the reason no pony has seen her in days." "She's in my dungeon," Nightmare Moon answered. She kept a safe distance from Celestia, moving towards the far side of the throne room as Celestia reached the bottom of a very large and extravagant throne. The pair of alicorns then began to circle each other, Celestia wearing a stern frown, while Nightmare Moon wore a smug smile. "And how did she end up there?" Celestia asked cautiously, on guard for any sudden movements. "She came to me, if you would believe it," Nightmare Moon answered. "I would have thought you'd taught her better than to go running to the very ponies that would want to capture her, but that's what she did. She wanted to sell me some sob story about how sorry she was for what happened. It was truly pathetic." Celestia ruffled her wings as she focused more intently on Nightmare Moon. "You let her live, even though, as long as she is alive, the elements of harmony are a threat to you. I will tell you what I told Spell Nexus. I will deal with Twilight Sparkle in my own way and in my own time, Nightmare Moon sniffed, horn beginning to glow. Besides, you have more important things to be worried about, Celestia. Nightmare Moon's magic surged, and in the air beside her a magical blade took shape. It was forged of what looked like black metal that shined and flashed like calm water beneath the night sky. While alicorns were very powerful, they were not truly immortal. Their strength came from the amount of magic they held, and the best tool to counter that magic was a weapon of pure compressed mystic energy, much like the sword Nightmare Moon now wielded. An odd level of decorum, Nightmare Moon, Celestia commented. She formed her own magical sword, a pristine white blade, which she held in a defensive position while she and Nightmare Moon continued to circle one another. When the Changeling Queen assaulted Canterlot, she and I traded our most powerful spells. Why would you desire to cross swords instead of assaulting me head-on? Nightmare Moon laughed and twirled her sword once in the air. Because I know of the defensive spells that still linger on this castle, Celestia. Some of your veteran guards were very informative. Were we to clash spells, as you and this Changeling Queen did, the castle would light up like a beacon and draw Luna back. That, and I know one other thing. Nightmare Moon lifted the blade to her nose, admiring its glint, before flicking her gaze back to Celestia. A little tidbit Nexus told me about immortal alicorns like you and I. Magic is our strength, but it is our weakness as well. Where normal swords hold no threat, a blade formed of magic can wound, can injure, and can kill with greater ease than any random blast of magic. And so that is your intent, Celestia whispered. The pair still circled one another, each waiting for the other to make the first move. You came here to kill me. Did you expect any less? No, I suppose not, but what do you intend to do with Twilight? What are your plans for her friends, the others who wield the elements of harmony? Celestia asked. While they pose no danger as long as I have Twilight, Nightmare Moon noted confidently, they will get their just reward. I've ordered my guard to capture them unharmed, so that I will be able to decide their fate. Celestia arched an eyebrow and allowed her sword to lower just an inch. Unharmed? Why would you care about their well-being? Why not let your minions bring them in bruised and battered? Nightmare Moon snorted in contempt. I will not let Spell Nexus or any pony else take the vengeance I deserve for what those ponies did to me. While you would not know it, being torn off another pony like a cheap costume by the elements of harmony is an excruciating experience, and they will endure double the pain they caused me that day. Then what do you intend to do with them? Celestia questioned. Whatever I see fit, snarled Nightmare Moon. Their fate is in my hooves, and no pony, neither you nor Nexus, has any right to question my decisions. I am above reproach. Yet you speak as if Nexus has been questioning your actions. Nightmare Moon laughed, though she made sure to keep her sword raised. He is a fool who believes he knows my every desire, but I am not so easily understood by such common ponies. He knows of my desire to seize Equestria, and he acts to support that, as he should. It was his hooves, however, that hurt Twilight, and it was his belief that I desired to have her hung or beheaded. And isn't that your desire? Celestia asked, pressing the issue. Would it not be simpler for you to let him do as he wishes with Twilight? Why not let him save you the trouble? Nightmare Moon launched herself at Celestia while swinging her sword in a wide arc. No pony hurts Twilight except me. Celestia just managed to block the blow, the clang of metal striking metal echoing across the throne-room walls. Nightmare Moon then attempted a thrust, making Celestia spread her wings. With a single powerful flap, she threw herself back, dodging the blade, and putting more distance between herself and Nightmare Moon. "I do not wish to fight you," Celestia said, but Nightmare Moon did not falter in her attack. Celestia was just barely able to raise her sword to block a downward swing from Nightmare Moon, and the two magical swords clashed with a resounding clang. Nightmare Moon pressed her blade against Celestia's in an attempt to break through the defense with sheer force. "Then surrender yourself." Celestia buckled momentarily under the weight of Nightmare Moon's attack, but she would not be so easily defeated. A careful turn of her blade sent Nightmare Moon's sword down into the throne-room floor. Celestia then proceeded to bring the pommel of her sword around to strike Nightmare Moon in the throat. The sudden thrust of the sword's blunt hilt into her neck caused Nightmare Moon to stumble back, coughing and wheezing from the blow. Celestia, however, did not press her offensive. She instead stayed on the far side of the throne room, lowering her sword as her voice echoed across the marble hall. "You have told me what your minions did to Twilight Sparkle, but what have you done to her, Nightmare Moon?" Nothing," Nightmare Moon choked out. "She has been recovering from the injuries given her by Nexus, under the care of my castle's doctor." An expression of surprise etched itself across Celestia's face. "You are caring for her?" "I told you no pony else will have my vengeance. I am having her injuries treated simply so that she can properly appreciate the pain I will induce when I make her pay for what she's done to me." Nightmare Moon's shout hung in the air, words that echoed not with rage, but with pain. Celestia remained silent until the echoes had faded, and then spoke with an odd, almost concerned tone in her voice. "And what has she done to you, Nightmare Moon?" The question struck Nightmare Moon's heart and set her fury ablaze. "Don't you dare speak as if you don't know!" she yelled, her words dripping with loathing as she recovered from Celestia's blow. "It was her and her friends that set the elements of harmony upon me. That, and I have not forgotten her most recent crimes. Twilight Sparkle betrayed, lied to, and above all else abandoned me." "Listen to me, Nightmare." Celestia paused, taking a step forward as her tone became more pleading. "No, listen to me, Nyx. I'm sorry. I did not want to take you away from Twilight forcibly, and I had every intention of returning you to her the next morning." Nightmare Moon gritted her teeth. "Those are nothing but lies. You and Twilight conspired against me that night. Twilight knew what you were going to do, and she did nothing to stop it. She wanted you to take me away." "Nyx, that is not true," Celestia said firmly. "Twilight tried to convince me you weren't a danger. She didn't want to let you go." Nightmare Moon drew in a deep breath, her cold composure returning. "But she did let me go, and I will never forgive her for it. And don't think I'll ever forgive you either," seethed Nightmare Moon. She pointed the tip of her sword at Celestia. "It's all your fault. Everything is your fault. You allowed the ponies of the past to ignore the night sky, turning Luna into me. You sent your student to Ponyville, where she and her friends murdered me with the elements of harmony. You took me away from Ponyville, from my simple, ignorant life." Nightmare Moon sucked in a breath, held it, and fixed her accusing gaze on Celestia. "All that I have lost, all that I have become, all that I can ever claim to be is a shadow of your actions. Tonight you shall pay for your sins, Celestia." With those words, Nightmare Moon lashed out, springing into the air and soaring across the room while yelling in a furious rage. She brought her sword beneath her and swiped at Celestia as she flew by. Celestia dodged to the left and spun herself around just in time to see Nightmare Moon land and resume her ground attack. Sparks soared into the air as their blades clashed again and again. The pair was evenly matched for a time, but then Celestia saw an opening. Nightmare Moon swung too wide, overextending her attack, and Celestia seized the opportunity. As quickly as her hooves would allow, she spun around and bucked. She hit Nightmare Moon in the side, and the force of the blow sent her flying across the room. She would have likely crashed into a wall, but with a flutter of her wings, Nightmare Moon was able to right herself. She pressed her hooves into the floor, skidded to a stop, and glared across the room at Celestia with murderous intent. "Nix, please, I implore you to listen to reason. End this senseless fight. I promise." Nightmare Moon ignored Celestia and charged back into the battle. Both their blades clashed once more. Nightmare Moon was putting all of her strength behind her attack, and it was just enough to force Celestia's blade to the side. Knowing her defenses had been broken through, Celestia bent her legs and tried to jump away, but she could not escape without harm. Nightmare Moon struck out again, and the tip of her sword nicked Celestia's cheek, leaving a small cut that began to weep blood. Celestia landed a few feet back and released a surge of magic from her body. The wave of energy pushed Nightmare Moon back and gave Celestia the moment of rest she needed. She could feel herself bleeding, but she remained focused on her opponent. "Nix, please." Nightmare Moon winced, her voice dripping with her hatred of Celestia. "Stop calling me Nix. I am not Nix. I can never be Nix because of you. Because of you I am and will forever be Nightmare Moon. Now silence your tongue before I cut it out, and quit holding back. Fight me, coward." "I am not a coward," Celestia retorted firmly, as she wiped the blood away with her right forehoof, "and I am not the only one holding back. You strike only to injure me, Nix, and that is not the only time you have shown mercy. You put my guards to sleep, where in the past you wouldn't have batted an eye at seeing them injured or even dead. You speak of Twilight's betrayal, and yet you have not taken your vengeance against her. If you are truly Nightmare Moon, then why do you show mercy?" I... Nightmare Moon struggled with her words, her mind locking up as she was faced with Celestia's questions. Why was she holding back? Why wasn't she giving it her all? She had practiced using a sword with the guards during training. She knew how to fight, so why wasn't she going for the killing blows? "Nix," Celestia began, lowering her sword as the fight slipped into a lull, "I know you've been hurt. I know you have a right to be angry at me, and I know I do not deserve forgiveness for the part I played in turning you into this. Yet, if this is what you truly wanted, you would have killed me with that last blow. Please, end this farce and let us put our swords away. It is not too late." "Too late," Nightmare Moon echoed, an inferno of rage flashing to life behind her eyes. "Too late? It was always too late for me," Nightmare Moon yelled, her voice growing until she was shouting at the top of her lungs. At the same time, her mane began to surge and swirl, reflecting the storm of anger that raged within. With a screech, Nightmare Moon launched herself at Celestia, this time accompanying her charge with a volley of lightning. Celestia managed to block a few of the arcane bolts with her sword, but she was struck by others. The bolts did little damage themselves, but they caused Celestia to wince, which made it all the more difficult for her to block Nightmare Moon's coming sword. The rage and magic behind Nightmare Moon's blade would soon prove to be too much. Their weapons clashed with a thunderous crack, and, before Celestia could retreat, her sword began to fracture It burst apart, shattering like glass, as its magic failed beneath the force of Nightmare Moon's blow. The magic released from her broken blade knocked Celestia off her hooves. She rolled and bounced across the throne room floor, eventually coming to a stop at the base of her throne. Shards of the shattered blade had speckled her with small cuts, and her breathing was labored as the pain of the magical knockback pulsed throughout her body. Celestia took a few deep, gasping breaths to try and recover more quickly, but it was already too late. When she looked up, she saw Nightmare Moon standing over her, and felt Nightmare Moon's black magical blade press against her neck. "It's over, Celestia," Nightmare Moon said coldly, and Celestia knew it was true. Yet, instead of closing her eyes and waiting for the bitter end, she locked her gaze on Nightmare Moon. The pair stared at each other for a long time, both still as stone. All it would take for Nightmare Moon to end Celestia's life was a twitch of her sword. Yet she just stood there. "You're still holding back," Celestia said. Nightmare Moon pressed her sword into Celestia's neck. "Shut up! I could end this right now. I could kill you. Just a quick slash of my sword and your life would be forfeit." "Yes, you have defeated me," Celestia admitted. "But I implore you to stop, Nyx, and listen." Nightmare Moon put more pressure on her sword, the blade breaking the surface of Celestia's skin and drawing blood. Why should I stop now? Give me one good reason why I shouldn't slash your throat." "Because though you deny it, your actions and words tell me that you care about Twilight," Celestia calmly explained. "So I ask you to stop, Nyx, and realize where you stand. This is your point of no return. If you finish me here, you will secure Equestria as your own, but across this kingdom, even in Twilight's eyes, you shall never be seen as anything but my murderer and a monster." Nightmare Moon's eyes pulsated at the mention of Twilight Sparkle, and she lowered her sword a few inches. Celestia dared to hope that Nightmare Moon had finally listened to reason, but a few moments later the sword was back against her neck. Yet the murderous intent that once filled Nightmare Moon's eyes had faded, and her sword was trembling. Then, with a slow breath, Nightmare Moon lowered her blade. She spoke with a broken, hollow voice as her mane began to wrap around Celestia. "Your time will come, but before then you will know the pain I've suffered. For 1,000 years you shall be banished to the sun, held amongst its magic, just as I was held by the moon. Only then, once you've known the full extent of my suffering, shall you know death." With those final few words and a flash of light from within her mane, Nightmare Moon made good on her word. She completed her spell and banished Celestia to the sun. Yet, even after Celestia was gone, Nightmare Moon remained where she was. She stared at the spot where Celestia had been, and then she looked up to Celestia's now empty throne. With little warning, Nightmare Moon sucked in a deep breath, cried out in a rage, and threw her sword. It pierced the air like an arrow, and with a resounding thunk of metal against wood, it sank into the back of Celestia's throne. Luna banked to one side, looking over Canterlot. It was nearly dawn, and she was returning to the castle so that Celestia could fly out, meet the army, and continue the search for Nightmare Moon. The search over the evening had been fruitless. Both exhaustion and disappointment made Luna yearn for the comfort of her bed. Yet, as Luna drew closer to the castle, she began to notice how still and quiet it was. She saw no guards moving along the battlements, saw no pony at all. Some servants should have at least been out tending to the early morning chores, but there was no pony around. Shining Armor's barrier was also nowhere to be seen. Luna felt the air catch in her chest, and with a few furious flaps of her wings she surged towards the castle. She dove into the courtyard, but did not land nor slow down. Instead, she threw open the castle doors with her magic and soared through the hallways. It was something Celestia was unable to do because of her size, but Luna was still small enough that her wingspan fit inside the corridors. The castle was deserted, utterly empty, and it did nothing to improve Luna's nerves. She flew with even greater speed, fearing the worst as she raced amongst the halls. Luna first went to Celestia's bedroom, but when her sister wasn't there, Luna went to the next likely place, the throne room. When she couldn't sleep, Celestia always liked to go there. "Sister, sister, are you in here?" Luna called out, landing in the doorway. She looked first to the throne, desperately hoping to see Celestia there. Her sister, however, was nowhere to be seen. In her place, standing just in front of the throne, was an all-black alicorn with a swirling magical mane and tail. Luna felt herself tense when she saw Nightmare Moon, a figure she had only seen reflected back in a mirror. Was this really what she used to look like? She could now see why so many ponies told scary stories about her. A pitch-black mare with a magical mane and tail of the night and piercing dragon eyes. It was the kind of thing nightmares were made of. Eyes glaring, Luna quietly began to move across the room. Though she was walking on the regal red rug that ran from the door to Celestia's throne, Luna's hoofsteps were still audible. "You're back earlier than I expected, or perhaps it is later in the morning than I realize," Nightmare Moon remarked quietly. She turned to face Luna, revealing her tired eyes. "Where is Celestia?" Luna asked firmly. "Your precious sister is getting a taste of her own medicine. She has been banished to the sun," Nightmare Moon replied, forcing firmness into her voice. "Do not take this as a sign of mercy. I merely wish for Celestia to know the torture of the imprisonment that I endured for 1,000 years. Once she has known that, her life is forfeit." "Imprisonment we endured," Luna corrected. "Or have you forgotten where you came from?" "I have not forgotten. All the memories I have are either my own, or the memories from when you were the one called Nightmare Moon. It is from those memories that I know my desires and destiny. It's a destiny you were too weak to seize for your own, but a destiny that will be mine." "But is it a destiny you want?" asked Luna. "I cannot recall any time when I did not want the eternal night and the defeat of Equestria's royalty, which now includes you," Nightmare Moon answered. She manifested her magical sword and began to walk towards Luna. "Defend yourself." Luna formed two smaller, shorter blades which floated on either side of her. "Is that truly all you can remember? Do you not recall the time you spent with Twilight Sparkle, Nyx?" "Do not call me that. I am Nightmare Moon." "But do you remember the time you spent with Twilight?" Luna pressed. Nightmare Moon snorted in contempt. "Of course I do. I would not forget something so recent so easily." "Then you have memories beyond being Nightmare Moon, beyond the memories you had to inherit from me." "What is your point? Those memories are a few short months compared to the hundreds of years of memories I have from the time when we were one and the same." "But I know those memories are 1,000 times happier than the memories we share. I came to know you briefly, Nyx, at the dinner after the spring festival. You talked of friends, of school, of Twilight. You were happy. Why are you throwing that away to pursue old desires that were never yours?" "They are my desires," Nightmare Moon spat. "I want vengeance. I want Equestria. I want ponies to look upon the beauty of my night." But it isn't your night, it's mine, Luna stressed. I'm the one that raises and lowers the moon. I'm the one that got jealous of Celestia. I'm the one that felt unappreciated and grew to loathe the ponies who slept through my night. But that's because I'm the one that crafted and made the night my own, not you. Nightmare Moon stomped a hoof. It will be my night soon enough. When you're gone, I shall inherit your status as ruler of the nighttime sky, just as I have inherited your memories. I will make the sky more beautiful than you ever could. Ponies will look upon it and be in such awe that they will love the night, love me, and forget all about the sun and you royal sisters. Nix, you don't have to be what I was, Luna said sternly, as if she was explaining a difficult concept to a child throwing a tantrum. Being Nightmare Moon is a choice, not a curse of blood you have to inherit. Nightmare Moon hung her head and lowered her sword. No, you are wrong. For I have inherited much more from you than just your memories. The loathing, the fear, and the hatred Equestria had for you have become mine to bear. The elements of harmony left you to live a happy life again, while I became your scapegoat, the monster in the dark that you were saved from. But Nix, I told you not to call me that. I am Nightmare Moon. She seethed as her eyes flashed with determination. She raised her sword and pointed its tip at Luna. Now defend yourself. Very well. I shall never refer to you as Nix again, Luna said, as she raised her own blades. You have made your choice. You have chosen to threaten me, my kingdom, and my sister. You have refused to see reason, have chosen to be as blind as I once was, and have forced my hoof. I will not stand down nor surrender, Nightmare Moon. If you wish to have Equestria, you must take it from me. Luna lifted her swords, her voice carrying the final echoes of a warning. But know this, Nightmare Moon, once our swords clash, from now until eternity, it won't be my past that haunts you, but your own. Nightmare Moon laughed as she began to stride towards Luna like a storm cloud rolling over Equestria. I will not be dissuaded, and no matter how valiantly you fight, you will fall. You will share Celestia's fate, because this is my kingdom now. Whispers and hushed voices filled the Ponyville square. Every pony in town had gathered outside the town hall. The sun was supposed to have risen several hours ago, but instead the moon still lingered in the center of the sky, filling the world with its pale glow. What was worse was that several craters had appeared on the moon. They darkened the moon's surface, returning it to the rough silhouette of the mare in the moon that had adorned it for 1,000 years. Beneath that moon, the mayor of Ponyville, Ivory Scroll, moved up to the podium set on the veranda of the town hall. It looked like she had been crying, but the mayor wiped her eyes and cleared her throat, forcing herself to be strong. Fillies and gentlecoats, as mayor of Ponyville, it is my duty, my solemn duty, to announce that Princess Luna and Princess Celestia have... She choked on her words, but after licking her lips, she managed to continue. They have been defeated. A hushed gasp cascaded through the crowd. Ponies looked at each other with disbelief, none daring to speak, as they hung on every word that left Ivory's mouth. I received word just after when the sunrise was due to occur. During the night, Nightmare Moon seized Canterlot Castle. She defeated Princess Celestia and then laid in wait until Princess Luna returned to the castle a few hours ago. Both princesses are now imprisoned in the sun and moon, respectively. Ivory Scroll coughed again, trying to keep the strength in her voice from failing. Nightmare Moon has hereby decreed herself Queen of Equestria, and the children of Nightmare, the ponies responsible for her return, are already taking control of the government. Their forces have secured the capital, due in part to a swelling of their ranks following the coup." Ivory's voice began to tremble as she forced out the final words. "The children of Nightmare have warned that any open rebellion against the new crown will be met harshly, and that we have seen the last of the sun. This night will last forever." Another gasp cut through the crowd, and a few ponies even fainted. However, before the harsh truth could even properly sink into the residents of Ponyville, another voice rang out through the now everlasting night. "Oh, Miss Mayor, you speak as if this is some great tragedy." Every head in the crowd spun around, looking back to see Nightmare Moon striding towards them. She was flanked on either side by two of her own royal guard. They were clad in armor that matched hers in color, and their eyes, like hers, seemed to glow in the night with turquoise irises. The crowd quickly parted to make a path, much like they did the day Nightmare Moon first returned. Some even bowed as she passed, a sight that made Nightmare Moon smile. She couldn't expect them all to be so eager to bow right away. It was a start, though, and she could be patient. After all, she had all the time in the world. Once she had reached the veranda of the town hall, Nightmare Moon used her magic to move the podium Ivory Scroll had been speaking from off to one side. She then looked to Ivory Scroll and saw that the mayor had retreated back several steps and was trembling like a leaf. Still, Ivory managed to bow to her new queen. Satisfied with the level of respect the mayor had shown her, Nightmare Moon turned to face the crowd and let her voice reach a commanding volume. "Citizens of Ponyville, it is hard to believe that merely a week ago I stood amongst you, freshly reborn, and now I am already your queen. One must truly wonder how sturdy your monarchy was, considering how easily it was conquered. I now stand as your one true queen. Under me, Equestria shall flourish under the eternal night. You need not fear for your crops or your homes, for while the night can be cold, those most loyal to me have already begun the act of making this kingdom a place that can thrive beneath the moonlight. They have long been prepared for the night eternal. And there is further reason to rejoice," Nightmare Moon told them, "for, as I promised, on the day of my return I have not forgotten the kindness you all showed me when I was but a scared little filly. For this, I have decided to give Ponyville a great honor, to bestow upon it a gift no other town in Equestria will share." The ground shook, a distant rumbling reaching the air of every pony as Nightmare Moon's eyes glowed. All heads turned to the distant rock quarries in the hills just beyond Ponyville, where the rumbling seemed to be emanating from. For a moment, none of them were able to see anything. Yet, as the rumbling continued, a single pointed spire began to rise up against the horizon. The rumbling then rose to a terrifying cacophony, as if the world was splitting in two. At the same time, the first spire continued to rise higher, and was soon joined by others. Eventually, a whole castle had risen up into view, creating a harsh shadow and looking down upon Ponyville like a giant ready to strike. When the fortress had fully risen and the rumbling had stopped, Nightmare Moon looked down and savored the shock and horror on her subjects' faces. "Yes, ponies of Ponyville, your eyes do not deceive you. For the time being, Canterlot shall remain the administrative capital of Equestria. But Ponyville shall be the true heart of this kingdom. It is here in your town that both I and my castle find a home, and Ponyville will know prosperity unmatched as it slowly becomes the beating heart of Equestria." Nightmare Moon finished her speech with a triumphant smile and a flare of her wings. The crowd, however, did not share in her enthusiasm. The only pony that dared to speak was Ivory Scroll. She shakily took a few steps towards Nightmare Moon and bowed to her new queen. You honor us, your highness. We will gladly serve as your home." Nightmare Moon smiled. "Well-chosen words, Mayor. If you keep that attitude up, I may just let you keep your position." "Well, some of us ain't going down without a fight." Nightmare Moon and the crowd as a whole turned their heads and saw 6 ponies standing at a nearby empty street. Nightmare Moon recognized 5 of the ponies. Applejack, Rarity, Pinkie Pie, Rainbow Dash, and Fluttershy were all together, wearing their Elements of Harmony necklaces. They were all standing strong, except for Fluttershy, who was hiding behind Rarity. Still, all 5 of them were there, and together. The 6th pony, however, was one Nightmare Moon did not recognize. She appeared to be a simple earth pony. Her coat was blue, and her mane was a mixture of white and silver. She was for some reason wearing a purple pointed hat that was decorated with silver and gold stars. She also had on a cape that matched the hat, and stood with her head held aloft. It was a posture that reminded Nightmare Moon of Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon. She hated the blue-colored pony already. "Well, well, well, I was wondering when you 5 would show up. Who's the new mayor?" Nightmare Moon asked. "Her name is—" Applejack began, only for the blue pony to interrupt her. "I believe that I can speak for myself, thank you very much," the new pony snipped. She then turned and gave Nightmare Moon a confident grin, as if she was looking down at some pony far beneath her. "Remember this face well, Nightmare Moon, for it will be the face of your doom," the blue pony exclaimed as she pointed a hoof at the self-appointed queen. "For on this day it will be I, the great and powerful Trixie, who will single-hoofedly vanquish you and bring peace and order back to Equestria." An eruption of magical fireworks and firecrackers erupted from behind Trixie, as if in fanfare for her words. The display, however, only made Nightmare Moon arch her eyebrows skeptically and look towards Applejack. You're kidding, right?" "I assure you, Nightmare Moon, this is no jest," Trixie crowed. A light purple glow encased the mare's hat, causing it to rise up and shift back on the pony's head. The adjustment revealed the fact that she was, in fact, a unicorn. "I, the great and powerful Trixie, shall defeat you." "Okay, this has to be a joke," Nightmare Moon scoffed. "This was your idea, Pinkie Pie, wasn't it? You 5 got together and decided to get on my good side by playing a prank. Very smart, but I think you may want to tell your friend there to tone it down. You wouldn't want me to actually believe you came here to defeat me, now would you?" "That is exactly what the great and powerful Trixie intends to do," she exclaimed. The smile faded from Nightmare Moon's face, and a threatening coldness filled her voice. "Do you not understand who you challenge?" Trixie lifted a hoof anxiously at Nightmare Moon's statement, as if she was going to take a step back, but instead she planted her hoof back down defiantly. "I am fully aware of your power, but I wield a far greater one, a power that I shall use to send you back to the dark pit you crawled out of. For you see, I am not merely a unicorn, I am the most magical unicorn in all of Equestria." Nightmare Moon couldn't help but gape. This fool was either completely clueless or had a death wish. Who was crazy enough to be so boastful? The only time Nightmare Moon had ever heard of a pony with such an ego was when... Nightmare Moon's eyes flickered, and she was struck with a realization. She knew this mare, not personally, but she had heard of her. Twilight had told her a story about a blue unicorn that had come into town boasting she had defeated an Ursa Major. But when an Ursa Minor came into town, the unicorn was unable to do anything, leaving Twilight to save the day. It was a tale that had become one of her favorite bedtime stories, and that memory caused Nightmare Moon to smirk. Oh, yes, of course," she spoke with a deceptively gentle tone. "I've heard of you before, great and powerful Trixie." You have? I mean, of course you have. Far and wide have ponies heard the tales of the miraculous feats of the great and powerful Trixie," she exclaimed, before releasing more firework magic in the air. A chuckle escaped Nightmare Moon's lips. "Yes, I know who you are. You're the egomaniac with a tacky hat that almost destroyed Ponyville with her boasting." Nightmare Moon's words sucked the air out of Trixie's lungs, made her mouth hang open, and caused her pupils to narrow to tiny dots. "At least," Nightmare Moon continued, smiling devilishly, "that's how Rarity put it. When Twilight told me about the last time you were here, she was more polite, though she basically said the same thing." Trixie turned and glared at Rarity as she hissed in a whisper. "You know her? And you told her that?" "Hey, don't get mad at her. She's not the one boasting that she's going to save the day all by herself," Rainbow Dash argued in Rarity's defense. "And I shouldn't need to remind you that you're worth a rotten apple without the rest of us," Applejack added, pointing an accusing hoof at Trixie. Trixie met the harsh tone in Applejack's voice with a snarl. "Hey, you're the ones who convinced me to come back here. You're the ones that came to me, and the only reason I agreed is because defeating Nightmare Moon would salvage my career. I wouldn't even be here if it weren't for you, so you'd better not mess this up." "As amusing as it is to meet the overconfident show pony from one of Twilight's stories," Nightmare Moon interrupted, if only to keep the 6 ponies from squabbling amongst themselves, "I am curious. What makes you think you actually stand a chance against me? Just how do you plan to defeat me, an immortal alicorn, when you are nothing more than a mere unicorn? I, the great and powerful Trixie, intend to use the most powerful magic known to ponykind, for I am the new bearer of the element of magic," Trixie exclaimed. She lifted her hat again and revealed that she was wearing the familiar tiara. She then quickly swapped the 2 things around, setting her hat back on her head and placing the tiara on top of the hat. It allowed her to proudly wear both at the same time. And for the first time since her transformation, Nightmare Moon felt real fear. "Where did you get those?" she hissed as she drew a hoof back in fear. "Nexus assured me he would secure them from Canterlot Tower." "You can thank Princess Cadence for that," Rainbow Dash said with a confident smile. "She got the elements out of Canterlot and to us before Twilight disappeared, because Princess Celestia knew you'd try to take them from Canterlot when you attacked." Nightmare Moon had made a miscalculation. She had come so far, but now her destruction was staring her down. She and Spell Nexus had not thought Princess Celestia would preemptively remove the elements of harmony from Canterlot Tower. They believed that Celestia would simply try to protect the elements, especially with Twilight missing in action. The elements, however, must have been sent to Ponyville within hours of her reappearance, before Twilight had even begun her search for the once underground castle. And, to Nightmare Moon's horror, Trixie was proving herself a capable replacement. the elements of harmony began to come to life. They glowed and began to lift the six wielders into the air. Nightmare Moon instinctively worked herself into a defensive position. She had been torn apart by the magical rainbow once. She would not let it happen again. She'd jump out of the way, try to escape, but she would not go down a second time so easily. The spell continued to grow in power, and the six ponies were engulfed in light. The crowd below began to cheer, and they looked on with eager eyes. The elements of harmony then launched their fabled rainbow, and the moment Nightmare Moon saw it, she was filled with an overpowering desire to laugh. The rainbow spat out by the elements of harmony was the size of a candy bar, and its colors were sickly and mismatched. It drifted on the wind like a leaf, and when it finally reached Nightmare Moon, the rainbow did not burn or hurt. All it was able to do was make a small patch of her body feel warmer before it faded. If Nightmare Moon was to be honest, it was rather a pleasant sensation, like a warm blanket. As Nightmare Moon tried to contain the laughter caused by the pitiful display, she was struck by an inspiration. It was a mischievous, almost childish idea, but it was too good to resist. She took in a deep breath and howled with fake agony. She then let her body burst into indigo smoke like she was a balloon that had been popped. It was a sight that made the crowd gasp. They watched the smoky remains of Nightmare Moon fade into the night air, and then turned to look at their supposed saviors, who were sprawled out on the ground. When the group was led by Twilight Sparkle, the magic of the elements left them feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. This time, however, they were covered with scuffs and scratches. It was like the ancient magic had worked against them, not with them. Trixie herself hastily shoved the tiara off her head and into the dirt, before proceeding to rub the sides of her skull. Her head was pounding with the worst headache she had ever felt in her life. The first to recover was Rarity, who forced herself to her hooves and looked around for any sign of Nightmare Moon. Is it over?" "I reckon it is," Applejack answered. A small smile formed on her face. "To tell you the truth, I didn't think it'd be that easy a second time, or that Trixie would actually be able to pull this off." Trixie huffed, her large ego unaffected by her splitting headache. "You doubted that I could be the new bearer of the element of magic. Don't you know you can always count on the great and powerful Trixie?" Applejack rolled her eyes, but the gesture went unnoticed as the residents of Ponyville began to encircle them. The crowd was cheering their heroes and the defeat of Nightmare Moon. Soon the princesses would grace the town with their presence. The moon would be lowered and the sun would rise, and everything would be normal. And as sure as the sun would rise, Trixie stood up and began to bask in the adulation, soaking it all in. Yes, celebrate, ponies of Ponyville, for I, the great and powerful Trixie, have saved Equestria all by myself. I am truly the greatest equine who has ever lived." Very quickly the cheers from the crowd began to die as Ponyville's residents began to remember why they didn't particularly like the great and powerful Trixie. Still, they wouldn't let Trixie's gloating ruin their happiness. Nightmare Moon had been defeated. It was a day to celebrate. However, the celebration ended before it even began. From amongst the crowd's hooves, several trails of indigo smoke swirled up into the air, and towards the bearers of the elements of harmony. The smoke formed into a swirling tornado which sucked up the six mares despite their panicked shouts. The tornado spun the mares round and round, tossing and spinning them as it moved towards the town hall. Then, as quickly as it had picked them up, the tornado dropped the six mares at the foot of the town hall steps, leaving them in a crumpled heap. Pinkie Pie was the only one among them able to raise her head, and her eyes were spinning as she asked, "Did any pony see the carriage that hit us?" Pinkie Pie's question drew a haughty laugh from the swirling indigo tornado. It had moved to the top of the town hall steps and materialized into Nightmare Moon. Once more the crowd gasped, for not only was Nightmare Moon still alive, but she now held all 6 of the elements of harmony in her mane. After glaring down at the 6 mares for a time, Nightmare Moon let a smile creep onto her lips as she descended the steps. She focused her attention on Trixie, the mare who believed herself a match for Equestria's new queen. She stood over Trixie, watched and waited as she recovered from her ride in the tornado. Trixie sat up, rubbed her head, and when she finally opened her eyes, her nose was but a few inches from Nightmare Moon's tall, slender legs. She tilted her head up slowly and saw Nightmare Moon smiling down at her with a wide, triumphant grin. "Gotcha!" That one word from Nightmare Moon made Trixie yelp. She jumped, turned, and tried to run away. She, however, got no more than 2 steps before Nightmare Moon whipped out her magic and caught one of Trixie's legs. This caused her to stumble, trip, and crash to the ground with a painful thud. Yet, despite the pain from her rough landing, Trixie quickly turned over on her back. She stared with wide, fearful eyes as Nightmare Moon closed in on her like a wolf would tower over an injured rabbit. "What a disappointing rebellion," Nightmare Moon commented. "Then again, I shouldn't have expected more from a mare so second-rate compared to Twilight Sparkle. Now, what am I going to do with you? Perhaps I should take a memento so I can fondly remember your pathetic attempt to overthrow me. Yes, I do believe I need a trophy to hang on my wall." At that, Nightmare Moon's mane arched back and struck out, diving towards Trixie with murderous intent. Trixie flinched and screamed at the sight, yet she never felt the pain of death. Instead, she felt something being taken off of her. Nightmare Moon had done nothing more than take her hat and cape. "What, were you afraid that I would take your pretty little head?" Nightmare Moon sardonically asked. "Don't worry. If I want that, I'll come back for it. Now, if I remember Twilight's story correctly, this is the part where you realize what a fool you've made of yourself, and you run away." Mark my words, you haven't seen the last of me," Trixie vowed weakly, trying to save face, even though she knew Nightmare Moon was sparing her. "For a while you may have won the battle, but the war is far from over. The great and powerful Trixie never runs away. She only makes tactical retreats." At that, Trixie used her magic to summon a smoke screen. She then turned and bolted, running as fast as her hooves would carry her. It was the same kind of retreat she had made after the Ursa Minor incident, and the display left most of Ponyville's residents groaning. While the crowd was disappointed with Trixie, Nightmare Moon reveled in her most recent success. The one thing left that could possibly defeat her, the elements of harmony, were now in her possession. She could now make sure they were never used again. So thrilled was she at her absolute victory, Nightmare Moon couldn't keep herself from having a little more fun. Looking over the crowd of ponies that hung on her every word out of fear, Nightmare Moon once again turned into an indigo cloud. Her body swirled and condensed quickly before she rematerialized, but not as a regal alicorn. Instead, Nightmare Moon had taken on Trixie's appearance and was wearing the cape and hat she plucked from the real Trixie but a few moments ago. "Behold, Ponyville!" the shape-shifted Nightmare Moon shouted out in Trixie's own voice. I am the weak and cowardly Trixie. Thrill as I attempt to pretend that sparklers and flashes of light are worthy of admiration. Be dazzled as I bore you with speeches about my unfounded belief in my own abilities. Gasp as I turn tail and run at the first sign of danger." The not Trixie began to laugh haughtily, finding amusement at her own joke. Her performance, however, was met with utter silence. No pony in the crowd gave so much as a chortle or a giggle. The silence made not Trixie's face contort, first into an expression of disappointment, and then into one of annoyance. "Humph! Plebeians! You would think they would appreciate a mare that can shape-shift at will," Nightmare Moon grumbled to herself. She changed back into her normal appearance, and Trixie's hat and cape joined the elements of harmony in the embrace of her magical mane. With her impromptu attempt at celebrity roasting failing to earn a single laugh, Nightmare Moon redirected her focus on the 5 remaining mares that dared to oppose her. She expected them to be shocked, filled with fear, to be trembling in her shadow, but they were, in fact, arguing amongst themselves. "I told you we shouldn't have used her," Rainbow Dash barked at Applejack. "Oh, hush up," Applejack snapped back. "She was the only unicorn we could find that had a special talent for magic, and even that was a long shot." "So, my little ponies," Nightmare Moon began, ending the disagreement and forcing the 5 mares to take notice of her, "what am I going to do with you?" "Do whatever you want. You can't make us talk," Dash shouted defiantly. "Yeah," Pinkie Pie agreed, only to look quizzically at Rainbow Dash a moment later. "Wait, what would we talk to her about?" "Pinkie Pie, shh." Nightmare Moon chuckled. "Your bickering alone is very amusing to me. How would you 5 like to be my personal court jesters? I'll even let you have visitation rights with Twilight Sparkle." "Your Majesty, the law dictates that there is only one punishment for those who dare to attack you." Nightmare Moon turned her attention to the voice, seeing it was one of her bodyguards. She was surprised they had actually lingered nearby after her faked defeat. She would have expected them to bolt for the castle to inform Spell Nexus of what had happened. Still, they had remained and were now bowing to her respectfully. Heaving a heavy sigh, Nightmare Moon turned her attention away from the guards that were interrupting her fun. "Let me guess. This is one of Nexus's laws?" "Yes, Your Highness," one of her guards confirmed. "And what does this law say?" "That any pony that attacks your royal grace is to meet the gallows," the other guard answered. Did he just say gallows?" Rarity asked, in a hushed, disbelieving whisper. Applejack nodded. He did, Sugar Cube." But what about the animals at my cottage?" Fluttershy asked, as she started to tear up in panic. "There are some that need their medicine. I have to go take care of them. There is a little ferret that needs his bandages changed, and there are songbirds that are just about ready to take their first flight. What will happen if I'm not there to catch them if they fall?" "You be strong, Sugar Cube. I promise all those little animals will get along just fine." Applejack tried to reassure her. Just like how Big Mac, Apple Bloom, and Granny Smith will get along. It'll be hard, especially when the next apple bucking season comes. I don't think Big Macintosh will be able to handle all them trees himself. But Apple Bloom's getting big. She'll be bucking apples in a year now. She'll be able to help." But I can't go to the gallows," Rarity wailed in panic. I just can't. I can't leave my family behind like that." "And who will throw parties when I'm gone?" Pinkie Pie asked, her usually curly hair starting to deflate and fall straight. "Who's going to make the cake when I'm gone? The Cakes will have their anniversary party soon, and there is a wedding party that we have to cater, and there is a birthday party for Lyra, and—" "What's wrong with all of you?" Rainbow Dash bellowed at her friends. She got to her hooves and flared her wings. "We can't give up. We can take her without the elements." Rainbow Dash leapt at Nightmare Moon. She arched her hoof back, making it very clear she intended to punch Nightmare Moon square in the jaw. Nightmare Moon, however, made no effort to dodge or duck Rainbow Dash's attack, for she didn't have to. Before Rainbow could lay a hoof on Nightmare Moon, the two royal guards rushed forward and tackled her. They pinned Rainbow Dash against the ground, and even though she struggled to try and free herself, the stallions were too strong. She had no hope of escape, and finally the reality of the situation started to settle in. We've lost." Applejack sniffled and rubbed her hoof across her nose. She was doing her best not to cry, to be the strong one for her friends, but she was losing that fight. "I'm sorry, Rainbow, but that's what it looks like." "But this isn't fair," Dash complained. She began to struggle against the guards again as tears formed in her eyes. "I was going to the Wonderboat tryouts this summer. I was going to be a Wonderboat, and I promised Scootaloo that I would teach her how to fly like I do when her wings were stronger. I promised her that I would. And who's going to clear the weather in Ponyville if I'm not around?" Rainbow Dash's questions were the final straw. Applejack, who had been struggling to be strong, broke like a thin twig. She began to cry with her friends, and Nightmare Moon watched as all 5 mares crumbled under the cost their attempted rebellion would incur. And as she watched them, Nightmare Moon knew she should have been happy. She should have been enjoying the sight of their suffering. Instead, her chest felt tight, as if something had reached inside her and was now squeezing her heart. "My queen, shall we place them under arrest?" one of the guards asked. Nightmare Moon opened her mouth to reply, but she could not bring herself to say yes. The words were too heavy on her tongue. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't force herself to do it. She could not doom them, Twilight's friends, to a death at the gallows. Thus Nightmare Moon said the only thing she could. "No, you are to let them go." "What?" The shouted question of disbelief had come from not just the guards, but from every pony who heard Nightmare Moon's order. Mouths were hanging open in shock. Eyes were wide in disbelief. None could believe what they had just heard, but Nightmare Moon confirmed what she said was true. "Yes, let them go. I am officially pardoning them as my first act as Queen of Equestria." But my queen, the law says," one of the guards tried to protest. "Am I or am I not your queen?" Nightmare Moon snapped. "Now return to the castle and inform Nexus that I want him to take me through all of the new laws he's enacted, every single one of them." "But my queen, we aren't supposed to leave your side for any—" "Now!" Nightmare Moon bellowed, her angry shout punctuated by a lightning bolt directed at the hooves of the guards. The guards didn't waste a moment after that. They took off and flew towards the now above-ground castle as fast as their wings could carry them. Nightmare Moon kept her eyes on the Pegasi for a few more moments before turning her gaze down on the 5 mares who were staring back at her. They, along with the rest of the crowd, didn't dare say a word, fearful that a single utterance might change her mind. It was Rarity who finally dared to break the silence. You're letting us go?" "It is a repayment of a debt, and nothing more," Nightmare Moon answered coldly as she spread her wings. "For the kindness you showed me when I was but a cowardly filly, I am now sparing your lives. Do not expect the same mercy should you try and rebel against me again." With those final words, Nightmare Moon took flight. She circled once over Ponyville, looking down at the crowd and seeing their fear-filled eyes. She then turned in the direction of her freshly risen castle and flew towards it with the elements of harmony, along with Trixie's hat and cape, floating in her magical mane. With a flutter of wings, Nightmare Moon landed on her bedroom balcony and stepped inside. She floated the elements of harmony to a nearby dresser and tucked them away along with her armor. She removed her helmet last and hung it from a stud on the wall. Then she simply tossed Trixie's hat and cape onto a table, intending to deal with them later. The now armorless Nightmare Moon lay down on her bed, breathing out slowly as she sank into the softness of her blanket. She wanted nothing more than to simply sleep. Yet, as she tried to rest, she found sleep would not come easily. Her mind began to turn. It went over her actions of the past few hours, and it was struggling to understand her recent choices. First, she didn't attack the guards. She could have easily sent the children of Nightmare to the castle and seized it by force. In fact, that was what the royal guard expected her to do, to be a direct threat to them. Instead, she had gone a more subversive route. She had impersonated soldiers and infiltrated the castle, all so she could get to Celestia without hurting any pony else. Second, she didn't kill Celestia or Luna. In her anger, she came close to finishing Celestia. All it would have taken was a flick of her sword, but then the princess said those words. Celestia made her think of Twilight and how she would react to the news that her mentor had been slain. Then, even during the fight with Luna, Celestia's words rang out in her mind, and in the end she banished Luna to the moon, just as she had banished Celestia to the sun. Third, she had spared Twilight's friends. In fact, she had let them go completely unpunished. Yes, she had the elements of harmony now, but would those mares ever truly accept her rule? Would they not attempt to free Twilight and retake the elements? It would have made more sense to take them out permanently. Yet, like Luna and Celestia, she had spared them, just as she had spared Twilight. She should have struck Twilight Sparkle down the moment Nexus brought her to the throne room. In fact, she should have done it the night she was fully resurrected, when she found Twilight in the crowd. Yet, whenever her thoughts turned to such dark actions, such as taking the lives of those ponies, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Nightmare Moon violently shook her head. What was wrong with her? She was no longer that scared crybaby Nyx. She was Nightmare Moon, Queen of Equestria and bringer of the Night Eternal. She was the sole immortal alicorn left in the world, the most powerful pony that lived and ever would live. She had won. In all aspects her victory was absolute. She had everything she ever wanted. Celestia and Luna were gone. She now held the elements of harmony, the one force that could defeat her. She was the one true Queen of Equestria, and she would reign for millennia to come. Even if she was unwilling to kill, she didn't need to. No pony in Equestria or the world would be able to defy her. She had won. And that was all that mattered. Chapter 14. Once a Crusader. Knock, knock, knock. Cheerilee looked up from her book. She was curled up with a blanket, and a fire roared in the fireplace. Nightmare Moon had taken over Equestria 1 week prior, and without the sun's warmth, the kingdom had been slowly getting colder and colder. At the moment, the air outside was still mildly bearable. Cheerilee doubted that would last for much longer. Knock, knock, knock. The second set of knocks drew Cheerilee out of the warm spot she had made for herself on the couch. She moved to the door and looked through the peephole. She never used to worry about which ponies were on her doorstep, but she didn't feel as safe as she used to. However, the ponies outside her door weren't royal guards, Nightmare Moon, or any pony that looked dangerous. They were 3 familiar fillies who Cheerilee willingly opened the door for. "Girls, what are you doing out here in the dark?" "It's always dark," Scootaloo pointed out. She was standing between Sweetie Belle and Apple Bloom on Cheerilee's front step. "I guess that's true." Cheerilee forced a weak smile. "Still, what can I do for you 3? "Cheerilee, can we ask you some questions?" Sweetie Belle asked. "I've been trying to get Rarity and my parents to tell me what's going on, but I don't think they're telling me the truth." "Applejack and Big Macintosh won't tell me anything," added Apple Bloom. "And my parents won't even let me talk about what's going on," Scootaloo finished. Cheerilee's smile weakened. "Girls, I don't think it's my place, especially if your families don't." "Please, Cheerilee," the 3 crusaders begged in unison. Cheerilee stepped back and motioned with a hoof. "All right, why don't you come inside? Can't have you 3 standing outside in the cold, now can I?" The crusaders happily accepted their teacher's offer. They moved inside, and once they were clear of the door, Cheerilee pulled it shut and rubbed her forelegs together to drive away the chill. It was still getting colder outside. She would need her winter clothes soon. After guiding the 3 fillies into her living room, Cheerilee let them jump up onto her couch. She climbed up into a smaller chair and wrapped herself in a blanket. Only then, once she had finished making herself comfortable, did she turn her attention back to her guests. "So, girls, what did you want to ask me?" "We want to know what happened to Nix," Apple Bloom explained as the 3 fillies shared the blanket Cheerilee had left behind on the couch. "Girls, I really don't think Cheerilee began, only to be cut off. "Please," Sweetie Belle pleaded. "Scootaloo says that Nix is Nightmare Moon, but Rarity keeps telling me that Nix just went back to live with her family, since she was Twilight's cousin." Cheerilee pulled at her blanket, tightening its grasp around her body, and focused on Scootaloo. "Why do you think Nix is Nightmare Moon?" "Because of everything Nightmare Moon did when she showed up in the center of town with those weird ponies in cloaks." "You were there?" Scootaloo nodded. "Yes, and I heard her say she used to be a filly. Then she went after Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon, saying it was their prank that let her become Nightmare Moon. Not only that, but Nightmare Moon didn't have a cutie mark, just like Nix." "Are you sure Nightmare—" Cheerilee tried to interrupt, only for Scootaloo to continue without pause. "Then, when she was close to me, I shouted at her. I called her Nix, and she turned to look at me. She recognized me, I know she did." Scootaloo's ears flattened. "But then she said we weren't her friends any more." The heads of all 3 fillies sank at those words, and Cheerilee felt her stomach twist as a frown formed on her lips. It was obvious to her that their families were trying to shield them from the truth, either by not telling them or lying. Despite that, she knew she wouldn't be able to keep the truth from the 3 fillies. They were worried, and if any pony deserved to know the whole story, it was them. "All right, girls. From what I've heard, Nix is Nightmare Moon, And she was Nightmare Moon all along. Apple Bloom's eyes widened. The whole time? Cheerilee answered with a nod. No way, protested Scootaloo. Nix wasn't like Nightmare Moon at all the last time we saw her. Those weird ponies did something to her. And even if Nix is Nightmare Moon, why would she make it all dark? Sweetie Belle asked, glancing out a window at the night-locked sky. She never really liked it when it was dark out, so why would she make it like this all the time? Cheerilee sighed, pausing to think very carefully on how to phrase her reply. Apple Bloom, Scootaloo, and Sweetie Belle deserved the truth, but it would be a bitter pill to swallow. She tried to open her mouth to tell them the straight truth, but the words died in her throat. She had to soften the blow, sugarcoat it, mix in some of the faint, if unrealistic, hope she herself was clinging to. I think Nix is just confused, Cheerilee finally told them, hoping the three fillies would accept her explanation. Why would she be confused? Sweetie Belle asked. You see, girls, Nix didn't remember being Nightmare Moon when she was in class with us, but because of what happened, now she does. She remembers everything, and I think she's just confused now. She doesn't really know which pony she is supposed to be. The Nightmare Moon every pony fears, or the Nix that was your friend. And right now, unfortunately, she's decided to be Nightmare Moon. But if she's just confused, that means she could be Nix again, right? Maybe she doesn't like being Nightmare Moon, Scootaloo pointed out, a hopeful smile forming on her face. Yeah, I mean, if she was really Nightmare Moon, she wouldn't have let my big sis and her friends go, Apple Bloom said confidently. That proves she is still Nix. With some difficulty, Cheerilee forced a smile. I hope you're right, girls. Still, why don't you run along and try to take your minds off it? Cheerilee suggested. She shifted in her seat, sinking deeper into the warm embrace of her chair and blanket. And please, make sure the door is locked when you leave. The three fillies nodded before jumping down from Cheerilee's couch, thanking her, and slipping out her front door. They trotted to the sidewalk and began to walk side by side down the street. I feel bad for Nix, Scootaloo said, glancing at her two friends. I can't imagine what it would be like to be confused about who you are. Sweetie Belle nodded. Yeah, it's probably like having a different cutie mark on each of your flanks. You wouldn't know if your special talent was supposed to be one or the other. Too bad we can't do anything to help her, Scootaloo said as her ears drooped. Yeah, too bad, Sweetie Belle agreed. She and Scootaloo continued to walk, but after several steps they realized that Apple Bloom wasn't following them. Looking back, they saw she had stopped dead in her tracks. Her head was bent down, and her eyes were focused down on the ground. Hey, Apple Bloom, you okay? Asked Scootaloo. Apple Bloom was quiet for a few moments before snapping her head up. Crusaders, we have a friend who doesn't know who she is, she announced, like a general speaking to her troops. She's up in that big nasty castle, lost and confused. And do you know what she needs? No, Sweetie Belle replied, not understanding why Apple Bloom was acting or speaking the way she was. Well, I do, Apple Bloom snapped, marching back and forth in front of her friends. She needs some pony to remind her of who she is, to remind her that she has friends that want to play with her in the sunshine again, and we're just the ponies to do it. Scootaloo smiled confidently and pumped her hoof in the air. Yeah, let's go show Nix that Cutie Mark Crusaders stick together no matter what. Girls, Sweetie Belle interrupted, you do realize Nix is in that big castle, the one guarded by all those big scary ponies in armor, right? So we'll just sneak past the guards, Apple Bloom said confidently. Yeah, we could be Cutie Mark Crusader, Scootaloo began, only to fall silent and look over at her friends. What's a pony called when they sneak into places like castles? Boogeyman, suggested Apple Bloom. No. Infiltrator, Sweetie Belle offered. Close, but no. Sweetie Belle and Apple Bloom looked at each other for a moment, trying to think. Sweetie Belle's eyes then lit up as she thought of the perfect word. Spy? That's it, Scootaloo said with a bounce. We'll be Cutie Mark Crusader spies. Apple Bloom and Sweetie Belle smiled, and the three friends high-hoofed before quickly galloping down the street to make their plans. Nightmare Moon descended a spiraling stone staircase, thankful to have a few minutes to herself. The past week had been all about transferring the power over Equestria from the royal pony sisters to her. Members of the Children of Nightmare were put into important positions of power, as if they weren't already in such positions, and the government was once again functioning. There was some resistance. Despite the news that her husband had joined the Children of Nightmare, Princess Cadence, along with some of the other minor princes and princesses of Equestria, had gone into hiding. The consensus between Spell Nexus and other important ponies was that they were building a rebellion, but Nightmare Moon wasn't worried. Cadence was the only alicorn among the rebels, and she was only of partial alicorn blood. She was a mortal, and just as she had no hope of moving the sun in the sky, she had no hope of defeating her, Equestria's queen. Truthfully, Nightmare Moon wanted to forget about it all until the next day. It was past 6. She had put in a full day's work, like much of the castle staff that was leaving at this hour, but she still hadn't earned a respite from her royal duties. Nexus expected her in the dining hall soon. He had arranged for her to meet with several minor princes and princesses over dinner. They were those of royal blood who had sided with her new regime, and they all shared her turquoise eyes. It was a sign that Nexus was spreading her blessing around quite freely. Truthfully, Nightmare Moon was starting to get a little sick of seeing every pony around her with the same color eyes. She decided that as soon as she was done here, she was going to tell Spell Nexus that she wasn't going to attend dinner, that she just wasn't in the mood. She was the queen of Equestria. What was he going to do? Reaching the bottom of the staircase, Nightmare Moon pushed the thoughts from her mind and strode down the dimly lit hallway. She was down in her castle dungeons, and she passed by many empty cells until she reached the one at the very end, the only occupied cell. Twilight Sparkle sat up from her cot, having wrapped herself tightly in a blanket. She was unharmed, but still bore one sign of her imprisonment. The metal collar that was secured to her neck blocked her magic, ensuring she could not escape through teleportation or even by levitating a key. Nightmare Moon looked in on Twilight for a time, staring at her through the bars before finally speaking. "I trust the guards have been treating you as I ordered." "They bring me my meals and nothing else," Twilight replied softly. "Good. That's good. Are your injuries healing well?" Twilight looked down at her front leg, shifting it gingerly. "My ankle is still a little tender, but I'm fine." She paused for a moment before looking back to Nightmare Moon. "How are you doing?" "I am perfectly fine. I am the queen of Equestria. Every pony is enjoying the beauty of an eternal night. The Children of Nightmare are settling into control of the government, and Equestria is mine to rule. I couldn't be happier." "You don't sound happy," Twilight pointed out. Nightmare Moon's eyes pulsed, and her distant gaze turned into an irritated glare. "What would you know about how I sound when I'm happy?" "Because I've seen you happy, Nix. I've heard you laugh and seen you smile. You may say you're happy, but I can tell you're not." "You don't know what you're talking about," Nightmare Moon snipped. "And what would you have me do if I wasn't happy, Twilight? Would you have me give up the crown? Or perhaps you want me to release Celestia and Luna?" "Yes," Twilight answered eagerly. She moved out from underneath her blanket and to the cell door, getting as close as she could to Nightmare Moon. "Then you would have me sign away my own freedom. The moment Celestia and Luna are free, they will work together to make sure that I take their place." Nightmare Moon gritted her teeth and lowered her head down so that she was at eye level with Twilight. "I will not spend another 1,000 years banished to the moon. You and Celestia have made it perfectly clear that no matter what I do, no matter how well I behave, I am, and forever will be, an enemy to Equestria. It is too late to go back now, Twilight, even if I wanted to." "But do you want to?" Twilight asked hopefully. Nightmare Moon offered no reply. She turned with a huff and strode back towards the staircase. Twilight watched her for as long as she could. She pressed her face up against the bars and strained her ears. She stayed there until she couldn't hear hoofsteps any more, and only then did she climb back onto her cot. She wrapped herself back up in her blanket and laid her head down on the pillow. She lifted a hoof to try and dry her eyes, but it was a fruitless effort. No matter how much she tried, she couldn't keep herself from crying. "Halt! Who goes there?" A guard snapped from the top of the castle gatehouse. "Apple delivery," Big Macintosh called up to the guards in his deep, calm drawl. He was hooked to a wagon filled with several baskets of ripe red apples. "Y'all ordered them yesterday." The guards at the top of the gatehouse flipped through some paperwork before poking their heads over the edge again. "Proceed. Unload the wagon just inside the gate and then leave. You got that?" "Yep," was all Big Macintosh said in reply as the castle gates opened in front of him. The moment he could, he pulled his cart inside. Then, as he had been instructed, Big Macintosh unloaded the baskets of apples and left soon after. The castle gates swung shut behind his cart, and once the courtyard was secured, servants from the castle's kitchen appeared. They fetched the baskets of apples, carried them inside, and placed them in the pantry for storage. Once all the apples were moved, the kitchen servants pulled the pantry doors shut and went about their other duties, and for a time after that the inside of the pantry was pitch black and utterly quiet. But soon a rustling began to fill the air. The noise was followed by another, the sound of apples hitting the floor. "The coast is clear." After some straining and grunting, a light flared to life in the room. The light sat at the very tip of a little white unicorn horn. Sweetie Belle poked her head out from a basket of apples and looked around the room. Apple Bloom was already out of her own basket and was pulling at her Cutie Mark Crusader cape, which had gotten caught. At the same time, some apples fell from a third basket as Scootaloo popped into view. "This was an awesome plan, Apple Bloom," Scootaloo praised as she clambered out of her basket. "Thanks," Apple Bloom replied. "It's a good thing I overheard Applejack and Big Mac talking about the delivery to the castle. I don't know how we would have gotten in otherwise." "But what do we do now that we're here?" Sweetie Belle asked Apple Bloom. "Simple. If Nix is in the castle, she has to eat sometime, right? Well, that's the best part about us being in the kitchen and being so close to dinner time. We'll just wait until some pony makes her dinner. And then we'll use our super spy skills to follow that pony, and she will lead us right to Nix," Scootaloo interrupted before striking a dramatic kung fu pose. "But we aren't even in the kitchen. We're in a pantry, and we don't have any super spy skills," Sweetie Belle pointed out. "Well, it's still a solid plan," Scootaloo weakly defended. "Hey, get some of those apples," a fourth voice spoke from outside the door. The three fillies jumped. They ducked into a corner of the pantry behind some bags of potatoes. Just as the door opened, one of the kitchen workers stepped inside, lingering just long enough to grab one of the baskets. He then turned to leave, letting the door swing shut under its own weight. The door was about to snap shut again when Scootaloo bolted out of the hiding place and put her hoof in the way. She winced as the heavy door hit her hoof, but she had succeeded in keeping the door propped open. She waved at her friends, and soon all 3 fillies were peeking out the crack in the door. There seemed to be 2 sides to the kitchen. On one side, a team of chefs were making a bunch of very plain-looking meals that were probably for the ponies that worked in the castle. On the other side of the kitchen, however, one chef worked diligently on a few smaller plates, stacking them with food that looked much more appetizing. "I bet that's Nix's dinner," Scootaloo whispered, pointing at the chef working away from all the others. "What makes you think that?" asked Apple Bloom. "Well, she's supposed to be queen or something. I've never seen food like that before, so it must be something really fancy, and queens eat fancy food." "Makes sense to me," Sweetie Belle said. Apple Bloom pursed her face up in contemplation. "How are we going to follow him to where Nix is?" "Look," Scootaloo said as she pointed with her hoof. "He's putting some of the plates onto that cart. We'll just take one of those big silver lids he's using to cover the plates with and hide on the bottom of the cart." "But how are we going to get that lid?" Apple Bloom asked. The answer this time came from Sweetie Belle. She grunted and shut her eyes tight as her horn began to glow. Shakily, one of the largest silver plate covers began to float up, moving lazily along the ceiling towards where the Crusaders were hiding. It dipped and bobbed a number of times as Sweetie Belle struggled, but it remained aloft. Scootaloo smiled and eagerly watched as the lid floated through the air. "That's it, just a little closer." I can't do it," Sweetie Belle whimpered as she began to sweat. "Come on, Sweetie Belle," Apple Bloom said, trying to encourage her. "Just a little farther." "I just can't," Sweetie Belle answered, her magical grasp on the silver lid breaking. The lid dropped, landing on the floor with a clatter. The abrupt noise caused many of the cooks in the kitchen to jump, and all eyes fell on the cover. The nearest unicorn, the one who had been preparing the fancy food, trotted over to the silver lid. He picked it up magically and looked at the floor beneath it. He expected to find some ruined food, but there was nothing there. Confused, the cook raised his gaze and noticed the pantry door was open. Curiosity getting the best of him, the chef used his magic to open the pantry door while keeping the serving dish lid in the air beside him. He looked all around the pantry, but when he saw nothing out of place, he looked back at the other chefs and shrugged. With no apparent explanation for where the lid had come from, the chefs went back to their tasks, writing off the event as a mystery. The chef that currently held the mysterious plate cover went back to work as well. He picked up a particularly large plate which was laden with a number of sugary desserts, and after wiping the bottom rim of the lid with a cloth, he placed it over the top of the desserts. The chef then gently set the now covered plate on the bottom of the serving cart before returning to his cooking. "Whew! Nice move, Scootaloo," Apple Bloom whispered. At the last possible moment, Scootaloo had grabbed her 2 friends and dove out of the pantry. The serving lid had come down right on top of the trio, but before the chef could investigate, the 3 fillies had pressed their legs against the lid's interior. By doing that, they managed to keep themselves inside the lid, even as it was lifted off the ground. Now the 3 fillies found themselves on the way to Nix, and they carefully dropped down from the interior of the lid. They stepped gingerly around the desserts on the serving tray, while Sweetie Belle lit her horn, giving them some light. The tray itself seemed unnecessarily big for the number of desserts it held. The Crusaders, however, were more focused on the treats themselves. Scootaloo licked her lips as she looked over the treats with wide eyes. "Wow, they sure look good." She picked up a dessert with a hoof. You think Nix would mind if we had some?" "She always liked to share the treats she brought to school with us," Apple Bloom remarked. Both she and Sweetie Belle were looking at the desserts just as eagerly as Scootaloo was, even though they felt the cart begin to slowly move. "Your dinner, Your Majesty," the waiter, Hort Cuisine, announced. He pushed the dinner cart into Nightmare Moon's bedroom and gave his queen a respectful bow. "The royal chef also prepared a selection of desserts for you. They are in the platter on the bottom of the cart." "Thank you. You can leave it there," Nightmare Moon replied. She had only just returned to her room herself and was in the process of removing her shoes. Hort Cuisine gave a nod and backed out of the room with a final bow before he pulled the door shut. Nightmare Moon only sighed. She had already grown tired of the constant pomp and circumstance the castle staff went through whenever she was around. Having cleaned off her eyeshadow, the now all-natural Nightmare Moon moved over to the food cart. She lifted the lid off her dinner and leaned in to inspect it. The royal chef had, of course, taken her very simple request and turned it into some artful, overly fanciful display. The sandwich was cut into weird shapes and stacked like some kind of sculpture. Her side salad had also suffered. The green leaves were garnished with garishly colorful flowers. The only thing that looked simple was the soup. Then again, it's hard to mess up soup. Leaving the sandwich and salad alone, Nightmare Moon levitated the soup over to her bed. She lay down and kept the bowl suspended nearby as she levitated a book up to her face. That was the one benefit she had come to enjoy as Equestria's new queen, access to the royal library. Some of the books she had been able to read were amazing. Despite the few times she had tripped over books that reminded her of the Golden Oaks Library, Spike, or Twilight Sparkle. Holding the soup with her magic, Nightmare Moon drew out a spoonful and drank it gently. In spite of all that had happened, Rarity's etiquette lessons lingered with her. She did not slurp or spill. She ate the soup like a proper mare before turning open her book and continuing to read. Achoo! Caught off guard, Nightmare Moon jumped. The soup slipped from her grip, and it took a desperate surge of magic to keep the contents of the bowl from splashing across her bedspread. By a small stroke of luck, she saved most of the soup, but the portion she couldn't save spilled onto her bed. It was an irritating mess, and Nightmare Moon cursed the soup and all the ingredients that comprised it. Her rage, however, quickly cooled. She used a bit of magic to draw up the soup from the fabric and levitated it to the garbage. She then set the bowl down on her bedside table and turned her eyes to the source of the sneeze. The sneeze had come from the dinner cart, specifically the dessert tray at the bottom. Climbing out of bed, Nightmare Moon strode over to the cart and lowered her head. She brought her ear close to the silver lid that covered what was supposedly a plate of desserts and listened. Through the thin metal she was able to hear tiny voices whispering. Eyebrows furrowing, Nightmare Moon grabbed the tray and carried it to the bed. The voices that had been whispering began to panic. But she didn't care. Some pony had dared to sneak into her castle, into her bedroom, and she was going to confront them. In preparation for facing the intruders, Nightmare Moon set the tray down on her bed. She spread her wings, flared her mane, and ensured her lips formed a menacing frown. Only then, when she was ready to scare the intruder into submission, did she lift the lid off the tray with a single swift yank. The sudden motion caused the ponies hiding beneath the lid to snap their heads in her direction. The 3 fillies that Nightmare Moon found were covered in crumbs from long-eaten desserts, and at first they looked upon her with fear. Their expressions, however, quickly shifted to ones of joy. The cape-wearing crusaders smiled, jumped up from the tray, and moved to the edge of the bed closest to Nightmare Moon. "See, I told you we'd find her," Scootaloo said. "My plan was just that awesome." "It sure was," Apple Bloom cheered. "And boy, Nick, Scootaloo wasn't kidding. You got big. You're as tall as Princess Celestia." Sweetie Belle's smile faltered as she sat back on her haunches and tapped her 4 hooves together. We're sorry if we ate your food. We kind of missed dinner." Scootaloo rubbed the back of her neck. "Yeah, sorry about that. You aren't too mad, are you?" Mad? Nightmare Moon was honestly unable to process anything at the moment. She was as still as a statue, mind and body locked up like a machine with a wrench thrown into its gears. Her jaw hung open, and her eyes widened at the sight of the fillies that had managed to find their way to her bedroom. "Whoa, Nix, is this your room?" Apple Bloom asked, looking around in awe. "It's so big." "And beautiful," Sweetie Belle added. "Well, Nix isn't exactly as small as us anymore," Scootaloo pointed out. "She kind of needs a bigger room. Hey, Sweetie Belle, look over there. She has a vanity mirror just like your sister." "It's called a vanity mirror," Sweetie Belle corrected. The three fillies jumped down from the bed and scampered over to the mirror, which had been replaced just that morning, and leapt up onto the small table that was attached to it before looking at their reflections. "Hey, I've got crumbs in my tail," Sweetie Belle said with a giggle as she used a hoof to bat at her hair. "Well, that's what you get for sitting on one of the desserts," Apple Bloom said flatly. "It wasn't my fault. The cart shook. At least I didn't eat it, like Scootaloo did." "What? It was still good. It was just a little smushed," Scootaloo defended as she opened a makeup box that was on the top of the vanity, taking notice of the large amount of purple eyeshadow inside. "Wow, that's a lot of makeup. I didn't know you were into..." Scootaloo didn't get to finish her sentence as the makeup box was snapped shut by Nightmare Moon's mane. The queen had rushed over to where the three little fillies were and was looking down at them with panicked eyes. "I'm not. It's just that spell Nexus says I need to..." Nightmare Moon caught herself and gave her head a firm shake. There was no reason for her to be justifying herself to her friends. To her old friends. There was no reason she needed to justify herself to any pony. "What are you three doing here?" she asked with a voice that was firm but not harsh. "We wanted to help you so you weren't so confused," Apple Bloom said as she and the other Crusaders turned away from the mirror and looked at Nightmare Moon. Nightmare Moon still had a significant height advantage, even though the fillies were standing on top of the vanity table, but they either didn't care or didn't notice. Nightmare Moon cocked an eyebrow. "Who said I was confused?" "Cheerilee did," answered Sweetie Belle. "She said that you were confused about who you were, so you were trying to be the pony other ponies expected you to be. And that's why you made it so that the sun doesn't come up, because you're confused," Apple Bloom added. "So we decided to come here and help you remember who you are. After all, Cutie Mark Crusaders stick together. We even brought you a cape," Sweetie Belle chirped. She stuck her head beneath her own cape and brought out a fourth little red cape, which bore the blue Cutie Mark Crusader emblem and an interior made with golden fabric. Sweetie Belle held it up with a smile. "We wanted to bring your old one, but we couldn't find it, so I decided to make you a new one." Her smile faded as she glanced between the cape and Nightmare Moon. "Though now that I think about it, I probably should have made it bigger." "Oh, yeah, a whole lot bigger," Scootaloo agreed with a nod. Nightmare Moon was once again struck speechless. She gingerly took the cape from Sweetie Belle and held it to her eyes. She focused on the haphazardly sewn blue shield emblem with a rearing, smiling, cape-wearing yellow filly in the center. "Why are we going to the clubhouse again? I thought we were going to try being Cutie Mark Crusader couch sales ponies with Mr. Davenport," Nix asked. She was following Apple Bloom to Sweet Apple Acres, where, in a more secluded, private part of the farm, a simple tree-house stood. It was a hoof-me-down from Applejack and the current headquarters of the Cutie Mark Crusaders. "We are, but we need to pick up something first," Apple Bloom replied before she climbed up the steps and nosed open the door of the treehouse. She then stepped back, letting Nix walk in first. She didn't think much of it until she noticed Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle were standing in front of her, with big smiles on their faces. "Oh, hi," Nix greeted. "I thought you were going to meet us at Sofas and Quills." Scootaloo was grinning ear to ear. We were, but we've got a surprise for you. Really? What is it? Nix asked excitedly. First, you gotta close your eyes and keep them closed, Sweetie Belle told her. Nix closed her eyes as fast as she could and kept them sealed tight, even as she felt something fall on her back. She stood there, biting her lower lip in anticipation, but she wouldn't let herself peek. May I look yet? Nix asked when her curiosity was too much to bear. Yes, Sweetie Belle chirped, and in a single motion Nix opened her eyes and looked behind her. There, on top of her usual vest, was the signature red cape of the Cutie Mark Crusaders. Consider yourself an official Cutie Mark Crusader, Apple Bloom announced happily. Nix looked over at the cape, a smile spreading across her face. That smile was soon joined by a few tears. Thank you. Thank you so much, she sputtered out. Told you she would cry, Scootaloo teased with a grin on her face. Scootaloo, that's mean, Sweetie Belle chided, though she was surprised to hear Nix giggling a bit. It's okay, Sweetie Belle, Nix assured her friend, while she admired the cape. Nightmare Moon shook her head, reclaiming her thoughts from the memory that had forced itself to the front of her mind. The three small crusaders were still looking up at her, smiling as they waited for her response. For a moment longer, Nightmare Moon looked at the little cape, and then gently set it down on the side of the vanity. Nightmare Moon spoke neither as a friend nor as a queen, but as an adult speaking seriously to children. She stepped away from the vanity and motioned with a hoof for the fillies to follow her. We need to talk. Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, and Scootaloo did as they were asked and followed Nightmare Moon as she led them to her bed. The three fillies jumped up and sat on the edge, while Nightmare Moon lay down on her stomach, which at least brought her eye level closer to the fillies she once called her friends. First of all, you shouldn't have come here, Nightmare Moon began firmly. What you did was very dangerous. If one of my guards had found you, you would have been arrested and put in my dungeons. I can't imagine how worried every pony is, since I know you didn't tell any pony where you were going. A frown formed on Apple Bloom's face. Well, if we had, they would have stopped us, and for good reason, Nightmare Moon scolded, causing the three fillies to flatten their ears. We just, Sweetie Belle mumbled out, just wanted to help. We were worried about you. Nightmare Moon's voice softened. I know, and I appreciate your concern, but I don't need help. I'm Queen of Equestria now. What about Princess Celestia and Princess Luna? Asked Scootaloo. What happened to them? Hasn't any pony told you? Nightmare Moon asked. The three fillies hesitated, but they eventually shook their heads. No pony told us, but sometimes we hear them whispering, Apple Bloom admitted. They said you locked the princesses up in the sun and the moon, and you were making it dark all the time. That isn't true, is it? It is, Nightmare Moon admitted with a pang of regret in her voice. I won't lie to you. I am the one that did all that. But why? It's complicated, Apple Bloom, Nightmare Moon replied as she continued her attempts to defend herself against the fillies' questions. I have a lot of expectations that I have to live up to. It's just confusing. But that's why we're here, Scootaloo added, to remind you of who you really are, so you don't have to be confused anymore. Nightmare Moon felt the air catch in her throat, but she forced the strength into her voice. And who am I to you three, now that I'm like this? Well, you did look scary the other night, Scootaloo said. Nightmare Moon winced as those words dug deep. Scary. She closed her eyes and lowered her head at that word. She should have been expecting that. Of course, her friends wouldn't. But now that we're all here, you don't seem that scary. Nightmare Moon lifted her head back up, unable to believe what she was hearing. I don't? Nope. I think you're just confused, and if that's true, then you're still our friend, Nix, a pony who is really awesome at magic, Scootaloo said confidently. Apple Bloom nodded. and a pony who's also really good at school, even if she asks too many questions in class. And who is always really nice and fun to play with, Sweetie Belle concluded. Nightmare Moon was finding it difficult to breathe. She couldn't shake away the tightness that was forming in her chest, no matter how hard she tried to banish it. But you do know who I am, don't you? You know that I'm Nightmare Moon, right? Cheerilee said that you were always Nightmare Moon, but we've never really met Nightmare Moon. We've only ever known you as Nix, Apple Bloom explained. Sure, I'll admit you look like Nightmare Moon now, but that doesn't mean you have to act any differently. Yeah, it doesn't matter what a pony looks like on the outside, said Sweetie Belle, reciting something Cheerilee had said in class. It's who that pony is on the inside that counts. That and getting a cutie mark, Scootaloo added. Hey, I bet you've got your cutie mark now. Oh, what is it? What is it? I don't have a cutie mark yet, Nightmare Moon replied, looking back at her painfully blank flank. Don't worry about it, Nix. Every pony finds their special talent sooner or later. You'll just have to keep crusading with us until you find it. After all, that's what the Cutie Mark Crusaders are all about, Apple Bloom reassured. I think I would like that, Nightmare Moon replied, letting herself smile. It was weak and tiny, but it was the first honest smile to grace her lips in several days. It was also destined to be short-lived. It was wiped away when the door to her bedchambers opened. I do apologize for this, my queen, but there is something that you should be aware of. There are reports that the monsters in the Everfree Forest have started to get restless. It may be in our best interest to... Nexus began, only to freeze up when he glanced away from the clipboard he was levitating in front of his nose and saw the 3 small fillies who were sitting on Nightmare Moon's bed. They need to be made an example of, Nexus grumbled as he paced anxiously. Before Nightmare Moon could stop him, he had called for the guards. Apple Bloom, Scootaloo, and Sweetie Belle were now out in the hallway, being held in custody by soldiers. They're fillies, Nexus, ones who are my friends, and who do not fully understand the situation, Nightmare Moon stated calmly. They mean no harm. It is not the intent that matters, but the action taken. They snuck into your castle and reached your bedchambers without detection. That kind of trespassing cannot be allowed, Nexus stressed. If we do nothing, how long will it be before assassins begin roaming these very halls? They need to be made an example of. So, what would you have me do? Nightmare Moon snipped. Let them hang from the gallows? If that's what it takes to ensure your rule as queen is unquestioned, then yes. Nightmare Moon's face tightened to an angry scowl. I will not execute fillies, Nexus. Nexus stopped on the spot, caught off guard by Nightmare Moon's defense of the fillies. He then frowned and turned to face her. My queen, if I may speak frankly, you have already shown far too much mercy. You've allowed the mares who wield the elements of harmony to go free when they should be rotting in the dungeon with Twilight Sparkle, at the very least. Now, because of that, these 3 fillies believe they could just waltz up to you like you are a regular pony, and such disrespect cannot be condoned. Is it not I who decides what can be condoned? Nightmare Moon asked. Am I not your queen? You are, Nexus said, with a respectful bow of his head. But I ask for you to listen to your own words, my queen. You are not acting like yourself. How so? Nexus moved a step closer, his voice becoming gentle yet confident. My queen, you are the most glorious alicorn to ever grace Equestria. You are mightier than Celestia, and the night glistens with greater beauty than it ever did when it was under Luna's care. Your form is far more magnificent than theirs. You are the one true queen of Equestria, whereas the sisters were only princesses treating this kingdom like a pet that needed to be coddled. Think of what you've done in the past, Nexus continued as he raised a hoof dramatically. You struck down royal guards at the summer sun celebration with lightning for simply drawing too close to you. You've held Celestia at the tip of your sword and then banished her to the sun so that she would know the same suffering you had endured for 1,000 years. You are Nightmare Moon. Your name strikes fear into the hearts of ponies all across Equestria whenever it is spoken. A holiday was created solely so ponies learn to fear you. These are things I already know, Nexus. Get to the point, Nightmare Moon snapped. The point, my queen, is that you should think about what you're doing. Do not view these fillies as friends you had in ignorance. View them as they are, trespassers in your castle who have insulted you, who have approached you as if you were some common mare. These are indignities you should not have suffered, and thus they need to be punished. They need to be taught a lesson, and through their punishment all of Equestria will learn that you are not to be trifled with. Nightmare Moon scowled and turned her attention to her closed bedroom door. She was silent for a long time, but then she sighed. You are right, Nexus. I, as Nightmare Moon, cannot consider those three my friends any more. They are fillies who have trespassed in my castle, and... Nightmare Moon's voice caught in her throat. She needed to take a fresh breath to force out the last few words. And they need to be punished. A pleased smile grew onto Nexus's lips, and he moved towards the door. Then I'll make the arrangements. The fillies will hang in the wind before dinner tomorrow. No, Nightmare Moon said firmly. They are not to be hanged, spelled Nexus. But, Your Majesty, don't you think, Nexus began, only to fall silent under Nightmare Moon's cold, hard gaze. You will lock them in the dungeon. That should teach them a lesson. Nexus puckered his lips, thinking about Nightmare Moon's proposed punishment, before his smile returned. Of course, my queen. They shall learn their lesson, and then be able to spread it to the general public. They'll tell their friends and neighbors of their time in our dungeons. I'll even have them placed in individual cells, give them a taste of the solitude you endured when on the moon. No, I want them all placed in Twilight Sparkle's cell. Again Nexus looked at his queen with a dumbfounded expression, but, as before, his devilish grin returned. Of course, the dungeons will likely start to get very crowded as time goes by. We might as well start saving as much space as we can. With that, Nexus turned and left the room, pulling the door shut behind him. Nightmare Moon waited for a few moments, ensuring Nexus would not return, before she locked the door with a flick of her horn. She then stood from her bed and moved over to her writing desk. There she drew out a scroll, a feather pen, and an ink bottle before beginning to write. Twilight. This evening, Apple Bloom, Scootaloo, and Sweetie Belle snuck into the castle and managed to make it to my bedchamber. They are currently being taken down to the dungeons and will be placed in your cell momentarily. Please believe I take no joy in this, but there is a lesson they must learn. I am not their friend any more. I also do this for their own protection. Spell Nexus would have them executed for their intrusion. He would use them to send a message to Equestria, but I do not want to see them get hurt. They were once my closest friends. If any pony deserves mercy from me, it is them. So they will remain in the dungeons until Spell Nexus is satisfied with their punishment. I will try to free them in a few weeks, but until then I must ask that you try to keep them safe. Make sure the gods do not hurt them, and make sure they believe they will, in time, be free. I know I have no right to ask favors of you at this point, but if you will not do this for me, then please do it for them. Also, dispose of this note before Spell Nexus can see it. Nightmare Moon. The queen rolled the letter and took hold of it with her mane. She then let her whole body turn into an inky indigo cloud and surged out of her bedroom window. She raced around the exterior of the castle as quickly as she could, in hopes of beating Spell Nexus and the guards to the dungeon. It was, thankfully, an easy feat. She was able to arrive well before her advisor, and after slipping through a barred window she made her way to Twilight's cell. There, Nightmare Moon tossed out the letter she had just written. The piece of parchment's sudden appearance startled Twilight, and she looked around for its source, but Nightmare Moon had hidden against the ceiling of the dungeon hallway. Despite being unaware of the scroll's origins, Twilight moved over to it, opened it with a hoof, and began to read. Twilight was just able to finish the letter when the door to the dungeon opened. In a panic to dispose of it, Twilight stuffed the note in her mouth, chewed, and forcibly swallowed. She gagged from the dry taste, but did not have time to be disgusted. She rushed to her cot, lay down, covered herself with a blanket, and pretended to sleep, as the group of ponies stepped into view of her cell. Spell Nexus scrunched up his nose at the sight of Twilight, and behind him a pair of guards kept close watch on the Cutie Mark Crusaders. The three fillies were clinging together and trembling. Sweetie Belle had already been fitted with an anti-magic collar, very similar to the neck shackle that Twilight was wearing. With a flare of magic, Spell Nexus opened the cell door and let the guards shove the three fillies inside. He then slammed the door shut, causing a loud metallic clang to echo throughout the dungeon's corridors. Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, and Scootaloo all moved up against the cell door, their faces reflecting the fact that they were just coming to terms with the reality of their confinement. "How long do we have to be in here?" Sweetie Belle asked. "Well, that depends on the Queen," Nexus told them, "but I wouldn't get your hopes up. After all, I'd leave you in here for a few years, just to be sure you've learned your lesson." The mention of years stole the strength from the Crusaders' legs. They crumpled into a pile on the floor right where they had been standing. The sorrow on their faces tore at Nightmare Moon's heart, but seemed to have no effect on Nexus. He just chuckled under his breath and led the guards away. Sweetie Belle began to cry, and she covered her face with her hooves while Apple Bloom and Scootaloo looked off into the distance. They looked as if they wanted to cry too, but somehow they kept their eyes dry, if only for their friend. Only when she was certain Nexus was gone did Twilight come out from beneath her blanket and move towards the three fillies. "Girls?" The Crusaders sat up and spun their heads around. Their eyes lit up with a flicker of hope, and in an instant Apple Bloom threw herself at Twilight. "We were just trying to help," Apple Bloom whined. Tears formed in her eyes, and she buried her muzzle in Twilight's mane. "Why did Nix lock us up?" "Shh," Twilight said, trying to calm Apple Bloom down. "It will be okay." "But she said years, Twilight," Sweetie Belle wailed. She moved up and joined in Apple Bloom and Twilight's embrace. "I don't want to be in jail." "Don't worry. I'm sure some pony will come and rescue us soon," Twilight whispered. She held both Apple Bloom and Sweetie Belle tight before looking up at Scootaloo. Scootaloo had started crying, trembling, and kept looking back over her shoulder at Twilight. She acted like she was rooted to the floor. She wouldn't allow herself to share in the embrace happening less than a foot away. Twilight, however, knew what Scootaloo needed. She reached out with a hoof, placed it gently on Scootaloo's shoulder, and pulled her close. Scootaloo did try to resist for a moment, but she too fell into the hug. The three fillies cried, and all Twilight could do was hug them back and tell them over and over again, "Everything will be okay." Nightmare Moon watched all this from her hiding place as a cloud against the ceiling, and it dug at her chest like a rusty dagger. She was only able to watch for a few moments before she had to leave. She was unable to stand the sight of her friends crying like that. After floating lazily outside the castle as a cloud for a few minutes, if only to feel the night's breeze flowing through her, Nightmare Moon returned to her bedchambers. Despite her hopes, the wind had provided no comfort. She collapsed onto her bed and sought any distraction from the knowledge her friends were now prisoners. Her eyes glanced about the room, and eventually she found herself focusing on her reflection in the recently replaced vanity mirror. A full-grown mare. She was a full-grown mare, yet her flank was as blank as a starless night sky. That thought alone stung at her brain like a swarm of angry bees. It was a thought she had tried to ignore, but the presence of her old friends in the castle made it impossible. That, and sitting on her dresser right where she had left it, was the new Cutie Mark Crusader cape Sweetie Belle had brought. A cutie mark is supposed to appear when a pony finds that one thing that makes them special, their special talent. Nexus had assured Nightmare Moon that, after she defeated the princesses and took over Equestria, her cutie mark would appear. He promised that her special talent and destiny was to be the Queen of Equestria. But if that were the truth, then why was she still a blank flank? What did it mean? What was her special talent supposed to be? She had always wanted Equestria. She had always wanted the eternal night. This was what she had always wanted. Nexus had promised that once she had achieved her goals, her cutie mark was sure to appear. Yet, even that wasn't true. Luna's words echoed in Nightmare Moon's mind from when the two had fought in Canterlot Castle. It was Luna's desire to rule Equestria and bring about the night eternal. It was Luna's jealous rage that had once been the sole defining feature of their mutual existence. It was Luna's thoughts that had once filled her mind. But now she was her own mare. Now she wasn't just Luna's twisted reflection. Something had changed. But what? What was different? What was her special talent, her cutie mark, supposed to be? Nightmare Moon looked into the eyes of her reflection, as if expecting it to offer answers to the questions buzzing around in her mind. The mare in the mirror, however, offered no such advice. It simply looked back at her with the same questioning gaze. Chapter 15. Missing Joy. I am a full-grown mare, Nexus. Explain how this is even possible. Nightmare Moon bellowed, finishing what had been an exhausting half-hour rant. It was the morning after she had been forced to imprison her old friends in the dungeon, and a near sleepless night had worn her patience thin. Your Highness, I'm certain there's an explanation for why you don't have your cutie mark, Spell Nexus assured her in an attempt to assuage the Queen's rage. Perhaps you have simply not struck on your talent for ruling. Is being Queen not enough? "It should be, and if I had the magic, I'd force your cutie mark to appear," Spell Nexus said. "Please understand, you have been preoccupied with more important tasks than the responsibilities of ruling a kingdom. Perhaps now that your rule is assured, and there are no challenges to your throne, you can discover your talent for truly ruling Equestria." Nightmare Moon leaned back in her throne, not convinced. "Perhaps. What would you suggest, Nexus?" "There are many things, Your Highness," he answered eagerly. "If I may be so bold as to speak of your predecessor, Princess Celestia would often oversee the enactment of laws and make public appearances. She would entertain dignitaries and regularly hold open court, where petitioners would make requests of the throne." Nightmare Moon twitched her wings in irritation. She had little interest in laws, giving speeches, or speaking with dignitaries who were too eager to please her. Only the idea of holding court held any appeal, and that was only because it was the simplest of the tasks. Holding court was something she could at least see herself doing, but it felt strange to even consider it. A ruler held court so that her subjects could petition for things they wanted, things to make themselves happy. In all her memories she had never been concerned with the happiness of Equestria, just her own. Perhaps Spell Nexus was on to something. She had never held court before. Thus, if she had a talent for it, she would be unaware of said skill. "Do you believe my cutie mark would appear if I were to hold court?" Nightmare Moon asked. "Most certainly, Your Highness," Spell Nexus assured her. Nightmare Moon gave a firm nod. "Then announce that I shall be holding court every day, from when the castle opens in the morning to when it closes at night. Let it be known that it will be this way until I deem otherwise, or until my cutie mark appears." Nightmare Moon nestled herself into her throne just before open court was due to begin. Messenger Pegasi had flown out the day before, carrying her proclamation to every corner of the kingdom, and the response had been greater than she could have anticipated. Ponies, wrapped in winter clothes to fend off the cold, had formed a line outside the castle gates that stretched all the way to Ponyville. They had come from every corner of the kingdom to see her, and for a moment she allowed herself to smile. The sound of hooves and voices beyond the throne-room door alerted Nightmare Moon that her court was about to begin. Hastily she adjusted her armor, preened her wings for out-of-place feathers, and made whatever last-minute preparations she could think of. Clocks around the castle rung out the hour, and with the final chime the throne-room doors opened. Nightmare Moon watched as her servants quickly guided the front of the line into the room, looking over the many visiting ponies as they slowly filed in. Those brave enough to meet her gaze looked on with wide eyes, and every pony else kept their heads bent down towards the floor. At the prompting of the servants, the first pony in line stepped forward and approached her throne. He was a farmer that Nightmare Moon found vaguely familiar. His cutie mark was of several carats lying on their side. He had come in wearing a large-brimmed hat, but he quickly removed it once he reached the foot of her throne. "It is an honor to be in your presence, Your Majesty," the farmer pony managed to choke out. "I am Danver, and my family runs a carrot farm just outside of Ponyville." "Danver, yes," Nightmare Moon mused pleasantly. "You are neighbors to the Apple family, correct?" "Yes, Danver glanced around anxiously, stumbling on his words. A few servants eyed him, and one guard began to approach him before he hurriedly forced out, "Your glorious Majesty." Nightmare Moon arched an eyebrow, but made no other move. "And what request do you bring to this court?" I Danvers stuttered under Nightmare Moon's constant expecting gaze. "Would you please raise the sun, your Highness?" Nightmare Moon's eyebrows furrowed, and she spoke with such resentment that her words seemed dipped in poison. "The sun." Danvers winced and took a step back. My crops are wilting, your Highness. Your servants have come to help me replant, but we can't just replant this late in the summer. The carrots won't be ready in time for the harvest, and I can only imagine how much colder it will get when the winter sets in. We just need a few more months of sunshine to grow enough food for winter." Nightmare Moon stomped the floor with a hoof. "Like my rule over this kingdom, the night shall be eternal. Your request is denied." Danvers did not argue nor protest. He instead turned tail and sprinted out of the throne room, as if lingering a moment more would be suicidal. His quick departure made many of the ponies in line shift uneasily. They all stayed, though many looked much more afraid than they had moments before. After giving her temper a moment to cool, Nightmare Moon motioned for the next pony in line to come forward. The stallion appeared to be a business pony, and was dressed with a tie, collar, and cuffs. He bowed and introduced himself in almost the exact way the carrot farmer had. Nightmare Moon could only guess her servants were instructing the petitioners on how to speak to her. And, just as his introduction was similar, so was his request. He asked for the sun to be raised. His reasons were far different from the farmer's, but his request still made Nightmare Moon grit her teeth in anger. She denied the stallion's request and quickly called for the next pony in line. Pony after pony came to her, and time after time Nightmare Moon heard the same request. They wanted the sun. They wanted their day. And while none dared speak it, she could tell that they wanted more. They wanted the royal sisters back. They wanted Equestria to go back to the way it was. But they would be disappointed. She was queen now, and she would not simply give up the throne. After spending hours listening to ponies requesting the sun's return, Nightmare Moon had heard enough. She stood up from her throne and spread out her wings. "Let it be known that the next petitioner who asks for the sun to be raised will be locked in the dungeon. I will never raise the sun. I have decreed that Equestria shall live in night eternal, and that decree will stand. Now, all those who have a request for the sun to be raised should leave now." Every pony in line turned and bolted, many screaming in panic as they ran from the throne room. This just seemed to fuel the anger burning in Nightmare Moon's chest, but she did not pursue the petitioners. She was glad they were gone, glad to be rid of their sun-loving faces. On top of it all, she could tell that her special talent was not in holding court. No cutie mark would come of this, and the frustrating indignity of being an adult blank flank, coupled with the disrespect of the ponies, had Nightmare Moon seething. She turned her head down, glaring at the floor around her throne, as she debated which part of it she would smash with her hoof. Just as Nightmare Moon had picked the part of the floor that was going to be the victim of her aggravation, she heard a pair of hoof steps echoing from the exterior hallway. Were there still petitioners who had a request not related to the sun, or were they just too stupid to take a hint? Preparing herself to make good on her threat, Nightmare Moon sat up in her throne and watched two ponies step through her throne-room door. It was a pair of unicorns, a mare and a stallion. Both had fairly common builds, at least for ponies their age. The stallion had a white coat, brown mane, and a prominent, almost distracting moustache. The mare had a pink coat and wore her purple mane up in a beehive style that easily added another half-foot to her standing height. The mare, unlike the stallion, was also wearing clothes, a reddish-orange shirt with a frilled collar and white pants. The pants alone made Nightmare Moon cock an eyebrow as the pair approached her throne and bowed. She couldn't fight a nagging feeling that she recognized these ponies. She could not recall from where or when, but she knew them from some place. "It's an honor to be in your presence, Your Majesty," the stallion said. He rolled his vowels like he had a small ball in his mouth, and once more Nightmare Moon felt the nagging sensation that she knew these ponies from some place. She, however, did her best to push that annoying thought aside. She flattened her expression and looked down at the pair. "And what do you want?" "Well, Your Highness, if you wouldn't mind, we'd like to know." The stallion choked on his words as if the air in his lungs was being sucked away by Nightmare Moon's gaze. Still he soldiered on and asked, "We'd like to know if our daughter could come home." The shout Nightmare Moon had been preparing in response to another request for the sun died, and her voice became hollow, almost shaky. "Your daughter?" "Our little cupcake, Sweetie Belle, Your Highness." Nightmare Moon felt her heart seize up in her chest. She now realized why the pair was familiar. They were Sweetie Belle and Rarity's parents. She had seen them only in passing when she and the other Crusaders went by their house. She also began to see the resemblances. Rarity had inherited, at least in part, her mother's purple mane, and both Rarity and Sweetie Belle had a white coat like their father. Yes, his fur was a slightly different tone of white in comparison to Rarity's or Sweetie Belle's, but the resemblance was still there. After hearing their request, Nightmare Moon almost wished they had come to ask for the sun to be raised, like every pony else. It took all of her strength to keep herself from looking away when she answered, "I'm afraid she cannot." Sweetie Belle's mother stumbled forward, her once solemn and respectful gaze shattered and replaced by the panicked, pleading eyes of a mother. "Please, Your Highness, my little cupcake doesn't belong in a dungeon. Whatever she did wrong, I'm sure she didn't mean anything by it. Please, Your Highness, she's just a little filly. She needs to be with her family." Nightmare Moon closed her eyes and shook her head once. "I cannot release her." Those words were enough to break what little control Sweetie Belle's mother had over herself. She wailed and collapsed into a heap on the floor. She began to beg, to plead, saying 1,000 different things as fast as she could to try and convince Nightmare Moon that Sweetie Belle should be allowed to return home. Sweetie Belle's father placed a hoof on his wife's shoulder, trying to calm her, but she batted it away and continued to wail out her pleas. During this, Nightmare Moon was making every effort to shut out the cries. The guilt they were causing clawed at her insides, and when she couldn't shut out the wails, she did the only other thing she could think of. First, without a word, she motioned for her guards to leave. Then, once they were gone, the throne room was sealed once more, leaving Nightmare Moon alone with Sweetie Belle's parents. With no prying eyes to see what she was about to do, Nightmare Moon stood up from her throne and closed the distance between her and Sweetie Belle's parents. Both of them looked up at her in fear, undoubtedly terrified that they had asked too much of their new queen and were about to suffer the consequences. Nightmare Moon, however, didn't raise her voice, nor did she lift a hoof to harm the pair. She instead lowered herself down, putting herself at eye level with them. "I am sorry. I would like nothing more than to let Sweetie Belle go home with you, but she must face the consequences of her actions," Nightmare Moon told them with an apologetic tone. "She, Apple Bloom, and Scootaloo trespassed into my castle, and were extremely lucky they found me before the guards found them. I promise I will let them go soon. I just can't do it right now."
"But when? When can she come home?" Sweetie Belle's mother pressed.
Nightmare Moon sighed, turned her back on the parents, and began walking back to the throne. "Request an audience with me again in a few weeks. My adviser should be satisfied with the punishment by that time. I will then be able to release not only Sweetie Belle, but Scootaloo and Apple Bloom as well." Nightmare Moon retook her seat in the throne and looked down at Sweetie Belle's parents. "Despite what you may think of me, know that I take no joy in punishing my old friends. Still, they must learn that I am Nightmare Moon, and that I can no longer be the friend they once knew." Sweetie Belle's parents nodded, and unlike all the petitioners before them, bowed to Nightmare Moon a second time. "Thank you, Your Highness, and we'll be sure to come back in a few weeks. We'll also tell Apple Bloom and Scootaloo's families the news," Sweetie Belle's father assured Nightmare Moon before looking back to his wife. "Come on, honey." Sweetie Belle's mother nodded, and though tears were still streaming down her face, she managed a small smile, hopeful that she would see her daughter again soon. Together the pair left the throne room. At the same time, the servants and guards moved back in to find Nightmare Moon sitting in her throne with her eyes shut and a frown on her face. "Are there any other petitioners?" Nightmare Moon asked. "No," one of the servants replied. Nightmare Moon offered a weak nod. "Then I am ending court today. Notify the guards at the gate and let the ponies of Equestria know that they must come asking for an audience if they wish to speak to me. Let it be known that I shall no longer be holding open court." "Understood, Your Majesty." Despite the failure of holding open court, Spell Nexus continued to offer royal tasks to Nightmare Moon. She tried every aspect of ruling the kingdom, from making speeches to helping form laws. Nightmare Moon even sat through an utterly boring tax meeting, but despite Spell Nexus's continued promises, her flank remained blank. When a week of trying different royal duties failed, Spell Nexus began proposing talents related to the nighttime sky. He suggested turning the night into her tapestry. He told her that she should fill it with such beauty that all of Equestria would want the night to last forever, if only so they would never have to be parted from her skybound art. Yet, when Nightmare Moon tried her hoof at moving the stars, she quickly regretted it. Her mind flashed with memories of art projects in Cheerilee's class. Some of her classmates were talented in such endeavors, but her pictures always turned out foolish. The only way she knew how to draw a pony was a stick figure. The only pony less skilled with art in the class was Sweetie Belle, and that was only because she kept forgetting to wash out her brush between colors when they were painting. Thus, any change Nightmare Moon made to the sky was no improvement. She tried to make constellations, but there was a subtlety to Luna's artwork that she just couldn't match. The constellations had vague resemblances to the creatures they were supposed to be, but were also up for interpretation. All the while, they remained hidden within the grander picture of the sky. They only came to the surface when one actively searched for them. This was a stark contrast to anything Nightmare Moon attempted. The constellations she made stood out like rough and haphazard brushstrokes. Despite trying dozens of times to make the sky her own, the only thing that Nightmare Moon succeeded in doing over the course of the night was to build up her frustration. Her cutie mark had once been a moon against the darkest night. She was supposed to have a special talent for this, for tending the night sky. But if anything, her actions were equivalent to those of a foal who was defacing a masterpiece with hoof paints. A nearby clock chimed the morning hour, and Nightmare Moon finally admitted defeat. With a stomp of her hoof, she used her magic to wipe away her latest failure at painting the sky. She then willed her body to become smoke, and like an angry snake zipped back through the air to her bedroom balcony. Once there, she rematerialized and stomped through the open door. Nightmare Moon moved straight to her bedroom mirror and stared at the reflection of her still very blank flank. She glared at it, trying to force her cutie mark to appear through sheer will alone. When that didn't work, Nightmare Moon shut her eyes tight and fought the urge to smash her mirror again. What was different? Why wasn't her talent what it used to be when she and Luna were one and the same? Was there anything that made her unique, beyond being a queen that every pony feared, despised, and wished was banished back to the moon? Opening her eyes again, she let her angry glare turn from her blank flank to her armor. At the moment, it was just as much of a mockery as her absent cutie mark. She wasn't a war pony or a terror who would strike down those who stood in her way. Armor was something worn by a killer or a soldier, and she was neither. Without even a thought, Nightmare Moon magically removed her armor and tossed it into a corner with a loud clatter. Her eyeshadow was next to go, another thing that Nightmare Moon had grown tired of applying. She had worn it to meet the expectations of Nexus and the Children of Nightmare, but she was weary of it. A wet cloth removed every trace of the makeup, and once again Nightmare Moon looked upon herself as simply a black mare. How befitting was her black coat! She was once nothing but a shade, a poison, an infection of thought and jealousy that had taken captive the true guardian of the nighttime sky. Even the cutie mark she had once possessed was just a twisted shadow of Luna's. It had been Luna's talent for the sky, Luna's jealousy and hatred, and Luna's desire that had formed and given purpose to Nightmare Moon. Now that she was separated from Luna, made a mare of her own, what did that leave? The desires that Nightmare Moon remembered, that once burned within her like fire, had gone ice-cold and lingered only in memory. It felt like she had no desires or wishes of her own, like she was hollow. She was beginning to fear she didn't even have a special talent or a cutie mark. Unable to stare at her reflection in the mirror any more, Nightmare Moon moved back to her bedroom balcony and looked across Equestria with tired eyes. For 2 weeks the night had lasted, and the effects were noticeable. Plants were wilting all across the kingdom. Even the staunch and sturdy Everfree forest was looking sickly. The few ponies out so early in the day were bundled up like it was the dead of winter, when it was in fact supposed to be summer. Nightmare Moon saw sweet apple acres on the far side of town and thought of Apple Bloom's family. The orchards looked weak. How much longer would the trees be able to survive? What would happen to the Apple family and to Ponyville when the harvest failed? Would the town survive winter without the orchard's usually bountiful harvest? Nightmare Moon violently shook her head. Why did she care about this? The Nightmare Moon she used to be would have just laughed at the hardship and reveled in the suffering. She never used to care about the ponies of Equestria. All that used to matter was that the ponies saw her, or rather Luna's night sky, and appreciated its beauty. Nightmare Moon glanced upward at the sky. She sought comfort in the beauty it was supposed to hold, but after staring at it all night, it only disgusted her. She was tired of the moon and stars. She was tired of the night's cold and darkness. She was just tired of it all and wanted to see something else. She wanted something other than night. There was, however, only one other thing. Furrowing her brow, Nightmare Moon looked to the horizon. She stared at it as her thoughts snowballed together. The thoughts became a desire that she shouldn't have felt. That desire, however, only grew stronger, and soon Nightmare Moon began to do the one thing she had sworn she would never do. With her mane swirling and her eyes glowing white, Nightmare Moon stretched her magic to the heavens. Without a warning to any pony watching below, the moon began to race across the sky. Within 5 minutes it had reached the west and began to set beyond the distant horizon. But Nightmare Moon did not watch her moon set. Instead, her gaze remained focused eastward. A bit of red started to mix with the dark blue and black of the night. It was just a shimmer at first, but it grew. The red fringes were pushed further into the sky by an orange core, and the orange pushed higher as a bright yellow sphere began to peek over the horizon. This went against everything she was supposed to stand for, everything she was supposed to want. Despite this, Nightmare Moon couldn't help but smile. She could already feel a few of the sun's golden rays striking her coat and filling her with warmth. Her eyes moved to the sky, and she watched it shift from inky black to a bright, cheerful blue, while at the same time the stars slowly faded from view. For the first time in 2 weeks, the sun had risen over Equestria. Leaving her armor behind, Nightmare Moon made her way to the royal throne room, curious as to just how long it would take before some pony came running in looking for her in a panic. "My queen, I have dire news," Spellnexus yelled as he burst into the throne room. A number of soldiers followed in his wake, yet his panic was met by a cool pair of eyes and a small smirk from Nightmare Moon, who was sitting on her throne calmly. "Only 10 minutes? I was sure it would have taken you longer than that," Nightmare Moon mused. Nexus and the soldiers came to a stop at the foot of the throne, confusion painted across their faces. "My queen, it is nothing. Now, what pressing business do you have that makes you feel you can burst in here and make such a spectacle of yourself?" "Your Majesty, the moon has set, and the sun is beginning to rise. Celestia has obviously escaped her imprisonment, and it is only a matter of time before she joins with Princess Cadence's rebellion and comes to strike you down. Now, I have already alerted the guard here, and sent a message to Shining Armor to do the same with our Canterlot guard. Both castles are preparing to defend themselves, and within the hour we will be ready to—" "That will not be necessary," Nightmare Moon interrupted. "There is nothing to fear." "Your confidence is refreshing, my queen, but now Celestia has the advantage of surprise. We do not know when or how she will attack. She could be plotting even as we speak." Nightmare Moon nodded her head before she let another smirk escape. "Yes, that would be true if Celestia had escaped the sun, but I assure you she is still trapped." But then why? Why is the sun rising? Surely it is not you." "Yes, Spellnexus, I am the one that lowered the moon, and it is by my will and power the sun climbs into the sky." Nexus could only look at Nightmare Moon in shock, mouth agape. But, Your Highness, why would you end your own night? Is it not your deepest desire to have Equestria forever bathed in the glory of the moon and the stars?" "Don't be foolish," Nightmare Moon barked. "Have you even felt how cold it is outside the castle? Have you even seen the plants beginning to wilt? It is a miracle Equestria has survived 2 weeks of constant night, but to expect this kingdom to survive an eternity is ludicrous." Nexus shakily took a few steps towards Nightmare Moon with pleading eyes. "My queen, if this is about our progress transforming Equestria, then I assure you that your renovations would come too late. Your progress in replanting is pitiful at best, and the warming lamps that you promised would keep the populated parts of Equestria warm haven't been installed in most towns. Half of Equestria would starve, and the rest would freeze to death by the time you're finished. Speaking of the night, there is no longer any reason to make it last forever. Things are not as they were 1,000 years ago, Nexus. There are now ponies who live and work during the night. There are ponies who appreciate its beauty. But there is beauty to be found in the day and sunlight as well. Beauty that I have decided to rule over, Nightmare Moon continued. I have decided that as long as I am the sole ruler of Equestria, I will tend to the sun and moon myself. I will do just as Celestia did for 1,000 years, and I shall be her better. I shall hold dominion over both heavenly orbs and be the purveyor of their beauty, not merely for 1,000 years, but for all eternity. I shall be the eternal queen of both night and day. Nexus opened his mouth to continue his protest, but Nightmare Moon kept him silent with a single hard glare. Eventually he bowed, as did the rest of the soldiers. "As you wish, my queen. Is there anything else you would like me to know?" "Yes. I will be taking leave of the castle today," Nightmare Moon told Nexus as she rose from her throne. "Of course, your majesty. I shall have some pony fetch your armor, and—" "No, I shall be going out as I am." Nexus stared at Nightmare Moon as if she had gone mad. "But, your highness, I really think I'll decide what I will and will not wear," Nightmare Moon bellowed. "Now away with you!" Nexus did not linger a moment longer. He and the guards bolted from the room as fast as their hooves could carry them. Nightmare Moon waited until they were all out of earshot before letting an irritated sigh escape her nostrils. She departed the throne room and, within minutes, reached one of the castle's many balconies. She looked upon the sun and rich blue sky with a smile, as if she was greeting a friend she had long missed. A gust of wind carried with it sounds of cheers, and what Nightmare Moon believed was music. Turning her eyes towards the source, she looked down at Ponyville. Ponies all about the town were rushing out into the streets, many gathering in the town square. Her subjects, her unblessed subjects, were as happy to see the sun as she was. They were rejoicing in its light and warmth. For a rare moment Nightmare Moon felt happy. She did not try to explain or wonder why. She just took to her wings and flew towards Ponyville as her feathers and coat absorbed the sun's warmth. Never had Ponyville been overtaken by celebration so quickly. Pinkie Pie was working with several Pegasi, including the lightning-quick Rainbow Dash, to hurriedly put up decorations for a party that had arguably already started. A local DJ was already spinning vinyl records and filling the air with music as ponies shouted their joy to the heavens. Warmth was already filling the air, driving away the long, lingering chill of extended night. Ponies who had been bundled up were now tossing off boots, winter jackets, and scarves to bask in the sunshine. The ponies were so enthralled with their celebration that they didn't notice the indigo cloud lingering in the shadows of the nearby trees. Nightmare Moon watched them, and would have been grinning ear to ear if she wasn't currently a floating mass of magical energy. Now this felt good and right. Ponies laughing and playing in the sun, overflowing with joy without a care in the world. This was what Equestria was meant to be like. This was the Equestria Nightmare Moon had seen through young, innocent eyes, and it was not an Equestria locked in an eternal night. Spell Nexus could go eat moldy hay. This was how Nightmare Moon was going to rule, and this was what made her happy. She would move the sun and moon just like Celestia did, and let the ponies of Equestria have both their day and their night. As the celebration nearby continued to grow, Nightmare Moon's mind began to get away from her. The ponies were so happy, so overjoyed to see their son. Maybe now they would not look at her in fear. Maybe they would even thank her for bringing back the sun. Yes, she'd appear before them, and instead of cowering in fear, they would look upon her just as they used to look upon Celestia. She could already picture it. She would reveal herself to them and smile. She would do as Celestia did, and affectionately call them my little ponies. She would speak in the sweetest, softest voice she could manage. She would show them they never had to fear another eternal night, and they would praise her just as they praised her predecessors. Nightmare Moon was drawn from her daydream by nearby cheers. A few mares and stallions had moved over beside her hiding-place, and were carrying with them a table laden with a bowl of punch and empty cups. As soon as they set the table on the ground, each one took up a cup. One of the stallions then laughed and lifted his glass. "I propose a toast to the sun." "To the day," another in the group added, "to Equestria's true royalty, to Celestia and Luna." Nightmare Moon's heart dropped in her chest like a stone in the ocean. The ponies, they were celebrating her defeat. They thought the sunrise meant that Equestria was once again ruled by the royal pony sisters. In an instant, Nightmare Moon felt the urge to bring back the night. She began reaching her magic to the sky with every intention of stealing the sun away until the ponies could appreciate it, could appreciate her. Yet, before Nightmare Moon could send the sun from the sky, her determination faltered. It had been 2 long weeks of night, and these ponies would be heartbroken enough when they learned that their beloved princesses had not returned. Sinking to the ground, the cloud that was Nightmare Moon snuck between the hooves of the ponies and away from the party. She would let them have their day, let them have their celebration, but she would not stand to stay there and watch. On the far outskirts of Ponyville, where the party and its music were nothing more than haunting tones on the wind, Nightmare Moon laid down on the grass. She found refuge in one of the town's many exterior parks in the shade of a weeping willow. The long hanging branches hid her from any ponies that might walk past on the path, ensuring that she had the privacy she sought. Her heart ached. The happiness that had flickered to life when she raised the sun had been slain in cold blood by the celebrating ponies. The worst part was that she had tasted that happiness. It was like giving a sip of water to a pony lost in a desert. It had been a brief moment of refreshment that, once past, only left the soul craving more. But why? Why had she only been happy then? Cutie mark or not, she had everything else she ever wanted. She was queen. She banished Celestia and Luna to the sun and moon. There was no pony to challenge her rule. So why had she only been happy when she raised the sun, when she thought the ponies of Ponyville didn't fear her any more? What had made her happy in the past? She knew it hadn't always been like this, and, thinking back, memories Nightmare Moon had tried to bury began to bubble to the surface. She knew what made her happy in the past, and it was not power or a crown. It was not an object or a trinket. It was ponies. It was ponies like Twilight Sparkle, Cheerilee, and Twist. It was ponies like Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, and Scootaloo. It was all the residents of Ponyville who had once looked upon her with smiles and happy faces as just another citizen of their humble little town. Nightmare Moon groaned as she laid her head on the ground and covered her eyes. With determination she began to sort through her thoughts. She was tired of the uncertainty, tired of the unknown. She would know why those short months she spent as a filly were more important to her than all the rest of her memories. She would not be tormented by this a second more. Focusing, Nightmare Moon thought back to her oldest memory, the first she shared with Princess Luna. It was just a wisp, but as she grasped at it, the memory began to take shape. The faded memory was from when she and Luna had been one and the same. She did not remember the event or the date, but the important details of the memory held true. Celestia had been surrounded by happy ponies, each praising her for a beautiful day. She and Luna had watched this, and in the pit of their stomach, jealousy had twisted and turned. Why did Celestia receive all the praise? She only raised the sun. She did not fill the sky with a tapestry of stars while also tending to the moon. Celestia only put forth half the work at best, and yet the ponies loved her 10 times more. In that ancient memory, Luna had wanted that admiration, and she, Nightmare Moon, had shared in that desire. That thirst, that hunger, had been the fuel of their existence until the elements of harmony split them apart. It was at the core of everything she had once wanted, her desire for the eternal night, her desire to be queen. It all stemmed from that one thing, that one desire, that one wish to be loved. Love. What was it? Was that all she really wanted? Nightmare Moon shook her head in disbelief, trying to deny it, but she couldn't. Even after she had been stripped away from Luna by the elements of harmony, that one core truth had lingered. It had been a simple thought, so ingrained in their shared existence that not even the most powerful magic in existence could wash it away. And she had been loved as Nyx. Back then Twilight had loved her, and her friend had cared for her as well. She had been happy, but then she had ruined everything. She had thrown it all away to chase old memories and desires that had never been her own. She had let Spell Nexus and the Children of Nightmare convince her to be a monster and a tyrant. She had imprisoned her friends and the mare she had called Mother. It was infuriating, but Nightmare Moon did not shout out in rage. Instead, she, the Queen of Equestria, cried. She didn't wail, didn't bawl, but in the protective shade of the willow tree she could not hold back the tears streaming down her face. For the longest time, that was all Nightmare Moon did. She just let herself cry, ignoring the entire world around her. She didn't know or care how long she had hidden beneath the shade of the tree, but her crying was abruptly interrupted by a tiny voice. "Are you okay?" Nightmare Moon snapped her head up in shock and hurriedly dried her eyes. Who would even dare to approach the Queen when she was obviously in a bad mood? Who would even care? It took Nightmare Moon a moment to locate the source of the voice. Its owner had retreated outside the sagging branches of the weeping willow. Yet, after a few moments, the pony dared to push her head through the hanging boughs once more. It was a filly roughly the same age as the Cutie Mark Crusaders. She had a cream-white coat, curly red hair, admittedly dorky purple glasses, and a cutie mark of 2 candy canes crossed in the shape of a heart. It was a pony Nightmare Moon knew all too well, having spent time with her at school. I'm sorry, Your Highness," Twist apologized in her nasally lisp. "I just heard some pony crying while I was going back to my house to get some peppermint sticks. I'll leave you alone if you—" "No," Nightmare Moon said before she could even really think about what she was doing. "Please, it's been a long time, Twist. You don't have to go if you don't want to." "How do you know my name?" Twist asked with wide, disbelieving eyes. Nightmare Moon lifted a hoof to her chest and pointed to herself. It's me, Twist. It's Nix. With her jaw hanging slack, Twist took a few steps closer.
Nix? My mom said you'd gone bad, and that you were the one that made it dark all the time. I told her it wasn't true, but I guess she was right.
The truth in those words hurt, but Nightmare Moon did not allow herself to snap at Twist, nor did she try to defend herself. I'm sorry I did that, Twist, but I promise I'm never going to do it again.
It was actually kind of fun at first. I'd never been able to play outside after dark before. I played some really fun games of hide and seek.
Twist's face lit up and she took a few steps away.
Hey, you should come to the party in town. Every pony is outside dancing and playing.
Nightmare Moon winced at the invitation before shaking her head. I would like to, Twist. I really would. But I don't think I can. I'm very busy, she lied. The smile that had blossomed on Twist's face faded.
That's what Apple Bloom always said before she went to visit her family.
Visit her family? A white lie Nightmare Moon could only guess was told to Twist, so she wouldn't know that Apple Bloom and the other Crusaders were locked in the castle dungeon. Still, Nightmare Moon did not focus on that. She did not want to give Twist a reason to hate her. Not now. Why does Apple Bloom always say that? Nightmare Moon asked, hoping to drive the conversation in another direction.
Because she's always been a cutie mark crusader,
Twist replied. She kicked at the dirt with a forehoof.
I'm happy I got my cutie mark, but ever since I did, Apple Bloom only ever wants to play with Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle. Whenever I try to play with her, she's always too busy.
Twist kicked at the dirt again.
I almost wish my cutie mark hadn't appeared.
Now, don't say that, Twist, Nightmare Moon said, trying to comfort her. A small smile then spread across her lips. Hey, can you wait here for a minute? I need to run and get something, but I promise I'll be right back.
Sure, just don't take too long. I need to get back to the party,
Twist replied. Nightmare Moon nodded, and in a swirl of indigo clouds she disappeared. This left Twist to sit and wait in the shade of the willow, but she didn't have to wait long. Within a minute, Nightmare Moon reappeared from the swirling vortex of her smoky mane and laid back down on the grass. Okay, I want you to close your eyes. I've got a surprise for you, Nightmare Moon said with a warm smile. Twist bounced on her hooves.
Really?
Yes, but you have to close your eyes, and no peeking, Nightmare Moon told her, and Twist was more than eager to oblige. She squeezed her eyes shut, and in the process scrunched her face into a silly expression. Nightmare Moon had to stifle a small laugh at the sight, but she went about her work all the same. She took something out of her magical mane, and with a delicate touch she used her horn's magic to carefully drape it over Twist's back. Only when she was sure the item wasn't going to fall off did Nightmare Moon pull her magic away. Okay, you can look now. Twist snapped her eyes open, and a smile exploded onto her face when she saw that a red cape with the familiar blue and yellow emblem was now hanging across her back. As the Queen of Equestria and a member of the Cutie Mark Crusaders, I hereby declare you an official Crusader. Now you can play with Apple Bloom, Scootaloo, and Sweetie Belle all you want, Nightmare Moon told her.
Really?
Twist asked in disbelief.
Even though I already have my cutie mark?
Being a Crusader isn't just about finding your cutie mark, Nightmare Moon told her. It's about helping a friend find their special talent, and who better to help a friend get their cutie mark than a pony who already has hers? Twist bounced in excitement.
Oh, I can't wait until Apple Bloom comes back. I bet I could show her, Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle, how I make candy, and then maybe they could have a cutie mark like mine."
"I'm sure Apple Bloom will be back sooner than you think," Nightmare Moon said, still unable to admit the truth to Twist.
"Thanks, Nix. This is so sweet. I can't wait to show it to every pony,"
Twist exclaimed before an expression of realization flashed onto her face.
"Oh, I forgot. I was bringing back some of my peppermint sticks to the party."
Nightmare Moon lifted a hoof and used it to gently nudge Twist. "Well then, you'd better run along." Despite Nightmare Moon's encouragement, Twist turned back to look at her.
"Are you sure you don't want to come to the party?"
"I'm sorry, Twist, but I really don't think I should go."
"Okay,"
Twist replied, but not before reaching into her saddlebags and drawing out one of the peppermint sticks. It was wrapped in colorful tissue and a big red bow.
"Here, you should at least have one of my peppermint sticks. I just made them this morning."
Nightmare Moon's eyes softened at the sight of the small gift. "Oh, Twist, no, I couldn't."
"It'll make you smile,"
Twist assured her in a sing-song voice after setting the peppermint stick down on the ground. It was too much for Nightmare Moon to bear. She picked up the candy with her mane as if it was fragile glass and smiled a little as she turned it over in front of her eyes. "Thank you, Twist."
"Okay, I'd better get going, but Nix—"
Nightmare Moon turned her gaze back to Twist. "Yes?"
"Is the sun going to rise tomorrow, or is it going to be dark again?"
"I'll make you a deal," Nightmare Moon said as she leaned in closer to Twist. "If you promise not to tell any pony that you saw me, or that I was the one that raised the sun today, I'll make the sun rise again every day."
"Does it have to be a Pinkie Pie promise?"
Twist nervously asked. Nightmare Moon chuckled, remembering the day they had encountered Pinkie Pie after Diamond Tiara's prank had gone bad. "No, it doesn't."
"Okay, I promise, Nix," Twist replied with a smile. "But I hope you change your mind. The party's going to be a lot of fun. Still, if you don't, I'll see you later, okay?"
Nightmare Moon nodded and watched as Twist slipped out from underneath the canopy of the weeping willow. She then used a touch of her magic to push back some of the hanging branches so that she could watch Twist bounce towards town. Once Twist had disappeared from sight, she turned her attention back to the peppermint stick. She removed it from its tissue paper wrapping and placed it in her mouth. It was sweet, minty, and, in that moment, every way delicious. Nightmare Moon remained where she was until the end of the day, when the celebrations had died down and the sun was nearing the far horizon. She made the sun set and the moon rise from her hiding place beneath the tree, and she lingered there a bit longer before daring to leave. She moved through Ponyville as a mystical shadow, making her way to her destination, the Golden Oaks Library. While Nightmare Moon was happy to give Twist the new Crusader cape she had received from Sweetie Belle, she soon after found herself almost regretting what she had done. She realized too late she wanted the cape for her own, to have as a memento, but at the same time she knew she couldn't take it back from Twist. That left Nightmare Moon wanting until she remembered there was one more Crusader cape in the world. There was one she could have and keep for herself, which in truth already belonged to her. It was her first cape, the one she had received during the school year, and she knew exactly where to find it. Back when she was known simply as Nix, a pony returned a library book damaged. A number of pages had been torn out and many of the others stained with water. The book was simply ruined, and Twilight was forced to throw it out. At the same time, however, Nix had been reading a story where the main character hid things inside of a hollowed-out book. After fishing the book out of the garbage, Nix made it into her best hiding spot, something even Twilight didn't know about. She hollowed it out and hid it under the bed with other storybooks. It was a hiding spot she had been so proud of. To find a single small book under a filly's bed in a library would be like finding a needle in a haystack, unless one knew where to look. The cloud that was Nightmare Moon drew close to the library at this point, and she was struck with a bit of déjà vu as she approached one of the windows. In the past, she had snuck up to the same window and peeked in on Twilight Sparkle and the other 5 ponies that would wield the elements of harmony against her that fateful night, back when she and Luna were one and the same. And just like that night, Nightmare Moon peeked through the library window, only to find a very different scene than she remembered. "Are you sure you'll be okay here by yourself, Spike? You are more than welcome to keep staying with me," Rarity offered. She was standing in the center of the room, watching Spike as he rushed about cleaning. Aloysius was helping as well, using his wings to feather dust the higher shelves. Pee-wee was sitting in his nest on the windowsill, but the baby phoenix was joined in his nest by another of his kind. Princess Celestia's own pet phoenix, Philomena, had come to the library seeking refuge when the children of Nightmare had tried to capture her as a prize for Nightmare Moon. "No way! I need to be here and make sure the library is in tip-top shape for when Twilight comes back. I mean, you saw it. The sun came up. That means Princess Celestia's back, and if she's back, it won't be long before she beats Nightmare Moon. Then she'll free Twilight, and I don't want her to come back to a dirty library." "You really are her #1 assistant, aren't you?" Rarity praised with a smile. Spike paused from his cleaning and puffed out his chest in pride. "You bet I am." "Well, then, I won't keep you, but if you get hungry, I want you to come over to the boutique. While I can't promise you gemstones, you are always welcome to share dinner with me. Oh, and don't stay up too late," Rarity finished before she turned to leave. "You wouldn't want to be tired when Twilight comes back, now would you?" Nightmare Moon shrunk back, hiding her cloud-like body in a nearby bush as Rarity exited the library. She waved a final goodbye to Spike before departing, and only when she had disappeared around a distant street corner did Nightmare Moon dare to peek through the window again. Spike had just finished cleaning the last of the library shelves and had moved on to Twilight's writing desk. He began to clean it just as he had cleaned everything else, but he soon paused to pick up a nearby picture frame. It was a picture of him and Twilight. The two were posing for the picture, undoubtedly a shot for a school yearbook or something, back when Twilight was attending Celestia's School for Gifted Unicorns. Both she and Spike looked younger in the image, back at a time when he was just starting to act more like Twilight's assistant. It was a picture that brought a smile to Spike's face, and he took a moment to hug it to his chest. "Come home soon, Twilight." Until Spike had said those words, Nightmare Moon had every intention of waiting until he had fallen asleep before sneaking upstairs to retrieve her treasure book. Now, however, she slunk away from the window and let her cloud-like form begin to make its way back to the palace. Spike would stay up all night for Twilight, and with each passing hour, his hope that she would be freed by Celestia would diminish. He would soon come to realize, like every pony else in Ponyville, that it was Nightmare Moon that had raised the sun. And Nightmare Moon had no interest in waiting by the window if it meant she'd have to watch as Spike's hopes of Twilight's return died in his chest. The waiting was excruciating. Nightmare Moon had returned to the castle and ordered the guards to fetch her treasure book. The moment Spike left the library unattended, she had stayed in her throne since then, not wanting to move an inch and risk missing the guards' return. She had made the book sound like something far worse than it was. She wove a tale of how the book held her grand plans for Equestria, and Nexus was more than eager to believe her. He even volunteered to go take the book from the library with his own hooves to ensure it was never opened. It was an offer Nightmare Moon didn't refuse, though she insisted that Spike had to be out of the library. When Nexus asked why, she gave him the simple explanation that no pony or dragon in Ponyville was to know that the book even existed, and that seemed to thrill Nexus even more. He would have probably waited years for Spike to leave the library before securing the book. Thankfully, it had only taken hours. A short time after sunrise the following day, Nightmare Moon heard the doors to the throne room open. Nexus poked his head in the moment the crack was wide enough, and he wore a broad smile. "Were you successful?" Nightmare Moon asked, though she could already see he had been. As she rose from the throne and crossed the room to meet Nexus halfway, he walked towards her with the book levitating beside his head. "Of course, my queen. The book was just where you said it would be, and the baby dragon was out fetching breakfast for himself at the time. We also ensured the phoenixes and owl were asleep upstairs. None saw us enter or leave, and none has even cracked the cover of your book. It has remained tightly closed since it was removed from its hiding spot, as per your request." "Excellent," Nightmare Moon said gleefully as she took the book in her own magic. "You have done well, Nexus." "You honor me, your highness. Though, if I may be so bold, what exactly does this book contain? You have spoken of it as if it holds something of unfathomable importance, but I find myself wondering how such a simple-looking book could contain something so—" "Do you question my word, Nexus?" Nightmare Moon hissed out, leaning in close and glaring coldly at him. Nexus swallowed nervously, trying to force down the knot that had formed in his throat. "No, never, my queen. Perish the thought." "Then you will trust in my word. This book is important, but its contents are for my eyes only. Now, I am retiring to my bedchambers for the morning. It is of the utmost importance that I am not disturbed." "Yes, my queen," Nexus replied. He bowed once more as Nightmare Moon strode past him, and he waited until she had left the throne room before shouting her orders to the guards. Back in her bedchambers, with her armor and makeup removed, Nightmare Moon laid on her bed with the book held gently in her magic. It had taken every ounce of her will to keep herself from opening the book before she had reached her bed. Yet now she was there, now she had privacy, and, after licking her lips, she cracked open the top cover. Inside the book, a rectangular hole had been cut into the water-stained pages, and within the gap was a hoof full of items that made the air catch in Nightmare Moon's lungs. Lying right on top, and taking up the largest part of the book's interior, was her original Cutie Mark Crusader cape. It was frayed on a few edges and had a stain on one corner, but the red color was still strong and vibrant. Even the rearing pony emblem it bore was just as Nightmare Moon remembered it. Carefully, she removed the cape and draped it across the cover of the book as she looked at the other items inside. She found her blue ribbon from the Learn and Play Day, and other little trinkets that she had gathered from her many attempts to find her Cutie Mark. Marbles, old coins. The book was filled with things that had no significant monetary value, but to her they were utterly priceless. Before she could stop herself, Nightmare Moon found her magic reaching out to one of the items, her kazoo. She withdrew the cheap little thing she had worn along with the blue ribbon from the Learn and Play Days tug-of-war match, and, before she could stop herself, she placed the toy against her lips. It felt so much smaller now, as if she could break it just by biting down. Still, Nightmare Moon held the kazoo with care, and she breathed out. The kazoo gave up its note, which sounded against the walls of her bedchamber. The single note that Nightmare Moon hoped would bring back even a fraction of the happiness she once knew, only left the bitter taste of plastic in her mouth. As quickly as her magic would allow, she put all the treasures back into the book and hid it in the drawer of a dresser. She then flopped down on her bed once more, finding herself staring at her reflection in the vanity mirror. As Nightmare Moon glared at her reflection, Luna's words rose and burned at her mind like angry phantoms. "It won't be my past that haunts you, but your own." Luna had been right. She had been Nyx, and she could have stayed Nyx. The Royal Sisters had offered her a chance to stop, but she had been a fool, lost in the past. She had listened to spell Nexus, the children of nightmare, and her own memories. She had focused on being the mare she once was, and in the process she had destroyed everything she once had. Yes, she was Nightmare Moon. She had made herself into Nightmare Moon, but now she didn't want to be that. She didn't want to be the monster colts and fillies feared haunted the shadows. She did not want to be the tyrant queen. But she couldn't go back now. She had gone too far. No amount of apologies would cleanse her of what she had done. If she freed Celestia and Luna, they would seal her in the moon for 1,000 years, if not longer. She was stuck, simply stuck. She could not go back, but she could not make herself go forward. She was, in every way, her reflection in the mirror. She could not be Nightmare Moon any more, clad in armor as she struck fear into the hearts of ponies. She could not go back to being the small, innocent filly Nyx either. She was the blank-flanked adult mare who was stuck in the middle, and she could not stand her own reflection any longer. With an aggravated huff, Nightmare Moon flopped over on her bed. She put her back to the mirror and searched the other side of her room for something to distract her. She looked to her writing desk and the papers on the surface, but then her gaze was drawn by a familiar purple. The purple belonged to an item that was lodged beneath her writing desk, in the same place she had thrown it in a fit of rage weeks before. It was a thing she reached out to with her magical mane and drew back into the light. Nightmare Moon once more looked upon the training dummy of Twilight Sparkle she had destroyed the day she had first arrived at the castle. It now had a small layer of dust covering its features, and it had lost more of its stuffing while it had lain forgotten. Still, the resemblance the dummy shared with Twilight Sparkle was just as striking as when Nightmare Moon first saw it. It was so much like Twilight that Nightmare Moon couldn't stop herself from drawing the dummy close and letting her magic flow through it. The rips and tears began to fix themselves, and soon the training dummy was as good as new. She, however, didn't stop there. Nightmare Moon continued to use her magic on the dummy, and she changed the rough burlap into something soft and plush. Under the influence of Nightmare Moon's magic, the training dummy became in form and appearance a doll, and the freshly transformed Twilight Sparkle doll soon found a place against Nightmare Moon's chest. She hugged the doll to her body with her legs, and for a moment she dared to pretend the doll was the real Twilight. "What do I do now, Twilight?" Nightmare Moon asked, praying that the doll might actually provide an answer. "What do I do now?" Chapter 16. To Harden a Soft Heart. For a full week, Nightmare Moon dutifully raised and lowered the sun, making the days pass as they did before her rule. She did little else, choosing to sequester herself in her chambers. She kept tabs on how the kingdom was being ruled, and made sure Spell Nexus didn't overstep certain boundaries. Beyond that, Nightmare Moon could hardly bring herself to rise up from her bed. News had been spread that it was she who raised the sun, that it was by her choice that the eternal night ended. It had been some of the most startling news to ever hit Equestria, falling just short of Nightmare Moon's very quick rise to power. The reactions to the news were mixed. The children of Nightmare sulked, Nexus in particular seeing her decision as a sign of weakness that needed to end. They would not dare to say such a thing to their queen's face, but she could hear whispers just as well as any regular pony. The populace at large seemed uneasy, as if Nightmare Moon was only teasing them with a few sunny days. They believed she would bring back the eternal night without warning, that she was only playing some sick game, or that she had something far worse planned for Equestria. And if there was some who truly appreciated her returning the sun to the sky each day, Nightmare Moon didn't hear about them. Their voices were quiet whispers and a thunderous chorus of shouts from ponies who feared she would return the night eternal, or demanded that she did. It was a surrounding storm which only aggravated the one that billowed in Nightmare Moon's mind. She kept trying to understand why she felt the way she did. Her mind was filled with an endless merry-go-round of thoughts and questions, one she could neither silence nor answer. It all led to sleepless nights and her desire to do nothing more than hide in her bedchamber, lock the door, and pretend the world outside didn't exist. But at times the world would not be ignored. Hey, I said you can't enter. Grab her. Halt! I said halt. Watch it, she's making a run at the door. Some pony get some Pegasi and unicorns to help catch her. Watch out. That's it. We got her. We've got her surrounded. No pony makes a fool out of us. You're under arrest for trespassing on castle grounds. Every pony, rush her on 3, 2, 1. Nightmare Moon bolted from her bed, tired eyes narrowing into thin slits of anger. She moved to her balcony door and burst outside. She turned her gaze down on the castle courtyard below and took in the deepest breath she could manage. She then bellowed at the top of her lungs, not caring how early it was. The sheer volume of her voice undoubtedly scared awake some ponies in Ponyville. "What is going on out here?" All that answered was moaning and groaning. A large portion of the Earth Pony Castle guards were piled on top of each other in the very center of the main courtyard. Giggling and bouncing around them playfully, as if it was all a game, was Pinkie Pie. "You ponies are silly. This isn't how you play tag." Nightmare Moon didn't know whether to be shocked at what she was seeing, to be enraged that her guards had been so easily defeated, or to drop to the ground and laugh her head off. A single hyper-pink pony had just bested her soldiers without meaning to. The world could probably be on the verge of ending, and Pinkie Pie would still be Pinkie Pie. "Halt!" several fresh voices shouted. The unicorns of the castle's garrison rushed forward into the courtyard, horns already glowing as Pegasi began to circle in the sky above. Nightmare Moon had little doubt they were preparing to either grab Pinkie Pie or use far more dangerous tactics to stop the bouncing intruder. Pinkie Pie, however, didn't seem to register the danger she was in, her smile growing larger. "Oh, do you guys want to play tag too? Okay, but remember that I'm it, and you have to run away from me. These ponies just didn't get it. They kept running towards me." "This is no game. You are trespassing in the royal castle of Queen Nightmare Moon. Surrender now." "Guards, at ease!" Nightmare Moon glided down and landed in the courtyard. The unicorns quickly ended the spells they were about to cast, and the Pegasi who had been circling above landed. They all bowed to their queen as one guard spoke. "Your Highness, this pony has trespassed on your royal castle." "Yes, I can see that," Nightmare Moon replied, looking down at Pinkie Pie. "What are you doing here?" "Well, I came to see you, but when I asked the guards, they told me—" Pinkie Pie puffed out her chest and began speaking with a gruff voice. "No, any petitioners that want an audience with the glorious Nightmare Moon must make an appointment that must be approved by Spell Nexus." "But then," Pinkie Pie continued in her normal, energetic tone, "I told them that I wasn't a medical practitioner, and that if I wanted to be part of an audience, I'd go watch a fun play, or maybe listen to a band. All I wanted was to talk to you, but they told me to go away." "But I really need to talk to you, so I didn't leave," Pinkie Pie continued to babble. "Then they opened the gates to make me leave, and I decided that if they were silly enough to leave the castle gates open, then they probably didn't mind if I came inside. And then all these silly guards started chasing me, and before I knew it, we were having a great game of tag." Nightmare Moon lifted a hoof to her mouth, trying her very best not to laugh in front of her guards. She didn't know what it was that she found so funny, but she could not deny it was a struggle to keep her giggles under control. With a forced cough, she regained her serious expression and looked down at Pinkie Pie. "Why do you want to see me?" "To give you this," Pinkie Pie replied. She reached into her curly tail, rummaged around, and pulled out an envelope. She held it gingerly in her teeth, presenting it to Nightmare Moon. All the guards turned and watched their queen, who stared dumbfounded. An envelope was one of the last things she would have expected Pinkie Pie to give her, but then again, being unpredictable was Pinkie Pie's nature. Knowing Pinkie would not depart until the letter was read, Nightmare Moon called on her magic and levitated the envelope to her face. She lifted the flap, which had been held down with a happy face sticker, and removed the contents. It was a bright pink piece of paper, decorated with laughing balloons, flowers, and brightly smiling colts and fillies. It was an invitation to Twist's birthday party. In a flash, the mild humor Nightmare Moon found in the situation was replaced with seething anger. She threw the invitation onto the ground and stomped on it with a hoof. "What cruel joke is this?" "Joke? What joke? Did some pony tell a joke?" Pinkie Pie asked before she gasped and smiled. "Ooh, was it a knock-knock joke? I love knock-knock jokes. My absolute favorite goes like this. The first pony says, 'Knock, knock,' and the other pony says, 'Who's there?' And then the first pony says, 'Pinkie Pie.'" Nightmare Moon snapped, causing most of her guards, as well as Pinkie Pie, to jump. "I'm talking about the invitation." Pinkie Pie giggled. "Oh, that's not a joke, silly." "Do you think I'm so foolish? Why would I want to attend some filly's birthday party? Why would Twist even want me there? What makes you think I'd believe her parents would even allow her to send an invitation to me? I should lock you in the dungeon for this cruel prank." Pinkie Pie's smile, which she had worn since Nightmare Moon's arrival, faded. "But this isn't a prank." "Then tell me the truth." Pinkie Pie looked skyward as if she was going to pluck something from the clouds. "Okay, let me see. You ask a lot of questions, but I'll try to answer them all. No, I don't think you're foolish. You're too big to be a filly, let alone a foal. Why would you want to attend a party? Well, it's a party, and every pony likes parties. Why did Twist want to invite you? She said it's because she never saw you at the block party we had when the sun came up again. As for Twist's parents," Pinkie Pie continued, "they kind of don't know she sent you an invitation. The party's going to be at Sugar Cube Corner, so I was handing out the invitations, and Twist asked if I had an extra one. I told her I did, and she asked if I would bring it to you. And honestly, I wasn't sure at first. I mean, parties are always more fun when there are more ponies, but even I didn't think it was a good idea to invite you.
But then Twist told me that you weren't really as mean as every pony thinks you are, and that she still wanted you at her party. So I smiled and told her, silly filly, I always have 10 extra invitations just in case. So, after delivering all the other invitations, I bounced right over here to bring you yours. So, are you going to come? It's today, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Nightmare Moon stared at Pinkie Pie's expectant smile, glanced to see that the eyes of the guards were on her, and then looked down to the smashed invitation. She carefully picked it up and worked to straighten it with her magic. The laughing balloons, the smiling flowers, and the swirling letters that adorned the page were now marred with dirt and creases, but the promises of games, cake, and happiness remained. It was a truly inviting invitation, the happiest Nightmare Moon had ever seen. Still, that didn't stop her from folding the paper and handing it out to Pinkie Pie. "I'm not going," she flatly announced. Pinkie Pie's face fell into a disappointed frown. "Oh, why not? Twist was really hoping you would come. She promised to make lots of peppermint sticks. She said you liked them." "Tell Twist thank you for the invitation, but I cannot attend," Nightmare Moon reiterated. "Well, okay," Pinkie Pie replied. She took the invitation and slipped it back into the curly hair of her tail. "It's still a party, even if all the guests can't come. Still, there's always room for more ponies at a party, so if you want to come, the party's going to be today at noon. Feel free to just drop by if you want. I know Twist will be super happy if she thinks you're not coming, and then you do come. It will be like a surprise." "Well, I've got to get back to Sugar Cube Corner," Pinkie Pie chirped, spinning on her hooves. "See you later, Queen Nixie." With that, she started bouncing away, heading out the castle's front gates and down the road to Ponyville. "Your Majesty, would you like us to pursue and arrest her?" one of the unicorn guards asked. "That depends. Do you think you can actually catch her?" Nightmare Moon asked, looking at the pile of soldiers that were just starting to get back on their hooves. "And do you want to risk looking like foals if you can't?" The guards glanced at each other and decided quietly to go back to their normal patrols. Soon the humorous distraction Pinkie Pie had caused was washed away by the return of the castle's normal staunchness, and for a moment Nightmare Moon wished that Pinkie Pie had stayed for just a little longer. Nightmare Moon returned to her bedchamber, intending to resume her depressed wallowing. She laid down upon her bed, shut her eyes, and relinquished herself to her thoughts. Thoughts that, before Pinkie Pie's interruption, had been an endless stream of questions to which Nightmare Moon had no answers. Yet those thoughts, those torturous thoughts, were now being pushed back. Like a brave hero facing a pack of wolves, something in her mind was fighting against the dark, clinging emotions that had been weighing her down. Twist wanted Nightmare Moon to come to her birthday party. She had never been to a birthday party before, and she couldn't deny that some part of her was finding the invitation strangely tempting. For a moment, the full-grown alicorn was a filly again, letting herself fantasize about what the party would be like. What kind of cake would be there? Would there be games? Of course there would be games. If Pinkie Pie was involved, then there would, at the very least, be Pin the Tail on the pony. She might have even hung up a piñata. The fantasies of the party died as Nightmare Moon looked at herself in the bedroom mirror, and was forced to remember she wasn't Nix any more. She wasn't a filly, she was the Queen of Equestria. She was Nightmare Moon, the bringer of the eternal night, the monster who had banished Celestia and Luna to the sun and moon. According to Nexus, the children of Nightmare and most of Equestria, she was supposed to be an evil tyrant, heartless, cold, and... Nightmare Moon looked away from the mirror in aggravation. She was tired of this, tired of being pulled in two very different directions. She was tired of of having to keep her friends and her mother imprisoned in the dungeons. Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, and Scootaloo deserved to go to the party more than she did. Nightmare Moon paused on that thought and began to smile. She could not go to the party. She'd never hear the end of it from Spell Nexus, but perhaps there was something else she could do for Twist to make the day extra special. Knock, knock. Pinkie Pie bounced over to the front door of Sugar Cube Corner, opening it with a bright smile. Twist's birthday party was in full swing, the only unaccounted-for guest being Nightmare Moon. Twist was having a good time, though, and the music and happiness within the bakery flowed out into the street as Pinkie Pie held the door open. "Hi, what can I do for you stallions?" A pair of Nightmare Moon's royal guards remained stone-faced, stepping to the side to reveal a large birthday present wrapped in purple wrapping paper and blue ribbons with a few holes in the top. "We were ordered to deliver this present to a filly named Twist, and see to it that she opened it immediately." "A surprise present? Oh, that's so fun! Just a second," Pinkie Pie replied. She galloped back into the party, and in moments she had found the guest of honor. With little warning, Pinkie whisked Twist away from the conversation she was having and brought her to the large present that sat on the front step. "Oh, is that for me?" Twist asked when she saw the present, which was larger than she was. Pinkie Pie motioned towards the guards. "That's what they said, and they also said you had to open it right away. So, open it, open it." Twist nodded, just as eager as Pinkie Pie to see what was inside. She took hold of one of the loose bits of ribbon with her teeth and pulled until the bow on the top came untied. Then, without warning, the top of the box exploded, shooting confetti everywhere as 3 figures popped up, smiling ear to ear. "Happy birthday!" Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, and Scootaloo cheered in unison as they held their front legs over their heads with excited fanfare. "Oh my gosh!" Twist shouted, practically leaping at the 3 fillies. "I thought you girls were out of town." "Well, we were, but let's just say Nix helped us get back home early," Apple Bloom lied. "That is so awesome!" Twist exclaimed. "The only way it could be better was if Nix was able to come." "Sorry, Twist, but she can't," Sweetie Belle said as she and the other Crusaders got out of the large present. "But Nix wanted us to tell you she really wanted to come." "Yeah, and she also sent you a present. Well, a present besides us. It's in the bottom of the box." "Oh, I'll get it," Pinkie Pie chirped. She bounded into the air before diving into the larger box. A moment later she resurfaced, holding a much more reasonably sized present in her teeth. She set it down in front of Twist, and the birthday filly eagerly began to open her gift. She removed the wrapping, pulled open the folds of the box, and dipped her head inside to see what was hidden within. "What is it? What is it?" Apple Bloom asked. Twist brought her head back out of the box, licking some chocolate off of her lips. "It's fudge, and it's really good." "Can I have some?" Scootaloo asked, quickly zipping over to the side of the present. "Sure," Twist replied, letting each of the Crusaders and Pinkie Pie dig into the present and take one of the carefully cut squares. Soon all their eyes lit up, having never tasted such amazing fudge before. A strong frown hung on Nexus's face as he descended a spiraling stone staircase in the castle. He was not accompanied by his personal guards, and had adjusted the castle's patrols. He needed to have a private conversation with a particular mayor, and he did not want to be interrupted. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, Nexus strode along the empty cells of the castle dungeon until he reached the one at the very end. Twilight Sparkle was sitting up in her cot when he stepped in front of the bars, and he met her gaze with a cold, hateful glare. "This is all your fault," Nexus seethed. "Well, that's wonderfully specific," Twilight sassed. "And just what is all my fault?" "Do you realize what Nightmare Moon did today?" Twilight shook her head. "No, all I know is that she came to take Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, and Scootaloo away. She didn't tell me what she was going to do with them." "Well, I'll tell you what she did," Nexus forced out through gritted teeth before he leaned in and pressed his nose through the bars. "She let them go." A smile blossomed on Twilight's face as she stood from her cot. "She did?" "Yes, but it wasn't just that," Nexus growled, pacing in front of the cell. "No, she wrapped those fillies in a present, and then wasted the time of 2 of her soldiers by having them deliver the present to a birthday party. She also sent another gift, fudge, made by the royal chef." The smile on Twilight's face turned into a wide grin, and she gave one of her forelegs a triumphant swing. "That's my girl." "No," Nexus snapped. His voice filled the dungeon, and it echoed with his rage. "The Queen is in no way your daughter, no matter what lies you filled her head with. If anything, you have ruined her. It is you who softened her heart and filled her mind with notions of compassion and laughter. It is you who taught her to love the sun, who allowed her to have friends. Friends only bring weakness. A true queen must think only of the kingdom and her own wishes. But now Nightmare Moon is so soft-hearted she is sending birthday presents to a little filly." Twilight snorted at Nexus dismissively. "Say what you want, Spell Nexus, but I'm proud of her. She's not listening to her old memories or your insane suggestions. She's choosing to listen to her conscience and do what she knows is right. At this rate, it won't be long until Nyx will—" "She is not Nyx," Nexus interrupted with a bellow. "She is Nightmare Moon. She is meant to bring the eternal night to Equestria, and she is to make the ponies of this kingdom suffer for how they scorned her in the past. She is meant to make you and your friends pay for defeating her with the elements of harmony. That is what Nightmare Moon should be doing." "That is what Nightmare Moon would do, but the pony you call Queen is not her any more. She is her own mare, and she can choose for herself who she wants to be." Twilight smiled, leaning into the bars as she looked Nexus dead in the eye. "And right now, Nyx is choosing to be the pony she wants to be, not the monster you've been trying to make her." Nexus shut his eyes and gritted his teeth, biting back a scream of rage. He stomped his hooves, tossed his head, and fought against the urge to strangle Twilight Sparkle where she sat. He even began to reach out towards her with his magic, but after a few tense moments Nexus calmed himself down. He was still angry, but now the anger was back under control, allowing him to refocus his glare. "I do not know why I am so surprised. You are a student of Celestia, the bleeding heart who used to sit upon Equestria's throne, the one who sought peace above all else, who did not see that under proper leadership Equestria could rise to control so much more, to be so much more. And as the teacher passed the lessons on to the student, so too did the student pass on the poisoned knowledge of kindness to the filly in her care. Even after my queen was reborn, even when Nightmare Moon returned as the mare she was meant to be, you did not stop. You came to the castle speaking apologies and sweet words. It was you who refreshed the poison of kindness in Nightmare Moon's veins." "And what does that say about you, Headmaster Spell Nexus?" Twilight rebutted. "You were once Princess Celestia's student, just like I am now. She taught you, mentored you, and made you the headmaster of her school. How could you betray the princesses?" "Mine was not the first betrayal," Spell Nexus raged. He slammed a hoof against the bars, causing Twilight to flinch and flatten her ears. "Celestia betrayed me. She knew full well what the shreds of Nightmare Moon contained. She sent me to explore that magic, but I was to be nothing more than a sacrificial lamb sent to slaughter. It was Nightmare Moon who spared me, who showed me mercy, who showed me the error of my ways." He breathed heavily through his mouth. His exertion had caused some ragged bits of his mane to fall into his face, giving him a deranged appearance as he glared at Twilight. "But perhaps you are right." He raised a hoof to his head, brushing back some of the loose strands of his mane. "Perhaps I, too, have been kind to our queen. Perhaps I, too, am still afflicted by Celestia's poison. I have followed my queen, bowed to her, and given her what she's wanted. However, what Nightmare Moon wants is not what she needs. She needs to be the queen she can be. She needs to be cured of the kindness that possesses her. And I know just the remedy," Nexus said. His horn glowed as he clicked open the lock on the cell. Twilight quickly retreated, pressing herself against the back wall of the cell as Nexus moved slowly towards her. His dark shadow fell upon her, and his turquoise eyes flashed menacingly. If you hurt me, Nyx will—" "Oh, you misunderstand, Twilight Sparkle. I have no intention of hurting you. In fact, quite the opposite. After all, there is no better cure for a soft heart than to be betrayed by one you hold dear." "And she wouldn't say why she wanted to see me?" "No," Nexus replied. He walked alongside Nightmare Moon as the pair descended into the dungeon. The guards only reported that she started screaming, demanding to see you. I would not have brought it to your attention, but she has refused to eat." "I thank you for alerting me to this, Nexus," Nightmare Moon replied. "But I would have you wait at the bottom of the stairwell. I will speak with Twilight Sparkle alone." "Of course, Your Majesty," Nexus agreed as the two reached the dungeon. As he was asked, Nexus remained at the base of the steps while Nightmare Moon walked to the far end of the hall. She turned to look into the last cell and saw Twilight was lying on her cot. Her body was almost completely covered by her blanket, and she was facing the wall. "You wanted to see me?" Nightmare Moon spoke softly, wishing to keep Nexus from overhearing the conversation. Twilight groaned weakly before she began speaking. "Yes, please, the guards, they—" Nightmare Moon felt her heart skip a beat. She opened the cell door without hesitation and rushed in. "Did they hurt you?" Twilight mumbled something, but Nightmare Moon didn't hear. She bent close, bringing her head next to Twilight's. "Did the guards do something to you?" Nightmare Moon asked, still speaking softly, but with a firm undertone. I'm sorry. Nightmare Moon nuzzled Twilight's neck reassuringly. "Twilight, no. Whatever they did to you, it wasn't your fault." "I'm sorry that I ever found you in the forest." In but a single breath, Nightmare Moon felt the atmosphere in the cell change. The panic and fear she felt for Twilight was replaced with dread, and within moments of that last whispered word escaping Twilight's lips, Nightmare Moon felt a searing pain in her right shoulder. She jumped back, stumbled, and fell onto the floor of the cell. She looked back at her shoulder where a large gash was now visible. It was painful, one of the few times Nightmare Moon had felt physical pain since her resurrection. Looking back at Twilight, Nightmare Moon saw her getting up from her cot slowly. The anti-magic collar that was supposed to be around her neck was lying on her pillow, and in the air beside her head Twilight held a thin magical dagger. It was a smaller version of the spell Nightmare Moon used to form a sword to fight Celestia, but that didn't make it any less dangerous. "What are you doing?" Nightmare Moon asked. She scrambled to try to get to her hooves, but the small space of the cell was making it difficult for her to maneuver. Twilight took a step towards Nightmare Moon as she kept the dagger held aloft. "Fixing my mistake." "Mistake?" "Yes," Twilight replied as she continued her slow approach. You're a monster. You're a tyrant, and I should have never saved you from the forest. Twilight, Twilight, what's wrong? Why are you—" Nightmare Moon stuttered out. Her voice grew weak as she began to hyperventilate. It's me. It's Nix. Don't you remember?" "I remember perfectly what you've done. You took over Equestria. You banished my mentor to the sun and brought eternal night. You locked up 3 innocent fillies and made me promise them everything would be all right before you took them away." Nightmare Moon continued to panic, struggling to get to her hooves. She pushed herself against the wall of the cell. "I took them away to let them go. I let them go, Twilight. You have to believe me. You always believe me." Twilight stood over Nightmare Moon, and Equestria's queen saw nothing of the care and compassion she once knew. Instead, Twilight's purple eyes were filled with nothing but hatred and murderous intent. "That's what being in this dungeon has helped me to realize, that I never should have believed or trusted you. That you were, you are, and you always will be a monster, and I'm ashamed that I ever called you my daughter." No. Nightmare Moon began to weep. Twilight, don't say that. Please don't say that. I'm sorry I did all this. Just please, don't say that. I'm sorry." "There is no forgiveness," Twilight said coldly. She began to raise the dagger. "I can never forgive myself for believing you were anything but a monster. And now I'm going to fix my mistake. I'm going to fix it all." "No!" Nightmare Moon cried out. Her voice echoed the pain of her heart, which threatened to shatter. Twilight, however, did not falter, nor slow. She held the dagger high and aimed for Nightmare Moon's neck. Yet, before Twilight could strike, Spell Nexus appeared at the cell door. Drawn to his queen's side by her cry, Nexus wrapped his magic around Twilight and pinned her against the wall. "Guards! The queen has been injured!" Nexus shouted out. Within moments, a patrol of soldiers arrived. The guards escorted Nightmare Moon from the cell, while Nexus resecured the anti-magic brace to Twilight's neck. Then he slammed the door shut and turned to follow the royal guards as they carried Nightmare Moon away. Nexus, however, didn't follow too closely. After all, he didn't want the guards or his queen noticing his grin. Nightmare Moon lay on her bed, head resting on her tear-soaked pillow, as she hugged her Twilight Sparkle doll to her chest. She had not moved for hours. Her world, in a single brief moment, had been shattered. The one solid, constant foundation she had been able to rely on through the chaos of becoming queen had crumbled. Twilight had attacked her. Twilight had called her a monster. Twilight was ashamed of her. Those thoughts hurt more than the wound in Nightmare Moon's shoulder, which had been bandaged and cared for. It was a pain in her chest, like some pony had stabbed her in the heart with a dagger, and was now twisting it. Twilight, the one who had always believed she was still Nyx, the one who raised her as Nyx, had turned her back on her. She really was a monster. Who was she trying to fool by pretending otherwise? She was Nightmare Moon, the queen of Equestria, one of the most wicked beings that Equestria had ever known. Any hopes or desires to the contrary were nothing but lies and falsehoods she was creating for herself. If even Twilight was unable to see her as anything else, then she had no hope. She was Nightmare Moon, and there was no escaping it. Shuddering as a fresh wave of tears fell from her eyes, Nightmare Moon turned over on her bed, trying to find a dry patch on her pillow to rest her head on. Her eyes flicked to the clock, allowing her to see she had spent the whole afternoon just lying there. It honestly had felt much longer than that. The clock showed it was almost time for the sunset. Nightmare Moon was tempted to just blow it off, to leave the world in the amber glow of early evening. But she had a responsibility to Equestria. Even if Twilight hated her, even if every pony thought she was a monster, she wouldn't let them down. She'd guide the sun and moon through their cycle. It was the one thing she seemed to be able to do that didn't make some pony hate her even more. Taking in a deep breath, Nightmare Moon had to draw upon every ounce of energy she had left to haul herself up from the bed and walk slowly to her balcony. The afternoon in bed had been anything but restful. She was exhausted. As soon as she was on her hooves, she wanted to lay back down. Yet she found the strength to reach her bedroom's balcony and step into the cool evening air. She turned her gaze to the west, where the sun was waiting to be tucked below the horizon. The sky was already starting to glow with the warm golden colors of sunset. Thankfully, Nightmare Moon only needed to nudge the sun with her magic. The golden orb seemed all too willing to sink below the horizon, and the moon was just as compliant. The pair exchanged dominance of the sky, and for a moment Nightmare Moon lingered to watch the sunset. It was a beautiful sight, one she enjoyed for a few minutes before she turned away. She had every intention of going back to her bed and hugging her Twilight Sparkle doll to her chest once more. Yet, just as Nightmare Moon turned, she noticed something out of the ordinary. There was a large crowd of ponies outside the castle gates, and on top of the gatehouse, Spell Nexus was standing with a large contingent of soldiers. The gatehouse itself had also been modified. Jutting out from the top of the battlements was a platform, a simple structure of wood timbers and a rope. A hanging noose and gallows had been built over the edge of the castle gates, and there was a pony about to be executed. She stood on the very edge of the platform with the noose around her neck. She was mere moments from being shoved, moments from falling to her death, and yet the mare was looking back over her shoulder. She was staring straight at Nightmare Moon. Spell Nexus made every attempt to remain stoic and serious, to be professional, but he could not contain his giddiness. This was it. This was what he needed and hoped for. It had all worked beautifully. He was going to be rid of Twilight Sparkle, the mare that was injecting the poison of kindness into his queen, once and for all. Nexus moved to the edge of the castle's gatehouse, looking over the beautiful set of gallows that had been constructed over the course of the afternoon. A single long, thin, wooden platform extended from the top of the gatehouse outwards over the waiting crowd of ponies below. Above the platform were a number of thick timbers constructed and laid out to support a single hanging rope. The rope itself was long, and its free end had been tied into a noose. Nexus had measured the rope himself. Once a pony was pushed off the platform, they would fall almost all the way to the ground. Then, just before their hooves would reach the ground, the rope would snap taut. The victim would be dead almost instantly, but more importantly, they would hang in clear view of the ponies watching below. It was a thing of beauty. Oh, if only he could have brought the Canterlot Royal Guard down to Ponyville for this. After he had showed them the light, they had been a powerful force. They, under Shining Armor's leadership, had kept Canterlot under control. Princess Cadence's own rebel forces had been stopped numerous times by her husband's keen military experience. That, unfortunately, was also the reason the Canterlot Royal Guard needed to stay at the capital, but it didn't stop Spell Nexus from imagining what it would be like if they were there. They would stand across the walls, looking down upon the citizens below. They would be dressed in the armor of their queen, and their old uniforms would be decaying in a junk heap. The residents of Ponyville would lose all hope if they saw the ponies who once defended the princesses now stood with Nightmare Moon. The sound of marching hooves drew Spell Nexus from his daydream and focused his attention on a quarter of the guards. They were just reaching the top of the stairs that connected the castle's battlements to the courtyard below, and standing between them was a particular purple unicorn. Spell Nexus smiled as he looked over Twilight Sparkle. Her ankles were shackled in heavy irons, and she had an anti-magic collar around her neck. While he knew she wouldn't resist, the heavy restraints sent a message. It sent a message that would reverberate across Equestria. The ponies would look upon his queen and the children of Nightmare with the fear and respect they deserved. They would inspire fear and loyalty even if Her Highness continued to raise the sun. That small act of kindness could possibly turn into a very convincing bit of leverage. After all, the threat of an eternal night still lingered. Should the ponies try to stand up or revolt, Nightmare Moon would be able to bring back the eternal night until their spirits and wills were broken. Yet all of that was just frosting on the cake. Nightmare Moon would once again act like the queen she was meant to be. Twilight's betrayal would harden Nightmare Moon's soft heart. Yes, it had pained Nexus to let Twilight cause his queen harm, but it had to be done. As Nexus contemplated all this, Twilight had been guided out to the edge of the platform. There she stood, eyes shut, as she faced the crowd who looked on in disbelief and worry. Some even began to call out in protest, but a few quick passes by the castle's Pegasus guards silenced those that would speak out against the execution. Twilight was going to fall with the last traces of the sun, and, with the sun halfway set, it was time for Nexus to begin his speech. He moved to the edge of the castle battlements and cast a spell to magically amplify his voice. He then spoke, letting his words flow out across the crowd. Twilight Sparkle, you are accused of attempting to assassinate Her Royal Majesty, the Regent of the Sun and Moon, our beloved Nightmare Moon. Do you deny these charges as I have read them? No, Twilight answered, her voice hollow and flat. Then, for your crimes against the crown and kingdom, you are hereby sentenced to execution by hanging immediately. Horn glowing, Nexus secured the noose around Twilight's neck. Do you have any final words? For the first time since she had been guided to the gallows, Twilight turned and opened her eyes. She looked at Nexus. She stared at him as if she was truly trying to say something, yet her mouth never opened, and eventually she shook her head once. Nexus smiled and nodded approvingly before stepping back. He prepared a wave of magic that would shove Twilight Sparkle from the edge of the platform. At the same time, Twilight turned to look forward again. Yet, as she turned, her eyes drifted. She caught sight of Nightmare Moon, watching from a distant castle balcony. Their eyes locked, and Nightmare Moon visibly bristled. It was in that moment, as Nightmare Moon began to spread her wings, that their eye contact was broken. It was in that moment, with his smile cracking into a malicious grin, that Spell Nexus shoved Twilight off the platform. It was at that moment that Twilight Sparkle began to fall. Gasps cascaded from every pony watching as Twilight flew limply through the air. The slack on the long rope began to disappear, beginning its own silent countdown before it would snap taut. Some ponies below hid their eyes, unable to watch what was about to occur. Others were unable to look away, no matter how hard they tried. Further and further Twilight fell as the rope ate up its slack. Nexus moved to the edge of the gatehouse and watched as his moment of triumph drew closer. His eager eyes betrayed the fact that he was enjoying the execution, that he was drinking in every moment. The rope was about to snap taut. The air was about to be filled with the sickening crack of a breaking neck. Nexus held his breath, bit his lip. No one, neither the guards on the walls nor the ponies below, dared to blink. And then it didn't happen. For a moment, the crowd, guards, and Nexus had to stare at the rope when what they expected to happen didn't occur. There was no snap of the rope or a crack of a neck. The rope just swung lazily back and forth. The unicorn and noose that had once been at the end of it had vanished, gone so fast that no pony had been able to see what had happened. Nexus was the first to speak, his angry bellow echoing across the castle grounds. "Where did she go?" Nightmare Moon had never moved so fast or put so much magic into becoming a cloud of energy. She had never managed to create a doppelganger, a fake Nightmare Moon she left in her bedroom in case Nexus came looking for her, so quickly. She had never done so much so quickly, and it had been a painful strain on her magic. But she had done it. She had saved Twilight. She was currently carrying Twilight away from Ponyville, the indigo cloud that was her body flying off into the ever-free forest. Almost instinctively she found her way to the ancient castle of the Royal Pony Sisters. It was some place forgotten. There would be no ponies around, and Nexus wouldn't send soldiers so deep into the forest. Nightmare Moon had little doubt that he was already sending troops out to find the pony that was supposed to be hanging from the other end of his rope. Moving to the most intact part of the castle, Nightmare Moon entered the old throne room. It had been the place of her greatest defeat, but at the moment she didn't care. She very carefully deposited Twilight on the floor before letting her body re-solidify. Once her hooves were on solid ground again, Nightmare Moon rushed over to Twilight. She removed the shackles and anti-magic brace and tossed the hunks of metal away. Next, she gingerly lifted the noose from Twilight's neck and tossed it away as well. She did not want to even look at the horrible piece of rope for a moment longer than she needed to. With that, Twilight was free, but Nightmare Moon held her breath. What would the mare do? Would she try to attack again? Nightmare Moon wasn't sure she could bear being attacked by Twilight a second time, verbally or physically. Still, she had to be sure Twilight was safe. She just had to be sure. After a few moments, Twilight began to recover from being whisked away so abruptly from her own execution. Nightmare Moon was thankful for the sign of life, but when Twilight opened her eyes, Nightmare Moon saw Twilight's irises were not purple, but instead were a familiar turquoise. Twilight had turquoise eyes. Nexus had blessed her, and, like any loyal member of the Children of Nightmare, the first thing Twilight did when she got back to her hooves was to bow to her queen. Nightmare Moon's mind buzzed. Was that why Twilight had attacked? Was Nexus behind it? She had wondered what being blessed did. Spell Nexus always set it open to Pony's mind to the wisdom of her rule. She had wondered if the blessing did more than that. Unfortunately, whenever she asked about it, Nexus always assured her otherwise. A flutter of hope came to life in Nightmare Moon's chest. If Twilight was blessed, there was a chance that she really didn't mean what she had said. Maybe there was also a chance she could fix things. Maybe she could undo what Nexus had done. Twilight was still bowing respectfully, and after taking a moment to steady herself, Nightmare Moon sat down in front of her and cleared her throat. "Please, rise," she said, and Twilight did. She stood up, her turquoise eyes once again locked with the gaze of Nightmare Moon. "Why did you attack me?" "Spell Nexus instructed me on how to form a magical dagger. He told me to attack you so you would remember the mare you are meant to be, so that I could no longer poison you with kindness," Twilight answered flatly, as a peasant would speak to royalty. "He told me what to say, and I said it so that you would be able to become the queen you were meant to be." "And your eyes, why were they purple in the cell?" "All of the children of Nightmare can hide their blessed eyes, and Spell Nexus instructed me to keep my eyes disguised while you were in my cell. Once the deed was done, he gave me permission to return my eyes to this color. He said that I had done well, and that he would allow me the honor of dying as a member of the revered children of Nightmare," Twilight answered. "And did Nexus do something to you before that?" Nightmare Moon asked, a small tremor entering her voice. Twilight nodded. "He came to my cell in the dungeon and offered me the blessing of your magic. I then saw that you truly are meant to be Equestria's one and only queen. That is your destiny, and I had no right keeping you from it." No, you had every right," Nightmare Moon whispered. She wanted to cry, but she forced herself to stay strong. She couldn't be weak, not now, not when Twilight needed her. She steeled herself and continued to question the blessed Twilight. "How did Spell Nexus bless you?" "Nexus has never let me see the blessing ritual, so tell me how it is done." Nexus opened his mouth, and a small black cloud slipped out. He then bit down, cutting off a piece of that cloud. The vapor then entered my mouth, and after a few moments I saw the truth." "Your mouth?" Nightmare Moon echoed, licking her lips as she shifted anxiously. "Twilight, I'm going to try something, and if it works, you should be your old self again, but it may not work. Do you trust me?" "Of course, my queen." Nightmare Moon felt her chest tighten. She had been given permission, but not by the real Twilight. The blessing was in control. The blessing was making her just another obedient member of the Children of Nightmare, and it made Nightmare Moon that much more anxious. She didn't know a thing about the blessing. She could do more harm than good. For all she knew, the real Twilight was gone forever. Still, seeing Twilight bowed before her, Nightmare Moon knew one thing. She had to at least try. Slowly, Nightmare Moon reached out and surrounded Twilight with her magical mane, cradling her as gently as possible. As the magical aura engulfed Twilight, she took in a deep breath. The truth was that Nightmare Moon no longer had any real hair. Her tail and mane were nothing more than pure magic, a manifestation of the incredible power at her disposal. Her mystical hair flowed, ebbed, and was able to phase through solid matter. It was why her mane flowed through her helmet, always visible no matter what she chose to wear. Now, Nightmare Moon was going to try to phase her mane through Twilight's body. She believed it would work, but she could not be totally sure. A living body was different from the metal of her helmet, and the magical mane could easily do more harm than good. Still, as she gently lifted Twilight off the ground, Nightmare Moon felt she had no other choice. Taking one more breath to calm her nerves, Nightmare Moon began to phase her magical mane through Twilight's torso, near her heart. At the same time, she used her tail to hold her adoptive mother aloft. Despite Nightmare Moon's hopes, her magic passed through Twilight's torso without obstruction. She could not sense anything, and was unable to find any manifestation of the blessing Nexus had put in her. There was nothing there, and Nightmare Moon's heart sunk in her chest. What if the blessing was permanent? What if she had lost her mother forever? Nix would have broken down at such thoughts, but Nightmare Moon shook her head and shoved the fears away. No, Twilight wasn't beyond rescue. She would not let her mother be taken away. She could bring the real Twilight Sparkle back. Magic like this had to have a manifestation. It had to be hiding someplace. She just had to find it. The search continued, and Nightmare Moon phased her mane through the rest of Twilight's body. Fetlocks, haunches, ankles, back legs, thighs, hooves, chest, torso, forelegs, elbows. Nightmare Moon checked every muscle, bone, and fiber of Twilight's being. She checked and double-checked everywhere she could think of, yet was still unable to find the blessing. Running out of places to look, Nightmare Moon swept her magic up towards Twilight's head. That's when Nightmare Moon felt it. A mass, a haze of magic shaped like a choking vine, was clinging to the back of Twilight's skull. It was interwoven with the muscles and bones that were already inhabiting the space, but more importantly, it was foreign magic, not at all like the magic that naturally occurred in Twilight's body. Nightmare Moon reached out to grasp the magical mass with her mane, slowly feeling out the extent of its presence. While there was a center core to the mass, there were also long tendrils, like roots, spreading out in all directions. Some of the roots even reached out to Twilight's eyes. There was no doubt in Nightmare Moon's mind. The thing she had just found was the blessing, and without a moment's hesitation she began to drag out the cancer-like mass of magic with her mane. The tumor of magic fought back. It tried to repel her attack, but it was no match. Nightmare Moon carefully pulled away the roots of the infection, drawing it out of Twilight's head. The infection became a dark black spot in her otherwise indigo mane, one that Nightmare Moon watched intently while she carefully set Twilight down on the ruined castle's stone floor. The infection pulsed and squirmed in her magic. It was trying to move up her mane, trying to reach her head. It did not get very far, however. With the same cold, merciless expression she once used to look down upon the ponies of Equestria, Nightmare Moon called on her magic. With glowing eyes, she drove her mane to attack the infection she had removed from Twilight. She burned it away, without a shred of remorse. Nightmare Moon did not take her eyes off the infection until every last piece had been destroyed, and it was only then she allowed her expression to soften. She glanced back at Twilight, who had become unresponsive during the procedure. For a moment, Nightmare Moon feared that she had done harm to her mother. Yet Twilight began to recover. She began to shift, and after a few tense minutes she sat up straight. A groan escaped her lips as she lifted a hoof to rub her forehead. She opened her eyes. Nightmare Moon felt a wave of relief wash over her, and a smile blossom onto her face. Twilight's eyes were once again purple. The blessing had been removed. She had done it. "Ugh, my head is killing me," Twilight complained. She lowered her hoof and began to look around. "What happened? Where am—" Twilight didn't get to finish her last question as she suddenly felt herself get taken up in an embrace, her face buried in black fur. Without a word, Nightmare Moon had moved closer to Twilight, drawing in and hugging her mother tightly to her chest as her great black wings encircled Twilight, joining in the embrace. "Oh, thank you. Thank you for being okay," Nightmare Moon whispered, bending down and nuzzling Twilight's neck. "Nix, what's going on?" Twilight asked. She managed to pull her head out from Nightmare Moon's chest so she could look into her eyes. "Don't worry. You're someplace safe. You're safe, and I won't let Nexus ever hurt you again." Twilight looked up at Nightmare Moon in confusion. "Nexus? Wait, did he do something? Don't you remember?" I think, maybe," Twilight scrunched up her nose, winced, and moved a hoof to hold her head. It's a bit hazy, but it's getting clearer. Nexus came to my cell. He was blaming me for how you've been acting. Then he moved into the cell. I tried to escape, tried to run out and find the guards, but he pinned me, and then something black came out of his mouth, and my head. It's okay. You don't have to remember everything right now, Nightmare Moon reassured her. Just take your time. Twilight nodded, smiling a little as she let herself settle into Nightmare Moon's embrace. The next thing I remember after that is hearing your voice. I was lying on my cot. I said something, and then you came into my cell, and then... Twilight gasped. She pulled herself away and shoved one of Nightmare Moon's wings out of the way to reveal the bandages underneath. It's not your fault, Twilight, Nightmare Moon said in an attempt to console her. But I stabbed you. Why would I stab you? How did I stab you? I don't even know how to cast that spell. Twilight began to panic, and her breathing quickened. Nightmare Moon drew Twilight back into the embrace of her wings. She hugged her as tightly as possible, as if fearing Twilight would be ripped away once more. You were being controlled. Controlled? How? Any pony that joins the Children of Nightmare receives a blessing from Nexus. It's supposed to be a blessing of my magic, something Nexus received when he first dealt with the shreds that were left after you and your friends defeated me with the elements of harmony. It's the reason why all the Children of Nightmare have turquoise eyes. Nexus said that the blessing of magic opened Pony's eyes to what good I could bring as Queen of Equestria. That it was the blessing that opened his eyes, inspiring him to form the Children of Nightmare and try to resurrect me. Nightmare Moon gritted her teeth and shook her head. And Spell Nexus has been spreading the blessing around like Nightmare Night candy. Every member of the Children of Nightmare, every soldier in the Canterlot Royal Guard, every pony that willingly supports me has been blessed, has had their minds twisted. And you, I know now he blessed you too, Nightmare Moon concluded. He used the blessing to make you attack me, so he could use you to make me into the queen he thinks I should be. Twilight leaned in, wrapped her hooves around Nightmare Moon's chest, and hugged her tightly. I would never, never in a million years want to hurt you, Nyx. Nightmare Moon nodded, a few tears escaping her eyes and running down her cheek. I know, Twilight. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. For what? I thought you hated me, and because of that, they were almost able to... To what? Twilight pressed. Nightmare Moon shook her head, trying to keep her voice from trembling. I didn't know they were going to do it. You have to believe I didn't know. I would never have let them. I wouldn't want to lose you like that. Twilight looked down at Nightmare Moon with a deep frown. Nyx, what are you talking about? I almost wasn't able to save you. If I hadn't gone out onto the balcony then, if I hadn't turned to look, then you could have... Could have what? Twilight asked fearfully, her memories still not completely returned. What almost happened? Nightmare Moon couldn't bring herself to say it, so instead she pulled her head away from Twilight's and folded her wings. She motioned with her hoof, and Twilight looked in that direction to see the noose Nightmare Moon had removed moments before. Twilight lifted a hoof to her neck, her breathing once again panicked, as she came to terms with the fact that she had almost been hanged. Yet, instead of trying to embrace and comfort Twilight, Nightmare Moon got to her hooves. "Twilight, I want you to go to Zakora's hut," she instructed while she kept her back turned to Twilight. "I want you to go there and hide. My royal guard is undoubtedly looking for you, and I need to know that you're someplace safe." "What? Why? Nix, what are you going to do?" Twilight asked, not liking the serious tone in Nightmare Moon's voice. Nightmare Moon spread her wings, preparing to take off. "I'm going to have a few words with Spell Nexus. And Twilight, stop calling me Nix." "But Nix would have never let Nexus get so close to taking you away. Nix would have known something was wrong when you started shouting like that. I'm not your daughter anymore. I don't deserve to be called Nix, and I don't deserve a mother as wonderful as you. There is no forgiveness for Nightmare Moon. But while there is no redemption for me, Spell Nexus will face retribution for what he has done." With that, and before Twilight could shout a word in protest, Nightmare Moon had taken flight. She circled the ruined castle only once, glanced down at Twilight one final time, and then banked in the direction of Ponyville and her castle. Chapter 17. Tainted Blessing. She did not just vanish into thin air. Nexus slammed his hoof down on his desk and glared at the pair of guards that had entered his office. We're sorry, sir, but we can't find any trace of the prisoner," reported one of the guards. "Did you search the town?" "Yes, sir." "Well, search again. She did not just vanish." The two guards saluted and quickly left the room. Nexus glared at them as they left before flopping down onto the cushion behind his desk. He rubbed his temples, but before he could gather himself, another guard came into the room. "What do you want?" Nexus asked, not even looking at the guard as he continued to try and massage away his growing headache. "Queen Nightmare Moon wishes to speak with you. She's waiting in the throne room." Nexus's aggravation cooled to a simmer, and he eyed the guard. "Did she say why?" "She wanted to speak with you about Twilight Sparkle's escape." Instead of growing worried, Nexus allowed himself to smile a little. The Queen was concerned that Twilight had escaped. It was a sign that efforts had borne fruit. This was the equestrian queen he had been expecting. She would undoubtedly be furious about Twilight's escape and demand she be captured. He was going to receive a brutal verbal lashing for letting her escape, but he'd accept it graciously if it meant the queen was finally acting the way she was supposed to. Spell Nexus found the entrance to the throne room shut when he arrived, with no guards standing watch. It was ominous, and it sent a pleasant shiver down his spine. The silence, the cold, the ever-present sensation of danger. This was how the castle should have felt since day one. This was the castle of Nightmare Moon. Not wishing to keep his queen waiting a moment longer, Nexus knocked on the door. The chamber beyond echoed with the sound. After the reverberations had faded, a familiar voice called out to him, "Come in, Spell Nexus." The doors to the throne room swung open of their own accord, nudged by magic that left no visible trail. This caused another shiver to crawl down Nexus's spine, but this time he was unable to enjoy it. He felt like an ant stepping into the presence of a god, and was beginning to fear what fate awaited him. Still, Nexus forced himself to enter the room, and he quickly crossed the hall and bowed at the base of the throne. Behind him the doors swung shut, and he could sense a surge of magic. The room had been sealed. No pony would be able to enter or exit the room until the spell was lifted, and no pony would be able to hear what occurred inside. It was just him and his queen, and that fact fueled the growing fear in Nexus's chest. Nightmare Moon was sitting in her throne, and her royal seat had been turned to face the towering stained-glass windows. The windows depicted her flying through the sky, basking in the light of the full moon, while ponies below cowered and fled in fear. They were, in his opinion, the perfect decoration for the Queen's throne room. Unable to stand the silence pervading the room, Spell Nexus forced down the tight knot in his throat. "You summoned me, Your Highness." It had taken every ounce of willpower, but Nightmare Moon kept herself from attacking Spell Nexus outright. On the flight back, her anger had come to a boil. She was ready to do her worst to him, punish him for what almost happened to Twilight. She had every intention of making him pay. But as she imagined and planned what she would do to Nexus, other nagging thoughts entered her mind. The first was what Twilight would think. Nexus deserved to be punished severely, maybe even made to face his own noose. But what would Twilight think if she did that to Nexus? How disappointed would Twilight be to see her take another pony's life in rage? From that first thought of mercy sprung others, and they choked Nightmare Moon's anger like a weed. It also brought on a single chilling realization, a realization that cooled her rage just enough. When she arrived at the castle, she did not seek out and attack Nexus, as she had originally intended. Instead, she had waited in her throne room for him to arrive, to provide the answers she sought. As she waited, Nightmare Moon sat on her throne and stared at the stained-glass windows. The image they depicted of her soaring over Equestria and inspiring fear was exactly how she was depicted in old legends, exactly how most ponies thought of her. It was an image Nightmare Moon had grown to despise. She hated those windows. She hated all the windows, murals, and statues that decorated her castle. The only purpose they served was to be constant reminders of what and who she was supposed to be. She heard the knock at the door and beckoned Nexus in. She heard him walk across the hall and listened to every hoof-fall. She then waited for him to be the first to speak, if only to allow herself a few more moments to ensure that when she turned around and saw Spell Nexus, she would not attack. "You summoned me, Your Highness?" Nexus said with a bow. "Yes, Spell Nexus, I did," Nightmare Moon said coldly. "I wanted to ask you a few questions." "Of course, Your Majesty. Anything you want to know, I will gladly answer for you," Nexus said with the utmost respect. "Have you found Twilight Sparkle?" "No," Nexus answered with a shake of his head. "She's eluded our search for the time being, but she will be found." Nightmare Moon shifted in her throne and glanced over her shoulder. "Did you order her execution because she attacked me?" "Yes, Your Highness. Such a crime cannot go unpunished." Nightmare Moon slowly rose from her throne and stepped around the regal seat so she could look directly at Nexus. "You mentioned once before that Celestia asked you to study the shreds of my body, and it was while interacting with those shreds that your eyes were open to the truth, to the good I could do for Equestria." Nexus smiled and slowly rose, standing up straight in front of his queen. "Yes, my liege, it was the greatest day of my life." Nightmare Moon moved forward and came to a stop in front of Nexus. Her tall stature dwarfed his, just as a mountain dwarfed a hill. "Would you have, before that day, ever considered going against Celestia?" Nexus blinked a few times as an expression of confusion formed on his face. "I don't see how that matters. I answer the question, Nexus," Nightmare Moon hissed, her words dripping with hostility. I suppose I wouldn't have," Nexus admitted, struggling to control the tremor in his voice. Nightmare Moon continued glaring at Nexus, casting her shadow down upon him. "Did you have any affection for Celestia before you were blessed?" "I might have," Nexus said as he took an anxious step back, "in my foolishness." Nightmare Moon did not allow Nexus to move away. For each step he took in retreat, she advanced a step of her own. "What was your exact relationship with Celestia?" Nexus struggled to force down the knot that formed in his throat. "I was the headmaster of her school, and at times I served as an advisor." "Anything else?" "I was once, a long time ago, her—" Nexus had to pause and struggled with his words. "I was her private student. She took me on as her personal pupil shortly after I had earned my cutie mark, when I had created my very first spell." Nightmare Moon stood silent for a moment. Her eyes were narrow slits, and her icy glare threatened to bore a hole straight into Nexus's soul. "One final question. How close were you to Celestia when you were her student?" I was just a foolish child, Your Highness," Nexus tried to protest, his voice cracking from fear. "I didn't know any better, or that she—" "How close were you to Celestia?" Nightmare Moon repeated, bending her head down so her demanding, piercing eyes were even with Nexus's terrified gaze. I once thought of her as a second mother." Nexus shut his eyes tight and winced, as if admitting such a thing was not only painful, but also an invitation for him to be punished physically. Nightmare Moon, however, turned her back on him and looked back to the stained glass window. She said nothing, though a deep frown formed on her lips, and she squeezed her eyes shut. "My queen, please forgive me," Nexus begged. He bowed as low as he could and practically kissed the floor as he spoke. "I was ignorant and foolish before, but this is why I am so blessed. Your blessing allowed me to see what an utter and weak fool Celestia was. Your gift opened my eyes to the truth." "Or blinded you?" Nightmare Moon whispered so quietly, Nexus was unable to properly understand what she said. Before Nexus could ask what she had muttered, Nightmare Moon turned to face him once more, this time wearing a kinder expression. "Spell Nexus, would you like to receive a greater blessing from me? Would you be willing to receive a gift more precious than any you have ever received from me before?" "Of course, my queen," Nexus answered, looking as if he was on the verge of tears. It would be my eternal honor to receive any gift from you, no matter how small." Nightmare Moon's mane flared, and she stood tall before Nexus. "Then prepare yourself." Nexus nodded, took a seat before his queen, and puffed out his chest in pride. He waited eagerly for the blessing he was about to receive, and he closed his eyes to try and hide the joyful tears streaming down his face. All the while, Nightmare Moon's mane slowly encircled him like the cool embrace of a morning fog. Yet, before Nexus realized what was going on, Nightmare Moon had put him to sleep, just as she had subdued the guards of Canterlot Palace. She laid him down on the floor gently and spoke just above a whisper. "I shall now grant the greatest gift I could possibly give you. I will return to you your freedom." With those whispered words, Nightmare Moon let her mane flow into Spell Nexus's body and phase through his flesh. She began to search for what she knew was already there, a parasitic blessing of magic. It was the only explanation that made sense to her after hearing how much Spell Nexus once cared about Princess Celestia. The enchantment Nightmare Moon found was more advanced than she could have ever imagined. Every fiber of Nexus's being was choked with the so-called blessing. The foreign magic was everywhere, like a thick network of roots in fertile soil, and the magic was pulsing with a steady, reliable rhythm, like a heartbeat. Just like with Twilight, Nightmare Moon found the core of the infection in Nexus's head, though she quickly discovered that the infection's core had overtaken Nexus's entire brain, where in Twilight it was more like a cancerous growth on the back of her skull. Despite being more advanced, the infection felt the same to Nightmare Moon, so she tried to do as she did before. She used her magical mane to try and pull at the roots to remove the blessing from Nexus's body. Yet, when her mane made contact with the infection, it attacked. It shocked her, like it was zapping her with lightning, and for a moment it filled her mind with strange thoughts. The suddenness of the attack made Nightmare Moon pull her mane back, and she quickly distanced herself from Nexus in fear that he had been the one that attacked her. Yet, even as she began to sit up, Nexus's movements were sluggish and sloppy, as if he was sleepwalking. Nightmare Moon watched as Spell Nexus sat up straight. He rolled his head back and allowed his mouth to open up in a silent scream. For a moment it looked as if Nexus wasn't breathing, but then he coughed, and something began to spill out of his mouth. It was a ghastly black smoke that looked both sickly and poisonous. With each breath Nexus took, more of the smoke escaped his mouth, and the vapors began to circle and wrap around him, while a larger cloud formed above his head. The cloud continued to grow and drift towards Nightmare Moon. Given a few more seconds, the cloud would have likely reached her. Yet, before it could draw too close, Nexus choked, as if something had suddenly grabbed hold of his throat. At the same time, the spirals in his horn began to glow with a weak but steady white light. That light spread from his horn to the rest of his body, covering almost every inch of his coat. When it had dissipated, Nexus's body was painted with glowing eldritch swirls which seemed to originate from his cutie mark. Chains of magic then appeared from the glowing designs. They lunged out, somehow grabbing hold of the black cloud. They wrapped around it and dug in, binding the smoke before snapping taut and pulling the cloud back into the air above Nexus's head. Nightmare Moon anxiously fluttered her wings in an effort to relieve the uneasy feeling that was gripping her. There was something about the cloud that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up, yet at the same time she felt drawn to it. Taking an anxious step, Nightmare Moon walked around Nexus, keeping her distance until she stood just to his left side. She focused on the white eldritch patterns that had appeared across his body. It was a spell of some sort, there was no doubting that, but it was not a spell she had seen before. Nightmare Moon began tracing the arcane lines with her eyes, trying to see if there was any rhyme or reason to the way they were laid out. She had come across a few books in the library about geometric magic. One she had searched for when she had heard her resurrection spell had relied heavily on the ancient form of sorcery. Yet focusing solely on the white lines proved to be a mistake, as Nightmare Moon tried to find meaning in the spell that had appeared across Nexus's coat. The cloud was inching its way closer to her. It approached her slowly from the side, the mystic chains still pulled taut. When Nightmare Moon finally noticed how close the cloud had come, it was already too late. Striking with the speed of a snake, the cloud lashed out, surging through a hole in the chains. Nightmare Moon wasn't able to jump away fast enough, and the cloud pressed against the side of her body. From that one moment of contact, Nightmare Moon felt as if a sea of emotions was pouring into her. Hatred, loathing, a thirst for revenge and power, these and many others began to fill her chest. It felt like she was being overwhelmed, washed away, and drowned, like she had fallen into a raging river. In that moment, however, the white swirls on Nexus's coat pulsed, and the chains wrapped around the cloud rattled. The spell holding the cloud began to pull, and slowly but surely it dragged the vaporous mass away from Nightmare Moon, breaking the connection that had formed between the two. The instant the connection was broken, Nightmare Moon found she was able to move and breathe again, and within moments her mind was in a panic. She stumbled back to put as much distance between her and the cloud as possible, and panted heavily as she tried to comprehend the overwhelming emotions that were already dying in her chest. It was just as Nightmare Moon had feared. Rifling through her memories, she thought back to the conversations she had shared with Spell Nexus, remembering the details he had offered. He had been chosen by Celestia to study the shreds that were left behind when she, or rather she and Luna, were defeated by the elements of harmony. Nexus said it was while he was working with those shreds that he had received the very first blessing, that his eyes were open to her wisdom and glory. But if anything, he had been blinded. He had been twisted and turned into a tool by a will that wasn't his own, much like how Nexus had used the poisonous magic to turn Twilight against her. Spell Nexus was the mastermind behind the Children of Nightmare, but it was not his will that drove him forward. He was just another victim, the first victim, and the true evil behind the Children of Nightmare, behind all that had happened in Equestria, it was none other than Nightmare Moon herself. The black cloud. Nightmare Moon could only guess that it was once a shred left behind by the elements of harmony. It was part of her. Arguably the worst part, her unmatched loathing of the royal sisters, her arrogant sense of superiority, and her thirst for vengeance. The echoes of her most powerful emotions, the emotions that had once made Nightmare Moon seek the eternal night, had attacked, entered, and corrupted Spell Nexus. It was those emotions that drove Nexus to turn against Celestia, to form the Children of Nightmare, and to attempt the resurrection spell. If that was the case, why hadn't that poison magic tried to rejoin with the rest of the shreds when the spell was being cast? Why hadn't it left Nexus and merged with her? That was when Nightmare Moon realized the purpose of the white geometric designs that crisscrossed Nexus's body. It was a binding spell meant to hold a majority of the tainted magic. Nexus was the headmaster of Celestia's school and a previous student of the princess. He wasn't an idiot, and he must have known that dealing with the shreds would be dangerous. Nightmare Moon could only guess that he prepared a binding spell either before he began working with the shreds or after he realized he had been attacked. Nexus, the real Spell Nexus, had turned his body into a living prison, even if it meant that the corrupting magic was free to twist his mind. Yet the binding spell was not perfect. He was able to spread his blessing by releasing small pieces of the corruption inside of him. It was a bitter truth, and Nightmare Moon still wished to punish the pony who had almost killed Twilight. She, however, could not deny Nexus's innocence. He was just another victim. He was just another pony she had hurt, and she had to try to set things right. Lightning cracked around Nightmare Moon's horn, and the energy quickly spread to her mane. She would attack this poisonous magic outright and destroy it. She would rid the world of it. She would destroy the thing that had dared to threaten the pony she cared about. She would destroy the worst part of herself. That thought, that one thought, echoed in Nightmare Moon's mind like a haunting call, and it stirred something deep inside. She hesitated and just stood idly while the black cloud continued to reach out to her, even as the binding spell on Nexus's body kept pulling it back. The cloud was a part of her, the worst part, but it was still a part of her. Without even thinking, Nightmare Moon took an anxious step forward, now understanding why she was drawn to the cloud. It was her vengeance, pride, and loathing. It was the thing that would let her become the merciless ruler that every pony expected. It would let her become a whole mare again. It was the part of her that would actually enjoy being Equestria's tyrant queen. The cloud was just inches away now, and Nightmare Moon came to a stop when she saw it try to close the minuscule distance that kept the two separated. She shut her eyes and tried to fight the temptation building in her mind. If she joined with this, she would be able to forget about it all, forget about her friends, about Twilight. She could simply forget about the time she had spent as a filly. Nightmare Moon opened her eyes, and a predatory smile spread onto her lips. Yes, she would be able to forget, and then she would be able to take her revenge. She would make the bearers of the elements of harmony pay for what they had done. She would smash the ancient power as she had before, and lead those who had wielded it against her to their just reward, a tight-fitting rope and a long fall from the gallows. She would watch them plummet until the noose tightened around their thin little necks. She would watch them all fall. She would watch Twilight fall, twist in the wind, and receive her due punishment for abandoning Equestria's true queen. She would do it all, and then she would... Fresh glowing chains lashed out from Nexus's body, digging deep into the cloud. The binding spell was struggling to pull back the smoke as it spread out across Nightmare Moon's body. It began to blend with her coat and merge with her flesh, until one of the mystical chains grazed Nightmare Moon's chest. The magic burnt like a hot stove, and the pain snapped Nightmare Moon back to reality. She realized what she was thinking and jumped back to separate herself from the black cloud. She panted heavily and fought the urge to vomit. She had just wanted to hurt the ponies of Equestria. She had wanted to bring back the eternal night, to deprive the ponies of their sun. She had wanted to destroy the elements of harmony, and she had wanted to see Twilight hang from the gallows. A flutter of movement in the periphery of her vision drew Nightmare Moon's attention, and she saw the cloud inching towards her once again. This time, however, she retreated from its reach, while her eyes and mane flared. "No!" she snapped at the cloud. "I don't want you. I don't care if you're some missing piece of me. I don't—" Nightmare Moon's words died on her lips as she was hit with a cold realization, like some pony had thrown a brick in her face. Her breathing became slow, and tears formed in her eyes. She began to laugh and cry at the same time, laughing at how stupid she had been, and crying because of what she had lost. "The part I've been missing," Nightmare Moon echoed half-heartedly, stomping the ground, venting frustration from her own idiocy. "Without you, I'm not the same mare I used to be. Without you, I could have gone on being ignorant, continued being a silly, scared filly. I could have just stayed Nyx." That thought sparked something inside Nightmare Moon like a match being tossed into a powder keg. It ignited a rage like none she had ever felt before. Her gaze quickly hardened, focusing on the black cloud with an unmatched hatred. "And you took that away from me," Nightmare Moon bellowed. "You couldn't be satisfied. You couldn't take defeat. You had to corrupt innocent ponies and finish the resurrection spell. You had to make me remember everything I've done and convince me to do things I can never be forgiven for. And because of that, now, they all hate me. I can never be happy again because of you." The surge of anger in Nightmare Moon's voice seemed to give strength to the cloud. The dark magic swirled into a frenzy and strained against the chains that bound it to Nexus. As Nightmare Moon calmed herself from the outburst, so did the cloud, yet it continued to reach out to her. But no more. Nightmare Moon seethed as her eyes hardened with cold determination, and tears streamed down her face. In that moment, the cloud of smoke changed. It no longer reached for Nightmare Moon. Instead, it was trying to distance itself from her. It was trying to flee, despite the fact that it was still being restrained by the binding spell. Nightmare Moon spread her stance, and her eyes began to glow white with her magical power. The gentle waving of her mane grew more violent, and the magical field of stars rose upward like a roaring fire. Her mane stretched out and began to pool against the ceiling like the night when she first came back to Equestria, when her mane filled the air inside the Ponyville town hall. "I won't be the mayor you want me to be," Nightmare Moon spoke, punctuating her sentence with a crack of lightning. It arched down and struck the black cloud, causing part of it to vaporize and burn away. The cloud surged and swirled in a panic, struggling with greater force against the binding spell like a caged animal. "I won't let you hurt the ponies I care about any more. I won't let you hurt Rarity, or Rainbow Dash, or Applejack, or Fluttershy, or Pinkie Pie, or Cheerilee." With each name, Nightmare Moon brought down a crack of arcane lightning from the dreadful storm her mane and tail had formed in the air of the throne room. With each strike, part of the black cloud was eradicated. The dark vapor scrambled and roiled like it could feel the pain of being struck by the focused magical energy. "I won't let you hurt Apple Bloom, or Scootaloo, or Sweetie Belle, or Twist. I won't let you hurt my friends ever again." The next bolt Nightmare Moon called down was stronger than the ones before, her rage giving strength to her spell. It blew a significantly larger hole in the cloud, but unlike the bolts before, Nightmare Moon could also feel the lightning striking her as well. It was like she had been stabbed in the chest with a dagger, and the searing pain made her grit her teeth. Despite the fact that it was trapped inside Spell Nexus, Nightmare Moon still shared a link with the cloud. It was part of her, and her base instincts of self-preservation were screaming for her to stop. A fresh wave of nausea passed through her, and her body felt like it was on the verge of giving out. Her own body was rebelling, trying to keep her from further destroying the cloud. But Nightmare Moon would not stop. Keeping herself on her hooves through sheer willpower, she continued, "I won't let you hurt any pony ever again." This time, when Nightmare Moon shocked the cloud, it audibly hissed in pain, its form writhing in the air like a bag of wounded snakes. It was hurting, but it was a pain she did not see or hear, but felt herself. Her eyes were shut tight, and her ears rang with the sound of her own screaming. It felt as if she had attacked herself. A burning, searing, stabbing pain shot deep into her body. She was forced to drop to one knee, if only to keep herself from falling over completely. She panted, and the glow in her eyes faded as she tried to recover. It was a moment the cloud, which was half as large as it had been, tried to seize. It squirmed and strained against the chains of the binding spell in a desperate attempt to escape. And it was beginning to succeed. The lines on Nexus's body were fading. The binding spell was losing power. Freedom, however, would come too late for the cloud. Rising back off her front knee, Nightmare Moon steadied herself as the glow in her eyes returned brighter than ever. The thunderous storm formed by her mane began to crackle with energy and became saturated to the point where it couldn't hold any more magic, even if it tried. Nightmare Moon focused that energy, and, with a single, final stomp, she screamed her final words to the poisonous magic. "I won't let you hurt Twilight ever again." The surge of lightning that was released at that moment was like none other seen in Equestria. The thunder blew out the throne room's stained-glass windows and cascaded across the land. The sound felt like an earthquake in Ponyville, and was clearly audible even in distant Appaloosa. The bolt of arcane energy itself was as thick as a tree trunk, and shone like a miniature sun. The throne room was completely bathed in light, and any pony who happened to be looking at the throne room's windows was blinded for a few seconds by the bright glare. The thunderous sound of the spell drowned out Nightmare Moon's scream. Even though she couldn't hear herself, she knew that the sound coming out of her mouth was blood-curdling. The pain, it was like nothing she had experienced before. It was worse than when she had been attacked by the elements of harmony. It felt like she was being burned and stabbed to death from the inside out. To Nightmare Moon, it felt like the pain and the spell went on for an eternity. It was, however, only a few seconds before the spell was spent. The arcane lightning slimmed and faded before completely disappearing, leaving only a few lingering arcs of energy to cascade across the room. With the spell ended, Nightmare Moon collapsed into a trembling, panting mass on the floor. Her body tried to recover from the pain, and her vision swam. She didn't know how long she lay there, but as soon as she had the strength, Nightmare Moon raised herself up off the floor and looked across the throne room. Spell Nexus had been blown clear by the thunderous explosion and was now lying unconscious against a far wall. The glowing white lines on his body looked broken and jagged, and were now starting to fade away. The binding spell had been broken, but it had served its purpose. The dark cloud was gone, but Nightmare Moon could see something remained of the poisonous magic. It was a pathetic little blob of black gunk that oozed and gurgled. It was no larger than a field mouse, and it rolled like a sickly, sticky ball of tar. It was inching its way towards the throne room door, still trying to flee. Sneering and grunting, Nightmare Moon forced herself back up onto her hooves. Her legs were shaking, but she kept her balance enough to begin walking forward. It took only a few steps to catch up with the little ball of black ooze, and she stomped her hoof down on it once she was close enough. Then, without a single word of mercy or regret, Nightmare Moon's eyes flashed white once more. A final jolt of energy surged down her leg, and the ooze burned and hissed beneath her hoof. She winced at the slight pain in her chest, but Nightmare Moon did not relent until the ooze was nothing but an ashy smudge on the floor. And with that, Nightmare Moon took in a single deep breath, held it, and then let it slip out slowly. She stood there for several long moments, taking in everything she had just done. And she was happy. Equestria, her friends, Twilight, they were all safe. She had destroyed the thing that had tried to hurt those she cared about. But what else had she just done? She had destroyed a piece of herself, the part that would have made everything she had done, everything she had accomplished, have meaning and purpose. Now she truly and forever was stuck between two lives. She could never be Nyx again, and she had just burnt away the part of her that could have found happiness living the life of the true tyrant queen, Nightmare Moon. Still, the fleeting moment of happiness in her chest lingered. She had done something right. And even if Equestria as a whole hated her for the rest of eternity for what she had done, she had at least done this much right. And it wasn't going to be the last thing she did right either. At a larger home on the outskirts of Ponyville, a single filly sat on a swing in the front yard. The hinges of the swing set creaked creaked and squeaked. The filly wasn't really swinging. She was just rocking a few inches back and forth, driven more by the occasional gust of wind than her own power. She sat with all four hooves on the swing, and her eyes were focused on the ground. Her dad always used to push her on the swing. He got busy sometimes, had to work late, but he always made time to push her on the swing. The swing had been her favorite birthday present, even more than her tiara. It was the only thing her dad was always willing to do with her. He was always willing to give her a short push, even if he was heading out to work or going someplace. That was before Nightmare Moon came back. The past few weeks had been the worst of the filly's life. Almost every pony in town was mad at her. Some outright blamed her for everything that had happened. But the worst part was what had happened with her father. When Nightmare Moon came back, her father left home to go to work and live in the castle. Her mother had said that he was working for the Queen, that they should be happy. Her mother had said that her father was now a powerful stallion in the government, and that's why he had left. He was important to Nightmare Moon, and that they should be happy. Yet Diamond Tiara wasn't happy at all. She continued to stare at the ground, not even caring that her tiara had fallen off and was now sitting in the dirt underneath her swing. She didn't care about that stupid thing, didn't care if Daddy was important or powerful. The only thing she wanted was to have him back. He'd make all the mean ponies stop teasing her. Ponies never made fun of her when he was around. And she missed him. Diamond Tiara sniffled, using a front leg to wipe her nose. She didn't cry, not because she wasn't sad. No, her tears were held back by her anger. She wanted to make Nightmare Moon give her daddy back, but she was scared. It was stupid to think she was scared of Nix, but Nightmare Moon was scary. Why did Nightmare Moon need him anyway? She had so many other ponies working for her. Why did she need to take her daddy? Diamond Tiara grumbled, pouted, and did her best to keep herself from crying as she continued to think about her father. She had been moping around inside the house, but her mother had encouraged her to play on her swing. She had gone outside and sat down on the swing set just to be left alone. Still, she didn't swing. What she wanted the most was to be pushed. She wanted to get a push from her daddy. But he didn't come home anymore. She didn't see him in town either. He was just gone, stolen away. And if her father wasn't there to give her a swing, Diamond Tiara didn't want to swing at all. She just wanted to sit there and wait until her father finally came home to give her a push. Amidst the creaking and whining of the swing's hinges, Diamond Tiara heard another creak. The house was surrounded by a white picket fence, and the new sound she heard was the creaking of the front gate's hinges. Diamond Tiara first thought it was Silver Spoon, and she lifted her head to tell her friend that she wasn't in the mood to play. Yet, when she looked up, her gaze met a pair of azure eyes. She stared at those eyes for a long time, and they stared back. The pony who owned those eyes took a tentative step forward and then broke into a gallop. Diamond Tiara just as quickly jumped off the swing and ran to meet the other pony, leaping into his embrace. She hugged the stallion tightly around the neck, and he held her in his front hooves just as tightly. Diamond Tiara's mother poked her head out the front door. "Diamond Tiara, sweetie, it's time for she began, only to fall silent. She looked at the stallion her daughter was hugging, and her own eyes began tearing up. "Rich, is that you?" Filthy Rich looked up, smiling through the tears streaming down his face. In an instant, Diamond Tiara's mother was outside, joining the warm embrace the family was sharing. "Daddy, does this mean you're not working for the Queen anymore?" Diamond Tiara asked. "Yes, "Yes, it does," Rich said with a nod, not even bothering to wipe away the tears on his face. "She released me." "Released? But, honey, I thought—" "Not now, darling," Rich said, quickly sneaking a kiss from his wife. I promise I'll explain later. So I heard dinner is ready?" Yes, it is." "Good. Diamond Tiara and I will be right in. But first, I want to push my daughter on her swing." The mare nodded, and Diamond Tiara laughed as she quickly galloped over to the swing, Mr. Rich following behind her. Soon Diamond Tiara was giggling and laughing, calling out to be pushed higher, while her father smiled, tears of joy pouring from his eyes. All across Equestria, similar homecomings occurred. Stallions and mares who had served Nightmare Moon were returning to their families and friends they had all but abandoned. As each was greeted with warm embraces and tear-filled eyes, those who had once served Equestria's queen spoke of how they had not been fired from their jobs, but released, given back the freedom they never knew they had lost. Zecora nosed open the door to her hut, returning to her home after gathering herbs and roots she would need for her latest brew. She smiled as she stepped inside and sniffed at the aroma that hung in the air. It smelled just as it needed to. She took in the scent a few moments longer before turning to look at her bubbling cauldron. Sitting beside it, Twilight Sparkle was using her magic to carefully stir the contents. "In herbalism, Twilight, you have shown great potential. In a few days, your growth has been exponential," Zecora praised. Twilight smiled and looked up from her work. "Thanks, but I'm just a quick study. That, and you have some really amazing books on herbs and their properties. In stewing herbs and roots, zebras are unmatched, and to our books the same compliment can be attached. Still, I offer thanks for your aid with my work. You could have easily just hung around my home like a lazy jerk." Twilight laughed a little and went back to stirring the cauldron. "Oh, well, I've never been that good at just sitting around, especially when I've got a lot on my mind. It helps if I can find something to distract myself with." "Heavy thoughts rest upon your soul," Zecora said knowingly as she began to unpack her ingredient-laden saddlebags. "Undoubtedly about an alicorn who was once a foal." "Filly," Twilight corrected, "but yes, I am thinking about Nyx. How can I not? The last time I saw her, she was going to confront Nexus about what he did to me. I know she's an alicorn, but it's been 3 days. What if something happened? To your concern I can relate. You worry about Nightmare Moon and her fate. But you must understand you are a wanted mare, and—" Knock, knock. "You must hide yourself with care," Zecora finished hurriedly as she glanced over her shoulder. Twilight nodded and slipped into Zecora's bedroom while the zebra moved to the front door. After giving Twilight a few more moments to hide and hearing the pony on the far side knock once more, Zecora cracked open the door and looked to see who was outside. "Hey there, Zecora." A relieved smile formed on Zecora's lips. She opened the door as a particular orange farm pony walked inside with a baby dragon riding on her back. "Applejack and Spike, it is good to see you. I hope you have not come seeking a healing brew." "No, we ain't here for anything like that. Though I gotta say, the critters here in the Everfree Forest sure seem more riled up than usual. I swear I saw something that looked like a wolf on my way here, and not a timber wolf either. It was something bigger." "A lupus minor is what you saw, I have no doubt. I, too, have noticed them lingering about. They claim a distant mountain as their home, but recently in this land they have begun to roam. For days they have stirred the forest, put it at unease. In truth, there are far too many monsters amongst these trees." Applejack glanced outside as if she would see one of those monsters looking in on them through one of the hut's windows. If there are so many monsters, maybe you should come stay in Ponyville for a spell, just to be safe. Your concern is touching, but you need not worry. If it becomes too much, I will leave this place in a hurry. Still, what is it that brings you here, out into Everfree's wild frontier?" Zecora asked, before moving to the cauldron and resuming the stirring Twilight had been forced to abandon. "Don't bother barking up that tree, Zecora," Spike said as he jumped off Applejack's back. "I've been trying to get her to tell me the whole way here." "Well, I told you it was a surprise, and now that we're actually here, I'll tell you," Applejack said before looking back at Zecora. "We're here to see Twilight." Spike's eyes widened, and he quickly looked around. Twilight, having heard her name, stepped out from the hiding place in Zecora's bedroom. The second Spike saw Twilight, he tackled her and hugged her neck, while laughing and crying at the same time. "Twilight! Oh, Twilight, I've missed you so much. And when I heard you were going to be executed, I've missed you too, Spike," Twilight said. She lifted a hoof and returned Spike's hug. "I'm sorry I couldn't tell you I was okay, but I couldn't risk the royal guards finding me." "Well, Sugar Cube, I reckon you don't have to worry about that any more," Applejack responded. "And by the way, it's good to see you're okay." "Thanks, Applejack. It's good to see you too," Twilight replied. "But why shouldn't I worry any more? How did you two even find me? And what's going on in Ponyville?" "A whole lot of crazy," Applejack answered. "A few days ago, Nightmare Moon called all the ponies she had working for her, every single one, to the castle, and she kept them all in there until sometime this morning. Then she called the mayor up there. We were all worried, but an hour after that, the castle gates opened and all them ponies started coming out. But here's the strange thing," Applejack continued. "All the ponies that went in had turquoise eyes, but when I saw 'em coming out, not one of them had that eye color." "They didn't?" Applejack shook her head at Twilight's question. "No, and that ain't the end of it either. After all them ponies left the castle, the mayor came back out. She rounded up all the ponies in Ponyville and read us a message from Nightmare Moon. It was all about how her crazy cult was disbanded and how she was sending all the ponies who worked for her back to their families." She sent them all home?" Twilight asked in disbelief. "Yeah, it was so crazy," Spike said as he finished hugging Twilight. "I think I even saw Spell Nexus walking by the library, along with some other ponies from Celestia School for Gifted Unicorns. I would have never thought he had anything to do with this." "Oh, trust me, he had something to do with it, all right," Twilight grumbled. Her memory of being attacked by Nexus caused a small twinge of pain in her neck. "Well, maybe not, Sugar Cube. From the way it sounded, none of them ponies working for Nightmare Moon were doing it on purpose. Supposedly they were all brainwashed, but when she found out, Nightmare Moon unscrambled their brains. She freed all the ponies and let them choose whether or not they wanted to stay and work for her or go home. And from what I hear, they all chose to leave." "This is very peculiar and strange. What has caused Nightmare Moon to change?" Zecora asked. Applejack shrugged. "Don't rightly know, Sugar Cube, but that still ain't the strangest part." "What could be stranger than what has been said?" Zecora asked. "Has Nightmare Moon grown a second head?" "No, I reckon even that wouldn't be as strange as what she has done. Nightmare Moon went and stepped down as the Queen of Equestria." She stepped down?" Twilight whispered in disbelief. "I find this all too much to swallow. I believe your words are quite hollow." It took a moment for Applejack to parse what Zecora had said before she furrowed her eyebrows. "You calling me a liar?" Zecora nodded firmly. "Nightmare Moon relinquishing her crown and control? It goes against her plans and her greatest goal." "Well, if you don't believe me, then why don't you take a gander at this?" Applejack replied. She reached into her saddlebags, and after a moment of digging, pulled out a scroll. Twilight took the scroll in her magic, unrolled it, and saw that it was something of a royal proclamation. Though it was written more like a common letter, it did, however, have a royal seal. Zecora leaned in behind Twilight, reading the message alongside her. To the citizens of Equestria, today I, Nightmare Moon, have disbanded the Children of Nightmare, the cult of ponies who were responsible for my resurrection. They, along with any other ponies that joined the castle staff in the past few weeks, have been released from their service and are allowed to return to their homes, families, friends, and lives. Please hold no ill will against these ponies. Their actions were not their own. All that they did was done under the influence of my magic. It tainted and corrupted these ponies. They, like all of Equestria, were victims and nothing more. If you must blame any pony, blame only me. Finally, I, Nightmare Moon, hereby step down as Queen of Equestria. All power and control of the government is hereby returned to the regents and officials appointed by Celestia and Luna, those who are entrusted to rule in the absence of the royal sisters. Should any pony need to speak with me, they can find me in my castle. Otherwise, I would ask that you all simply pretend that I don't even exist. Nightmare Moon. I guess what you say is true. Forgive me for ever doubting you. Applejack smiled and gently punched Zecora in the shoulder. Oh, don't you worry about it. I probably wouldn't believe it myself if I hadn't seen all them ponies leaving the castle unbrainwashed. It kind of makes sense, actually, Spike remarked. Can you think of any pony you know that would have worked for Nightmare Moon willingly? I mean, back me up on this, Twilight, are you crying? Twilight looked up from the message and quickly used a front hoof to rub away the tears that were starting to slide down her cheeks. Sorry, I'm just so happy. I'll admit, Sugar Cube, this here is some good news, Applejack said, but not exactly that good. But don't you see what this means? Twilight asked, with a wide grin on her face. I reckon I don't. What does it mean? She's not trying to be Nightmare Moon anymore, Twilight said, rubbing her eyes again to try and keep back the tears. I think my Nyx is coming back. Chapter 18. A Mare Against Monsters. The castle, which had once bustled with ponies going about their work, now stood silently in the gem quarries outside Ponyville. Wind whistled through the empty halls, flitted through the windows, and at times made it sound like the old castle was singing some sad, lonesome, wordless chorus in an attempt to draw back the ponies who had once given it purpose. Only one soul remained within the stone walls, a single resident who continued to haunt the halls like a restless spirit. At the moment, Nightmare Moon sat still in her throne like a statue, looking out across her empty throne room. It had been 1 week of silence and solitude, 1 week since she had freed the children of Nightmare and removed the cursed blessing that Nexus had infected them with. 1 week where she had barely tended to her own needs. She had eaten and slept but had done little else. Her coat needed washing, her eyeshadow had faded and needed to be reapplied, and her armor had grown dull without its usual polish. A chiming clock in a distant hall alerted Nightmare Moon to the hour, and without moving a hoof or feather she called on her magic. Her horn glowed, and the sky began to mark the age-old progression from night to day. The moon set, the sky lightened, the stars faded, and the sun began its flight into the heavens. The sun's light filtered through the broken windows to fall on Nightmare Moon's coat, and its warmth filled the throne room. A beautiful day was dawning over Equestria, but Nightmare Moon took little notice of it. She was numb to the world, trapped in her own mind. Shutting her eyes, Nightmare Moon thought back to that moment when the deed had been done. She had gathered all the children of Nightmare in her castle courtyard, even Spell Nexus. While the worst of his infection had been destroyed, enough still lingered to make him like any other cultist, blindly obedient and loving. Still, his continued loyalty served a purpose. She had him gather all the others, and when she was sure every cultist and blessed pony was accounted for, she acted to remove the blessing. She spoke to them, told them that they were going to receive a blessing like they had never felt, and once they closed their eyes, she let her mane engulf them. She put them to sleep just as she had done to Spell Nexus. Then, once they were no longer conscious, she let her mane phase through their bodies to attack the infections. It had taken time, but she had removed every blessing. Some infections were worse than others, and some infections fought back. In the end, however, she freed every pony. Afterwards, she undid the spell that had been keeping them asleep, and for a time thereafter they all just lay there, as if dead. Then some began to rise, to open their eyes and look around. Nightmare Moon had smiled at the first signs of movement. The ocean of turquoise that had looked at her before was now a rainbow of colors: browns, yellows, pinks, blues, greens, grays, ambers, magentas. But no other eyes matched hers. She alone had the turquoise irises. The children of Nightmare were bewildered. Some didn't know where they were, or how they had gotten there, but their memories began to flow back. One by one they remembered, and soon they were all staring at her, fear and resentment dancing in their eyes. Nightmare Moon met those gazes for a time, but then turned her back to the crowd and offered a few words with a voice that was strong but not threatening. "I have returned to you, ponies, your freedom. Those who wish to stay may stay, and those who wish to leave may leave. I will hold no ill will against those who want to go back to their friends and family." After making her proclamation, Nightmare Moon used her magic to open the castle gates. She then just sat there and listened. She began to hear hooves moving across the ground and wings flapping in the air. She heard the sounds of ponies leaving, not just a few at a time, but in droves. She sat and listened until all was silent again, and only then did Nightmare Moon dare look to see who had remained. As she had expected, there was no pony left. Not a soul had remained. But what sensible pony would want to stay to serve a tyrant and a monster? It all ended with Nightmare Moon turning to the one pony who had remained, the one pony she had called to be a witness to what she had done. She had summoned the mayor of Ponyville to the castle, and now that she had freed the children of Nightmare, she gave the mayor a written message and instructions on what was to be done with it. After that, Nightmare Moon slipped into her now empty castle and shut the doors behind her. It was just another painful memory to join Nightmare Moon's growing collection. She felt a single tear stream down her cheek as she cracked open her eyes, looking across the room with a half-open gaze. She had been such a fool. Even if she would forever be remembered as Nightmare Moon, she was done. She would no longer be queen, and would only serve Equestria as the one who raised and lowered the sun and moon. She knew it would be better if she just released the royal sisters and resigned herself to their judgment. Equestria would be better off with the sisters back and her gone. For all she had done, Nightmare Moon knew what she deserved. She deserved to be sent to the moon, perhaps never to be free again. On more than one occasion she had begun to undo the spells that held Celestia and Luna captive. She had tried to free them. She had tried to find the courage to accept the consequences for what she had done. She had tried to fix her last remaining mistake. She couldn't do it. She had been trapped within the moon for 1,000 years, trapped in a cold loneliness. When the sisters were freed, she would be banished to the moon once more. But this time it would be much worse. She would not have her hatred to distract her, and the chill of solitude would sting far worse. Her happy memories, which carried with them warmth and laughter, would burn like salt in an open wound. They would taunt her with the life she had so foolishly thrown away. The worst part was that if she was ever able to return from the moon, she would return to a world where she knew no pony except the royal sisters. She would never be able to see her friends again, never be able to embrace Twilight. She would be alone, and she would still be hated. Maybe that was what she deserved. But she didn't want to go back to the moon. Nightmare Moon ruminated on her own weakness, only to be drawn out of the vicious cycle of emotions and thoughts. Her keen hearing picked up on distant hoofsteps, a single echoing sound amidst the castle's painful silence. They were drawing closer, and from the sound of the hoofsteps it sounded like the pony was running. Nightmare Moon did not linger to meet the pony. Instead, she became a cloud and drifted up to the ceiling. She hid amongst the glinting gems that elegantly depicted the nighttime sky, and waited for the pony she expected to see. Every morning, since the children of Nightmare had been freed, Twilight Sparkle had come to the castle. She would call out for Nyx and wander the halls for hours. She would only give up in the early afternoon when her empty stomach forced her to retreat back to Ponyville. Nightmare Moon yearned to answer Twilight's calls, but her guilt was too great. She could not face Twilight, not when it was her magic keeping Celestia and Luna trapped in the sun and moon. It was better if Twilight just forgot about her, and that was why Nightmare Moon hid. Twilight was searching for Nyx, but Nightmare Moon knew there was no Nyx to be found. The hinges of the throne-room doors creaked as they opened, and the sound of hoofsteps echoed across the interior of the throne-room. Nightmare Moon expected it to be like the previous mornings. Twilight would arrive and start calling out to her. Yet, when the owner of the hoofsteps called out, it wasn't Twilight's voice Nightmare Moon heard. It was far different, a smoother voice that spoke in rhyme. When Nightmare Moon dared to look, she saw it was no pony who had come looking for her, but instead a zebra. "Where in these halls do you hide, Nightmare Moon?" Zecora shouted. "I must speak to you about impending doom." Nightmare Moon debated answering Zecora's call for a moment. Twilight might have become sneakier and sent another pony in her place. Zecora, however, seemed honestly worried, so Nightmare Moon called on a little spell that would make it seem her voice was coming from everywhere in the room at the same time. That way, Zecora wouldn't know where she was hiding. "What is it?" Restlessness grows in the forest ever free, the monsters are moving amongst its trees. Their hungry bellies groan and grumble, they march this way, making the ground rumble. I was forced to flee their advance, but I fear Ponyville has no chance. The monsters are leaving the ever-free forest, Nightmare Moon echoed, making sure she had understood Zecora's rhymes. That is what I said, it is the utter truth. The beasts come to sate their pony, Sweet Tooth. Realizing that Zecora was dead serious about the thread, Nightmare Moon rematerialized her normal body right where she was in the air. She dropped down, landing with a thud against the throne room floor. Zecora jumped, but recovered quickly from Nightmare Moon's sudden appearance. "Why would they leave the Everfree Forest now?" Nightmare Moon asked. The monsters remained amongst the trees in fear, hidden from the Princess of Day's celestial sphere. But now Celestia has been away far too long. The lingering scent of her magic is no longer strong. The monsters see their chance now that she is gone. They seek to rampage with their hunger and brawn. Nightmare Moon lowered her gaze, cursing to herself quietly. Just another thing she had done to cause pain to the ponies. Equestria would have been better off if she had never been resurrected. It would be safe, and she wouldn't have to deal with the painful guilt that twisted in her chest. "I'm sorry. This is my fault. I did not come to watch you wallow, Nightmare Moon, nor to pour verbal salt in your still fresh wound," Zecora said firmly. "I came here to speak and persuade, to ask our once dark queen for her aid." Nightmare Moon turned away from Zecora and began to walk back to her throne. "What do you expect me to do? I am Nightmare Moon. I don't fight against monsters. I am one." Zecora ran around to Nightmare Moon's side. Despite the difference in stature, Zecora stood firm and spoke with a scolding tone. "You are a crying child, and that is putting it mild." Nightmare Moon arched her back just like she had been slapped in the face. Did Zecora just call her a crybaby? Nightmare Moon wasn't sure, but she furrowed her eyebrows all the same. "Do I look like a filly to you?" "You can say nay all day, and can protest what I say, but you act like a filly who wet the bed. You have done everything to hide your head. You brought back the sun and freed your cult, but that does not make you an adult. You keep the royal sisters locked away to avoid the punishment for stealing the day. Celestia and Luna you should have released before Ponyville was beset a horde of beasts." "Have you ever been sealed in the moon?" Nightmare Moon asked, her voice rising to a shout. "All you can do is watch the world spin in cold solitude. You are haunted by the glow of cities where ponies have light, warm beds and the company of others. You are trapped, and if you are ever to return, any ponies you cared about are dead and buried. I won't go back." "If you will not be dissuaded from this," Zecora said, pointing a hoof at Nightmare Moon, "then you must save us from death's kiss." I can't. I'm just—" "You are not hurt, and you are not ill. You suffer from neither fever nor chill. You are an alicorn and have immortal power. In your presence it should be the beasts who flee and cower. You are the dreaded Nightmare Moon. With rage alone you beat back a monsoon. You usurp the throne for your own. Now you must defend your home. For if you don't, Ponyville will have a grim fate. Even twilight will be food on an earthen plate." The mention of Twilight being in danger lit a fire of rage in Nightmare Moon's chest. These monsters believed that, with Celestia gone, they could turn Equestria into a buffet. Was she not also some pony to be equally as feared, if not more so? Had she not been the one to defeat Celestia? And these monsters, they threatened the ponies she cared about. They threatened her friends. They threatened Twilight. And she wouldn't let anything, be it monster or pony, hurt those she cared about. Not again. "How close are they?" Nightmare Moon asked. She strode towards the throne-room door, forcing Zecora to gallop to keep up. "Do not doubt that they draw near. We may already be too late, I fear." "It's a Hydra! Every pony run for your lives! My daughter! Where's my daughter? Hurry, hurry! Don't let it catch you!" Nightmare Moon took flight from the castle with Zecora holding tight to her back as she soared skywards. From the high vantage point, she was able to assess the situation. A Hydra had reached the edge of town and was starting to rampage. It snapped at the ponies who were currently panicking in the streets and crushed anything that stood in its path. No other beasts from Everfree had reached Ponyville yet, but Nightmare Moon could see at least 2 more Hydras moving through the trees towards the town. The multi-headed monstrosities were infamous for enjoying the taste of ponies. Having seen all she needed to see, Nightmare Moon folded her wings and dropped out of the sky like an attacking hawk. She plummeted, waiting until the last moment before spreading her wings again. She slowed her descent enough that she landed with a firm thud against the stone of Ponyville streets, though she remained on her hooves and unhurt. "Get as many ponies as you can to the castle. It is the safest place right now," Nightmare Moon told Zecora as she kept her eyes focused on the Hydra in the distance. "I will direct all I can and ask them to pass the word. To the castle all of Ponyville will be spurred," Zecora replied. She jumped down from Nightmare Moon's back before starting to shout at any pony who would listen. In but a few moments, the flow of the panicked crowd was redirected. The populace of the town raced to the protective embrace of Nightmare Moon's castle. As Zecora began the rough evacuation, Nightmare Moon took flight again. She surged towards the Hydra. 3 of the monstrosity's 4 heads were snapping at ponies running through the streets. One head, however, had some ponies cornered in an alleyway, a gray Pegasus and a purplish filly unicorn, both with straw-blonde manes. Ditsy-Do was doing her best to shield her daughter Dinky from the huge Hydra head that was licking its lips mere feet in front of them. Ditsy-Do would have normally flown away and carried her daughter to safety, but one of her wings was ruffled, a sign she had injured it. The injury was not bad enough that she couldn't fly, but flying quickly was out of the question. She wouldn't be able to pick up Dinky and get away before the monster snapped its jaws down on them. The Hydra head moved in a little closer, grinning at its first pony meal of the day. Ditsy-Do took an anxious step back, but otherwise held her ground. She had her wings spread and her body lowered. She was trying to look as strong as possible, a natural defensive instinct, even though she had no chance of scaring the monster away. Licking its lips one final time, the Hydra decided it had waited long enough. It brought its head back, the muscles in its neck coiling and tensing as it opened its jaw wide. It was mere seconds from striking out, from enjoying enjoying the taste of a pony for the first time ever. Yet, before it could attack, something dropped down on the hydra's head, smashing its jaw into the ground. The thing that had landed on top of the hydra was Nightmare Moon. She had dropped out of the sky like an anvil, using her own weight and momentum to smash the hydra's jaw into the ground. It was at best a small diversion, but that's all she needed. With a single fluid motion, Nightmare Moon took flight again as her mane stretched out to pick up Ditsy and Dinky. With the mare and filly safely in the embrace of her magic, Nightmare Moon soared skyward, and when at a relatively safe distance, set the two down on her back. "Are you two okay?" Nightmare Moon asked as she glanced over her shoulder and leveled off. Yes, we're fine," Ditsy replied through the tears in her misaligned eyes, while she smiled and hugged Dinky tightly. "Can you fly and carry her?" Ditsy-Doo nodded. "Yes." "Then go with every pony else and fly to the castle. It is the safest place right now." After quickly picking Dinky-Doo up in her legs, Ditsy took off from Nightmare Moon's back. The pair flew a bit before Ditsy turned to look back and offer a thank you to Nightmare Moon. She, however, looked back just in time to see the hydra below stretching out one of its heads. In a single swift motion it snapped its jaw down around Nightmare Moon, swallowing her whole. Ditsy froze in midair, not wanting to believe what she had just seen. The hydra head that had eaten Nightmare Moon was smiling stupidly, licking and smacking its lips as it enjoyed the lingering taste in its mouth. The other heads glared at the first with fiery jealousy, obviously wishing they had gotten to enjoy the rare delicacy. Yet, after a few moments, all four heads of the hydra stood up straight. Nauseated expressions formed on their faces, and each head let out a short burp. With each belch, a cloud of indigo, star-speckled smoke appeared. The four clouds, once freed of the hydra's mouths, quickly flew away, swirled together, and rematerialized into Nightmare Moon. Nightmare Moon looked down at the hydra with a cold, merciless glare, and her voice seethed with anger. "Did you just try to eat me?" The hydra backed up nervously and whined, its four heads looking at one another, debating a hasty retreat. Nightmare Moon, however, didn't give it a chance to escape unscathed. Her eyes flashed to life, and from her mane small bolts of lightning surged out in rapid succession. They struck the ground at the hydra's feet, and the monster quickly began to jump around, trying to keep its toes from being shocked. This lasted for a few seconds before the hydra turned and fled in the direction of the ever-free forest. Still, Nightmare Moon was not satisfied until she sent one final bolt of lightning shooting through the air to strike the hydra on the base of the tail, causing it to yelp. Ditsy-Doo almost didn't dare to approach Nightmare Moon after that. The display of power made her want to just turn tail and flee with her daughter. Despite this, she dared to fly closer and ask, "Your Highness?" "You don't have to call me that," Nightmare Moon said as she turned to face Ditsy-Doo. "I'm not your queen anymore. Now, are you okay?" "We're fine," Ditsy said, though she couldn't help but hold her daughter tighter. "What about you? That hydra ate you like you were a bite-sized muffin." "I'm fine," Nightmare Moon assured her. "Now you need to get to the castle. It's the only safe place right now." Not wanting to argue, Ditsy-Doo bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Dinky-Doo also offered a thank you. She twisted around in her mother's legs so she could smile and wave. The small gesture brought a smile to Nightmare Moon's face, and she couldn't help but wave back. It was a short-lived moment. The sound of crashing trees and wood drew Nightmare Moon's attention back to the task at hoof. In the time Nightmare Moon spent fighting the first Hydra, the rest of the creatures that were coming out of the Everfree Forest had reached Ponyville. There were Hydras, Cerberus, Scorpios, but the worst that Nightmare Moon could see were the Lupus Miners racing through the streets of Ponyville. "Horse feathers, there are too many to fight at one time," Nightmare Moon cursed to herself. She flapped her wings and began to circle above Ponyville while assessing the situation. She could easily handle any of the monsters one-on-one with the full extent of her magic, but while she was fighting one, the other monsters would have free rein to attack, injure, and eat other ponies. If she was going to save as many ponies as possible, she needed to fight all the monsters at once. She'd need to draw their attention away so the residents of Ponyville could flee, but she couldn't be in that many places at once. Or could she? For a moment, Nightmare Moon remembered how she had infiltrated Celestia's castle, how she had become a whole group of soldiers. She could divide herself, divide her magic, and face down every monster at the same time. It would let her protect the most ponies. Yet there was a danger to it. The more Nightmare Moon divided herself, the more vulnerable she would be. Her strength, resilience, and immortality were caused by the sheer amount of magic she, as a full-blood alicorn, could contain. It meant she had more than enough magic to divide herself, but the more she divided herself, the weaker and more vulnerable each piece would be. It would not only put her at a great disadvantage against the monsters, but if her clones got too badly hurt, or if too many of them fell, she could easily get herself... For a moment, Nightmare Moon hesitated. She wondered if it was really smart to make herself that vulnerable. Her ears continued to pick up the panicked screams and sounds of destruction. The ponies, they needed her help. She made up her mind. Shutting her eyes, Nightmare Moon called on her magic, drawing it to its peak. She then began the quick but delicate process of subdividing her magic, and thus herself. "Come on, this way!" Rainbow Dash called out. She waved a hoof as she led a group of panicked ponies through Ponyville. The group followed the directions to a T, rounding a corner and continuing their panicked gallop into the center of town. A few more directions from Rainbow Dash, and the group of ponies was running up the road to the castle. Dash watched the group for a few moments to make sure there weren't going to be any stragglers before she looped around and flew to the town hall. Soon after Zecora had been dropped off by Nightmare Moon, she had met up with Twilight, who immediately took it upon herself to organize the evacuation of Ponyville. Twilight called on her friends for help as she saw them. The 6 ponies and 1 zebra were now doing everything they could to ensure every pony got out safely. Rainbow Dash landed beside Twilight, who was currently looking over a table. On it was a map of Ponyville, along with several lists. Twilight was holding one of the lists magically and using a pencil to check something off as Rainbow Dash said, "Okay, I found every pony on Horseshoe Street and got them out. What's next?" "I need a fresh scouting report," Twilight said without looking up from her work, much like a field general commanding her troops. "Fly up and see where all the monsters are so we know what streets we need to clear next." Rainbow Dash snapped her hoof up into a momentary salute before zipping skywards. With her trademark speed, she was soon high above the town, and looking across the panic-stricken Ponyville, she began taking quick mental notes of where the monsters were. It was a bad situation. The 2 hydras still hadn't gotten deep into the town, but the other monsters were starting to spread into areas that hadn't been evacuated. Rainbow Dash saw one Cerberus getting close to the clinic where Applejack and Rarity were working to help evacuate the patients. The 3-headed, black-furred, red-eyed, size of an elephant dog lumbered through the streets, sniffing at the ground, following the thick scent of ponies. The Cerberus wasn't alone. There were other three-headed dogs on the prowl around town, and they were spreading quickly. Not only that, there were Scorpios, too. Like the Ursa Minor, the Scorpios were constellation beasts, magical in nature and obscenely huge. The key difference was, while the Ursa Minor was bear-like, the Scorpios were like scorpions, and they had a preference for having ponies for breakfast. The Scorpios were crawling across Ponyville buildings, using their claws and tails to try and strike at the ponies who still lingered in the streets, while smashing anything in their way. However, the most frightening things attacking the town were the Lupus Minors, constellation wolves. They weren't big monsters. A Lupus Minor was about the size of an average pony. What they lacked in size, however, they made up for in ferocity and speed. While the average pony was able to outrun or outmaneuver the larger monsters, the Lupus Minors had the speed and skill to chase down their prey. That was what one Lupus Minor was about to do. Rainbow Dash saw two little fillies galloping as fast as their hooves could take them, away from a pursuing Lupus Minor. The fillies had about a 2-block lead on it, but due to their small size and short legs, the constellation wolf was catching up quickly. Dash didn't hesitate for a moment. She flew down to intercept the monster. It was a deadly race, but one Dash was sure she would win. Just as the Lupus Minor managed to catch up with the fillies, she soared in, tackled the beast, and sent it bouncing down the street, while she rolled once and jumped back on her hooves. She skidded to a stop, finishing off a move that would have made the Wonderbolts proud. As the wolf reeled from the sudden sky attack, Rainbow Dash chanced to glance over her shoulder, looking at the two fillies. It was a familiar pair, Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon. "You two need to get out of here, now!" Dash snapped, before turning her gaze forward again so she could keep an eye on the Lupus Minor as it recovered. "Come on, Silver Spoon, we've got to go," Diamond Tiara stressed. She was trying to pull her friend off the ground. Silver Spoon, however, wouldn't budge. She was too scared. She had dropped down onto her stomach, covered her eyes with her hooves, and started to cry for her mother. "Seriously, you two have to go," Dash yelled, taking a few anxious steps back. The Lupus Minor was back on its paws and creeping slowly towards the three ponies. It licked its lips and kept its eyes focused on them. Dash lowered herself and spread her wings, meeting the beast's hungry stare, while placing herself between it and the fillies. The beast growled as it prepared to pounce. Rainbow snorted and pawed at the ground defiantly like a bull ready to charge. The pair glared each other down for a time, each waiting for the other to make a move, before Rainbow Dash finally shouted, "Are you all bark and no bite, or what?" The beast took Dash's taunt and pounced, with claws and teeth bared. The constellation wolf, however, soon found itself the victim of another skybound attack. A figure plowed into the wolf's side, and both it and the wolf zipped across the street before crashing into a nearby market cart like a wrecking ball. Rainbow Dash, Silver Spoon, and Diamond Tiara watched anxiously to see what had just saved them, only for the wolf to climb out of the wreckage first. It shook itself off, tossing off a few shreds of wood that lingered in its coat before turning its focus back on them. That proved to be a mistake. While the wolf's attention was on them, a smoky, star-sparkled mane reached out from the wrecked market cart and grabbed the Lupus by the hind leg. The Lupus Minor was then promptly flung down the street, its starry body crashing into a cart full of hay. At the same time, another figure pulled itself out of the wrecked market cart near Rainbow Dash. Nightmare Moon winced a bit as she folded her wings. She moved to the center of the street and positioned herself in front of Rainbow Dash. "Get them out of here," she ordered, while keeping her eyes focused on the far end of the street. The Lupus Minor was crawling out of the hay wagon, and after growling, it began charging down the street again. "Now!" Nightmare Moon snapped as she unfurled her wings and stood to meet the Constellation Wolf's charge. Dash's bewilderment ended with Nightmare Moon's shout. She scooped up the fillies, carrying Silver Spoon on her back and holding Diamond Tiara in her front hooves as she flew skyward. She kept flying until she was sure she was at a safe distance, and only then did Rainbow Dash look back. What Dash saw almost made her drop Diamond Tiara. There had to be dozens of Nightmare Moons all across town. The copies fought and distracted the many different monsters as the town's residents fled in the direction of the castle. Rainbow Dash would have likely stayed there, if only to count all the Nightmare Moons she saw, but the crying and fussing filly she was carrying reminded her of what she had to do. She would take Silver Spoon and Diamond Tiara to safety, but only after she told Twilight what was going on. "Hurry, Rarity. We've got to get all these here patients out of the clinic." "I am doing my best to hurry, Applejack," Rarity replied, "but we can't forget the medicine they need." Much like the unplanned sleepover the pair had at Twilight's, Applejack's and Rarity's conflicting personalities were surfacing. Initially, the two had worked together flawlessly. Applejack had gotten straight to the important task of helping Nurse Redheart load the patients into a wagon that she was going to pull with the help of Big Macintosh, who was already hitched to the front. Rarity, on the other hoof, had used her eye for detail to gather any and all medical supplies they would need to make sure the patients didn't get any worse once they reached the castle. Each had been able to focus on their own equally important tasks. Now, however, with time running short, tensions were beginning to flare. "Girl, get that flank of yours in gear," Applejack shouted. She had just helped the last patient, a pony with a busted-up leg, into the wagon and was now waiting for Rarity to finish getting the last of the medical supplies. "We don't know how long before them monsters—" Applejack turned her head to the side abruptly, the loud crashing noise drawing her attention. For a moment it seemed like the sound hadn't come from anywhere, but as Applejack listened, another crash reached her ears. The second crash was followed moments later by something bursting through the wall of a nearby shop, charging across the empty street and slamming into the buildings on the other side. "Horse apples," Applejack cursed, seeing that the thing that just busted through the wall was a Cerberus. "Big Mac, start pulling the cart." "Yep," was all her older brother said back before he put his weight into the hitch. The cart budged and began to roll down the street, but it moved painfully slow. Rarity came galloping out of the hospital just in the nick of time, and she jumped into the cart just as it began to roll away. "I thought you were going to wait," Rarity half whined. She set down the medical supplies she had been fetching and looked over the edge of the cart so she could glare at Applejack, who was trotting alongside. "We were, but that was before that Cerberus came barreling through the side of the building." "A Cerberus?" Rarity gasped, looking back to see the three-headed dog, only for another gasp to escape her throat. What is it? Did we forget some, Pony?" Applejack asked, turning to look at the Cerberus. That was when she noticed that the Cerberus hadn't just barreled through the side of the building because it felt like it. The beast had been fighting with something, and had tackled it through the building before slamming it with bone-shattering force against a wall on the far side of the street. It was this same something that now lay limply on the ground, and it looked awfully familiar. "What in the hay is Nightmare Moon doing here?" Rarity moved to the edge of the wagon, preparing to jump down. "I don't know, Applejack, but we have to help her." "Help her? Why exactly should we help her?" Applejack half shouted as she skidded to a stop. Rarity jumped from the cart, and after a graceful landing she trotted over beside Applejack. "Because," she began as she used her magic to gather some banners from a nearby business, "she needs our help. Or perhaps you would like to tell Twilight that we let Nix get eaten?" Rarity's sentence became punctuated with a small magical pop as she transfigured the banners into a strong, sturdy length of rope. Applejack opened her mouth to protest, but after a few moments she cursed and stomped her hoof. Shoot, you're right. Still, I'll be the one doing the helping. You go with Nurse Redheart and make sure them injured and sick ponies get to the castle safely. I'll do my best to help out here." "And you promise you'll be okay?" Rarity asked. "Take it from the element of honesty, no overgrown mutt's going to get the better of this rodeo pony. Besides, they need you more than I do." Rarity nodded and set the rope on the ground beside Applejack. "All right, but do be careful." "I will," Applejack replied. She watched Rarity run to catch up with the cart before looking back down the street at the Cerberus. She lifted a hoof to her head and gave her hat a gentle tap to make sure it was secure before she tied the rope Rarity had made around her tail. Once she was ready, Applejack took a moment to focus herself. She took a single deep breath and released it before galloping down the street. As she ran, she began working and spinning her tail, forming her lasso into a perfect circle in the air above her. Nightmare Moon was lying limply on the ground next to the wall she had been smashed against, and the Cerberus was just about to dig into the first pony meal it had ever gotten a chance to enjoy. Its center head reached out, fangs dripping with saliva. Applejack didn't let the monster get a taste of her. She tossed her lasso, and the loop of the rope soared around the center head's muzzle. Applejack then stopped, took the rope in her teeth, and pulled, causing the lasso's loop to shrink. The rope forced the Cerberus's mouth shut, and before the beast could properly react, Applejack pulled hard on the rope, turning the beast away from Nightmare Moon. With she and the Cerberus now facing one another, Applejack resumed her galloping charge while keeping her rope in her teeth. The Cerberus also charged, its attention now fully focused on the pony who dared attack it. The center head of the beast still had its jaw shut tight by the lasso, but the creature's other two heads were more than willing to bite down on Applejack if given the chance. Applejack wasn't about to give the monster that opportunity. When the Cerberus was close enough, Applejack leapt up into the air. The timing of the jump allowed her to put her momentum to good use. She landed on top of the Cerberus's center muzzle and jumped off it like it was a springboard. The second jump allowed her to land on the creature's back, where Applejack proceeded to spin around and bite down hard on her rope. She then pulled back, drawing the rope taut and using it to keep herself on the monster. "Come on, little doggy, let's see how you do against a rodeo mare," Applejack grunted out around the rope in her teeth, and the Cerberus was more than willing to put her to the test. It began to buck like a rodeo bull, trying its best to dislodge the pony, who was standing on its back. It was a fight. The Cerberus was destined to win. While it bucked and tossed for several seconds, the Cerberus's center head struggled against the rope around its muzzle. The rope held it for a time, but eventually the strain proved too much, and it snapped. With the lasso broken, Applejack lost the one thing she had to keep herself anchored to the monster. The next time it bucked, she was thrown several feet upward. She tumbled head over hoof through the air like a rag doll, catching glimpses of the sky and the ground below. She flailed her legs and, with enough effort, was able to right herself just as she began to fall back towards the ground. She looked down to plan her landing, only for a fresh panic to rise in her chest. The Cerberus appeared to be smiling as it positioned itself beneath Applejack. It opened its jaws and began waiting patiently for the meal that was about to be dropped right onto its waiting tongue. However, in fighting Applejack, the Cerberus had forgotten about the opponent it had been contending with earlier. Nightmare Moon charged down the street and threw herself into the Cerberus's gut like a hoofball linebacker. The three-headed beast stumbled, whining from being hit in the stomach and having the air knocked from its lungs. Nightmare Moon, however, didn't continue her assault. Instead, she looked up and, with careful positioning, she caught Applejack on her back. "Are you okay?" Nightmare Moon asked. I reckon I am," she replied as she tried to stand up on Nightmare Moon's back. Applejack, however, put her hoof down on a tender spot, causing Nightmare Moon to wince and grit her teeth. "But it looks like you aren't," Applejack added. She jumped down to the ground so she wouldn't hurt Nightmare Moon any more. "It's nothing, just a bruised rib." "Bruised rib? Now wait a apple-picking minute. I thought you were like the princesses, and aren't they immortal?" "We're immortal because of the amount of magic inside us, but right now I've split myself and my magic amongst a number of copies. Each is still fairly powerful, but with my magic divided as it is, I'm more vulnerable." "I guess that makes about as much sense as anything else. How many copies of yourself have you made?" "A few dozen, enough to distract and fight most of these monsters, and buy some time for every pony to escape," Nightmare Moon replied. She watched as the Cerberus recovered from being tackled in the gut. "I've gotten a few of the monsters to flee back to the Everfree Forest, but there are still so many of them left." "How do we get rid of them?" "They're here because they realize Celestia's gone, and they thought they could make an easy meal out of the ponies here in Ponyville. We need to show them otherwise." "I get you. We put up too much of a fight, they start figuring we ain't worth the trouble," Applejack said, tapping the top of her hat to make sure it was still secured. "Well, how much more punishment you think this here Cerberus can take before it turns tail?" "Not much, but this bruised rib is making it hard for me to breathe," Nightmare Moon admitted. "These Cerberai aren't anything like their mother, the guardian of Tartarus. Still, even if they are pups, they put up a good fight." Applejack smiled, gathered up what remained of her rope, and tied it into a fresh lasso. "Well, don't you worry none. The two of us together will whip this dog back to the hills." One of the Nightmare Moon clones banked, staying aloft as she looked over the monster-ravaged Ponyville. The evacuation was continuing slowly. A lot of ponies had gotten out and to the castle, but there was still a lot who needed help. The monsters had spread all across town, leaving pockets of ponies trapped or fleeing for their lives. So far, no pony had been hurt. Twilight and her friends were managing to lead the pockets of ponies to safety, but only while the small army of Nightmare Moons kept fighting the monsters, sending them back to the Everfree Forest, or distracting the beasts long enough for the ponies in danger to escape. The Nightmare Moon in the sky had taken up the duty of scouting, keeping a constant eye on what was happening. The clones didn't share a consistent mental link, but by using a bit of magic, the scout in the sky could shout messages to the Nightmare Moons on the ground, telling them of ponies in imminent danger. Banking again, Nightmare Moon searched the streets for any brightly colored spots. The natural coloring of ponies was very easy to spot against the simple streets of the town. One splotch of color drew her attention. It was bright pink, and standing in the very center of an intersection with a lupus minor creeping up on it from behind. It was Pinkie Pie, and she hadn't noticed that she was about to be attacked. With no time to alert any of the other clones, the Nightmare Moon in the sky tucked her wings in and went into a dive, rushing to save Pinkie Pie herself. The constellation Wolf, however, was very close, and even as Nightmare Moon dropped out of the sky like a stone, the wolf jumped, launching itself at Pinkie Pie. It bit down, and Nightmare Moon expected to hear Pinkie Pie's screams of pain. Instead, Pinkie Pie burst apart into an explosion of confetti and streamers. The first explosion was then followed by a second, which filled the intersection with a green cloud of smoke. Spreading her wings wide, Nightmare Moon managed to slow her quick descent and land just outside the cloud. Then, after planting her hooves firmly on the ground, she beat her wings. The bursts of air she produced carried the cloud away, allowing her to see what remained of the strange double explosion. The lupus miner was passed out on the ground, fast asleep. What Nightmare Moon had believed was Pinkie Pie was actually one of the training dummies from the castle's guard room. Stepping forward, Nightmare Moon gently nudged what remained of the fake fabric pony. It was during her investigation of the strange doppelganger that she felt the street beneath her hooves shift. She stepped to the side and was surprised to see part of the street standing up. It was Pinkie Pie, the real one this time. She had been hiding in a low hole while wearing some fake dirt and stones. It was a perfect disguise, so perfect, in fact, that Nightmare Moon hadn't even realized she was standing on top of a pony. "Oh, only got one that time," Pinkie Pie said, like a fisher mare complaining about the size of her catch. Nightmare Moon blinked a few times, her brain having some difficulty understanding what was going on. "Pinkie Pie?" "Yepperoonie," she replied happily. "What is this?" "A distraction," Pinkie Pie answered proudly. "When Twilight was giving every pony something to do, I asked what I could do, and she wasn't sure at first, but then she thought of something and told me about all these training dummies she saw in your castle. So she said I should make some surprises for the monsters because I have a special talent for being a distraction and making distractions." "But isn't that silly?" Pinkie Pie continued with a giggle. "I mean, my special talent is throwing amazing parties, not being a distraction. Still, these mean monsters don't deserve a party, so I decided to try what Twilight suggested. I ran and got some of these fake ponies and filled them with my patented confetti and streamer surprise. Then Rainbow Dash said I should make the fake ponies a prank and fill them with some sleeping powder from the joke shop." Pinkie Pie began picking up pieces of the dummy, and I was like, "Whoa, that is such a great idea." So I did it, and I've been leaving my special surprise ponies all over town to distract the monsters, and whenever any of these nasty monsters bite down on one of my surprise ponies, they get confetti, streamers, and sleeping gas. "Do you need any help?" Nightmare Moon hesitantly asked. "Nope, I got this, but just so you know, you can tell my fake ponies from the real ones by their flanks. None of my surprise ponies have cutie marks. That, and they're made of fabric, but that's kind of hard to see from a distance. These dummies are really lifelike." Nightmare Moon couldn't keep herself from laughing a little. "Well, keep up the good work, then." "You too, Queen Nixie," Pinkie Pie chirped, before running down the street with the remains of the exploded dummy. It was a sight that made Nightmare Moon just shake her head and smile. She took flight, and once she was back in the air, spread the word to the other clones, telling them about Pinkie Pie's decoys. After that, whenever any of the clones saw a cloud of green smoke and confetti shoot up from Ponyville streets, they would crack a smile. Yes, the world could be ending, but Pinkie Pie would still be Pinkie Pie. Cheerilee's muscles and lungs were burning as she started to reach the end of her endurance. When the monster attacks started, she had come across a Scorpio entering a park. While her first instinct had been to turn tail and run in the opposite direction, she soon noticed the monster had seen some of her students. The fillies and colts were playing in the park and were unaware of the looming danger. Thus, her love for children rose to full force, and Cheerilee galloped to the park and jumped right into the path of the Scorpio. She hopped around, waved her hooves, and probably made herself look partially demented, but it had done the trick. She distracted the orange-colored constellation monster, drawing its attention away from the children and to her. Cheerilee then ran, and for a while had managed to stay ahead of her hungry pursuer. Panting heavily, Cheerilee rounded a corner and chanced to glance back. It was, however, a poor time for her to look over her shoulder. On the street ahead, a vegetable cart had been overturned, and its contents were spread across the street. Cheerilee's hoof landed on top of a carrot, and with a yelp she rolled her ankle and toppled forward. Cheerilee hit the ground hard, and the impact knocked the wind from her lungs and made her vision swim. Knowing what was pursuing her, she forced herself back to her hooves and attempted to continue fleeing. She, however, winced the moment she put weight down on her front right leg. She had sprained her ankle badly, and despite the adrenaline in her system, it hurt too much to put any real weight on the injured joint. Looking back, Cheerilee saw the Scorpio round the corner. The arachnid constellation beast snapped one of its pony-sized claws threateningly. It advanced down the street, approaching Cheerilee as the schoolteacher backed up, limping each time she was forced to put weight on her sprained ankle. Unable to escape, she could only watch as the Scorpio grew closer, looming over her as it opened one of its terrible pincers. Cheerilee could only shut her eyes, swallowing nervously as she muttered a small prayer, hoping that if she was going to die for protecting the children, it would at least be over quickly. Cheerilee's eyes snapped open, and her vision was filled with black, swirling indigo and stars. She backed up a few steps, and an audible gasp escaped her throat when she realized that Nightmare Moon was being held in the Scorpio's pincer, a pincer that should have been squeezing down on her own body. Nightmare Moon grunted, kicked her legs, and flapped her wings as she struggled to free herself. The Scorpio was bewildered for a moment to find such a large pony in its grip, but then its mouth began to clatter eagerly. It drew Nightmare Moon close, preparing to take its first bite from her. Not eager to be eaten twice in one day, Nightmare Moon called on her magic. With a sharp snap, a small bolt of lightning struck the creature where its pincer joined its arm. The joint sizzled and turned black under the strike, and the Scorpio dropped Nightmare Moon with a pain-filled hiss before retreating back a few steps. Nightmare Moon managed to twist herself in the air enough to land on her hooves, and with her horn glowing, she grabbed hold of the Scorpio's tail. She lifted the insect constellation beast into the air and began to swing it around in a circle. Round and around she swung the Scorpio, building up momentum before releasing her hold on the beast. It flew through the air in a high arc like a well-thrown Olympic hammer. It flew clear of Ponyville and eventually crashed down back inside the distant Everfree forest, scaring a number of birds from the trees. "Don't you ever try to lay a claw on my teacher again," Nightmare Moon barked at the beast, even though it was far out of earshot. She then fell to her knees, panting heavily, as a few tremors ran through her body, signs that she was becoming acquainted with her latest injuries. Cheerilee moved up beside Nightmare Moon the moment she dropped to her knees. She opened her mouth to ask if Nightmare Moon was all right, only to be interrupted by a similar question. Are you okay, Miss Cheerilee?" Nightmare Moon asked. "Yes, I am, thank you," she replied, though her voice was shaky, not from facing Nightmare Moon, but from how she was acting. The Queen Cheerilee knew was a monster. That's what all the old stories said, but a monster wouldn't have saved her from a Scorpio like that, or asked if she was okay while ignoring her own injuries. "Good. I'm glad I got here in time," Nightmare Moon said before taking in a deep breath. She then grunted, gritted her teeth, and forced herself back onto her hooves. She stumbled a few times and would have fallen over if Cheerilee hadn't rushed to her side and lent what little support she could. Nix, you're hurt," Cheerilee said. "We need to get you to Nurse Redheart, and there's no time," Nightmare Moon replied, just as she was finally managing to stand on her own four hooves. There are other monsters that I have to take care of, but first I need to make sure I get you to the castle. But I'll be okay, Miss Cheerilee, I promise. Almost every pony has made it to my castle, and the monsters have started to flee back to the Everfree Forest, at least the ones I haven't tossed out myself," Nightmare Moon reassured her. "It will be okay, but I can't rest yet. Now, you can't run anywhere on that ankle. I'll fly you to the castle, but then I have to go back out to help clear out the rest of the monsters." With that, Nightmare Moon's horn glowed, and she lifted Cheerilee up onto her back. While Cheerilee obviously didn't like the thought of Nightmare Moon doing anything anything in her injured condition, she didn't protest. She instead just gave a thankful smile and a nod, and did her best to stay balanced on Nightmare Moon's back as she spread her wings and took flight. Nightmare Moon leaned against a nearby building, closing her eyes as she took a moment to rest. The fight for Ponyville was still being waged, and while the other clones of her continued to fight, the one copy needed a moment to rest. She had just beaten the Cerberus back to the Everfree Forest, but the fight hadn't been one-sided. It had taken a lot to force back that one Cerberus, and if not for the building she was leaning on, Nightmare Moon would have been too weak to even stand on her own hooves. And if a predator is good at anything, it's sensing when its prey is weak. A low growl caused Nightmare Moon to open her eyes, and she saw that she was surrounded by a trio of lupus miners. Nightmare Moon strained, trying to find the strength to face these new enemies, but she couldn't. She was too tired. She needed more time to rest, though it was time the lupus miners were not going to allow her. Shutting her eyes again, Nightmare Moon hung her head. She had learned during her time impersonating a troop of soldiers that by cloning herself she made herself weaker, but she had also learned that injuries the clones received didn't just go away. Each wound would have an effect on her real body when she made herself whole again. Though the effects would be dulled, major injuries on a clone would become minor injuries for her real body. But if a clone died, Nightmare Moon feared what that would do when she made herself whole again. She would be the first clone to fall, but that was okay. She guessed she, as a whole, could survive if a few clones were lost, though it would put her in pretty bad shape when she became a single mare again. Still, if losing those clones meant she protected more ponies, then it was worth it in the end. Yes, losing one clone would be all right. She could stand losing one. The lupus miners seemed to sense Nightmare Moon's surrender. One licked its chops, while the others sneered and inched closer. Their muscles began to tense. They were preparing to pounce on the injured prey. "Don't you dare!" Nightmare Moon's eyes snapped open, turning her head to the sound of the voice. It was a voice that was strong, firm, and commanding, but it was one she knew. It was a voice that was normally soft and gentle, and it belonged to the most compassionate and gentle pony in Equestria. It was Fluttershy's voice. She was standing between the lupus miners and Nightmare Moon, and she was furious. "I don't care how many of you there are. I don't care how big your fangs are, or how sharp your claws are. You will not, I repeat, not hurt her. You got that?" The lupus miners took an anxious step back, glancing between each other. One of the three wolves, however, found courage to face Fluttershy. It started to inch towards her, and it growled. Fluttershy, however, was unfazed. She turned her gaze upon the wolf and opened her eyes wide. The orbs became as hard and cold as steel. The wolf froze up almost immediately, rigid as stone. It was the stare, and Fluttershy wasn't holding back. "Now," Fluttershy began as she stepped towards the wolf that had dared to approach her until barely an inch separated her nose from its own, "you are going to take your two friends here, go back to the Everfree Forest, and I never want to see you in Ponyville again." The lupus miner wilted, whimpered, and glanced over at the other two Constellation wolves, who offered no support. "Well, what are you waiting for? Shoo!" With that simple word, the three Constellation wolves bolted and ran back towards the Everfree Forest, with their tails between their legs. Fluttershy kept her hardened gaze fixed on the wolves until they were several blocks away, before she softened and allowed herself to return to her usual caring nature. "You didn't have to do that," Nightmare Moon grunted out as Fluttershy turned around. "And you didn't have to help us fight back the monsters," Fluttershy replied with a gentle smile. She took flight and hovered in the air near Nightmare Moon's head. "But you did, and because of you a lot of ponies are safe. I'm really proud of you, Nix." Nightmare Moon looked away from Fluttershy, instead focusing on the ground. "Hasn't Twilight told you I don't like being called Nix?" "Really?" Fluttershy asked. "She calls you that all the time." Nightmare Moon refused to meet Fluttershy's gaze for a time, but eventually she couldn't stop herself from looking up. "She does? Even after everything I've done, and how I've treated her, Twilight still calls me Nix?" Fluttershy nodded. "She still thinks of you as her Nix. She thinks that, deep down, you're not a bad pony, and I'm starting to agree with her. You're not a bad pony, Nix. You've just made some bad decisions." Bad decisions. Now that's the understatement of the millennium, Nightmare Moon grunted. She groaned and struggled to ease her weight off the wall she had been leaning against. Her first try failed, but on the second, Nightmare Moon managed to stand without aid. Only then did she look back to Fluttershy. "Answer me this. How many bad decisions can a pony make before she is a bad pony?" "It doesn't matter how many. If a pony is willing to apologize and do what's right to fix her mistakes, then she's never a bad pony. You're a good pony, Nix. And do you want to know why?" "Why?" "Because only a good pony would have come out here and faced down an army of monsters to protect the pony she cares about." "You are kind, as always, Fluttershy, the kindest pony in Equestria. This time, however, you are being too kind, but I appreciate your words, nevertheless," Nightmare Moon said, before sucking in a deep breath and spreading her wings. "Now I cannot ask you to keep the monsters away as I rest. I will retreat to the town square for now, and when my strength is returned, I will fly out again. There aren't many monsters left, Nix. You should just rest and let us handle it." "I cannot, and I will not let you put yourselves in danger fixing my mistake. The monster attack is my fault, and I will do whatever I must to set it right, once I've caught my breath." Nightmare Moon took flight with those final words, and Fluttershy watched her join a few of the other clones before heading to the center of town. Fluttershy let out a sigh and shook her head. "Oh, Nix." The monster attack was finally drawing to a close as noon rolled around. All the ponies in Ponyville had been evacuated. The last few stragglers had been cleared out an hour before. The only ponies who remained were Twilight and her friends, who were staying behind to help the many Nightmare Moons fight off the remaining monsters. And at 10 minutes past noon, the last Hydra was chased out of town. The four-headed monstrosity was running back into the forest like a crying baby, leaving in its wake a trio of Nightmare Moons who hovered in the air alongside Rainbow Dash. "Yeah, you'd better run," Dash called out before she snickered to herself and looked back at the 3 copies of Nightmare Moon, who all looked significantly worse for the wear than her. "Come on, let's go meet up with all the other yous back at the town hall." The Nightmare Moons nodded and banked to follow behind Rainbow Dash on the flight back to the center of town. There, just outside of Town Hall, the small army of Nightmare Moons had gathered. The 3 clones flew to join the crowd, while Rainbow Dash landed by her friends, who were on the veranda just outside the front door of Town Hall. "Last Hydra sent packing," Dash proclaimed proudly. "Good," Twilight stated with a nod before placing a check mark on a piece of paper. "That should be all the monsters. Still, Rainbow Dash, I want you and Fluttershy to sweep through town and make sure everything is clear. I don't want to bring any ponies back here until we're sure all these things are gone." "What about us, Sugar Cube?" Applejack asked. "You take Rarity, Zecora, and Pinkie Pie and head up to the castle. Tell every pony there that we think all the monsters are gone and that it should be safe to come back fairly soon." "And what about you?" "I'll stay here until Fluttershy and Rainbow Dash have finished sweeping the town. Then I'll meet you at the castle with them and Nix," Twilight assured as she stepped away from the table which had been her command center throughout the long morning. All her friends nodded, and each quickly headed off to their assigned tasks, while Twilight moved towards the crowd of Nightmare Moon clones. "Are there any monsters left?" the closest of the clones asked. "No, I think we got them all. You can pull yourself back together now." All of the Nightmare Moons nodded, and each turned into an indigo cloud before all the clouds gathered together into a single mass, just a few feet in front of Twilight. It only took a moment for that single cloud to materialize into Nightmare Moon, and a moment later she collapsed to the ground with a painful whinny. "Nix!" Twilight yelped before quickly rushing over to her side. "Are you okay?" Nightmare Moon coughed and struggled to pull herself off the ground. "I'm fine. It's just when my copies come back together, all the injuries my clones received are now affecting me." "All the injuries?" Twilight exclaimed, and Nightmare Moon just nodded before pulling herself off the ground. Now, every injury she had endured was clearly visible to Twilight, and it made her lift a hoof to her mouth in shock. Nightmare Moon's body was littered with cuts, and she wasn't able to put any weight on her front right leg, and one of her wings hung limply at her side. On top of it all, Nightmare Moon's breathing was labored, as if every breath caused pain to shoot through her body. "We've got to get you to Nurse Redheart right away," Twilight said firmly. Nightmare Moon took a few gingerly limped steps away from Twilight. "No, I'll be fine. You'll need me here in case there are more monsters." "No, I'm sure we got all of them. You should get to the castle and lie down before you—" "Twilight!" The shout drew Twilight's attention skyward, and she saw Rainbow Dash and Fluttershy flying towards her in a rush. "What is it?" she called up to them. "There's one left, a lupus, but it's way bigger than the others," Rainbow Dash shouted while waving her hooves above her head. "Where is it?" "It's coming this way," Fluttershy answered while pointing a hoof. Twilight turned her head in the direction Fluttershy was pointing, and felt the blood in her veins turn to ice. Charging down the street towards her and Nightmare Moon was a lupus, but it was not a lupus minor. No, this was a full-grown lupus major, a constellation wolf as large as Nightmare Moon, and 4 times as ferocious as the smaller young lupus minors that had been terrorizing Ponyville. The beast barreled towards them like a runaway locomotive, closing several blocks distance at a speed that even rivaled Rainbow Dash's. The 2 Pegasi in the air were shouting for Twilight and Nightmare Moon to get out of the way, and Twilight couldn't deny her first instinct was to run. Then Twilight glanced over at Nightmare Moon. She was barely able to stand and probably couldn't fly. There was no way she could get away, and Twilight wasn't going to leave Nightmare Moon alone with the wolf. She wasn't going to abandon her again. Unwilling to flee, Twilight furrowed her eyebrows and put herself directly in front of Nightmare Moon. She lowered herself down and began to call on her magic in preparation for a fight. She was, after all, a unicorn that had handled an Ursa Minor, and the Lupus Major, while more vicious, was a lot smaller. The Lupus Major was almost upon her, but Twilight was ready. She'd wait for the creature to leap up, and then she'd catch it in her levitation magic and throw it back down the street. It wasn't easy to levitate things so big, but she knew she could do it. She wouldn't let an overgrown wolf lay a paw on her daughter. Twilight gritted her teeth as the lupus got close enough to pounce, and the constellation wolf threw itself into the air in a grand, arcing lunge. It was baring its fangs, and its claws were extended, ready to grab hold of Twilight and tear into her flesh. Twilight was just about to unleash her spell when a cloud of indigo shot past her, snapped at the wolf like a whip, and knocked it back several feet. "Get out of here," Nightmare Moon ordered Twilight. "I'll handle this." "No, I'm not." "This isn't a discussion," Nightmare Moon bellowed as her mane flared. Before Twilight could shout another protest, the mane had lashed out and encased Twilight, as well as Rainbow Dash and Fluttershy. Nightmare Moon's eyes glowed white, and 3 bright flashes emanated from inside her mane. She had sent the 3 mares away to safety. They were gone, and as Nightmare Moon panted from the exertion of magic, she turned her attention to the Lupus Major. It was slowly walking towards her with a murderous intent in its eyes, and she met its glare with her own. Twilight blinked, shook her head, and tried to grasp what had just happened. One moment she saw Nightmare Moon getting attacked, but then her vision had been blocked with Nightmare Moon's mane. The next moment Twilight was looking out over Ponyville. What? Twilight stammered as she looked around. She, Rainbow Dash, and Fluttershy were at Nightmare Moon's castle, standing on top of the gatehouse. The gallows that Twilight had almost been hung from had been removed, torn straight from the wall, giving Twilight a clear view of Ponyville below. Dash recovered from the teleportation spell and jumped into a hover. "How the hay did we get here?" "It was Nyx. She must have teleported us away from the fight," Twilight shouted. She lifted her forehooves and placed them on the gatehouse battlements so she could balance on her back legs and look into Ponyville. "But Twilight, does that mean she's still—" Fluttershy's question was interrupted by a loud crash that drew the mares' attention and made them look in the direction of town. From their position on top of the gatehouse they could see glimpses of Nightmare Moon as she fought with the Lupus Major in the center of Ponyville. She was standing away from the wolf and was on her hooves, but her movements made it apparent she was injured, tired, and at a major disadvantage. "What is she thinking? She's going to get herself killed," Twilight shouted. "We have to get down there and help her." "Twilight, if you go down there, you'll just get yourself killed," Rainbow Dash told her. "Nightmare Moon can handle it." "She's hurt, Rainbow, badly. If we don't help—" Twilight's protest was silenced as she felt a wave of magic wash over her. She looked to Ponyville and could not see Nightmare Moon or the Lupus Major anywhere. There was, however, something Twilight could see. From between a few buildings, Nightmare Moon's swirling mane began to rise up into the air above the town. It went several stories up before it formed into a threatening cloud, a cloud that soon began to crackle with energy. The energy and magic built up quickly, and then its power was unleashed. A single thick burst of lightning arced down, cut through the air, and caused a thunderclap that could not only be heard, but also felt by all the ponies hiding in the castle. The lightning strike threw up a dark cloud of smoke where it struck, obscuring much of Ponyville. Twilight strained her eyes to see what was happening, but it was impossible. She wanted to race down there, to make sure Nightmare Moon was all right. But fear had rooted her hooves in place. What if she was attacked by the Lupus Major? What if she found Nightmare Moon dead? For several minutes Twilight could only watch Ponyville with Rainbow Dash and Fluttershy by her side. The dust that had been thrown up began to drift on the wind, and the dark cloud that was Nightmare Moon's mane fizzled and disappeared as well. The first sign of life came from the Lupus Major. Twilight only saw glimpses of it at first, but she was able to see that it was running away from Ponyville. It was also limping, but the beast still managed an impressive pace despite its injury. It raced all the way to the edge of the Everfree Forest, and there it paused. It looked back at Ponyville and kicked some dirt in the town's direction before disappearing back into the forest. The next sign of life came a few minutes later, which felt like a torturous amount of time for Twilight. It was Dash who saw it first, and she quickly called out and drew Twilight's attention to another part of town. There, a black figure had just rounded a corner, and was now slowly limping up the road to the castle. She moved agonizingly slowly, and looked to be in a lot of pain, but she was there. She was alive. Twilight didn't waste a single moment and broke into a gallop. She ran down the steps that connected the top of the gatehouse to the courtyard below, and she began pushing through the tightly packed crowd of ponies who had hidden in the castle's safe embrace during the attack. It took a few minutes for Twilight to push her way through, but after passing through a final few groups, she was free of the crowd and running through the castle gates. However, just as she got outside, she slid to a stop as her eyes grew wide. Nightmare Moon was just a few yards away, and was still continuing her slow limp towards the castle gates. To Twilight, it looked like Nightmare Moon was on the verge of collapse. She winced with each step, each breath was labored, and her injured wing dragged on the ground beside her. The Lupus Major had left her with several fresh wounds, though they were almost lost amongst her prior injuries. The armor Nightmare Moon wore was torn to shreds. There were deep claw marks in several places, including one across the eye of her helmet. Her makeup was also gone, sweated and rubbed off, thanks to the strain of battle. Even Nightmare Moon's mane seemed injured. The usually full, flowing, star-speckled mass of indigo was pale, sickly, and came off Nightmare Moon not like a consistent cloud, but in thin trails and wisps. "What did you do?" For a moment, Nightmare Moon chose to ignore Twilight and just continued to limp towards the castle. It wasn't out of rudeness, but from the fact that she was finding it difficult to breathe. Once she had gotten a little closer, Nightmare Moon stopped, gasped a few times, and then was able to find her voice. I couldn't let you attack the lupus. It might have hurt you. I was fighting it, but it pinned me to the ground. I couldn't make the lupus let go, so I shocked us both with a bolt of lightning." "But why would you do that? Why did you teleport me away? I told you I could handle it." "Because I didn't want to see you. I didn't want to see any pony get hurt. I can bear the pain. It's better for me to be hurt, if it means I can protect the ponies I care about." Nightmare Moon grunted as she brought herself through the castle gates. She limped into the courtyard where the entire town populace was watching. The ponies made a wide path for her, much like they did when she had passed amongst them before. This time, only some stepped aside because of fear. The rest stepped back in respect. With her slow steps, Nightmare Moon finally reached the center of the castle's front courtyard. There, she stopped to rest and catch her breath. She wavered and tilted like she was about to fall, but then she took in a deep breath and looked across the surrounding sea of ponies. Every pony. They were all safe. She had managed to protect them, and she almost thought they were looking at her with concern instead of fear and loathing. But then again, she was feeling rather light-headed. Still, that didn't matter. She had done it. She had kept them safe. The creatures of the Everfree Forest have been driven back. Ponyville is safe, and you may return to your homes," Nightmare Moon called out, trying to give her voice strength. She then took another step with the intention of going back into the castle. She, however, did not make it 5 more feet before her hoof caught on an uneven stone. Nightmare Moon fell and hit the ground hard. Audible gasps cascaded across the courtyard at the sight of the once greatly feared Alicorn falling over and lying motionlessly on the ground. Still, none of them moved to help her. All they could do was glance anxiously amongst each other, unsure whether to help or not. The only one that did not hold back was Twilight. She was at Nightmare Moon's side almost instantly, looking over her in a panic. "Nix! Nix! Wake up!" Twilight shouted. She put her head down beside Nightmare Moon's mouth. She was unconscious, and she was still breathing, but her breathing was weak. Twilight began to hyperventilate, nudging Nightmare Moon's head. Nightmare Moon, however, didn't rise, and her breathing was only growing weaker. Twilight stepped back quickly and began calling on her magic. Don't you worry, Nix. I'll get you inside and get you patched up. Yeah, I'll carry you inside and get you bandaged. It will be just like when I found you in the forest, and you'll be okay, just like you were then." Twilight found concentrating difficult. The exhaustion of the long day and the stress of her own emotions were making it hard to focus on her magic. Still, she managed to lift Nightmare Moon and hold her a few inches above the ground in a levitation spell. Twilight then turned to the crowd watching her, noticing that some of them were frozen in shock. "Quick, some pony find a first aid kit or something. She needs help." Despite Twilight's call for help, no pony moved. They just stood there, watching with mixed emotions. Some of them couldn't bear to look Twilight in the eyes. Others were confused and surprised. Some even looked on in anger and disbelief, as if she was doing something wrong. All of this drew angry tears to Twilight's eyes, and she glared at the crowd of ponies. "What are you doing?" Twilight screamed at the crowd, making a number of them step back anxiously. "She needs help. She's hurt, and she got hurt protecting us. I know you're scared of her, but she needs help." Twilight grew hysterical, and desperation entered her voice. Please, we can't let her. Please. I need help. I can't help her all by myself. I'm not a doctor. I'm not even a nurse. I need help. She needs help. Please." Twilight was crying openly at this point. Her begging eyes searched for some pony, any pony that was willing to help her. Those nearby, however, chose to turn away, unwilling or unable to meet her gaze, the gaze of a mother who was terrified. She was about to lose her daughter. You monsters! She just saved you, saved your children. Why won't you help?" Before Twilight could snap or break down, she felt a hoof on her shoulder. "Don't worry, Twilight. We're here." Twilight snapped her head around and smiled through the panicked tears on her face. Floating in the air beside her was Fluttershy, and she was offering a very gentle and reassuring smile. Behind her were other ponies willing to help. They had been behind her the entire time, always willing to help. Rainbow Dash, Rarity, Applejack, Pinkie Pie, Zecora, and other ponies had stepped out from the crowd. Nurse Red Hot stood with saddlebags laden with medical supplies, and Cheerilee was beside the others carrying a first-aid kit she had been using to tend ponies with very minor injuries. It took her longer, because she wanted to speak with her daughter first, but Ditsy Doo also came up, ignoring her own injured wing. To top it all off, even Dr. Stable stepped forward from the crowd to offer his expertise. These were only the first. Other ponies started to step out from the crowd. Some Twilight recognized, others she didn't, but that didn't matter at the moment. They were there, willing to help her, to help Nightmare Moon. "We need to get her inside and start tending her wounds," Dr. Stable told the growing group of ponies. "Twilight, continue to levitate her as gently as you can, and try to keep her as still and level as possible. Rainbow Dash, I need you to go back to the clinic in town. Find your way to the surgery room and open the big blue cabinet. Inside will be a large black bag. I need you to get that for me as quickly as possible." "You got it," Rainbow Dash said before quickly zipping off towards Ponyville. Dr. Stable nodded and looked to every pony else. "The rest of you, help clear a path. We need to get her inside, now." The ponies nodded and went to work quickly. Most ran ahead and cleared a path to the castle doors. Others began doing anything and everything Dr. Stable needed. All the while, Twilight waited for her cue to move Nightmare Moon inside. And as she waited, she drew Nightmare Moon close. Twilight then leaned in and gently nuzzled Nightmare Moon's cheek. "You're going to be all right," Twilight assured her. "I promise you're going to be all right." Chapter 19. Recovery. Ponyville had survived the monster attack from the ever-free forest, but was not unscathed. The town had been ravaged. Yet through it all, the most important part of Ponyville, its residents, had survived. Some had been hurt, the worst of the injuries being broken bones, but it was nothing that wouldn't mend in time. For the first couple of hours, most ponies chose to remain in the safe embrace of Nightmare Moon's castle. Very few were able to find the courage to venture beyond the protective walls, and none got very far before their nerves and fears drove them running back to the stone fortress. Despite their fears, the ponies of Ponyville knew they couldn't stay sheltered in the castle forever. After giving every pony time to rest and recover, Ponyville's mayor, Ivory Scroll, called on every willing and able Pegasus. The fastest of the Pegasi were tasked to fly out to the rest of Equestria, warning the kingdom that the monsters were now a much greater threat, as well as seeking aid for Ponyville. The rest were tasked with taking an account of the damage the town had suffered. It wasn't long after the Pegasi flew out that the news of which buildings were destroyed and damaged began to stream into the castle. And the news was grim. Many homes and businesses had been utterly crushed. Some families lost everything except their lives and loved ones. Other buildings were on the verge of collapse and would require extensive repair to be made habitable again. It was news that left many ponies sobbing, but through the tears they clung tightly to their friends and families, thankful that they had some pony to embrace. Despite the dark reality, glimmers of hope shone through. While she could not compare with Twilight, the mayor began organizing the town's populace. Under her guidance, fresh life was breathed into Nightmare Moon's castle. Halls, which had been hollow and lifeless that morning, once again bustled with ponies coming and going in every direction. By the time the sun was nearing the western horizon, the castle had undergone a transformation. To those who were without a roof over their heads, the castle became a refuge. The guard barracks, guest bedrooms, and large hallways became a temporary home for ponies who had lost everything or were too scared to leave the castle. Cots and sleeping bags filled every available inch of space, but some ponies were happy to lay down on the floor with just a blanket and a pillow. The beds in the castle were reserved for the sick and injured, but no pony complained. For those who were hungry, the castle became a place to find a filling meal. Ponies who were willing to share their stores of food gave purpose to the castle's kitchen. Simple, warm, and much appreciated meals were quickly prepared and passed out to the hungry. They ate in the castle's dining room, which, for the first time, was filled past capacity. To the ponies who were injured, both before and during the attack, the castle's medical chambers once again became a place of healing. Dr. Stable, Nurse Tenderheart, and other volunteers tended to the needs of the sick and injured. It also became a place of reunion, where ponies were given the good news that their friends and family members had survived and were on the road to recovery. Overall, the castle, which had once been a place of fear and dread, had become a safe haven in a terrible storm. It was a place where a pony could find rest, food, medical aid, and, most importantly, some peace of mind. The castle's thick outer walls, which were being dutifully patrolled by volunteers, provided a sense of security to those who feared the monsters would return in the night. Yet, amongst the hustle and bustle that now filled most of the fortress, there was one hallway and room many purposefully avoided, even if it meant going along a much longer route through the corridors. A hallway where, on one side, there was a large pair of doors emblazoned with a royal seal of a crescent moon. It was the hallway that connected to the throne room of Nightmare Moon. It was in this hallway that Twilight Sparkle waited. She sat on the floor, her back and head resting against the wall's cold stone, as she stared at the ceiling. Inside the throne room, Nurse Redheart and Fluttershy were tending to Nightmare Moon, while her friends and the other ponies that had helped get her into the palace had moved on to other tasks. Twilight was the only one not doing anything, and it was a fact that nipped and chewed at the back of her mind. She felt she should have been doing something, anything. She could have been helping the mayor organize the relief efforts, or she could have been using her magic to help lift and move things in town. She, however, just couldn't bring herself to step more than 5 feet away from the throne room doors. Twilight wanted to be inside the throne room, if only to be there for Nightmare Moon. Nurse Redheart, however, had insisted she stay outside, turning the hallway into an impromptu waiting room. Twilight had protested, but Redheart wouldn't budge. She explained in no uncertain terms that while she sympathized with Twilight, she couldn't have her in the room in case something went wrong. Shifting her gaze away from the ceiling, Twilight looked through one of the nearby windows. The sky was starting to shift from a pristine blue to a warm, welcoming orange. It was a picturesque sunset that at least distracted Twilight from her concerns. She took in the spectrum of colors and stared until the creaking of hinges drew her attention to the opening throne room doors. Nurse Redheart was the first to step out. She was carrying not only her medical saddlebags, but also the doctoral bag Dr. Stable had Rainbow Dash fetch from the clinic. Fluttershy was following close behind, and she carefully closed the door behind her once both she and Redheart were in the hallway. How is she?" Twilight asked, afraid of what the answer would be. "She was gravely injured, Twilight. We did what we could to tend to the wounds. She's stable for the moment, but the next few hours are going to be critical. We've done all we can. Now, all we can do is wait and see. Can I go see her?" "Yes, but don't take too long," Nurse Redheart advised. "She needs rest more than anything else. Now you'll have to excuse me. I have to go check on the other ponies at the clinic, but Fluttershy will be right outside the door if you need anything." Twilight nodded and watched Nurse Redheart leave in the direction of the castle's medical wing. At the same time, Fluttershy landed beside the door, placed a hoof on it, and nudged it open before turning her eyes to Twilight. "Are you ready to go in?" Twilight was afraid of what condition she would find Nightmare Moon in, and for a moment wondered if it would be better if she just stayed outside. Still, Fluttershy's reassuring smile gave her some courage, and after taking a deep breath, she slipped through the open door into the throne room. The stained-glass windows were still broken, although they'd been covered with banners from another part of the castle to keep the cool evening breeze out. Gentle white light came from the gemstones embedded around the walls, though many of them had been covered with fabric, creating a comfortable dimness in the room. Near the center of the space a makeshift bed had been assembled. Blankets, pillows, and soft cushions had been scavenged from all around the castle. The only bed big enough for an alicorn was up in Nightmare Moon's private chambers, and Dr. Stable had made it clear Nightmare Moon needed medical attention immediately, not after a team of ponies had gone upstairs, disassembled her bed, brought it to the throne room, and reassembled it. The temporary bed served its purpose, though. It provided a soft place for a wounded pony to rest, and as twilight drew closer, it looked like Nightmare Moon was asleep. Her eyes were closed, and her breathing, while weak, was consistent. Her mane was beginning to look a little more like it used to, and, most importantly, all of her injuries had been treated. It wasn't exactly top-quality medical work, but Nurse Redheart and Fluttershy had done amazingly well, considering the lack of supplies. They had considered putting her in the medical chambers with the others injured during the attack, where Dr. Stable and Nurse Tenderheart would be able to help with her treatment. However, not only was there not enough room in the medical wing for Nightmare Moon, but Redheart believed it would be best to treat her someplace private. That all led to Nightmare Moon being placed in the throne room, where she slept soundly as Twilight walked closer. She didn't wake Nightmare Moon. She knew she needed to let her rest. Still, Twilight wanted to be someplace close. She wanted to be there when Nightmare Moon finally did open her eyes. Thankfully, the bed that had been assembled was far bigger than it needed to be. While Nightmare Moon took up the center, there was plenty of space on the edges for a pony to lie down, and that's just what Twilight did. She drew herself up onto a corner near Nightmare Moon's head, laid herself down, rested her head on top of her forelegs, and just watched Nightmare Moon sleep. Twilight wasn't sure when she had fallen asleep, but she awoke to the sensation of some pony tapping on her shoulder. She sat up, yawned, and, after giving her eyes a moment to focus and adjust, she looked to see who was there. "Maya?" she muttered groggily while rubbing one of her eyes. Ivory Scroll nodded her head. "I'm sorry to wake you, Twilight, but can I talk with you outside?" "Of course," Twilight replied as she carefully got up from the bed. She looked back to see Nightmare Moon was still sleeping off her injuries, and she smiled a little when she saw Nightmare Moon's mane looked thicker than it did when she had fallen asleep. It brought a little bit of relief to Twilight's mind and let her believe that Nightmare Moon was, in fact, recovering. A small cough from Ivory Scroll reminded Twilight why she had been woken up, and she quickly fell in line behind the mayor. They slipped out of the room and into the adjoining hallway quietly. "I do apologize for disturbing you. I know you're worried about her," the mayor said once the throne room doors were closed. "It's okay," Twilight reassured her. "She's getting better, and that's all that matters. Now, what did you want to talk about?" "There are a few things, actually," Ivory began. She led Twilight over to a window and pointed outside with a hoof. "First, I wanted you to see that." Twilight followed the mayor's pointing hoof, trying to see what was so important, but Ivory Scroll seemed to be pointing at nothing. The window in question offered a fairly beautiful view of the castle courtyard, where a few ponies were walking back and forth. She could see part of the castle's outer walls, and beyond that the sun hung just above the far horizon, setting the sky ablaze with the warm colors of late afternoon. What am I supposed to be looking at?" "The sunset." "What about it?" "Twilight, it's a little past 10 in the evening." Ivory explained flatly. "The sun should have gone down over an hour ago. Ponies are starting to worry." Twilight stared at the mayor in disbelief, and she realized that she had slept longer than she thought. "Yeah, I guess that's the problem when there is only one immortal alicorn in Equestria. I'm sorry, but I doubt Nyx is going to be strong enough to handle moving the sun and moon for at least a few days. That's why I wanted to talk to you. I've been asked to inquire as to whether the elements of harmony can be used to free the princesses. We believe that since Nightmare Moon imprisoned them, if she were—" Twilight, bristling, interrupted her. "You want me to use the elements of harmony on Nyx?" "No, I didn't mean it like that," Ivory quickly corrected. "What I meant to say was, is it possible for the elements to undo her banishment spell?" Twilight's anger cooled as quickly as it had ignited, and the gears in her mind turned as she looked out at the sunset. "I don't know. Maybe. I need to ask Nyx how the banishment spell works. Maybe then my friends and I can use the elements of harmony to bypass it. But I can't ask Nyx anything until she wakes up." "I understand," the mayor said gently. "When I realized the sun wasn't going to set, I sent out several messengers to tell the rest of Equestria what's going on. The Pegasi weren't happy, since they had only just returned from taking my last set of ladders. Thankfully, Rainbow Dash pep-talked them into flying out again, and the messages will, hopefully, keep most ponies from panicking." "Hopefully," Twilight echoed before she turned away from the distant perpetual sunset. "So, was that everything?" "For the moment, though Applejack caught me on my way here. She was taking a break from the kitchen and wanted me to try to get you to eat something. From what she says, you haven't had a bite all day." "Thank you, but—" Twilight began, trying to politely refuse the mayor's offer, but her grumbling stomach betrayed her. With a weak laugh and a hoof placed over her stomach to quiet its protests, Twilight gave her head a nod. "Okay, maybe a sandwich." It did not take long for the pair to reach the castle's dining room, and despite the late hour there were still several ponies loitering about. Twilight could only guess that some of them, like her, had lost track of time at some point thanks to the halted sunset. "It looks like Applejack really did a great job of keeping the kitchen busy," Twilight remarked as she and Ivory strolled across the room. She took notice of the number of ponies still eating at the dining table. "It was a good idea to ask her to lead the kitchen crew." The mayor nodded as she and Twilight got in the line for food. "Yes, it was, and the ponies helping her have really been going all out. The food itself is pretty simple and bland, but it's filling, and the kitchen crew is working quickly enough to keep most ponies fed." It didn't take long for the pair to get their food, mostly because there weren't too many ponies trying to get something to eat so late at night. Twilight used her magic to carry both her plate and the mayor's, and after the pair had found a place to sit at the room's massive dining table, Twilight licked her lips and sniffed eagerly at the food. This smells so good." "Yes, it does," the mayor agreed with a little laugh before taking a bite from her meal. Twilight was about to do the same, only to feel a tap on her shoulder. When she turned, she saw a particular mulberry pony standing beside her, with a pair of saddlebags resting on her back. "I hope I'm not interrupting you, Twilight," Cheerilee said as Twilight turned to face her. "Don't worry about it. How are you doing?" "I think I'm going to have nightmares for a few weeks, thanks to that Scorpio, but I'm fine otherwise. I just wanted to give you something." At that, Cheerilee bent her head back, reached into her saddlebags, and pulled out a small stack of papers. "What are these?" Twilight asked as the papers were set on the table beside her. "Well, after what happened, I thought some of the fillies and colts around the castle needed something to do. something to keep them from thinking about what happened. Now, I don't know how, but your friend Pinkie Pie managed to find a bunch of art and craft supplies. The little ponies spent part of the afternoon drawing, and I thought you'd like to have a few of the pictures they made." Twilight glanced at the stack of papers that had been set down beside her, and used her magic to pick them up. She looked at the first one, a rather crude crayon drawing. It depicted a small blue stick-figure pony standing with two larger ponies, with squiggles of grass beneath and a big, happy sun in the corner. It was just the kind of image one would see hanging on a school bulletin board. But what made Twilight stare was what had been written on the picture. Above the drawing were the words, "To Nightmare Moon," while at the bottom the young artist had written, "Thank you for protecting my family." Twilight flipped to the next picture in the pile. It was a better drawing, and she could actually recognize the ponies in the picture. She saw Applejack and Nightmare Moon standing on top of a defeated Cerberus, which had little swirls for all 6 of its eyes. The text below the image read, "Thanks for keeping my sister safe. Get well soon, Nix. From Apple Bloom." There were only a hoofful of drawings in the stack, but they all shared a similar theme. They were warm wishes and thank yous for Nightmare Moon. It left Twilight gawking in disbelief. She looked at each picture, went through the whole pile, and only then did she look back to Cheerilee. "Did you tell them to do this?" "No," Cheerilee answered with a shake of her head. "It was Apple Bloom, actually. She started doing her picture, and when the other little ponies asked what she was drawing, some of them wanted to do it too. I didn't have a thing to do with it. Though, if you don't mind—" Cheerilee paused and reached into her bag a second time. She removed from it a folded piece of paper, which she set on the table where the stack of drawings had been moments before. "Would you give this to Nix, please? That one's from me." Twilight smiled, taking the folded piece of paper and adding it to the stack of crayon drawings. "Of course, and thank you, Cheerilee, for bringing these to me. It's the least I can do, Twilight. Now, I'm going to go and try to get some sleep, but if you need my help with anything, just ask, okay?" "Okay," Twilight replied before she watched Cheerilee walk off. She turned back to the stack of papers she was holding in her magic. She set them down delicately, as if they would turn to dust if she was too rough with them, and then quickly went back to her meal. She ate as fast as she could without being rude to the mayor or other ponies around. Then, once she was done with her meal, she took up the stack of drawings again and galloped from the room, so that she and the papers would be there when Nightmare Moon woke up. Nightmare Moon groaned. She didn't know how long she had been asleep, but that didn't really matter to her at the moment. She was stiff all over, and any attempt to stretch and relieve the stiffness only made her realize how sore she was. She was lying on something soft but uneven, which was only moderately comfortable at best. For a few minutes Nightmare Moon was content with just rubbing the side of her head against whatever she was lying on, trying to relieve a small itch. Yet, as she became properly acquainted with how horrible she felt, the thing that pressed itself at the front of her mind was how dry her mouth was. Without even thinking, she licked her lips, hoping for a glass of water. As if by magic she felt something near her mouth and heard a familiar, gentle voice speaking softly to her. "Here, Nurse Red-Hot said I should get you to drink this when you woke up." The thing that was near her mouth was a straw, and after fumbling with it for a moment, Nightmare Moon got her lips around it. She took a sip and shivered a little as the cool, crisp freshness of the water slipped over her tongue. Water had never tasted so good. She greedily drank it, not only to wet her mouth, but also to sedate her thirst. She sucked the glass of water dry in a matter of seconds. When the cup was empty and the straw was moved away from her mouth, Nightmare Moon attempted to lift her head. She winced as the joints in her neck popped and cracked, but she forced her head up all the same before opening her eyes. She saw she was in the throne room, and she took notice of the bed she was lying in. Nightmare Moon also noted that she was practically covered from head to hoof in bandages, and that her wing was held against her side in a simple sling. "How are you feeling?" Nightmare Moon turned and looked in the area near where her head had been lying. There, looking back with an honest and relieved smile, was Twilight. "Sore," Nightmare Moon replied as she laid her head back down. Twilight leaned her head to one side as she stood up. "Well, you did get hurt pretty badly." Then, with some careful maneuvering, Twilight climbed up onto the bed and put herself right beside Nightmare Moon's head. She bent her head down and gently nuzzled at Nightmare Moon's cheek. "I'm so glad to see you're awake. You had me worried." "How long have I been asleep?" "Don't worry about that right now," Twilight instructed as she stood up straight. She called on her magic, and from nearby a pitcher of water floated into view. She refilled the empty glass before holding the straw up to Nightmare Moon's mouth a second time. Nightmare Moon drank every drop, though she did not drain the glass as quickly as she had the first time. Her mouth was no longer feeling dry, and, as Twilight took the empty glass away, Nightmare Moon whispered a quiet, "Thank you. Do you want some more?" "No," Nightmare Moon replied, with a weak shake of her head. With a nod, Twilight set the empty glass over by the pitcher and turned her attention back to Nightmare Moon. "Are you hungry? I could go get you something from the castle's kitchen. I doubt there is much in there that hasn't spoiled since the children of Nightmare left. Actually, the mayor and a bunch of other ponies have been using the castle as a kind of refugee camp. A lot of homes got damaged or destroyed during the monster attack, so they've been staying here. I hope that's okay." Nightmare Moon let a thin smile creep onto her face. "I don't mind, and it's nice to hear this castle can be used for something good." Twilight nodded her head in agreement. "It is. Still, do you want me to get you something?" "No, I'm not hungry at the moment. How is every pony?" "They're fine," Twilight answered softly. "Thanks to you." "I only bought time. It was you and your friends that got every pony out safely. Something we couldn't have done without you to hold back the monsters. You helped save lives, Nix. You made me so proud." "Proud? How can you honestly be proud of me?" Nightmare Moon asked. She shifted her gaze to the far side of the room, unwilling and unable to look at Twilight. "After everything I've done, you should hate me like they all do." Twilight lifted a hoof and ran it once through Nightmare Moon's mane. The magical hair flowed around her leg like water, and it felt as cool as an evening breeze. "You've made mistakes, Nix, but they're mistakes you've tried to fix." "Nothing I wouldn't have needed to do if I hadn't been such a fool," Nightmare Moon snapped, more at herself than at Twilight. "You were right all along, and I finally understand what you were trying to tell me. I may be Nightmare Moon, but that doesn't mean I have to act like I did before. I didn't have to listen to Spell Nexus, or be the mare Celestia feared. No pony could have forced me to do anything once I was fully resurrected. But I was so angry. I was angry at Celestia and at you." Nightmare Moon's voice began to tremble as she fought back tears. "You let Celestia take me. You abandoned me and lied to me, and I hated you for it. I hated you so much. All that I had left were my memories. All those memories of hating Equestria, of wanting the eternal night. my memories of being sealed in the moon. Nightmare Moon's voice dropped to a whisper, and she paused a moment. Twilight opened her mouth to offer her some comfort, but Nightmare Moon continued speaking before she could utter a single word. So I played the part. Like a stupid little filly in a stupid school play, I played the part of the monster. I played the role because it's the only thing that felt true. It's what Spell Nexus was telling me, it's what Celestia feared, and it's what my own memories told me was true. But I can't be the way I was, and I don't want to be like that ever again. That, however, doesn't change what I've done. You and all of Equestria should just hate me. Hate and despise me just like when Luna was Nightmare Moon, because that's all I deserve. No, Twilight interrupted firmly. No, that's not all you deserve. You deserve more than that, and I don't hate you. You're lying, just like you were lying to me before. You have to hate me. I've been the worst daughter in the world. You should hate me. But I don't, Nix. Nightmare Moon gritted her teeth as her anger flared. Don't you get it? No matter what you call me, no matter how I behave, I'm still the mayor that locked up your mentor, that tried to kill you and your friends. I'm still the mayor that usurped Equestria's throne, locked you in a dungeon, and almost let Nexus kill you. I am, and forever will be, Nightmare Moon. So tell me, how can you not despise me? Because, Nix, I'm your mother, and a mother will always love her daughter, no matter what. Nightmare Moon shut her eyes tight. She was trying to hold it back, trying to keep strong and resist, but it was all for naught. Twilight had broken down the emotional dam that had built up inside her. All of the pain, guilt, and confusion she had been bottling up was released, and it flooded her mind. And so she wept. Nightmare Moon wept openly while attempting to blubber out apology after apology. Not since she had been a filly had she let her tears flow so freely. She cried and apologized for everything she had done, for every pony she had hurt, and for all the things she had put Twilight through. She cried, and Twilight took it all in while trying her best to comfort the mare she called her daughter. She got as close as she could and nuzzled the side of Nightmare Moon's head. It had been easier for Twilight to comfort her when she was still a little filly, but Twilight did her best. She did everything she, as a mother, could do to soothe her daughter. She even cried right alongside Nightmare Moon. The tears that spilled from the pair's eyes, however, were not just tears of sorrow. Some were tears of shared pain for the things they had both done wrong. Others were tears of joy, the pair sharing in an embrace they had been denied for so long. After several long weeks, Twilight knew, without a doubt, that she had her daughter back. Nightmare Moon cried for a long time, but with Twilight's presence she eventually calmed down. She had cried herself dry of both her tears and the emotions she had bottled up inside. Overall, she felt better because of it. Still, as Nightmare Moon's eyes dried, a single haunting question bubbled to the top of her mind, a question that she couldn't ignore. Twilight, who am I? What do you mean? Twilight asked gently. I don't know who I am anymore. I'm Nightmare Moon in mind and body. I was her in the past, but I don't want to be like that anymore. I want to be Nix again, but I can't. I can't go back to being the filly you found in the forest, yet I can't go forward as the terror I once was. I'm stuck somewhere in the middle, so who am I? Twilight was silent for a long time, needing to not only process the question, but also carefully choose her response. Her eyes wandered and looked across Nightmare Moon's bruised, beaten, and bandaged body. She sighed and shook her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, Nix, but I honestly can't say. Every pony needs to decide for herself the kind of pony she's going to be, and you have to figure that out on your own. The only thing I could tell you is what I see." "Then what do you see, Twilight? I want the honest truth." "I suppose I see a mare who is neither Nix nor Nightmare Moon. Or actually, I see a mare that is a bit of both, if that makes sense," Twilight began, as she struggled to find the words to express herself. Thankfully, Nightmare Moon was patient and didn't rush Twilight. She simply waited for her to compose her thoughts. "Let me put it another way. Back when you were Nix, you were a little sensitive." "I was a coward and a crybaby," Nightmare Moon corrected flatly. "Okay, yes, but that wasn't entirely your fault. You were young, and you had been through a lot, even before I found you in the forest. I doubt any filly could go through what you did and not be a little traumatized." "But you're not like that anymore," Twilight continued, smiling a little. "The Nix I knew, she would never have been able to fight off the monsters like you did. Only a mare, like Nightmare Moon, would have been able to do what you did. So even you finally admit I'm Nightmare Moon." "No," Twilight corrected. "Let me finish." "Sorry," Nightmare Moon apologized. "It's okay, but you're not like the old Nightmare Moon either, not anymore. If you were, you would have had the courage to face the monsters, but no reason to. When Luna was Nightmare Moon, she cared about herself first, and every pony else second, if at all. If you were really that same pony, then you wouldn't have cared about what happened to Ponyville. But the Nix I know does care," Twilight said, as she gave Nightmare Moon a gentle, reassuring touch. "She cares about other ponies, even putting them before herself. She cared about her friends enough so that she performed in the Spring Festival play, despite the fact that I told her no. You were there for them, and it's because of that compassion that you were willing to fly out and throw yourself in harm's way to protect Ponyville." "So," Twilight continued, "I guess you were a bit of both, perhaps even the best of both. But as I said before, that's only what I see. It's up to you to decide what kind of pony you want to be. And by the way, I'm not the only one that thinks you're not the same mare anymore," Twilight said as her horn began to glow. She turned her head and picked up a stack of papers that was lying nearby. She presented the pile, revealing to Nightmare Moon that the page on the top of the stack was the crayon drawing Apple Bloom had done. What are these?" "Well, I think it's best to call them thank-you cards," Twilight answered. Nightmare Moon took the drawings into her own magic and began flipping through them. Along with the picture from Apple Bloom, there were drawings from Sweetie Belle, Scootaloo, and Twist. There were even a few from other ponies in her class, acquaintances who never really liked nor hated her. One such picture was from Dinky Doo, a crayon drawing of the alicorn zapping a hydra on the flank. "There's this as well," Twilight said, while holding out a carefully tri-folded piece of paper. "It's a letter from Cheerilee." Nightmare Moon shifted her gaze and set down the crayon drawings before she gingerly suspended the letter in her magic. She unfolded it, and after noticing the words were in fact written in Cheerilee's hoof-writing, she looked to the top of the page and began attentively reading each line. "Dear Nix, earlier today, when some of the fillies and colts I was watching started making get-well cards for you, I felt that I needed to offer a few words of my own. The first of those words are thank you. Thank you for saving my life. When that Scorpio was about to grab me with its pincer, I had given up hope. I doubted I'd get out of that alive. But you flew in and saved me. I thank you for that. I also wanted to say I'm sorry. I still remember what you said to me that night when I let you play Nightmare Moon in the school play. I never meant it as an insult. I called the original Nightmare Moon wicked and dastardly. But those words were never meant for you, a filly I called my student. Your friends came to me at one time, back when you were making the night last forever. They asked me about you, asked why you were doing what you were doing. Their families weren't telling them the whole truth, and I could tell they were worried. I told them the truth, that I believed at the time, that you were confused about who you were, that you just needed some time, and that you would eventually do the right thing. Thank you for proving me right, and though you may now be an adult, I will always treasure the time you were in my class. While some of the students didn't appreciate your curiosity, I found it refreshing. I hope that you never lose that drive to learn. So again, thank you. Your former teacher, Chira Lee. It's hard sometimes, changing who you are, changing what every pony sees, Twilight explained, as Nightmare Moon stared at the letter and pictures. Before I came to Ponyville, I was a bookworm with almost no real friends. But I changed. I started studying friendship, and I helped my friends just as much as they helped me. We've all grown because of the friendship we share. And you taught me what it takes to be a mother, to care for some pony like a daughter. It may seem impossible, but you can do it, Twilight said confidently. You've already started. These fillies and colts, they don't see you as a monster anymore. They see you as the pony who saved their friends and families. You can be the mare you want to be. Can it really be that simple? Nightmare Moon asked. She lowered the papers and looked at Twilight. Do I just decide who I want to be? No, it will be a lot of work, and it may take a long time to be the mare you want to be. The first step, however, is answering that question. What kind of pony do you want to be? Nightmare Moon shifted her gaze down to her bruised and beaten body. She began to speak slowly, voicing her thoughts as they formed. What I don't want is to be queen. I don't want to be a mare that ponies are afraid of. I want to be a pony with friends, real friends, not servants nor subjects. I want to be a mare that makes you proud, and to be your daughter. And I don't want to care or worry about my past anymore. I know I'm Nightmare Moon, but I don't want to be called that anymore. I don't want that to be my name. I want my name to be Nyx. Twilight smiled and rested her head against Nyx's cheek. Well, to me it sounds like you want to be a pretty amazing mare. Of course you'd say that, Nyx replied with a small chuckle. You're my mother. Yes, but that doesn't make it any less true, Twilight said, as one last laugh escaped her throat. She then glanced up at the throne room's covered windows, and her smile withered on her face. Nyx? You remember earlier when you asked how long you were asleep? Yes, Nyx replied with a nod. The honest answer is that it's been a little over half a day. Nyx tensed and tried to sit up from her bed and get to her hooves. Twilight, however, used her magic to force Nyx back down, while a stern tone entered her voice. Nyx, you're in no condition to be moving around. But what about the sunset? I need to lower the sun and raise the moon. Horse feathers, if it has been half a day since I passed out, that would make it almost 5 in the morning. It's actually closer to 10, Twilight admitted. 10? It's supposed to be light by now. I missed the entire night. Nyx panicked, again trying to sit up while Twilight continued to hold her down. That doesn't change the fact that you're not strong enough right now to even consider handling the sun and moon, Twilight snipped sternly before letting her voice soften. Honestly, I doubt you'll be strong enough for a while." "But what about Equestria?" Nyx asked. "It needs the sun and moon to move." Twilight sighed and nodded her head. "You're right, Nyx, and that's something I wanted to talk to you about. Nyx, can you release Princess Celestia and Princess Luna?" Nyx stopped struggling to get up from under Twilight's magic, and all too quickly snapped, "No." "Nyx, they are the only ones. Do you know what you are asking me to do? If I let them go, I'll take their place. They'll banish me to the moon for what I've done. They each offered me mercy, a chance to stop, and I attacked them anyway. If I let them go now, they'll show no mercy." Twilight gently shushed Nyx, nuzzling the side of her head. "I understand why you're scared, but Equestria needs them back. What if the monsters attack again while you're like this? What if it takes you weeks or months to get strong enough to move the sun and moon again?" "I know," Nyx begrudgingly admitted. "I know I need to let them go, but I don't want to be banished again. It was hard enough the first time. The only thing that kept Luna and me sane was our anger and hatred. We spent those centuries plotting and scheming how we would get back at Celestia." Nyx trembled and drew her legs in close to her body. But if I go back now, I won't have any of that. All I'll have are my memories of Ponyville, and they'll only make me long for freedom more." She tossed her head and felt herself starting to cry again. "And by the time Celestia and Luna let me go, or by the time I'm able to free myself, you'd be gone. You and every pony else would be gone. I'd never see Apple Bloom, Scootaloo, Sweetie Belle, Twist, Aloysius, Cheerilee, or you again. The only ones who would have any chance of still being alive would be Spike and Pee-wee." I don't want to go back," Nyx said weakly, tears pooling in her eyes. "I don't want to be alone again." "Shh," Twilight softly soothed, doing her best to calm Nyx. "I know. I don't want to see you get banished either, but you need to release them. Equestria needs them." "But—" Twilight moved in close, hooked her forelegs around Nyx's neck, and hugged her tightly. "I promise that I will not let Celestia take you away again. I'll figure out some way to convince her. I'll make her understand. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure you don't have to be alone for another 1,000 years." Nyx looked away from Twilight, trying to resist. She was injured, but she was still a full-grown alicorn. She knew Twilight couldn't force her to undo the spell that kept the royal sisters exiled, but Twilight's words, along with Zecora's firm scolding from before the monster attack, rang in her mind. It was a bitter truth she could not deny. The banishment spell is simple to cast, easier to undo, and nearly impossible to break. It's like a cell door. Without the key, the only way to get out is to smash the door or pick the lock. The elements of harmony smashed Celestia free when you defeated me, or rather me and Luna, in the Everfree Forest. Before that, Luna and I, when we were one, picked the lock of the spell when the stars were in the proper alignment. But for the thing or pony that cast the spell, their magic is the key to the lock, Nyx explained. Even you, without the elements of harmony, could undo the spell's lock, as long as you have a bit of my magic to act as the key. It does take some time to undo the locks, but together you and I could free the princesses within the hour. Twilight smiled and hugged Nyx's neck even tighter, while being careful not to choke her. "Thank you, Nyx." Nyx tried to smile, but the idea of her impending banishment was sucking the joy from her chest. "You're welcome, but—" She shifted her head and looked at Twilight with pleading eyes. "Can we wait a little while?" Just a few hours. Twilight pulled herself away from Nix and frowned a little. You know the sooner we let them go, the better, right? I know, and I know you promise you won't let them banish me, but I'm still scared, Nix admitted. If we're going to release Celestia and Luna, and if you can't stop them, I want one last memory. Just one last good memory. Something I can hold on to if the worst should happen. A comforting smile formed on Twilight's lips. I suppose Equestria can wait a couple hours. Thank you, Nix gratefully whispered. Well then, how about we start this memory off with some food? I could go get us something to eat from the castle's kitchen. That does sound nice, and after we eat, we could read a book together, like we used to. Of course, Twilight said, as she carefully stood up from the bed. She was trying to keep her voice strong, though it had an audible quiver. What story would you like to read? You pick, Twilight. You always pick the best stories. Chapter 20. Judgment. Being imprisoned in the sun is an experience most ponies would find utterly torturous. The bright glowing orb was pictured by many to be made of swirling fires that would singe, burn, and utterly cremate anything that drew too close. Yet to Celestia, the sun was as much a warm embrace as it was a prison. The magic of the banishment spell took everything that made the princess and mixed it with the arcane energies of the sun. It was like Celestia had been stitched into the sun like a patch sewn onto a piece of fabric. She was part of it, but she was still able to identify where she ended and the sun began. She could only assume the same was true for Luna, which was why the moon took on a dark silhouette of a unicorn head. The sun had probably done the same, though no pony could look straight into the celestial sphere long enough to be sure. Escape from the sun was possible, but it took very delicate work and timing for an alicorn to free herself from such a prison. Celestia had already made a number of attempts, feeling and probing the magic that held her, but an understanding of the spell would not be sufficient. She would need help, an alignment of the planets, stars, or some other celestial event that she could exploit to hold part of the spell open while she unlocked the rest. Yes, escape was possible, but it was a tedious, drawn-out game of waiting until such an event occurred, unless she was freed by another. Suddenly, as Celestia was exploring a certain aspect of the spell with her magic, she felt it starting to unlock. However, it did not feel the same as when she had been freed from the sun by the elements of harmony. When that had occurred, the elements had burst through the binding spell, washing over her and pulling her back to Equestria like an ocean wave, pulling her into deeper water. This time, the spell was unlocking itself. She wasn't being rescued. She was being released. Celestia could not ponder this for much longer, as the last of the binding spell evaporated away. She was free, and as the spell was designed, she found herself being carried back to Equestria. In just a few seconds, Celestia felt her physical body take shape. She felt the ground beneath her hooves, smelled the clean, fresh air as it filled her lungs, and felt the cool chill of evening on her coat. Opening her eyes, Celestia found herself smiling as she took in her surroundings. She was in a large, elegant room she did not recognize. The stone walls, columns, floor, and ceiling were made of a dark stone. The ceiling itself was dotted with gemstones in a near-perfect depiction of the nighttime sky. She had materialized facing a set of large, blown-out windows, with traces of glass and metal clinging to the frames. Through those openings she could clearly see the beautiful lands of Equestria stretching to the horizon. "Sister?" Celestia turned her head to the side, and her smile widened as her gaze met Luna's. Her sister had also been freed, and was obviously a little surprised. That didn't keep Celestia from moving over and embracing Luna like any worried older sister would. "Luna, are you all right?" Celestia asked gently. "Yes, I'm fine," Luna assured as she returned her sister's embrace. "Were you the one that freed me?" Celestia pulled back from Luna and shook her head. "No, I had no hoof in this. It would seem we were both released early." "You were," a voice assured them. It was a voice that Celestia recognized. It belonged to a pony she wasn't sure she was ready to face. "Twilight Sparkle," Celestia murmured quietly as both she and Luna turned. Twilight was standing just a few feet away from them. There was no pony else in the throne room, though the princess did take notice of a pile of cushions, blankets, and pillows in the center of the floor. "I trust that it was you and your friends that defeated Nightmare Moon and freed my sister and I?" "No, it wasn't," Twilight replied. "The same day you two were banished, Nyx took the elements of harmony away from my friends. I was trapped in the dungeon at the time, so they tried to use another mare as the element of magic. From what I've been told, it didn't turn out well. I'd imagine it wouldn't. The connection shared between friends is what gives the elements of harmony their strength. It is along those lines of power the virtues were able to mix and flow together. Still, if Nightmare Moon stole the elements of harmony, and you and your friends didn't defeat her, how were you able to free us?" "We didn't free you. Nyx let you go." Luna and Celestia glanced at one another, both wearing expressions of confusion before they looked back to Twilight. "Why would Nightmare Moon do that?" Luna asked. "Because she's not the monster you or the cult made her out to be," Twilight said firmly. "Now, before you say a single word about her or what she's done, I have something I want to say, something I need to say, and I hope you're willing to listen." "I am, Twilight," Celestia answered, neither smiling nor frowning as she spoke. With that, Twilight began telling both Celestia and Luna everything that had happened over the weeks they had been trapped in the sun and moon respectively. She held nothing back, speaking of both the good and bad that Nyx had done, though Celestia noticed Twilight was focusing more on the good. All the while, Celestia listened intently, occasionally glancing over at Luna. Her sister's expression ran through a spectrum of emotions: shock, surprise, skepticism, and amazement. She, however, kept her face as stoic and unreadable as a blank piece of paper. She kept to her word as well. She did not interrupt Twilight. She waited until her student was done, and only then did she speak. "That is a very interesting story, Twilight," Celestia commented, keeping her voice flat. "I am glad to hear that Nightmare Moon has come to her senses and agreed to assist in our release. However, I find it hard to believe that she was so injured that she could not manage the spell herself." "Well, then," Twilight began, while she turned and trotted to the far end of the room, "maybe you should see for yourself." When Twilight reached the throne room doors, she gently poked her head outside to speak to some pony in the hallway. A few moments later she walked back towards the princesses, while another pony limped gingerly in her wake. Nix kept her head hung low, trying to make herself as small as possible. She did not lift her eyes to meet Celestia's or Luna's, content to stare at the floor, while keeping Twilight between herself and the princesses. Is she going to be all right?" Luna asked, unable to keep herself from staring at the bandages wrapped across Nix's body. "Nurse Redheart says she should make a full recovery," Twilight answered, directing a glare at Celestia. "But this should prove that I'm telling you the truth." "I never meant to imply I didn't believe you, Twilight," Celestia corrected. "I just found it hard to believe Nightmare Moon was in such poor condition. It would seem, however, you weren't exaggerating about her injuries." "No, I wasn't," Twilight continued. She maintained her firm tone, despite being in the presence of the mare who was both her princess and teacher. "Nix helped me free you. I couldn't have done it without her. She also wants to return Equestria to you. She renounced her title as queen over a week ago, and returned control of the government to the ponies you appointed." "If that is true, why did she not free us sooner?" asked Celestia, unable to hide the skepticism in her voice. "She doesn't want to go back to the moon. She was afraid that if she released you, she'd be imprisoned for another 1,000 years. Celestia took in a breath, steadying herself before speaking. "That may not be an unfounded fear." "Sister!" Luna snapped, her voice echoing with shock and disbelief. "After everything we just heard, you aren't considering—" "I don't want to, Luna. Please believe me when I say that," Celestia interrupted. "It would not be for as long as before. She certainly does not deserve another 1,000 years. However, while Ponyville was saved, much of Equestria will be calling for justice, and it's our duty as the princesses of Equestria to ensure justice is carried out. I'm not saying it's a certainty, but it may be what the ponies demand." "No!" Twilight snapped, stamping a hoof. "I am not going to let you send her to the moon." Celestia took a step towards her student. Twilight, shaking her head firmly, Twilight took a few steps back and lowered herself into a defensive pose between Nix and the princesses. "No, I won't let you touch her. If you have to punish some pony, then punish me." The room fell silent, and all three of the alicorns stared at Twilight with varying levels of disbelief. "Twilight, certainly you don't mean—" "I do, Luna," Twilight replied, flicking her gaze to Luna before quickly returning it to Celestia. "If Equestria demands that some pony be sent to the moon, then send me there in her place." "No, what about your friends? What about Spike?" Nix argued as she stepped out from behind Twilight. "You can't just abandon them all like that. Not for me." "You don't deserve to be sent to the moon, Nix. No pony does. But if some pony has to go, I would rather it was me." "No," Nix said firmly. She stepped forward and put herself between Twilight and the princesses. "My actions were my own. You don't know how much it means to me that you're willing to accept the blame, but I can't let you do it. I'm an alicorn, you're not. There's no telling if you'd even survive being banished to the moon, but I survived last time, and I can do it again." "But," Twilight tried to protest, only for her words to be cut off. "Do you remember what you asked me a few hours ago? Do you remember asking me what kind of mare I wanted to be?" Nix asked softly, while she bent her neck down, bringing her head near Twilight's. "Yes." Nix smiled and drew Twilight into an embrace. "I've thought of one more thing I want to add to that list. I want to be a mare that protects the ponies she cares about. I've hurt a lot of ponies, Twilight. Maybe not directly, but it's because of me a lot of bad things happened. I don't want to hurt any pony ever again, if I can avoid it. But I want to do more than that. I want to make up for what I've done. I want to do whatever I can to make sure the ponies I care about never get hurt, so that my friends and family can continue to live and be happy. Right now, Nix continued, it's more important for you to be here for your friends, including Spike and Aloysius. You're also the element of magic, and if Equestria needs the elements of harmony again, you'll need to be here. Nix extended her wings, brought them around Twilight, and held her more closely. And now, I think I'm ready to face this. Just let me take the blame, and I promise I can bear the weight. I can live long enough to fix what I've done wrong, to make up for what I've done. But I would never be able to forgive myself if I let you take my place right now. Twilight shook her head. No, Nix, you don't have... Thank you for being there for me, Twilight. You're the best mother I could have ever asked for, Nix whispered. She leaned in close and nuzzled the side of Twilight's face. Her tears smeared across Twilight's cheek, but neither of them complained. But I have to do this. With that, Nix pulled away from Twilight, turned to face the royal sisters, and sat before them with her head bowed in respect. Princess Celestia, Princess Luna, rulers of Equestria, regents of the sun and moon, respectively, I surrender to you. I have wronged you and Equestria, and I know that there is no way to change the past. What I have done can never be undone. So I await the justice befitting my crimes. All I ask, as my final request, is that you hold no ill will against your student or any ponies who were once poisoned by my magic. Lay all their sins and misdeeds upon my shoulders, and allow me to bear them by myself. Let me defend them, and take the punishment they should not have to endure. Promise me this one thing, Nix said, before taking a breath to steady her voice, and I will accept my fate, even banishment to the moon, without question. Are you sure about this, Nightmare Moon? Celestia asked, her voice barely louder than a whisper. Do you truly want us to lay all that's happened, even the things beyond your control, on your shoulders? Yes, Nix answered firmly. As an alicorn, I can bear the burdens no other pony can. I threw myself in the way of a lupus major to protect Twilight because, while the beast wounded me, it could have easily killed her. The pain I endured saved not just one life, but lives all over Ponyville. It's far better for me to be wounded if it means some pony, any pony, can continue to live and be happy. I can be bruised, battered, and beaten, but as long as there is still breath in my lungs, I will continue to protect ponies. I will protect them because what can kill them, I can survive. Because what hurts them is but a scratch for me. Because it's the one thing I've been able to do right. Celestia and Luna glanced at each other before looking back at Nix. They were silent for a long time. Luna was unable to take her eyes off of Nix's determined stare. Celestia, on the other hoof, noticed a small flash of light. It was quick, and it was gone before Celestia could even glance in its direction. Her gaze lingered for a moment, trying to discern some clue to what she had seen. She then turned her attention back to Nix's gaze, which seemed to demand imprisonment in the moon. "Nightmare Moon," Celestia began, her voice regaining its usual regal strength, "though it pains me, you must face judgment for your crimes against Equestria and us, the royal sisters. This judgment, however, shall be deferred." "Deferred?" Nix and Twilight echoed in disbelief. Twilight has spoken on your behalf, but before proper judgment can be laid, more voices must be heard. So I will ask my sister, Princess Luna, to seek out these other voices. I will ask her to find others to speak of what you have done here in Ponyville. Then I will entrust her to decide your fate." "Really?" Luna asked in disbelief. You trust me to do that?" Celestia gave a nod. "I do, sister." As Luna's gaze lingered on Celestia, a small smile formed on her lips, but as soon as she looked away, that smile faded, and a more serious expression grew in its place. "I accept the task you have entrusted me with, sister, and I will do as you suggest. I will go out and learn from Ponyville the kind of mare Nightmare Moon has been. Then I will decide what punishment, if any, is needed." "Can you at least promise me you won't banish her to the moon?" Twilight asked, only for Luna to shake her head. "I am sorry, but the only thing I can promise is that I'll be as fair as possible. If Nightmare Moon has done enough to justify being banished to the moon, then that will be her fate. However, I will not ignore the good you say she's done." Twilight nodded, though the anxiety in her eyes made it clear she did not entirely like the answer she had been given. She, however, did not press the issue, and instead turned to comfort Nyx, while Luna shifted her attention to Celestia. "Where can I expect to find you, sister, while I am out speaking with the ponies of Ponyville?" Luna whispered, so that only Celestia would hear. "I will remain here with Twilight and Nightmare Moon, if only to make sure my student does not start to panic and worry about what will happen." "Good, because I do wish to speak with you about this before I give my final decision. Still, that is for later. Right now what I need is a pony who can be honest with me, so I can be sure what Twilight says isn't being tainted by her care for Nightmare Moon. Then, sister, I might have a suggestion of which pony you would want to speak with first." Applejack poked her head out from behind the tree, looking in the direction of the castle before smiling and ducking back behind her chosen haven. She was in the shade of a tree a few hundred yards away from the castle, and couldn't help but stifle a yawn as she settled in for a nap. She had been working since the wee hours of the morning, keeping the ponies in the castle kitchen, churning out a bunch of good, wholesome food. Still, after that one apple-bucking season, the farm mare was a little more aware of her limits. She knew she needed to get some sleep, just a quick nap. Yet the Gabby Gums article her sister and her sister's friends wrote still haunted Applejack from time to time. If some pony caught her napping, about half the time that pony would make some joke or comment about the article, and she hated it. She wasn't a lazy daisy, like the article said. She worked hard. She gave her all whenever there was a job to do, but when the work was done, didn't she have as much right as any pony to take a nap? Placing her Stetson over her face to block the warm glow of the distant, currently perpetual sunset, Applejack tried to settle into her nap. The grass beneath the tree was soft, and the breeze was cool. It was a perfect place to doze off. That was until Applejack heard the patter of hooves coming up beside her. "Excuse me, I'm looking for Applejack." Bolting up, Applejack scrambled to her hooves and quickly spun around. "Now, before y'all start, I ain't laying down on the job or being a lazy daisy. I was just," she began, ready to defend herself, only for her argument to falter when she realized who she was speaking to. "Princess Luna?" "I would never accuse you of idleness, Applejack," Princess Luna said curtly. "From what I have heard of your work in the kitchens, there are few ponies who deserve rest more than you. If you would like, I can come back in a few minutes." Applejack worked to straighten her hat and brushed off a few blades of grass that still clung to her legs. "No, I can't go turning you away after you come out here to find me. It wouldn't be right, especially since the last I heard you were on the moon." "Not really on the moon," Luna corrected before nodding her head. "But yes, Celestia and I were banished until a little while ago. We were just released by Nightmare Moon, if you can believe it." "Well, honestly, I think I can," Applejack said. "Still, shouldn't you and Celestia be up in Canterlot? I'd imagine you two have a lot of work to catch up with." "From what my sister and I have been told by Twilight, our niece Cadence and her husband Shining Armor have been trying to put Canterlot's government back in order ever since Nightmare Moon stepped down from the throne. They have, however, only managed to keep the situation from degrading further. Celestia and I will need to return to Canterlot soon, so that everything can truly be set right. Before we depart, however, there are matters we have to deal with in Ponyville first." Applejack cocked an eyebrow. "Like what?" Luna paused for a moment, glancing back towards the castle, and picked her words carefully. "Applejack, you are the element of honesty, correct?" "I reckon I am." "Then I need you to tell me about Nightmare Moon. Tell me what you honestly think about her, and if you have time, I need your help to find other ponies to do the same." "I reckon I can do that," Applejack said with a smile as she laid back down in the shade of the tree. "But if you don't mind, could we just talk here? I've been on my hooves all morning." Luna shook her head and joined Applejack in the shade. "I don't mind in the slightest." Normally, Nurse Redheart would have been the pony to tend to Nix. She needed some of her bandages changed and wounds cleaned to make sure they didn't get infected. However, Luna and Celestia had come to a silent agreement that they didn't want every pony to know they had returned, at least not until they were able to decide what to do with Nix. Thankfully, Nurse Redheart was more than willing to let Twilight tend to Nix herself. Redheart was still busy helping the sick and injured with Nurse Tenderheart, Fluttershy, and Dr. Stable, and she didn't have much time to spare. They didn't even ask why Twilight wanted to be the one to change Nix's bandages. She just gave Twilight the supplies and a medical hoof book, which specifically detailed the proper procedure for cleaning and changing bandages. Nix was laid out on her makeshift bed. Though she would not allow herself to go to sleep, she was unwilling to lower her guard around Celestia, despite Twilight's assurances. Still, the exhaustion of healing and a sedation spell by Twilight got the better of Nix, and she drifted off to sleep just as Twilight began changing her bandages. As Twilight worked, Celestia stood by her side, offering what help she could. She held the materials Twilight needed and collected the used bandages and cotton balls as they accumulated. They needed no words, and worked in silence for several minutes. Yet, as Twilight was replacing a bandage on Nix's side, Celestia chose to break the silence. She spoke softly, as if her words were unwelcome in the quiet that had befallen the room. "Twilight, may I ask you something?" "Yes," Twilight replied as she took some of the fresh medical supplies from Celestia's levitation spell. "Who do you blame for what happened that night?" "Which night?" "The night the children of Nightmare finished their spell," Celestia replied as she took some of the used cotton balls and deposited them in a paper garbage bag. "Who do you blame for what happened? Do you blame the cult finishing the spell? Do you blame me for taking Nightmare Moon away? Or do you place the blame elsewhere?" Twilight placed a bandage over the wound she had just cleaned and used some medical tape to secure it in place. "I don't blame you for what happened, and while they were the ones that caused most of this, I don't blame the children of Nightmare, not completely. If anything, I blame myself for letting it all happen. I don't know if I could have convinced you that you didn't have to be afraid of Nyx, but I don't think I can ever forgive myself for not putting up more of a fight." "Is that why you were willing to take her place?" asked Celestia. "I promised Nyx that I wasn't going to let you take her away from me again, and I meant it," Twilight answered as she turned her attention to the next of Nyx's bandages. She carefully peeled it away and began inspecting the wound to make sure it was healing properly. "Twilight, I'm sorry about what I put you through that night," Celestia said softly as she took the spent bandage and passed Twilight the disinfectant and a fresh cotton ball. "I did what I felt I needed to do at the time, but the ends did not justify my means. I can understand if you do not wish to forgive me." Twilight sighed, took the cotton ball she was offered, soaked it in disinfectant, and began to clean Nyx's wound. "You're right. I honestly don't want to forgive you for that night, but I do forgive you." "You too?" Celestia asked as she passed Twilight a fresh bandage. "I do," Twilight assured her. "Every pony needs to be able to be forgiven because we've all done things we wish we could undo." "So she was able to take the elements of harmony from you without even lifting a hoof, and then she just let you go?" Applejack nodded, obviously a bit embarrassed. After talking for a time under the shade of a tree, the pair had gotten up and started walking towards town. She and Luna were now getting close to Ponyville. "It wasn't like we made it difficult. I reckon that as long as we found another unicorn who was good at magic, we'd be able to beat Nightmare Moon. Trouble was, the only one we could find was an annoying show pony named Trixie. She's not as good as Twilight, but we hoped it would be good enough. Still, even after that magic mumbo-jumbo, it didn't look like we left a scratch on Nightmare Moon, and we were plumb exhausted for our effort." While it is true that the magic is an important part of the elements of harmony, it is but another source of power. The strength of the elements comes from the ties that bind, for it is through those that the power of the virtues you and your friends represent can come together. Applejack tilted her head to one side in confusion. "The ties that what now? I don't recall us being tied together when we first used the elements." Luna chuckled as she came to a stop. "Never mind, Applejack. Now we're getting close to town, and there is something I need to do before we get there. Do you mind stopping for a moment?" "Not at all, Sugar Cube. What you got to do?" "First, I have one more question to ask. If you were given the responsibility of deciding how Nightmare Moon was to be punished for what she's done, what would you do?" Applejack blinked a few times, then looked away from Luna, scratching the back of her neck. "Well, shoot, you had to go and ask something hard like that." "All I ask for is your honesty, Applejack. You don't have to explain why. I just need to know what you would do," Luna assured her. Applejack pondered the question for a few seconds, continuing to scratch the back of her neck before eventually sighing. "Well, I reckon I don't know. She did do some pretty nasty things, but Nightmare Moon has also done more than her fair share of good, especially during that monster attack. Personally, I'd be inclined to go easy on her, but that's because she settled any debt she had with me. But honestly, I'm probably not the pony to go asking about this," Applejack admitted. "I only desired your honest answer, and you have given it," Luna said with a thankful smile. "Now I need to speak with other ponies about Nightmare Moon. But I would not like Equestria to know my sister and I have returned just yet. We've been lucky that we haven't passed another pony on this road, but I need to keep myself hidden once we get into town, at least from the general public." "Well, I reckon you know better than me what's best in this situation. Thing is, how are you going to be hiding yourself? Can you transform yourself like Nightmare Moon?" Luna nodded. "I could, but then it becomes a matter of who I change into. If I turn into a resident of the town, then we may run into them, and that would cause certain difficulties. If I were to shapeshift into a new pony, then we run the risk of Pinkie Pie trying to welcome me to town with a party." "Yeah, even with the town like this, Pinkie Pie would want to throw a new pony a party," Applejack agreed. "So then, what are you going to do?" Luna smiled as her horn started to glow. For a moment, nothing seemed to be happening, but then she slowly faded away like a ghost before disappearing entirely. It was a sight that left Applejack a bit bewildered, and she looked around anxiously before putting a hoof out to where Luna had been standing. "Ow!" "Oops, sorry, Princess," Applejack apologized, quickly drawing back her hoof. "It's okay, you did no harm." Applejack leaned to one side as if adjusting her perspective might make it possible for her to see where Luna was standing. "So are you just going to stay invisible like that and follow me into town?" "Yes. When you've found some pony you want me to talk to about Nightmare Moon, then I'll need you to pull them away someplace private, where I can make myself visible again. Oh, and it's best not to talk to me directly when I'm like this. Ponies might think—" "That I've gone and lost my marbles," Applejack chuckled. Luna joined in the short round of laughter. "Yes, though I wouldn't have worded it so bluntly." "Well, it's kind of weird knowing I'm being followed by an invisible princess, but I reckon you know what you're doing," Applejack mused as she turned and continued to walk towards town. "Now, I think I'm going to show you to Rarity first. She's the only one of us that Twilight told the full truth to after she found Nightmare Moon, 'cause she needed her to help with Nightmare Moon's little disguise." "Then, please, lead the way." "Hey, Rarity, you home?" Applejack called out as she held the door open. "Right here, dear," Rarity answered back. She trotted out from the back room with spools of cloth floating in her magic. "I'm just making some blankets and the like for all the ponies stuck living at the castle. The blankets they got from the guard barracks keep them warm, but they're made from such horrible itchy cloth. I don't know how those ponies are getting any sleep at all, so I decided I was going to use some of the old fabric that's just been lying around in the back to make some blankets. I can't use it for dressmaking anyway." "Why can't you use this fabric for dresses? It looks fine to me," Applejack asked as she approached Rarity and looked over the spools of fabric. "It's a matter of quality, Applejack," Rarity explained as she set the fabric down. "The thread count on these bolts is far too low for proper fashionable dressmaking. It was a little mistake by my supplier, one they rectified by sending me the correct fabric and letting me keep these. I'm just glad I finally have a use for them. They've been cluttering up the back room for ages. Still, I doubt you came in here to listen to me talk about fabric." "No, I didn't," Applejack said. "I got some pony that needs to ask you a few questions, if you can spare the time." Rarity grinned. "Oh, I love chatting while I work, but may I ask who wants to ask me questions?" "That would be me," Luna replied, while her invisibility enchantment faded. Rarity visibly jumped at the sound of the third voice in the room. Her eyes went wide and her mouth hung open as her vision locked on her unexpected guest. "Princess Luna is in my shop?" Applejack took a few steps back and used a hoof to hold her hat on her head. "Uh-oh, Princess, you may want to brace yourself." Luna glanced at Applejack and cocked an eyebrow. "What for?" Princess Luna is in my shop. Princess Luna is in my shop, Rarity repeated, talking faster and faster, before she broke into a sprint. She galloped about her shop, magic flying in all directions as she adjusted, beautified, and cleaned the front room of her boutique at speeds that would impress even Rainbow Dash. Applejack and Luna had to jump out of the way a few times, as a great number of things floated about the room. Within a minute of feverish, panicked, and magic-driven cleaning, the shop was utterly spotless. Rarity skidded to a stop in front of Luna and did her best to keep herself from panting as she bowed. "Your Highness, it's a privilege to have you in my shop, even though I do wish Applejack had given me a little more warning." "Sorry, Rarity," Applejack apologized, "but she kind of just dropped in on me, too. She only got back from the moon a little while ago." Rarity perked up her ears with curiosity. "You only returned recently. How?" "It was Nightmare Moon that released my sister and I," Luna answered. Rarity couldn't help but smile. "Well, that's good to hear. I was expecting it would happen sooner or later, but I'm surprised Nyx didn't wait until her injuries had healed. The poor dear really got beat up during the attack." "You knew that Nightmare Moon would release me and Celestia?" Luna questioned. "Well, I can't say I knew for sure," Rarity admitted, as she batted at her hair. "It was a nervous habit of hers. But, how best to put this? I can say that I knew there was a very, very good chance she would do it, and I hoped that she would." "But you didn't know for certain?" "If I may be so bold, Princess, it's my personal opinion that you can never be absolutely sure about anything, at least when it comes to ponies." "What makes you say that, Sugar Cube?" Applejack asked. "Why, personal experience, of course," Rarity said with a toss of her head. "Remember when I made you your gala dress? I was absolutely certain you'd all love the first set of dresses I made, but, well, you recall how that turned out." Applejack laughed. "Yeah, I still can't figure why I thought galoshes would go with a gala dress." "You're a practical pony, Applejack, so you consider function over form. You thought it might rain, so you wanted to be prepared," Rarity reassured her friend with a gentle smile before turning her gaze back to Luna. "Still, that wasn't the first time I've created something I thought my client would love, only to find out their opinion of my work was quite the opposite. And over time I've learned that you can't be absolutely sure of anything when it comes to ponies." Luna gave an approving nod of her head. "That is a good lesson. Still, while you say you can't be absolutely sure, I would like to know how you would answer one question, Rarity." "And what question would that be?" "If you were given the responsibility of deciding how Nightmare Moon was to be punished for what she's done, what would you do? How would you punish her? Or would you simply forgive her for what she's done?" Luna asked, the serious tone of her question causing a silence to fall on the shop. Rarity remained quiet for several moments, pressing her lips together as she contemplated the question. She began to frown a little, as if she didn't like the answer that was forming in her head. "In all honesty, Princess, I'm torn. There is a part of me who would want to forgive Nyx. Besides Twilight, I was the only pony in town who knew what, or rather who, Nyx really was from the start, and even then I found her so darling. She'd bounce over to my shop from time to time, eager to be taught a lesson about being a proper mare, and I was more than willing to teach. But," Rarity continued with a sigh, "she also locked up my sister. She locked Sweetie Belle in a cold, dank dungeon and worried me sick. My parents came and told me why Nyx had done it, and that she would be returned safe and sound. But I still lay awake many nights wondering if Sweetie Belle was safe. That, and I suppose you can't ignore all the ponies across Equestria who will want some justice. So I guess my answer would be that Nyx probably needs to be punished. perhaps put in jail for a time," Rarity finally concluded. She then scrunched up her face as she found her own answer distasteful. "No, jail won't do any pony any good. If anything, it will harden Nix like some common criminal, and that's the last thing we want to happen. Perhaps community service would be a better fit. Yes, Nix could work to repay her debt to society, but she wouldn't have to be locked up in a horrible jail cell." "I wouldn't, however, have an inclination as to what you would have her do, or for how long. I'm a dressmaker, not a judge," Rarity concluded. "I appreciate the fact that you are trying to be as unbiased as a judge should be," Luna commented with a smile. "But perhaps you would like to talk of less serious things, and I wish to know more about Nix than just about what she's done recently. You mentioned that she used to come over to your shop to learn things from you. Would you mind telling me about that?" Rarity perked up almost immediately, grateful that the conversation had shifted to a more pleasant topic. Soon she was telling short but energetic stories of some times Nix had been over at her shop, either with Sweetie Belle and the other fillies, or on her own accord. After tending to Nix's wounds, Twilight had been content to just lie next to her on the bed. Nix, however, had been asleep for a while, and Twilight needed a moment to relieve the tight muscles in her legs. Getting up slowly, Twilight stretched and walked over to Celestia, who had moved to the windows and was currently looking out at the horizon. "I'm going to get a late lunch from the castle kitchens. You want me to bring you something?" Celestia shook her head. "No, thank you, Twilight. I'm not hungry at the moment." "Even after being in the sun for 6 weeks?" "Being imprisoned in a celestial body like the sun or moon isn't like being locked in a jail cell. The body knows no wants or needs beyond sleep. It desires no air to breathe, no water to drink, and no food to eat. All the body truly needs is sleep." "Oh, well, good to know if I ever get banished to the moon," Twilight joked weakly, in an attempt to break the stiffness in the air. She then turned to leave, but as she did, she glanced over her shoulder at Celestia once more. "Would you mind watching Nix while I'm gone?" "I will keep an eye on her," Celestia replied. Twilight gave a thankful nod and soon left the room. For a time, Celestia remained at the windows, but when she was sure Twilight would not return, she stepped over towards the sleeping form of the mare she still considered to be Nightmare Moon. She circled the bed where Nightmare Moon lay, and once again looked over the wound she had sustained fighting back the creatures of the Everfree Forest. It was a simple truth that most ponies in Equestria didn't always appreciate. Celestia did more than rule and guide the sun. She also protected Equestria from the hydras and similar monsters that saw ponies as the perfect mid-afternoon snack, keeping them at bay with shows of force whenever one believed they could step into her kingdom without consequence. Yet, when she could have turned a blind eye, Nightmare Moon stood to defend the ponies of the town she called home. Celestia wasn't sure what exactly drove Nightmare Moon to such a sacrifice, but the intent behind the action didn't matter at the moment. What mattered was that Nightmare Moon had changed. She was the same pony physically. Her origins were still in the mare that Luna had once been. But something had caused her to change on the inside. Celestia couldn't be sure what had caused that change. It could have been the incomplete spell, or it could have been Twilight's loving care. In truth, Celestia wanted to believe it was her student that helped Nightmare Moon become something other than the monster foals feared would hunt them in the night. Celestia could no longer deny that Nightmare Moon was different, just as she could not ignore the part she played in what had happened. With Luna, she waited too long to act, and her sister became the original Nightmare Moon. With the pony lying on the bed before her, she had acted too quickly. Her interference only made her greatest fears come to pass. Yet, even though her own fears had been dispelled, Celestia knew similar fears would continue to exist throughout Equestria. While there were undoubtedly those in Ponyville who now looked upon Nightmare Moon with kind eyes, the rest of the kingdom would only see the mere Nightmare Moon used to be. They would see the tyrant queen that usurped the throne and the monster that stole away their son. Arguably, Luna would have faced the same hatred if it had not been for the elements of harmony. The power of the ancient artifacts not only freed Luna from her jealousy, but also reverted her physically. This gave Luna a chance to prove she wasn't Nightmare Moon, that she was once more the kind, good-spirited princess of the night the ancient ponies of Equestria had once known. Through the elements and Luna's own action, she had been able to wash away her past. To the eyes of the public, Luna had been made innocent once more. Nightmare Moon would not share that level of forgiveness, and that made Celestia's heart weigh heavily in her chest. Nightmare Moon had fought tooth and hoof to become something else. Yet, because she had never been blasted by the elements and still looked the same, the ponies of Equestria would want to hold her accountable for what had happened. Some would demand nothing short of Nightmare Moon's banishment. In truth, Celestia doubted that Nightmare Moon would ever be totally forgiven. There would always be some ponies who only saw her as a monster. Monster. Nightmare Moon would never escape that label. Her past was forever stained, and no matter how much good she did, there would always be those who could only see those stains, like red juice spilled on a white tablecloth. Celestia heaved a heavy sigh, and she stepped away from Nightmare Moon to return to her place beside the throne room's damaged windows. In her eyes, Nightmare Moon was not a monster. If anything, the guilt Celestia felt made her feel like she, at least in part, deserved the title. She had done what she felt was necessary, done what she felt was best for her kingdom. She believed her intent was good and her actions right, but that didn't change the fact that she was the one who had torn a daughter from her home and mother. So I would ask you three, what would you do if the responsibility fell to you to decide Nightmare Moon's fate? Would you offer forgiveness, or would you say she needs to be punished? And, if so, what is befitting of her crimes? After leaving Rarity's boutique, Applejack and Luna had gone back to the castle. With a little searching, Applejack found Rainbow Dash, Fluttershy, and Pinkie Pie, and she guided all of them to one of the castle's empty guard towers. There, Luna revealed herself, and as she expected, the three ponies began bombarding her with questions about how she had escaped the moon. Luna cut through the questions gracefully, and finally managed to ask her own, leaving Rainbow Dash, Fluttershy, and Pinkie Pie glancing between one another. Well, it may just be me, but, I would forgive her, Fluttershy quietly admitted. Rainbow Dash flared her wings and looked at Fluttershy in disbelief. After all she's done, you can't seriously say you'd just forgive her. Then may I ask what you believe should be done, Rainbow Dash? Luna asked. Hey, don't get me wrong. It was cool how she helped us out during the attack, but I saw what her Eternal Night was doing to a lot of ponies. When Applejack said we should try and find Trixie, I was the one who flew out to nearby towns to see if any pony had seen her. I gotta tell ya, there were a lot of ponies that were taking the whole eternal night thing pretty hard. Would you, if you could, banish her to the moon, then? Rainbow Dash rubbed the back of her neck. Well, not exactly. I mean, that's kind of harsh. It would probably be better to just lock her up in a dungeon or a jail or something for a few years. Years? Fluttershy voiced in disbelief. Rainbow Dash, you only lock up a pony for that long if she's done something really horrible, like setting some other pony's house on fire or deliberately hurting another pony. Dash's lips tightened, preparing for the coming argument. And bringing 2 weeks of endless night to Equestria isn't really horrible? Well, okay, that is pretty bad, Fluttershy admitted weakly, before forcing some strength back into her voice. But she hasn't hurt any pony. I mean, she did have a chance to hurt us after we tried to use the elements of harmony with Trixie, but she didn't do anything. She didn't lock us up. She didn't hurt us. She just let us go and took the elements. But what about Twilight? Dash argued. Nightmare Moon kept her locked up in a castle dungeon for weeks, and Twilight didn't do anything wrong. Oh, and by the way, I still say we should have used one of my awesome escape plans to rescue her. Rainbow, those plans were half-baked, and you know it, Applejack snapped. Pinkie Pie nodded her head in agreement. Yeah, and half-baked plans are like half-baked cakes. No pony likes them because they're all soggy in the middle and... Anyways, Dash continued, cutting Pinkie Pie off before she could go off on one of her wild tangents. While I admit Nightmare Moon did a lot to help Ponyville, she also did a lot of things that hurt all of Equestria. Even if you only made her stay in jail for 1 minute for every pony in Equestria, that would still add up to years, I think. Fluttershy shook her head firmly, and while her voice was at its normal quiet volume, she was still showing more fight than she usually did. No, 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 no! You punish bad ponies, but you forgive good ponies who make a few bad decisions. Nix isn't a bad pony. Fluttershy, she threw Equestria into what could have been an eternal night. She locked up Twilight and 3 little fillies, and she stole the elements of harmony from us. She banished Celestia and Luna to the sun and moon, Dash said coldly. That's a lot of bad decisions. But you're ignoring all the good decisions she's made, Fluttershy pointed out. She brought back the sun, she saved Twilight, and she defended Ponyville. She's earned our forgiveness. But Fluttershy, Rainbow Dash tried to argue, only for Fluttershy to shake her head furiously from side to side. No, she deserves to be forgiven. Besides, have you thought about Twilight? How do you think she would feel if Nix was locked up for years? Dash lowered her ears while her strong stance deflated. I didn't think about that. Rainbow Dash brings up a valid point, Fluttershy, Luna said, defending Dash's side of the argument. There are many in Equestria that undoubtedly want to see Nightmare Moon punished, if only for the crimes we have laws for. And stealing a princess's pet phoenix is probably against the law too, but Celestia forgave me for that, Fluttershy argued, with a rare firmness in her voice. Nix is not a bad pony. She just made a few bad decisions, and she's fixed everything she did wrong, without any pony asking her. We should forgive her. One who wields unmatched compassion, wishing only to grant forgiveness, Luna commented, as she looked at Fluttershy before she turned to face Rainbow Dash. Balanced by one who embodies loyalty, not only to her friends, but to all of Equestria. I am beginning to truly see why you ponies were able to bring such power to the elements of harmony. Luna looked to Pinkie Pie, who was wearing her usual smile. We, however, have not heard your opinion yet, Pinkie Pie. Would you forgive Nightmare Moon, or see her punished?" "I'd forgive her," Pinkie Pie chirped without a second thought. "And may I ask why?" "Well, if I locked her up, or banished her, then Nix couldn't come to the super funerific Thanks for Saving Ponyville from a Bunch of Scary Monsters party." "You planned a party for her?" Dash asked incredulously. Pinkie Pie nodded. "You bet. After all, my special talent is throwing parties and making ponies happy. That, and I wanted to ask if Nix would try turning me into a cake." Luna lifted an eyebrow. "Turn you into a cake?" "Oh, yeah. See? Nix turned Fluttershy into a tree, and it was so cool I wanted her to turn me into a cake. But then Twilight took Nix away to get lunch, and I figured now that Nix is all big like Nightmare Moon, she has to be even more wonderful at magic, and turning me into a cake would be easy peasy." "But would you not be worried about some pony trying to eat you?" Pinkie Pie blinked a few times, confronted with an aspect of cakeification she hadn't considered. "I never thought about that. I wonder what I'd taste like." Rainbow Dash couldn't help but snort. She put a hoof to her face and did her best to keep herself from laughing, while Luna, Fluttershy, and Applejack looked at Pinkie Pie with utter confusion. Nix groaned, waking up to her still very sore body. She didn't know what had woken her up at first, but after a moment of lying there groggily, she noticed something was bothering her eyes. She opened them to see what it was, but soon regretted the decision and squeezed them shut. There was a light shining in her face, and it was bright enough that it was irritating her eyes, even when they were closed. Nix lifted a hoof to shield her face, and tried opening her eyes a second time. The light that had awoken her was a reflection, a shimmer from the sun that was being directed into her eyes by something. That something was Celestia's crown. Celestia was still lingering by the throne-room windows, though she had moved since Nix had fallen asleep. Nix wanted to get up, to move so the light wouldn't be in her eyes. However, as she tried to shift her weight, she realized two things. First, she was really, really sore. Second, Twilight was sleeping next to her. Smiling a little, Nix couldn't blame Twilight for dozing off. She also found it comforting. Twilight had nestled herself into the crook of Nix's neck, and was sleeping like a filly curled up in a parent's embrace. It was a reversal of their situation, but Nix still found comfort having her adoptive mother so close. Still, because of Twilight she was unable to move, and because of the light she was unable to get back to sleep. That left Nix with only one option. Princess Celestia." Celestia turned her head abruptly, as if she had been startled out of her thoughts. She recovered her composure quickly and looked over at Nix. "Yes." "Could you move a little, please? Your crown's making the light shine in my eyes." Celestia turned her head to one side and took notice of the intense white spots of light, the reflections cast by her crown, that seemed to dance around the room as she moved. She then smiled, nodded, and moved to the other side of the windows, where she would not be in direct sunlight. Celestia then looked back at Nix and asked gently, "Is that better?" "Much, thank you," Nix replied, before laying her head back down and stifling a yawn. Before she drifted back to sleep, she bent her neck down a little, allowing it to wrap more tightly around the sleeping Twilight. "She just fell asleep," Celestia said, before turning her gaze back to the horizon. "She only left your side for a moment when she had to go fetch lunch." "What was for lunch?" Nix asked, her curiosity caused more by hunger than anything else. "She brought back some celery soup. She thought you might like some when you woke up. It's lying there by your head." Nix shifted and took notice of the bowl of cold soup that was sitting on the floor beside her bed. The sight of it made her smile. I wish she would have woken me. I would have liked to have eaten it while it was warm. It's one of my favorite meals. I find it interesting you count such a simple, plain soup among your favorites. Did you not eat finer things as Equestria's queen? I did, but the reason it's my favorite isn't because of how it tastes. This and a daffodil sandwich were the first things I ever ate. It was what Twilight gave me when she first brought me back to the library. It always reminds me of her. Nyx's gaze shifted from the bowl back to the sleeping Twilight, and she nuzzled her once more. It's not the most delicious meal, but it has sentimental value, Celestia finished softly as she glanced at Nyx again. Nyx nodded her head and would have gone back to sleep right then, yet, after laying there a few moments, Nyx began to smell something. She could smell the soup, but the odd thing was that it smelled warm. Lifting her head gingerly once more, Nyx saw some trails of steam gently rising up from the soup. She also noticed a few lingering bits of magic fade away from the edges of the bowl. Nyx looked at Celestia, and she wore a gentle smile as the last sparks of magic faded from her horn. Celestia then turned her attention back to the horizon, staring at the perpetual sunset as the gentle clatter of a spoon against a bowl began to fill the room. After leaving Pinkie Pie, Rainbow Dash, and Fluttershy, Applejack had let Luna stay in the castle guard tower while she brought other ponies to talk about Nyx. Some spoke well, and at times Luna requested that Applejack find ponies that would speak poorly of Nyx, if only so she could hear a proper range of opinions. Like Rainbow Dash, there were ponies that felt Nyx did need to be punished in some way, though a majority of them felt that such a thing also needed to be tempered with mercy. Cheerilee was among such ponies. She thought of the situation as she would a student breaking a rule in the classroom. The rules applied to every pony, and thus every pony needed to accept the consequences of their actions. There were also those, like Fluttershy, who wished only to offer Nyx leniency and forgiveness. Ditsy-Do was almost as adamant as Fluttershy that it would be better to forgive Nyx. Finally, there were those who were in no way swayed by what Nyx had done, who blamed her for the monster attack. They believed that banishment to the moon was a just reward for the pony who usurped Equestria's throne. Those ponies also made it a point to mention that, unless Nyx was banished, nothing was stopping her from trying to take over Equestria a second time. After one such harsh pony had said his 2 bits, Luna thanked him and allowed him to leave. As the stallion departed the tower, Applejack glared at him coldly, while making a mental note to charge him extra the next time he came to her apple stand. Well, he certainly was adamant, wasn't he? Bull-headed, if you ask me, Applejack retorted with a huff. His opinion is still valid, Applejack, Luna lectured, even if you don't agree with it. I ain't saying his opinion isn't valid. I'm just saying he has rocks for brains. Luna laughed a little. Well, I suppose you are allowed your opinion as well. Still, I do believe I have heard enough. Thank you for your assistance, Applejack. Ah, shoot, I was glad to help. If you don't mind me asking, have you decided what you're going to do? No, Luna admitted with a sigh. If anything, I feel I am more unsure than I was this morning. Applejack cursed under her breath and kicked at the dirt on the floor. Well, shoot. Sorry I couldn't be of more help. No, Applejack, you were very helpful. The fact this decision has become difficult for me is a sign that I have come to understand Nightmare Moon. I just don't know what I'm going to do. Well, I'm sure you'll think of something. After all... Hey, Applejack! Hearing her name, Applejack snapped her head around and looked towards the steps of the guard tower. 4 fillies came running into view, each wearing a cutie-mark Crusader cape. Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, Scootaloo, and the group's latest addition, Twist, scampered up into the tower, barely giving Luna time to make herself invisible. "Well, hey there, sis. What are you for doing out this late?" Applejack asked. "Pinkie Pie told us we should come talk to you, that you were asking a bunch of ponies about Nix," Apple Bloom answered. Applejack chuckled and nodded her head. "Well, I reckon I was." "Well, then, why didn't you come talk to us?" Scootaloo asked. "Yeah, we're Nix's best friends. Why wouldn't you come talk to us about her?" Sweetie Belle added. "Sorry, I guess y'all just didn't cross my mind," Applejack said before she glanced to where Luna had been standing a few moments before. "I reckon I should go ahead and let you four get your word in, since you went through the trouble of chasing me down. Now, what would y'all want me to know about Nix?" With nothing but that single question, the 4 fillies were off. They talked about everything that they could about Nix, as if they had been thinking about that very question the whole time they were looking for Applejack. They told of how good she was at games, how smart she was, how she and Twist helped the other 3 with schoolwork when it got hard, and how awesome she was at magic. It was an endless stream of things, each some small event or nuance about the filly that the 4 called their friend. Through it all, Applejack felt the smile on her face slowly growing larger. "And," Apple Bloom tried to continue a few minutes later, looking at her friends anxiously, "I can't think of anything else." "I can think of something," Twist said cheerfully. "Nix is a really good friend." "Personally, I reckon that all you little fillies are really good friends," Applejack stated. "And thank you for running me down to tell me all this, but it's getting late. You 4 should be getting back to your families, and that includes you, Apple Bloom. I don't want to get back to the farm and hear from Big McIntosh that you were late getting back." The 4 fillies hung their heads, but did as they were told. They made their way to the stairwell that led down from the top of the guard tower. Applejack stood and watched the 4 cape-wearing Crusaders leave, and once she was sure the fillies were out of earshot, Applejack gave her hat a nudge as she smiled. "If you wanted to know about Nightmare Moon, Sugar Cube, those are the 4 fillies that'll give you the honest truth," Applejack said, assuming that Luna was still hiding invisibly nearby. "The others and I, we knew her because of Twilight. Those 4, they're her real friends, and real friends are the ones that know you the best." Celestia's horn began to glow gently as she shut her eyes and stretched out her magic. She had been watching the clock carefully, and when the time was right, she reached out to the sun. While she and Luna wanted to keep their return a secret, it was important that the sun and moon were put back on schedule. The princess's bond with the sun made setting it as simple as reaching out to an old friend, or perhaps to a child. The sun would, on some days, be willing to slip off into its slumber beyond the horizon. On other days it would fuss and refuse, but every day Celestia found a way of coaxing it down so that the moon could rise. She had done so for 1,000 years, and did it again tonight, even if she could feel the lingering magic of Nix, who had tended the sun in her absence. The sun was willing this evening. It was ready for a rest after being in the sky for so much longer than usual. It began to sink below the horizon with only the slightest guidance. Celestia's attention was drawn away when she heard the doors to the throne room open. For a moment it looked as if no pony was there, but she could hear footsteps on the floor. Once the door was closed, Luna slowly bled back into visibility and crossed the room to sit by her sister. "I see that they are sleeping," Luna whispered as she motioned to Nix and Twilight. "Nightmare Moon needs her rest, and Twilight has been so worried. I would be surprised if my student hadn't exhausted herself, though in honesty her concerns of what we might do aren't unwarranted." Despite our powers, Celestia, we are still just ponies, and at times we make mistakes just like any other. Our emotions get the better of us, and we make bad decisions. It was my jealousy of you that 1,000 years ago led me to make the worst decision of my life. And once that decision was made, it took the elements of harmony to set things right. That does not excuse my actions. I never said it did, Luna corrected. But you know you did something wrong, sister, which means you can work to make it right. Celestia nodded as she watched Luna raise the moon as her sun had continued to set. Perhaps I can. So, were you successful? I was. I learned much about both the filly she was before and how Nightmare Moon is currently viewed by the residents of Ponyville. Have you decided what you are going to do? I believe I have, Luna answered gently as she grew quiet. I think it's for the best, but I can't be sure. I actually wanted to talk to 2 more ponies first before I really decide. And they are? I need to speak with Nightmare Moon, but only after discussing this with you, Celestia. You've been with Twilight and Nightmare Moon all day. Surely you have noticed a few things. A cold sternness took shape on Celestia's face. I have. Much like Twilight and her friends, I am one of the few who has seen the true Nightmare Moon. I have seen the mare that I was forced to banish, who desired the night eternal, and who banished me to the sun during that fateful summer sun celebration. I knew the monster, and I feared her. Yes, I have seen the true Nightmare Moon, Celestia continued, before a smile started to form on her lips while her eyes softened. And while the alicorn who lies in this room is the same mare, she is no longer a monster. She is the same in form, in power, and in history, but she has also changed. She is not like she once was, and I can now truly see that for myself. For while you have come to know Nightmare Moon as she was seen by Ponyville's sister, I have come to know how she is seen by the pony that cares for her the most, Celestia said, looking over her shoulder at the sleeping form of Twilight Sparkle. To my faithful student, she has only known Nightmare Moon by another name. Through her eyes, she sleeps beside a mare that is not a monster, and was never a queen. To Twilight, Nightmare Moon, no, Nyx, is a daughter, one that Twilight is willing to do anything to protect. I have, honestly, never been prouder of my student. Celestia heaved a heavy sigh. Though perhaps it is better to say my former student, I cannot be sure Twilight will ever be able to look upon me as her teacher again, considering what has transpired between us. I think, sister, that an action is only unforgivable if we choose to make it that way, Luna corrected softly as she leaned against Celestia's side. By calling something we've done unforgivable, we do nothing to try and change it. We let the mistake we made define who we are, even if it's not the pony we want to be. But everything is forgivable in time. Any pony can earn redemption. They have to be willing, and sometimes they need help and a lot of time. But anything can be forgiven. Celestia bent her head down, bringing it next to Luna's as she smiled. Forgiveness. Truly, if there were meant to be a 7th element of harmony, it would be the element of forgiveness. I will work to earn my forgiveness for what I've done. You will not work alone, sister, Luna replied. It was my past, my bad decisions, and my wrongs that turned me into Nightmare Moon. This alicorn inherited all of my sins, whether she wanted them or not, and it is a burden that I intend to, at least in part, take back. Nix glanced anxiously over her shoulder. Twilight was being shown out of the room by Celestia, who whispered something to her before sending her outside and closing the door. Celestia then sealed the door with both physical locks and magical barriers, something that made Nix swallow nervously before turning her head forward. The bed she had been recovering on had been removed. She was standing where it had once been, and Princess Luna stood before her. Luna, despite being smaller in stature than Nix, stood with her back to the room's broken windows, with her wings spread and a firm, serious expression on her face. In all, Luna gave off an aura of leadership and power. Every part of her body language shouted that, at the moment, she stood not as a younger sister or a friend. No, in that moment she stood as a royal sister of Equestria, as the regent of the moon, and as the one about to pass judgment on Nix. Nightmare Moon, you stand accused of high treason against Equestria. You have committed crimes against the ponies of this kingdom, as well as my sister and I, the high princesses of Equestria. You have brought about 2 weeks of constant night to this land. You unjustly imprisoned 1 adult mare and 3 young fillies. Your agents, the children of Nightmare, spread fear throughout the land and almost succeeded in executing an innocent unicorn. Above all, you usurped Equestria's throne by imprisoning both me and my sister in the moon and sun, respectively. Do you deny these crimes as I have spoken them? Luna asked. Nix hung her head as everything she had done was verbally thrown back in her face. No, I do not. Before I pass my judgment, Nightmare Moon, I would ask you one question. Are you willing to answer it truthfully? Nix replied with a simple nod. Earlier, just before you surrendered yourself to Celestia and I, you said something to Twilight Sparkle. What did you say? I simply told her that I had decided what kind of mare I wanted to be. And what kind of mare are you? Who are you? Are you Nightmare Moon, or are you Nix? Are you the filly Twilight took care of, or are you the mare I used to be? Nix swallowed, glancing over her shoulder to the closed throne-room doors, beyond which she knew stood Twilight Sparkle. I cannot deny my past nor my origins. I was born of a spell meant to resurrect Nightmare Moon. In power, in form, and in memory I am the same mare you once were. And in truth, if it were not for that past, I would not have had the courage and determination to protect the ponies I care about. Nix then smiled and turned her eyes towards Luna as they filled with a firm conviction. But I am now much more than your twisted shadow, Princess Luna. As Nix, I learned what it was like to be cared for by a mother, to have friends and play in the sunshine. As Nightmare Moon, I was born into your jealousy and hatred, yet I was given a chance to know happiness, and that has left its mark on my soul. I am both Nightmare Moon and Nix, because they are one and the same. They are both me, but the name I choose as my own is Nix. She finished with a stomp of her front right hoof. The last echoes of that proclamation lingered in the air before dissipating into the night. Luna nodded in understanding and shut her eyes as she listened as the last traces of Nix's words faded. She then took in a deep breath, and when Luna next opened her eyes, both they and her horn were glowing. Then, Nix, I lay my judgment upon you. Chapter 21. The End of Nightmare. Twilight paced anxiously outside the throne room. She could hear Luna and Nix talking from the other side of the door, but could not make out what was being said. No matter how intently Twilight listened, all the words just sounded muffled. She even tried putting her ear right up against the door, but it didn't help. Celestia had whispered just before shutting the door that it would only take a few minutes. Well, it had been a few minutes, and Twilight's patience was wearing thin. What was Luna going to do to Nix? She needed to know. She was so wrapped up in her thoughts that she barely noticed the seams of the door beginning to glow, which spawned greater concerns in her mind. What was going on? Was Luna passing her judgment? What could she be doing that would be producing that much light? All of these questions danced within Twilight's mind, and almost instantly her thoughts flew to the worst-case scenario. They were banishing her. Luna was banishing Nix to the moon for another 1,000 years. That had to be what was happening. Twilight was sure of it, and she quickly began to buck and beat on the throne room doors, trying to get in. She needed to convince the princesses that banishing Nix to the moon wasn't the answer. If they locked her up in a dungeon, or banished her from Equestria, Twilight could at least visit her, be with her, comfort her. But the moon? She couldn't go to the moon. In her panic, Twilight called on her magic and tried to teleport herself into the throne room, only to feel her spell falter. Somebody was stopping her, interfering with her magic. Twilight could only guess it was Celestia. The princess was probably standing right on the other side of the door, making sure she couldn't get inside. With her magic blocked, Twilight resumed bucking at the door. She screamed at the top of her lungs to be let in. She assaulted the door, yet it held strong against her hooves and her voice. Still, Twilight did not relent. She fought for what felt like an eternity, stopping only when she saw the light coming through the cracks in the door grow dark. Her blood ran cold. She dropped to her flanks and sat there, staring up at the door that she had been unable to get through. She had failed. She had failed Nix again. She had let Luna take her daughter away, and she hadn't been able to do anything to stop it. Why hadn't she insisted on staying in the room? Why had she let Celestia lead her outside? She should have been there, should have stayed with Nix. Why did she trust Celestia? Why hadn't she? Twilight jumped when the throne room doors opened, and Celestia poked her head out. Twilight, where, like some pony had struck a match and thrown it into a tinderbox, Twilight's anger exploded. Her mane was consumed with fire, and her coat glowed white-hot. She rage-shifted, screaming so loudly that her voice echoed throughout the halls of the castle, causing any pony that could hear her to stop dead in their tracks and listen. "You banished her! After all she's done, you banished her!" Twilight bellowed. She began grabbing at anything she could, ripping chunks of stone directly out of the walls and hurtling them at Celestia. "Twilight," Celestia said firmly, as she employed her own magic to catch the volley of stones, "why didn't you at least let me say goodbye? Twilight! That's why you didn't want me in the room. You didn't want me to stop you. She didn't deserve this. She didn't deserve to—" Celestia furrowed her eyebrows and spread her wings as her horn's glow grew to a blinding intensity. Celestia then threw out her magic, the energies washing over Twilight like a tidal wave. Twilight's own magic was overwhelmed, and her rage shift ended like a fire doused in water. "Twilight, we did not banish her to the moon," Celestia said when she was finally able to get a word in. You didn't?" Twilight asked, her voice changing from an indignant scream to a disbelieving whisper. "No, we didn't. But the light. And you were taking so long. What were you and Luna doing if you weren't banishing her?" Celestia let a smile blossom onto her face as she slipped back through the throne-room doors. "Come see for yourself." Twilight followed Celestia into the throne-room, and the moment she was inside, she began to look around frantically. She wasn't sure what she was supposed to see, but she still searched for Nyx. Her gaze, however, was quickly drawn to another figure. At the far end of the room stood Princess Luna, but she had undergone a transformation. She had grown as tall and slender as Celestia. Her own starfield of a mane had also transformed. Nightmare Moon's mane could be described as a dark night with a faint twinkling of stars. Luna's old mane was a clear summer's night. Her new mane, however, was the night sky at its finest. Millions of stars, nebula, and other wonders that were normally only visible through a telescope could be glimpsed within her mane. It was a living tapestry. In all, Luna truly looked like a ruler of Equestria and the regent of the moon, a true equal to Celestia in both power, stature, and beauty. Twilight couldn't tear her eyes away for several seconds. She was as dumbfounded as she was the first time she met Celestia in person. When she was finally able to look away, her gaze turned downward, where she noticed the black mass on the floor just in front of Luna. It was a little black filly with a unicorn horn, Pegasus wings, purple hair, and a few lingering bandages lying lazily across her flank. "Nyx?" Twilight said breathlessly, her mind struggling to grasp what it was seeing. It was at that moment that Twilight felt a gentle nudge on her side. Looking back, she saw the nudge had come from Celestia. The princess nodded gently once, silently assuring Twilight that what she was seeing was real. That single gesture was all Twilight needed. She burst into a full gallop, raced across the room, and dropped to her knees beside Nyx. The rejuvenated alicorn was passed out on the floor, but Twilight held her all the same. She embraced and nuzzled Nyx, all the while wearing the biggest smile that would fit on her face. As Twilight hugged Nyx, Celestia and Luna moved closer, standing side by side. They watched the scene before them silently, sharing gentle smiles. "Careful," Celestia said. "I think it would be wise to let her rest." Twilight was brought back to reality by Celestia's words. She loosened her grip on Nyx, but she did not let go. She just held Nyx for a while, as if fearing it was some cruel joke. In time, she looked up at the sisters. But I thought, how could she... My sister and I, as well as Nyx, are different from normal ponies, Twilight, and not just because we have both wings and horns," Luna explained. "We are also different, for we are very closely bound to the magic we wield. Not only does our immortality and strength come from our magic, but so does our maturity. That was why, after I was saved by the elements of harmony, I was so much smaller, so much younger than Celestia. The elements of harmony took away much of my capacity for magic, and thus I became a pony barely mature enough to be considered a young adult." "So what did you do?" Twilight asked. "I took back what was mine," Luna answered with kindness rather than cruelty. "The power Nyx possessed was never her own. Nexus's spell gave her the portions of my power that remained in the shreds, and supplemented what was missing by drawing in raw magic from Equestria itself. I took most of that magic for my own, since it was mine to begin with, and dispelled what remained, leaving Nyx the way she was before the cult pony napped her. I also, Luna continued, her gaze shifting to the passed-out filly, took back the memories that never should have been hers, the memories of being trapped in the moon and everything that preceded that, when she and I were truly one and the same. She will still remember the facts about our shared past, but she will no longer know the torment of spending a millennium in banishment. To put it simply, Twilight, I took back what was mine, and mine alone. Will she remember everything else that's happened? Twilight asked cautiously. Yes, Nyx must live with the decisions she made for herself. She possesses every memory from the moment she took her first breath as her own pony until now. After all, it was the events of these last few weeks that helped her discover the kind of mare she wants to be. She'll also retain a few key memories from the day of the Summer Sun celebration 2 years ago, mostly because of how closely those memories are intertwined with her memories of her school play and the following evening. But otherwise, Nyx is as she once was. With her magic drained, her physical maturity has regressed. This has also affected her mind. Much like her body, it is once again youthful and innocent. It is the mind of a child. But I thought you were going to punish her, banish her to the moon, or... Nyx has worked to undo the mistake she's made, Luna interrupted, maintaining her gentle tone while still silencing Twilight. That is the sign of a pony that deserves a chance to redeem herself, not one that needs to be punished. But what about the rest of Equestria? They know Nyx is Nightmare Moon. If they see her, do not doubt that Nyx will have to face those she has hurt, Luna explained, as her voice took on a warning tone. There are those across Equestria, even in Ponyville, who will strongly disagree with what I've done. But that is something Nyx must face. It is a consequence of her actions. But what if some pony tries to hurt her? Twilight asked nervously, once again imagining the angry mob she thought should have formed at the spring festival. She is like us, Twilight. Even as a filly, she is much more durable than most ponies. However, if any pony gives you too much trouble, I am simply a letter away, Celestia assured calmly. And for the moment, let me and my sister worry about what Equestria thinks, Luna added. If there are any ponies that do not agree with what has been done, then they can come and voice their concerns to me. It was, however, my decision to make, and I stand by my belief that this is for the best. So, you're going to let her go, just like that? Twilight asked, finding the situation almost too good to be true. No, Luna stated firmly, her lips bending down in a frown. There is one other part of her punishment, and it involves you, Twilight Sparkle. Twilight winced and held Nyx tightly against her chest as she dreaded what the now much larger Princess Luna was going to do. Luna's gaze was harsh, and she stared Twilight down for a few moments before leaning in to speak. Yet, as she spoke, the tone of her voice was serious, but not threatening. Twilight Sparkle, I hereby place Nyx in your care. You shall be her legal guardian, and it will be your responsibility to ensure that she never again repeats her crimes. You shall watch her as she grows up. I want you to ensure she laughs, learns, lives, and has friends. I ask that you help her enjoy the childhood that was almost lost to her, and make sure she becomes the mare she wants to be. Luna let her voice slip into a more pleasant tone, and she smiled mischievously. Think you can do that? It took a moment for Twilight to process the order she had been given, but the moment her brain connected the dots, she nodded her head furiously. She proceeded to hold and nuzzle Nix while her face remained locked in a huge smile. Tears rolled down Twilight's cheeks, and she made no effort to stop them. She was too happy to care. It was then Celestia leaned in close to Luna and whispered quietly, "Good job, sister." Celestia and Luna departed for Canterlot soon after, planning to announce their return to Equestria in the morning. News would spread across the kingdom quickly, and if Twilight knew anything, Pinkie Pie would probably throw a "the princesses are back" party as soon as she found out. Despite that small lingering concern, Twilight chose to focus on one thing: going home with Nix. The Golden Oaks Library had survived the attack, and at the moment Twilight wanted, maybe even needed, to have Nix to herself for a little while. After sneaking out of the castle, Twilight quickly strode through the empty streets of Ponyville. Upon entering the library, Twilight was thankful to find Aloysius wasn't there. She did see Spike, but he had fallen asleep in the middle of the floor, dozing off during his chores with Pee-wee asleep on top of his head. It was a sight that really made Twilight feel like she was home. A single simple familiarity. Taking a moment, Twilight levitated Spike's basket down from the bedroom, ensuring that both he and Pee-wee were sleeping comfortably before she took Nix upstairs. Having her magic drained away had knocked Nix out, something Twilight was a little thankful for. If Nix had woken up at the castle, it would have been more difficult to get her back to the library without drawing attention. At the moment, however, she was still asleep, and Twilight carefully levitated her into bed. She then gently nuzzled Nix, intending the touch to be a good-night gesture. Nix, however, stirred and groaned a little as she opened her eyes. Confusion flashed across her face as she looked about the room. When she noticed Twilight and how big she seemed to be, Nix looked down at herself, gaping in disbelief at her tiny body. "How are you feeling?" Twilight asked. "Okay, kind of," Nix began to answer, only to squeak a little and lift a hoof to her throat. Her voice was back to the way it was, something that only confused her further. It was no surprise that Nix asked what had happened, and Twilight was more than happy to tell her everything. It was an explanation that Nix listened to intently. She hung on Twilight's every word until the very end, when she asked, "So, Princess Luna took it all back? What was originally hers, but you should still remember everything that happened since I found you in the forest." I do remember," Nix admitted, "but it's weird." "How is it weird?" "I can remember. I remember how I used to think, how I used to know all sorts of things, and I remember what I did, but it feels like it was a nightmare. It's like I went to sleep, dreamed all those things, and now I've woken up." "But you do know that everything really did happen, don't you? You do realize that it wasn't a nightmare?" "I know what I did," Nix said, before looking up at Twilight nervously. "So what happens to me now? Are the princesses going to take me away again?" Twilight shook her head. "No, they aren't." "Then are they going to banish me to the moon?" Nix asked as she tried to imagine what punishment awaited her. "No, they aren't," Twilight said again, beginning to smile. "Are they going to punish me at all?" "Yes, they are." "Well, what are they going to do?" Nix asked with a small tremor in her voice. "They are going to make you stay here and be my daughter," Twilight answered, offering a big toothy grin. The words made Nix's eyes light up in disbelief. Unable to contain her joy, she leaped out of bed and tackled Twilight. The pair was soon lost in a fit of giggles, for Twilight was taking her revenge for being tackled by playfully tickling Nix. It was the kind of fun both of them had been missing. Twilight knew Nix would grow up eventually, that some day she would once again become a tall, regal alicorn with enough power to move the sun and moon. But for the moment she was just happy to have her daughter back, to be able to enjoy raising and caring for Nix for longer than just a few months. After Twilight finished tickling Nix, she helped her back into bed. Like many nights before Nix had been taken away, Twilight carefully tucked her in and kissed her on the forehead. "Welcome home, Nix," Twilight spoke sweetly, sneaking another kiss on Nix's cheek before she crawled into her own bed and extinguished the lights. As her eyes adjusted to the now dark room, Nix yawned and snuggled into the covers of her bed. It was strange to be a filly again, for her mind to be like it had been before. In the dark of the room, her eyes were once again playing tricks on her. Nix noticed strange shadows around the room that caused a twisting sense of fear to build in her chest. She felt defenseless again. Without all the power she had as a grown-up, the world was once again a threatening place. It was a lot easier to be brave and courageous when one possesses enough magical power to fry almost anything with lightning. Despite the fact that the world was a scarier place than when she was an adult, Nix still found a reason to smile. She turned her gaze over to Twilight, who was lying in her own bed. She had a mother that loved her more than anything, one that she knew would never abandon her. It didn't matter any more that she was Nightmare Moon. That didn't mean she had to be a monster or a bad pony. She didn't have to be a tyrant or a queen. She could be a normal filly just like her friends, and just be herself. She could just be Nix. Yet, as Nix watched Twilight, a thought crossed her mind. It was a silly thought, a stupid thought, but one that made her anxious all the same. It was a thought that came from her younger mind, and it made Nix worry, even though it was a concern that an older mare would have been able to disregard. Twilight?" "Yes, Nix?" Twilight asked as she lifted her head off her pillow. "Can I ask you something?" "Of course. I know Princess Luna already gave me her judgment, and I'm glad to be a filly again, but, well, I did do a lot of really bad things. So I was wondering, and if you say yes, I promise I won't get mad, but am I grounded?" A snort of laughter escaped Twilight's throat before she could stop it. While Nix wasn't sure what Twilight found so funny, she regained her composure quickly and said with an assuring tone, "No, you're not grounded. You've been through a lot, and I think you've learned your lesson. Now don't worry about it any more and go to sleep." Nix stifled another yawn, laid her head down, and shut her eyes. "Okay, Twilight," she muttered out as sleep began to overtake her. Going from being a full adult mare back to a filly was a tiring experience, and with her fears sated, Nix soon drifted off to sleep. Twilight's eyes slid open at the familiar sound of Spike burping up a letter. It was a sound Twilight had longed to hear for the several weeks she was locked in the castle's dungeons. Sitting up, Twilight yawned before slowly slipping out from her covers and making her way to the staircase. Both Spike and Pee-wee had been abruptly woken up by Spike's belch. By the time Twilight had arrived at the library's main floor, Spike was already out of his bed and reading the note with Pee-wee perched on his shoulder. "Good morning, Spike," Twilight said as she began crossing the room in the direction of the kitchen. Spike visibly jumped at the sound of Twilight's voice and spun on his heels to face her. After he had seen that it was just Twilight, Spike was able to calm himself and say, "Hey, Twilight, I thought you were going to stay at the castle last night." "I was, but a couple things happened. Now, what does the letter say?" "It's great news. Princess Celestia and Princess Luna are back." Twilight paused, glanced at Spike, and said, "Oh, I already knew that." She then continued walking towards the kitchen. "Yeah, it's—" Spike began, only to stop and look at Twilight quizzically. "Wait, you know? How do you know?" "I'll tell you over breakfast, Spike," Twilight replied. "Now, would you go upstairs and wake Nix?" "Nix is upstairs?" Spike exclaimed before he turned to look towards the library staircase. "Don't tell me you're scared of her, Spike." "Twilight, she's an alicorn 10 times my size that shoots lightning. She locked you in a dungeon and did a whole bunch of other stuff." He looked back over his shoulder anxiously. "Can we really trust her?" "Spike, she's just our Nix. The princesses let her go because they think she deserves a second chance. You don't have to be scared of her," Twilight assured him. "I'm not scared," Spike argued before he lowered his head and looked at his claws. "I was just really worried about you and what she was going to do to you. I didn't know where you were gone until I found out you were in her dungeons, and then you almost got hanged, and Spike," Twilight said quietly. She rested her neck on him in a close embrace, and he returned the hug warmly, wrapping his short arms around her neck. "I'm sorry I worried you, but I promise you don't have to be scared any more. I'm not going anywhere any time soon." Spike nodded and pulled away from Twilight, rubbing his eyes to fight back the few tears that were trying to form. "I guess I should go get Nix now, huh?" "Only if you feel up to it, Spike." He waved Twilight off, turned, and began walking towards the stairs. "I think I can manage. I just hope she doesn't wake up on the wrong side of the bed." Twilight laughed a little and watched Spike until he disappeared up the stairwell. She then turned and made her way into the library's kitchen. With her magic, she began drawing out ingredients for a nice hearty breakfast. It would be Nix's first breakfast back at the library, and Twilight wanted to make it a good one. That, and she'd missed dinner the evening before, so she was looking forward to enjoying a big meal. Opening the cupboards, Twilight levitated out some bowls and basic ingredients. "Let's see, I feel like pancakes," Twilight thought out loud to herself as she remembered the recipe and looked over what ingredients were available in the library. "We have flour, sugar, cinnamon, baking powder, milk, vegetable oil, water, vanilla, butter. Good. Looks like I have everything Twilight almost dropped all the ingredients she had been levitating, but managed to keep a hold of everything except the bag of flour, which dropped onto the floor like a rock. It threw up a huge white cloud upon impact and filled the air with a smoke screen of white powder. Twilight hacked and coughed as the flour settled, the front of her body covered in white dust, as was much of the kitchen. It was a sizable mess, one that Twilight could only frown at before turning her eyes to the kitchen door, where Spike was smiling back sheepishly. "Oh, sorry, Twilight." "It's fine," she huffed, "though I would like to know why you just burst through the door like that." "Twilight, Nix is a filly again." "Yes, I know, Spike," Twilight replied as she shook her body, trying to throw off the flour that was covering her. "Wait, you knew that too? When did all this happen?" "Yesterday evening," Twilight answered. "Princess Luna was the one that changed her back." "But why would the princess—" Twilight cut Spike off by putting a broom and dustpan into his claws. "I'll explain while we clean up this mess." Spike nodded, and as the pair worked together, Twilight filled Spike in on everything that had happened. There were a couple of times she had to back up and repeat herself, but by the time the kitchen was clean, Spike had a fairly strong grasp on what had transpired. So Nix is mostly back to the way she was, but she still remembers everything that's happened? And at the same time, Princess Luna's now as big and tall like Princess Celestia, because she took back the power Nix had? Pretty much. Wow, a lot happened yesterday. Yes, it did, Twilight agreed as she threw the last bit of the spilled flour away. Now would you please go upstairs and get Nix while I start these pancakes? Spike nodded and scampered out of the kitchen while Twilight turned her levitation spell on the ingredients. She began to carefully measure out and pour them into a mixing bowl. Soon the batter was perfect, and Twilight was cooking the first pancake on the stove. Feeling just a little adventurous, Twilight chose to forego using a spatula and tried to flip the pancake with just her magic. Squeak! The sound of Nix's voice made Twilight jump a second time that morning. The half-cooked pancake, which was being lifted up by Twilight's magic, soared skyward, flipping and turning in the air before it came back down. With a thick splat, the uncooked side landed on Twilight's head, splattering white batter across her face while she furrowed her eyebrows in annoyance. "Twilight! Twilight!" Spike chanted as he and Nix came running through the kitchen door, only for both to come to a stop, dead in their tracks. "Whoa, Twilight! You trying to cook that pancake on your head?" Spike joked, which only drew a frown and an annoyed glare from her. "No, I'm not," Twilight grumbled as she levitated the pancake off her head and grabbed a wet rag from the sink to clean herself. "Now, why did I hear a scream?" "Nix has her cutie mark." Twilight's annoyance disappeared, and she lowered the wash rag from her face. "She does?" "Yeah," Nix chirped back, turning to the side. "See?" Twilight leaned forward a little and focused her eyes on Nix's side. Her cutie mark was a single, simple image, a night blue kite shield, which tapered off to a single point at the bottom and crested to a single point at the top. The blue color was steely, with a slightly lighter-toned metallic highlight that, if Twilight wasn't mistaken, almost looked like a narrow crescent moon. "Isn't it amazing?" Nix asked. "Yes, it is," Twilight answered. "Did you just get it?" "No, and that's the thing we couldn't figure out," Spike explained. "I saw it when Nix climbed out of bed, and I've never heard of a pony getting a cutie mark while they were asleep. Well, unless their special talent is sleeping. Anyways, that means she had to get it before she went to sleep last night, but she doesn't remember seeing it before she woke up." "We were wondering if you know when it showed up, and if you know what it means," Nix added. "I'm sorry, but I don't. Maybe Princess Celestia knows." "Why would the princess know?" Spike asked. "She stayed with me and Nix most of yesterday, so maybe she saw something. Spike?" The baby dragon smiled, slipped out of the kitchen, and appeared a few moments later with quill and paper in his claws. "Ready?" "Dear Princess Celestia, I hope you are having an easy time settling back into Canterlot," Twilight began as Spike wrote. "I know you must be busy, but we discovered this morning that Nix has her cutie mark. We do not, however, know when it appeared. I was wondering if you, by chance, noticed anything yesterday, since we know that Nix did not have her cutie mark before the attack. Your faithful student, Twilight Sparkle." "Twilight Sparkle," Spike echoed as he finished the letter. Then, in a flash of emerald fire, the letter was sent to Canterlot by Spike's magical dragonfire. With the scroll gone and a little encouragement from Nix and Spike, Twilight began a third attempt at making breakfast. As Twilight cooked, Spike and Nix tried to guess what Nix's cutie mark meant. It was a conversation Twilight joined once she had 3 plates stacked high with light, fluffy pancakes. "You really think that's what it means?" "Oh, yeah, that has to be what it means," Spike assured, as Twilight placed a plate in front of him. "Twilight will back me up." "Back you up on what?" Twilight asked as she set down Nix's plate. I think Nix's cutie mark means her special talent is being tough." "Really?" Twilight said, making no effort to hide the skepticism in her voice. "Well, think about the stuff she did when she was not... when she was big. She fought back a bunch of monsters and beat Celestia. A pony has to be tough to do all that, and shields are tough." "But Applejack, Pinkie Pie, and Fluttershy helped me fight all those monsters, and Celestia wasn't really trying to beat me when we fought," Nix pointed out, as Twilight sat down at the table with her own plate of food. "But you still beat her," Spike argued. "I'm sorry, Spike, but if you're right, then wouldn't Nix's cutie mark have appeared after she defeated Princess Celestia?" Twilight asked, as she watched Spike drown his pancakes in maple syrup. "Well, I guess sure," Spike began, only for his cheeks to puff out. A moment later he belched out a cloud of smoke, which swirled and materialized into a scroll. The letter dropped out of the air a moment later, and Twilight had to use a quick bit of magic to keep it from landing on top of Spike's syrup-drenched pancakes. "So does Princess Celestia know?" Nix asked, the letter completely distracting her from breakfast. Twilight laughed and waved a hoof in Nix's direction as she unrolled the scroll. "Just a second, let me read. To my faithful student, things are busy around the palace, mostly because every pony wants to celebrate that Luna and I have returned. Still, it is good to be home, and we are settling back in. As to your question, I do believe I know when Nix gained her cutie mark. It was yesterday, when she was surrendering herself to me and Luna. It was just after she finished speaking that I noticed a flash of light coming from her side. I was unable to see the mark at the time, due to Nix's bandages, but I do believe that was when Nix's cutie mark appeared. Hopefully you find that helpful, and I offer my congratulations to Nix. Sincerely, Princess Celestia of Equestria. P.S. Luna offers her congratulations as well." Twilight's mind slipped back to remember that moment in time. She had wanted her to stop, but Nix had surrendered herself to Celestia and Luna all the same. It was then, at the end, that Nix had spoken what could have easily turned out to be her final words. "I can be bruised, battered, and beaten, but as long as there is still breath in my lungs, I will continue to protect ponies. I will protect them, because what can kill them I can survive, because what hurts them is but a scratch for me, because it's the one thing I've been able to do right." "So what did Princess Celestia say?" Spike asked, through a mouthful of food. "She remembered seeing a flash of light, and she thinks that's when Nix got her cutie mark. If she's right, then I think I know what your special talent is." "What is it?" Nix asked anxiously. "I think your special talent is protecting other ponies." "Protecting other ponies?" Nix echoed quizzically. "Yes, like how you protected Ponyville from the monster attack. Like how you were willing to surrender yourself, not only to make up for what you had done, but also for the things done by the Children of Nightmare. Like a shield," Twilight continued, pointing at Nix's cutie mark. "You are willing to put yourself in danger to protect other ponies, no matter who they are." Nix glanced down at her cutie mark, and then turned to look at her pancakes. She stared at them while the thought of her special talent rolled around in her head. Nix then looked back at Twilight, obviously a little worried. Twilight, if my talent is protecting other ponies, does that mean I have to fight monsters now?" Twilight chuckled before shaking her head. "No, you don't have to worry about fighting monsters right now. You're just a filly, and Luna took away most of your magic. Even if you did have all your powers, I still wouldn't let you fight anything from the Everfree Forest." "Why?" "Because I don't even want to think about you fighting anything until you're at least my age. But don't get me wrong, I think it's a wonderful cutie mark." A smile spread across Nix's lips. Despite wanting to jump out of her seat from having both a cutie mark and Twilight's approval, she managed to keep herself contained to her chair. She, however, quickly began expressing her joy through other means. Each forkful of breakfast was consumed with a huge smile, and even her chewing seemed happy. "That is a nice special talent," Spike commented after taking a drink of water to wash down a bite of pancake. "But I think that makes me kind of right." "Right about what?" Twilight asked. "Well, Nix's special talent. I mean, to be good at protecting ponies, she has to be pretty tough." Twilight laughed a little, about to take her first bite. "Well, I think it takes a little more than just being tough, but—" Knock, knock, knock. Twilight sighed, wondering if she would ever get to eat breakfast that morning through all the interruptions. Twilight had every intention of ignoring the pony at the door, but a second set of knocks forced her to set her fork down and step away from the table. She walked to the front door, and upon reaching it, Twilight opened it to reveal a pink earth pony with bright blue eyes. "Hey, Pinkie Pie." "Twilight, what are you doing inside?" Pinkie Pie asked with her usual level of energy. "Trying to eat breakfast," Twilight answered before cocking an eyebrow. "Why?" "You silly filly, if you want to eat breakfast you should come to the party." Twilight cocked her head in confusion, but Pinkie Pie just responded by pointing down the street with her hoof. Twilight followed Pinkie's point and stuck her head out of the library door to see that, a few blocks away, the streets of Ponyville had been transformed. Every lamp-post, storefront, basically anything that could be decorated had been decorated, with banners and flags that featured suns and moons. Ponies were outside, laughing and dancing in the streets, and Twilight could even hear music in the air, though it sounded like it was coming from several blocks away. "What's all that about?" "It's my The Princesses Are Back party," Pinkie Pie answered with a bounce. "A Pegasus came from Canterlot this morning and told the mayor that Celestia and Luna were back, and then she told Ditsy-Doo, and Ditsy-Doo told Carrot Top, and then Carrot Top told Mr. Cake, and then Mr. Cake told Mrs. Cake, and then Mrs. Cake told me. Now, since every pony knows the princesses are back, and I don't have to keep it a secret, I threw together the biggest, most exciting block party ever." "Wait, so you threw a party together already?" "Of course," Pinkie Pie replied. "I mean, I put together a party just as big for when we saved Princess Luna, and I barely had any time then. This time I actually had ponies put up decorations, and I've got punch made, and I have 5 cakes baking." "Wait, how do you have 5 cakes baking? There's only one oven at Sugar Cube Corner." "That's easy, silly. I just use other ponies' ovens." "I guess that would make sense," Twilight replied, though she was honestly expecting a much stranger answer. "So," Pinkie Pie began, as he leaned into Twilight, "are you going to come to the party?" "Actually, I may not, Pinkie Pie." "Oh, why not? I mean, it's going to be so terrific, and I think you, more than any pony, would be happy that the princesses are back." "I am happy, but I wouldn't want to make Nix stay here at the library by herself, and it's probably not a party she would like to go to. While it is a party for Princess Celestia and Princess Luna, there have to be some ponies out there celebrating the fact that they think Nix is gone." "Oh, every pony already knows about Nix." Twilight's eyes widened, and her mouth hung open slightly. "They do?" "Yeah, the message the princesses sent out said that Nix let them go, that they punished Nix by taking away her powers, and that they had put in the care of a pony that would make sure she wouldn't be a threat to Equestria ever again, a pony Princess Celestia trusts completely. And," Pinkie Pie continued, "Princess Celestia doesn't trust any pony more than you, so I knew Nix was staying with you. That, and a couple of ponies saw you leaving the castle last night with a little black filly. Still, Princess Celestia's punishment sounds so silly. Any pony knows that you and Nix would know that the idea of her living with you isn't a real punishment." Twilight found herself smiling as she silently thanked the princesses. They had told Equestria the full truth about Nix, but had done it in such a way that most of Equestria would believe Nix was actually being punished. To the common pony, it sounded like she was being carefully guarded, and that her powers had been taken away by force. Yet the residents of Ponyville, who knew Nix better, could see the full truth. Most would be angry that she got off so easily, but some would be happy to know that she was back with the unicorn that cared about her. It was probably a fool's hope, believing all of Equestria wouldn't find out the full truth sooner or later. But Twilight was thankful for what the princesses had done, all the same. "It does sound like a lot of fun, Pinkie Pie, but I think Spike, Nix, and I should just spend today together." Pinkie Pie smiled knowingly. "Okay, Twilight. I hope you three have fun. Oh, and if you change your mind, you're welcome to stop by the party and get some cake." "I'll keep that in mind," Twilight replied. She was about to slip back inside the library when a thought struck her. "Hey, Pinkie Pie." "Yeah? Do the Cakes have any parties planned in Sugar Cube Corner over the next few days?" "Not that I can think of. Why?" "Spike, Twilight?" Nix called out, slowly descending the stairs of the library's main floor. It had been a few days since the princess's return, a few days of fun for Nix as she got back into a normal routine with Twilight, Spike, Pee-wee, and Aloysius. It hadn't all been peaceful. A few ponies had come to the library to argue with Twilight that Nix needed to be locked up or even taken away. Twilight, however, proceeded to chew out and slam the library door in those ponies' faces, and afterward she always reassured Nix that she didn't deserve any of the punishments they were demanding. It had been okay until 3 ponies came at once with every intention to take Nix by force and lock her up until they could convince Celestia she needed to be banished. It had been a tense evening, but with her magic and Spike's help, Twilight chased those 3 ponies off. Then, to make Nix feel better, Twilight broke her usual rule and read 2 stories before bed. Nix had been so excited that she had made herself stay up for both stories, which resulted in her sleeping in. It was almost 10 in the morning, and while Nix wasn't surprised to see Twilight and Spike weren't in bed, she was surprised to find they weren't in the kitchen or the library's main room. Where is every pony?" Nix asked herself after checking most of the library. For a brief moment a flicker of fear sparked inside Nix as her more youthful mind betrayed her. She couldn't stop herself from wondering if she had been abandoned again, but she dispelled the thought with a firm shake of her head. She knew Twilight wouldn't just leave her like that. Not now, not ever. That still left Nix wondering where every pony was, and she began to search the library. It was when she was in the library's basement that the rapping of a hoof on wood reached her ears. Some pony was knocking at the front door, and for a moment Nix wasn't sure whether or not she should answer. The ponies at the door could have easily been some of the ponies from town that wanted to take her away. On the other hoof, Nix realized that the pony at the door could be Twilight or one of her friends, so she decided to at least see who it was. Nix galloped to the door and reached out her magic to open it. She, however, couldn't help but fumble with the handle for a few moments. Her magic was much weaker, and she was still getting used to it. It was even weaker than it had been when Twilight first found her, for some reason. Still, with some effort, Nix got the door unlatched and pulled it open with a hoof. "There you are!" Nix jumped back, and a small eep escaped her throat as she retreated into the library. The party pony of Ponyville, Pinkie Pie, had been standing right on the library doorstep, catching Nix off guard. Yet, even after startling her, Pinkie Pie quickly zipped inside and got right up beside Nix, giving her a playful noogie. "I was so worried you were going to go and sleep through the party, but Twilight said I couldn't wake you up until it was 11. I thought that was kind of sad, since you've missed so much fun already, but then I heard some pony moving around, so I guessed you were awake and decided to try knocking on the door, and I was right. Now you can come to the party earlier and have so much fun. I bet if we try really hard we can make up for the hour you were being a sleepy McSleepyhead." Pinkie Pie, stop it. Nix half giggled, half whined. She escaped Pinkie's relentless but playful noogie and stumbled back a few steps from her. What's going on? What party? Oh, my thanks for saving Ponyville from a bunch of scary monsters party. Hey, can you guess who the guest of honor is? Twilight? No, Pinkie Pie replied with a sing-song voice. Rainbow Dash? Pinkie Pie giggled. No. Applejack? Not even close. Fluttershy. Wow, you really need practice at guessing games. It's you, silly filly. Me? Well, duh. Yeah, Applejack and Rainbow Dash and Twilight and Fluttershy all helped, but you were the mare who really saved the day. You went and broke yourself into all those clones, and then you flew around helping ponies like an army of superheroes. You brought lightning down with big cracks, and then you bucked some with kapows, and threw some of the monsters back into the forest with near-thoom. It was so totally amazing. A smile slipped onto Nix's face. You really think so? Yep. Now come on, every pony we know is over at Sugar Cube Corner, and they're going to be so excited to see you. Well, it's actually more every pony you know. I know every pony in Ponyville, and Sugar Cube Corner is too small to really fit them all in. That, and a lot of ponies I know are being meanie heads. Some actually heard about the party and came to tell me I shouldn't be throwing it. They said that you didn't deserve a party. How mean is that? Anyways, Pinkie Pie continued, all of my friends and all of your friends are there, and there are some other ponies too. Now come on, Pinkie Pie chirped. Before Nix could react, Pinkie Pie had slipped a hoof under her belly. All it took after that was a single swift upward motion from Pinkie's hoof, and Nix found she had been popped into the air. She yelped and waved her limbs and fluttered her wings as she toppled through the air. Nix landed on Pinkie Pie's back, and before she could get her bearings, Pinkie reared energetically. A moment later, Pinkie was charging through the streets of Ponyville, while Nix held on for dear life. We're here, Pinkie Pie sang as she burst through the doors to Sugar Cube Corner, startling a number of ponies round the room with her sudden arrival. After barely dodging a few ponies unfortunate enough to be in her path, Pinkie Pie skidded to a stop in the center of the room, a slightly shell-shocked Nix holding tightly to her back. When Nix dared to open her eyes, her vision was met with a Sugar Cube Corner decked out in party decorations, complete with streamers, banners, and balloons. Nix could even see a cake, which had been decorated with a simple but recognizable rendition of a grown-up version of herself, standing over a defeated Lupus Major, which had X's over its eyes, and its tongue sticking out comically. Most importantly, Nix saw the friendly, smiling faces of ponies, something she had sorely missed during her time spent as Nightmare Moon. There weren't a whole lot of them. The room was maybe halfway full, but there was still more than Nix expected. Twilight and her friends, Cheerilee, Sweetie Belle's parents, Scootaloo's parents, and a few other mares and stallions from the community were in attendance. There were even a few faces Nix didn't recognize, but even those ponies seemed happy to see her. It wasn't just the adult ponies, though. Before Nix could really recover from being whisked through Ponyville by Pinkie Pie, she found herself at the bottom of a pony pile. Apple Bloom, Scootaloo, Sweetie Belle, and Twist had jumped up, clearing Pinkie Pie's back and tackling their friend in a fit of laughter and giggles. Guess Twilight was telling the truth. You are back to normal, Apple Bloom cheered as she pulled herself out of the pile of equines, the others quickly getting back to their hooves as well. Must be weird not being all grown up anymore, Scootaloo noted, but it's good to have you back, Nix. Thank you. It's really good to be back. I missed you all so much, Nix said with a smile, though it was a grin that quickly withered into a frown as she hung her head. Listen, I'm so sorry that I locked you in the dungeons. I really didn't want to, but Spell Nix convinced me that... We know, Apple Bloom reassured while she placed a hoof on Nix's shoulders. It was scary, but Twilight told us why you had to lock us up. I'm still really sorry, girls. I promise I didn't want to do it. Sweetie Belle was the next to come up beside Nix, and she was wearing a comforting smile.
"It's okay. We've all forgiven you."
"Yeah, it's totally—" "Hey!" Scootaloo zipped over to Nix's side and pointed a hoof to her hips. "Since when did you have that?"
"Have what?"
Twist asked, tilting her head quizzically to the right side.
"Nix has her cutie mark,"
Apple Bloom chirped with a bounce before she, Twist, and Sweetie Belle moved over beside Scootaloo to inspect the new mark.
"What is it, a shovel?"
"No, it doesn't have a handle. I'd say it's an arrowhead," Sweetie Belle argued. "It's not shaped right to be an arrowhead. Maybe it's Scootaloo began, only to be cut off.
"It's a shield,"
Nix said with a proud smile, despite the quizzical looks from her friends. "A shield? What kind of special talent do you have that gives you a shield for a cutie mark?"
"Twilight says my special talent is protecting other ponies, even when I have to put myself in harm's way, like how I protected Ponyville during the attack."
Scootaloo nodded her head. "That's pretty cool. It's not as cool as Rainbow Dash's cutie mark, but still cool."
"But I can still be a crusader, right?"
Nix asked.
"Of course,"
Sweetie Belle chirped.
"After you made Twist a Cutie Mark Crusader, we've started a new membership policy. Ponies who already have cutie marks are allowed to be members, as long as they help members who don't have cutie marks discover their special talents. Though you'll have to work pretty hard to keep up with Twist. She's been helping us out a whole bunch."
"Oh, I'll just bring snacks," Twist admitted, while rubbing the back of her neck.
"But the snacks you bring are great, and you also help us find more things to try out for our special talents,"
Apple Bloom pointed out.
"Hey," Scootaloo began, "maybe one of our cutie marks are like Nix's. Maybe we should try defending other ponies." "But what can we defend ponies against?"
Sweetie Belle asked. Nix felt a bit of unease rising up in her chest. She did not want to let her friends go running into the Everfree Forest to try and defeat one of the monsters she had chased away. It was then, however, she noticed a hydra-shaped piñata hanging off a hook in the ceiling. A sly smile formed on her face, and she pointed in the direction of the piñata.
"You know, that big hydra looks pretty mean and scary. We wouldn't want it hurting any ponies here at the party."
"Yeah, it is pretty big and nasty," Scootaloo agreed, rubbing her chin. The other 4 fillies soon caught on to Nix's idea, and with large smiles the 5 friends shouted out in unison, scaring half the ponies at the party.
"Cutie Mark Crusaders, Piñata Monster Slayers! Yay!"
The Crusaders, now numbering 5 energetic fillies, quickly ran off to find a blindfold and a stick so that they could crack open the piñata, or rather defend the innocent partygoers from the papier-mâché monster that just happened to be filled with candy.
"No cutie marks, but this candy is great,"
Apple Bloom said as the Crusaders sat at a table. Nearby, the broken remains of the piñata lay scattered across the floor. Scootaloo had been the one to bring down the brightly colored papier-mâché hydra, which had been such a threat to the party and all the ponies in attendance. It was a glorious explosion of candy, and the few other fillies and colts that were at the party cheered and scrambled to get their share of the bounty when the beast had been slain.
"So, Nix,"
Sweetie Belle began after she swallowed a piece of chocolate,
"what was it like to be queen?"
Nix stuck her tongue out at the sour memories.
"I honestly didn't like it that much."
"Really? I mean, wasn't it cool to live in the big castle and have all them servants working for you?" Apple Bloom asked. "I bet the food was good, too, like those desserts we ate."
"Sometimes, but the castle cook always made my food too fancy. I'd ask for a sandwich, and the chef always turned it into an art project."
"But those pastries he made were really good," Scootaloo exclaimed. "They were good even after Sweetie Belle sat on one."
"I still can't believe you ate that,"
Sweetie Belle commented. "What? It was still good, just a little squished," Scootaloo defended, before popping another small candy in her mouth. Sweetie Belle wasn't ready to drop the issue so quickly, and within moments she and Scootaloo had gotten into a discussion about when it was and wasn't okay to eat a dessert. Apple Bloom, Twist, and Nix weighed in from time to time, but the trio mostly just sat back and grimaced, as Scootaloo openly admitted that she would eat her pastry even if it was dropped in the mud, at least after brushing most of the mud off first. It was during this conversation that Nix noticed a glint out of the corner of her eye and looked to her side. A familiar pair of fillies was coming in the front door of Sugar Cube Corner, the shimmer of light coming from the tiara that one of the fillies was wearing.
"Isn't that right, Nix?"
Nix shook her head and looked back at her friends.
"What? Sorry, I wasn't listening." "I was asking if it was cool to have a mane like Princess Celestia's," Sweetie Belle repeated. "I thought we were talking about what Scootaloo is willing to eat." "We were, but then Apple Bloom said something about the mane and tail you had when you were all grown up, and we started talking about that. Weren't you listening at all?"
Twist asked, before taking a bite of taffy.
"Sorry, I got distracted, but yes, I guess it was pretty cool." "I wish I had a mane like that," Sweetie Belle admitted. "It was so pretty." "Pretty nothing," Apple Bloom argued. "I just wish I could get my mane to do things. I could get to the cookie jar Big Mac hides on the top shelf if I had a mane like Nix did."
As her friend shifted into a conversation about the benefits of having a magical mane, Nix excused herself for a moment. After trotting around the party for a while, Nix found Twilight talking with the mailmare Ditsy-Do near the punch bowl.
"Are you sure it's okay?"
"I don't mind at all," Twilight assured. "I'd be happy to help Dinky with her magic."
"Thank you, Twilight. My little muffin has just been so excited about magic since she played you in that spring play. Sparkler's been trying to help her learn, but she's just had her heart set on learning from you. I know she'd be so excited to hear you're willing to teach her." Twilight?"
Nix quietly interrupted, seeing a small break in the conversation.
"Oh, hey, Nix, are you having fun?" "I am, but—"
Nix paused and glanced over her shoulder to look at two fillies who were standing in the corner, who weren't playing or talking with any pony else at the party.
"Why are Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon here?"
"I know you don't like them, Nix, but I asked them to come."
"Why would you want them here?"
"Do you remember what you did to them when you first became an adult?" Twilight asked, her tone becoming more parental and stern. Nix flattened her ears against her head, remembering how she had singled out the pair of fillies and practically blamed them for her completed resurrection.
"Yes, I remember."
"Don't you think they deserve an apology?" Nix frowned and glanced a second time at the pair of fillies that had been the bane of her existence when she was in school.
"I guess, but what if they don't want to accept my apology?"
"Then that's their loss," Twilight answered, before she gave Nix a gentle nudge with her hoof. "Now go on." Nix pouted, but she started to walk across the room all the same. She was not looking forward to the conversation at all. She couldn't foresee the apology turning out very well. Still, Twilight was right. She needed to apologize to every pony for what she did, and that included Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon.
"Oh, look, Silver Spoon, it's Equestria's glorious queen,"
Diamond Tiara mocked, as the pair noticed Nix walking up to them, her words dripping with sarcasm.
"What do you want, your majesty? Oh, wait, let me guess. You want to humiliate us in front of every pony in town again. Or maybe you want to take my dad away again."
Nix fumbled under Diamond Tiara's accusing gaze. Once again, Nix had to deal with her younger mind. When she was Nightmare Moon, she wouldn't have taken that kind of lashing, but as a filly... Well, as a filly, she didn't want to take it either. She felt guilty. Diamond Tiara's words were scalding, and she couldn't deny that part of her wanted to break down. Still, that didn't mean she had to. She was a filly game, but that didn't mean she had to wilt and wither like she used to. She would be brave and face Diamond Tiara. After all, if she could face a bunch of big monsters, then she could handle a couple of bullies. "I wanted to say I'm sorry." Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon glanced at each other. The two obviously had not been expecting that to be the reason why Nix had come over to talk to them. Still, Diamond Tiara's mouth quickly bent into a frown. "Sorry? Sorry? Like, who do you take us for? We're not stupid. You hate us almost as much as we hate you. So why would you be sorry?" "Because what I did wasn't right, and it doesn't matter if I like you or not. You still deserve an apology." "Well, thank you so much. That makes things like so much better." Nix felt herself bristle. "I was just trying to be nice. Why did you two even come anyway?" "We just wanted to see how lame this party was going to be and get some free cake. Now, why don't you go and be nice with your blank-flank friends?" Diamond Tiara dismissed, waving Nix off with a hoof. "We don't need your sympathy, Nightmare Moon." Nix furrowed her eyebrows and tried to fight the urge to flip Diamond Tiara upside down with her magic. It was part of her old personality, her Nightmare Moon side, that remained despite her return to fillyhood. It was the same temper that made her lash out at the guards and servants when they disobeyed or questioned her. It was the same temper that made her want to strangle Spell Nexus's scrawny neck for almost killing Twilight. It was a temper that now remained with Nix, but one she managed to wrangle before she did something she'd regret. She had given her apology, and if those two wanted to be snooty and mean, then that was their business. Turning on her hooves, Nix began walking away, doing her best to remain calm. She wanted to deny the bullies the pleasure of knowing they had gotten under her skin, yet she couldn't keep herself from stomping a little and fluttering her wings. Nix was so wrapped up in being angry at Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon that she almost walked right past Twilight. Twilight, however, stepped on Nix's tail before she could, and asked firmly, "Did you apologize?" "Yes," Nix replied, with a mixture of a grumble and whine. "But they didn't accept it." "That's fine," Twilight said, before she released Nix's tail and let her turn around. "What matters is that you did the right thing. Now, why don't we go cut the cake?" Nix smiled as her anger over Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon subsided. She didn't need them to like her. She had Twilight and her friends. She knew that was all she needed. That and the cake looked delicious. "Well, sister, it seems that most of Canterlot is taking your transformation well," Celestia commented as she and Luna strode through the royal castle, having a short respite between meetings and announcements. It had been very hectic for the royal sisters, trying to balance the work that needed to be done with the number of public appearances they had to make. "They take it as a sign of Nightmare Moon's defeat, that I conquered the great monster and reclaimed my power. It may not be the proper truth, but I see no point in correcting them. An honorable motive, sister, but I fear that the proper truth will come out in time. Some ponies from Ponyville have already sent letters to me about the fact that Twilight isn't punishing Nix, as they think she should. Shining Armor has been surprisingly vocal, and a letter from one Filthy Rich complained about the fact that his daughter, Diamond Tiara, was invited to a party for Nix." "A party?" Luna echoed quizzically. "From the invitation I personally received. It was a thanks for saving Ponyville from a bunch of scary monsters party thrown by the Element of Laughter Pinkie Pie. If memory serves me right, the party is going on right now." A small chuckle escaped Luna's lips as she thought back to her own encounters with Pinkie Pie. "She does throw grand parties. I hope Nix enjoys it." "Speaking of Nix, I must admit I was curious about something. I feel you made the best decision for Nix and Twilight taking back your power and memories, but—" "You want to know how I did it?" Luna interrupted. Princess Celestia nodded her head. "Yes, it isn't a spell I'm familiar with." The smile slid from Luna's face, and she chose to focus on the corridor ahead. "It was a spell created out of dark jealousy and ill intentions. My plans to try and keep the moon in the sky began before I properly became Nightmare Moon. I knew that I wouldn't be able to resist you and the sun for long, considering back then you were my elder and superior in terms of age and power. So I studied and developed a spell that allowed me to steal magic. Flowers, trees, ponies. I stole not only their magical power, but if I came across a pony with a unique knowledge of magic, I would steal that as well. I used the spell to build up my power," Luna admitted, with hints of disgrace within her words. "When I had enough knowledge and magic gathered, I used it to transform into Nightmare Moon. I infused myself with the power and became a mare that could easily stand against the pony you were 1,000 years ago. It is a horrible and dark art." Celestia shifted, gently nudging up against Luna as the pair continued to walk down the hall. "Do not worry yourself, sister. All that is in the past, and you found a way to take that spell and put it to good use. I'm glad you agree. I didn't want Nix to have to live with the mistakes I made. I wanted to take it all back from her, and that desire made me think of that spell for the first time in centuries. I had almost forgotten it completely. It hadn't crossed my mind since I became Nightmare Moon. Perhaps that is why Nix does not know of the spell. It is a small miracle that she only knows the things I thought about when she and I were one and the same. Still, once I did remember the spell, I knew it was the best thing I could do for her." "It was the best outcome we could have hoped for, I believe," Celestia agreed. "Many in Equestria may still fear and despise Nix for what she did, but as long as there are those who see the good in her, I'm sure she will be able to find her way. That, and you didn't mention to Twilight you've put a couple royal guards under cover in Ponyville to make sure Nix doesn't get attacked by an angry mob," Luna added knowingly. "Just a precaution, nothing more. Don't worry, sister. Your secret is safe with me," Luna assured her as the pair reached their destination. It was the castle dining hall, which was already filled to the brim with ponies. The occasion was another celebratory meal, hosted this time by the elite of Manhattan, who were more than eager to welcome back the royal sisters. Celestia and Luna took their seats at the head of the table. The mayor of Manhattan, along with a few of the city's biggest business ponies, had the privilege of sitting right next to the royal sisters, and after the princesses offered some welcoming words, lunch was served. The business ponies around Celestia and Luna were soon lost in a discussion about the economic impact of Nightmare Moon's short-lived reign. It was a conversation the princesses only half listened to, Luna eagerly digging into her food after the long morning, while Celestia picked and nibbled at her meal. "What's wrong, sister? Aren't you hungry?" Luna whispered quietly, before putting a forkful of food into her mouth. "I'm starving, but I already ate too much at breakfast," Celestia whispered back, not wanting to draw the attention of the nearby ponies. "After what we've already eaten today, I honestly shouldn't be eating anything more than a green salad. Otherwise, I'll have to skip dinner." Luna laughed to herself. "I still say you worry too much about your weight, Celestia. You may be able to eat what you want, but as you may recall, I've always had to be a little more conscious of my figure." Celestia snipped before she glanced to her side. A servant had come up beside her. He whispered something into her ear, and then retreated as quickly as he had approached. "What's wrong?" Luna asked, pausing with her fork in front of her mouth. "It's Spell Nexus," Celestia whispered. "He's broken into the castle dungeons." "Broken in?" "He's distraught because of the role he played in Nightmare Moon's resurrection, even though it is my understanding that he and all the other children of Nightmare were being influenced by a parasitic magic. So he broke into the dungeon to reprimand himself?" Celestia nodded, taking up her napkin and gently cleaning her mouth. "Yes, Spell Nexus has always been a little over-dramatic. You should have seen him this one time when he was still my student. He accidentally broke a vase in the castle and was sure I needed to banish him from the kingdom. He can be such a drama queen at times." "Don't you mean king?" No, queen," Celestia corrected with a small grin. "Don't tell anybody else, but he has a very high-pitched scream." Luna chuckled a little at the thought. "I'll take your word for it, sister. Still, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to leave you to entertain our guests while I go convince Spell Nexus he does not need to imprison himself in the dungeon," Celestia answered as she stood from her seat. "That, and if I know him as well as I do, I'll also need to convince him that he doesn't have to resign from his position as headmaster of my school. Do you want me to save you a piece of dessert? It's supposed to be cloud cake, your favorite." Celestia winced, coming to a stop just a few steps from her seat. After a few tense moments, she cast a glance back at Luna. "Save me one small piece. A small piece, Luna?" Luna nodded, watching as Celestia left before returning to her meal. Then, when a servant drew close, Luna waved the mare over, leaned in, and whispered quietly as she smiled devilishly, "Please be sure to save my sister a large corner piece of cloud cake, with as much frosting as possible. Actually, why don't you just set aside one of the cakes for her, and make sure it's delivered to her bedchamber this evening?" "Of course, Your Majesty," the servant replied, quickly scuttling away while Luna placed a forkful of food in her mouth, imagining just how Celestia would react when she found a whole cloud cake in her bedroom. She couldn't help but wonder if her sister would be able to resist eating it. Twilight had a weary smile on her face as she walked back to the library. Spike and Nix were passed out on her back, the all-day party having utterly worn them out. Beside Twilight strode Rarity, who was carrying a dozing Sweetie Belle on her back. "I think that even Pinkie Pie is tired after today," Rarity said, her own exhaustion apparent in her voice. "I, for the first time ever, saw her walking up to her loft instead of bouncing." Twilight laughed and nodded. "Yeah, but it was still a lot of fun." "That it was, Twilight, that it was," Rarity agreed. "Still, there is something I wanted to tell you before I forget." "What is it, Rarity?" "Well, at the beginning of all this, I thought you were crazy, taking care of a filly that turned out to actually be Nightmare Moon. And not just because of Nix, but because of you as well. I know you've taken care of Spike, but I always assumed you got help raising him from Celestia." "Well, from her and some of the professors at the school." "Exactly. I was worried about what Nix really was, and for your safety. But I was also worried that you didn't realize what you were getting yourself into. Taking care of a filly is a lot of responsibility, and Spike is really more of an assistant, since he's capable of taking care of himself. I wanted to say that I've never been happier to be proven wrong. You've done an amazing job taking care of Nix. I mean, you helped Nightmare Moon change. Not many ponies can boast their parenting skills, reformed one of the most feared villains in equestrian history." "Thanks, Rarity. That means a lot coming from you." "Just don't let it go to your head. Rarity warned. "You may have done well so far, but you can't let your guard down either. Trust me, if you don't keep an eye on the little filly, she'll get into trouble faster than you can imagine. I still can't believe Sweetie Belle was able to get into my gold silk to make her crusader capes without me even noticing." Twilight giggled a little, having heard more than once about the kind of trouble Sweetie Belle could cause for her sister. "I'll be sure to keep that in mind." "I hope you do," Rarity remarked as the pair reached an intersection in town. "Unfortunately, it would seem this is where we part ways for now. I need to take Sweetie Belle back to my parents' house. So I must bid you adieu, Twilight." "Night, Rarity," Twilight replied with a small chuckle. She watched Rarity take a few steps down the other street before she turned and continued on her way. It only took a few more minutes for Twilight to reach the Golden Oaks Library, and after she tucked both Spike and Nix into bed, she slipped downstairs. She summoned a scroll and ink jar to her side, and began to write by the light of the candle on her writing desk. "Dear Princess Celestia, I just wanted to thank you and Luna again for letting Nix stay with me. While most of Equestria may not be as welcoming to her, I can assure you that after today's events, Nix has friends among ponies in Ponyville, ponies who are willing to see her for who she is, not who she was. The one thing I've learned from raising Nix is that if any pony wants to change for the better, they can, especially if they have help from good friends. When I first saw Nix, I was, just like you, afraid that she was Nightmare Moon. Even after discovering her, at the time, timid personality, I was still afraid of the truth, and I realize now that I was actively denying all evidence that pointed to who she really was, just to alleviate my own fears. And yet, despite all that happened, things didn't turn out as dark as they could have. From what I've heard, even when she was fully resurrected, Nix didn't act like Nightmare Moon from the legends or the books. The time she spent with me as my daughter, the time she spent with her friends, had changed her for the better. And if Nightmare Moon herself can become a better pony, then I think any pony can. Your faithful student, Twilight Sparkle.